Son, your parents are leaving. Don't worry about us. The young man Lin Yu stood at home. The letter in his hand slipped quietly, and his whole body froze in place instantly, his mind going blank. Son, your parents aren't that heartless. We got you a mech repair shop. You must work hard from now on. When he saw this line, Lin Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned to the dilapidated warehouse, and he roared in his heart. You call this broken warehouse a mech repair shop? Are you kidding me? The gears of fate began to turn from then on. Just when Lin Yu was filled with despair, a mysterious system forcefully awakened. In an instant, the dilapidated warehouse in front of him shone brightly and transformed into the legendary strongest mech repair shop on the surface of the earth. One day, a youthful but frowning girl walked into the shop. Behind her was her beloved Earth mech, which was now scarred. Looking at the high repair quotation, the girl's eyes turned red, and she said with a sobbing voice, "Boss, your mech repair fee is too outrageous. It's just an Earth mech, and it actually costs 1.5 million. Aren't you ripping people off?" Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth, showing a confident smile, and said unhurriedly, "Little girl, my repair here is no ordinary one. Not only can I make your mech return to its original state, but I can also make it awaken its innate skills. By then, the combat power of this mech will directly double. Think about it. Isn't the money worth spending?" But this was just the beginning. As the news spread, more and more people came to the door with all kinds of strange mechs. There were the god of war mechs that had been beaten to pieces in interstellar wars, and there were also the mysterious ancient mechs that had been severely damaged when exploring ruins. Facing these difficult repair tasks, Lin Yu not only solved them perfectly but also, time and time again, exceeded expectations and made the mech complete a magnificent transformation. However, during this process, troubles came one after another. His peers were jealous of the booming business of Lin Yu's shop and secretly made things difficult for him. Interstellar pirates coveted the powerful mechs in his shop and harassed him from time to time, and there were even mysterious organizations that were eyeing his system covetously, trying to snatch it. Can Lin Yu defend his mech repair shop in the face of these numerous crises and continue to create miracles in mech repair and transformation? And what kind of exciting, tear-jerking, and heart-warming stories will he have with those mech owners with different personalities? An interstellar-spanning, surprise-filled, and challenging mech legend kicks off right now. Chapter 1. Am I truly just a burden? In the vast expanse of Huaxia, within a solitary apartment amidst the clouds, a strikingly handsome youth stood in the desolate living room, trembling as he clutched a letter in his hands. His agitation was palpable, the contents of the missive utterly appalling. "My dear son, your parents have departed. Please refrain from seeking us out unless absolutely necessary. Your presence has disrupted our marital bliss for 18 long years. Can you fathom the ordeal I have endured during this time? It is only reasonable for us to leave without a trace, don't you think? Even if you cannot comprehend our actions, it matters not. You will be unable to locate us. The day you learned of your lack of aptitude for mechas brought me immense relief, for it ensures that you remain on Blue Star and do not intrude upon our cherished moments together. We have arranged for a mechanical repair shop in your name. Consider it a parting gift, and may you thrive independently. By the way, I am not entirely heartless. Your account holds 1,000,000 star coins. Should you choose a life of leisure, it will suffice for your remaining days. With love, your devoted parents." As Subai gazed upon the familiar handwriting, he was rendered utterly speechless. "I knew it. Why else would that old man have given me 10,000 star coins yesterday for a taste of freedom? Was he merely biding his time? How astonishing. Even in the year 3033, there's still those who leave behind letters without so much as a word. Is paper devoid of value? Did he not consider sending a message via the interstellar communication?" With a sudden spark of inspiration, Subai hastily retrieved his interstellar phone, opened the messaging app, and swiftly composed a scathing rebuke directed at his father. The content is indeed heartrending, vehemently denouncing their actions from multiple perspectives, particularly expressing strong condemnation regarding the other party's self-identification as a burden. After composing an elaborate 5,000-word essay, feeling somewhat insecure, Subai hastily duplicated the document, intending to share it with his esteemed mother. Haha, perfect. After reviewing his composition and finding no typographical errors, Subai promptly clicked send. The recipient is not your friend. The message failed to send. Upon seeing the glaring red exclamation mark alongside the words indicating the recipient is not a friend, Su Bei's lips involuntarily twitched. All right, you've got me there, thanks. Oli, I made a copy that he immediately sought out his mother's messaging app, pasted his essay, and clicked send once more. The recipient is not your friend. The message failed to send. The alto familiar scene unfolded yet again. Su Bai stood frozen in disbelief. His dear mother had also fallen prey to that old man's influence. No, this cannot be true. In that moment, Su Bai finally began to accept the possibility that his parents' long-standing jest about him being a bonus from a top-up might indeed hold some truth. Standing motionless for what felt like an eternity, Su Bai gradually came to terms with the reality, his eyes devoid of light as he slumped onto the family sofa, succumbing to a state of utter exhaustion. He rubbed his elegantly arched brows in a futile attempt to alleviate the throbbing headache. Eventually, he sighed in resignation. Perhaps they too have their hardships. I ought to understand their predicament. Who knows? They might be unparalleled warriors with countless enemies. And since I lack any aptitude for mecha, they could be simply trying to protect me from harm. Indeed, it must be so. Su Bai, who typically harbors no particular hobbies, finds solace in literature, particularly novels, and is thoroughly familiar with such narratives. After indulging in a moment of self-reflection, the hues in Su Bei's eyes regained their vibrancy. Humming a gentle tune, he tucked the transparent card into his pocket. He prepared a venture to the repair shop that the old man mentioned. In this grand era of interstellar exploration, such a repair shop naturally caters to the maintenance of mechs. Although Su Bai lacks innate talent for mech piloting, his passion for them has rendered him quite knowledgeable. He obtained his junior mechanic certification a year ago. Running a junior mech repair shop poses no significant challenge, even with modest business. It suffices for survival. As for the 1 million star coins left by the old man, Su Bai has no intention of utilizing them just yet. He refuses to let anyone underestimate his youthful ambitions. He is Su Bai, after all. Meanwhile, within the Blue Star Interstellar Airport, an impeccably dressed and strikingly attractive middle-aged couple has just passed through the security gate, poised to embark on their interstellar journey. Su Bei's mother, Zhou Mayun, glanced at her phone with a hint of hesitation and spoke. Old Su, is it truly appropriate for us to treat Xiao Bai this way? As for the present, let that little rascal be forgotten. He has disrupted our marital life for so many years, and now you belong solely to me. He chuckled. Observing her husband's appearance, Zhou Mo felt a slight blush creep onto her delicate face as she playfully twisted his waist. You silly man, at your age, still unable to present yourself properly. It is true, Xiao Bai has indeed become somewhat dispirited over the years, and lacking any awakened mecha tail. NTS, our presence may inadvertently discourage him further, leaving him utterly dejected. By the way, where is our first destination? Suppressing the pain radiating from his waist, Sunan Tian glanced at the interstellar ticket in his hand and smiled. We shall first venture to Centaurus Star. Now, let us relish our journey. With the main account exhausted, we shall strive to cultivate a secondary account. Ignoring her husband's flirtatious remarks, Zhou Mo Yun shot him a disapproving glance before stepping directly into the machine compartment. Achoo! Su Bai, en route to the repair shop, suddenly sneezed. Gazing at the brilliant sun above, he pondered in confusion. This is strange. How could I catch a cold in the height of summer? Rubbing his slightly itchy nose, he dismissed the thought and soon arrived at the mecha repair shop as indicated by his father. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Bei's lips twitched uncontrollably, his right fist clenched, then relaxed, only to tighten again. All right, I shall endure. Before him stood a dilapidated warehouse, its expanse roughly aligning with the standards of a mecha repair shop, approximately 1,000 square meters. Such space could potentially accommodate repairs for around 10 mechas simultaneously. However, it was exceedingly shabby. Though the warehouse was not far from the city center, the sight of its tattered roof, the indistinct colors of its walls, and the ancient, long outdated roller shutter were utterly disheartening. The place before him resembled an abandoned structure. Indeed, I was overly naive at this moment. Su Bai stood speechless, gazing at the warehouse, now comprehending the old man's intention behind leaving him that 1 million star co. INS that IT was evidently meant for renovations. Just as despair began to settle in, an ethereal voice resonated in Su Bei's ears. Host has discovered a repair shop. The interstellar mech system has officially activated. Chapter 2. A transformation. Customers arrive. System. The ethereal voice sounded like celestial music to Su Bei's ears. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, he fully understood the significance of such a system. It appears that I, Su Bei, am indeed the chosen one. Not having traversed through time or undergone reincarnation, yet I can awaken a system. A sense of delight filled his heart as he promptly examined the system's description. Interstellar Mech System. Use interstellar points to purchase goods from the shop or enhance target mechs with interstellar upgrades. The explanation was somewhat succinct, but Su Bei paid it no mind, for it was a system, and the interstellar enhancements must be extraordinary. However, I wonder how one acquires these interstellar points. This was Su Bei's predominant curiosity at the moment. Interstellar points can be exchanged for star coins. 10,000 star coins can be traded for 1 interstellar point. Exchanging star coins. A rate of 10,001? That seems rather steep. Upon seeing this exchange rate, Su Bei felt a pang of regret. He just caught a glimpse of the top-tier items in the shop, and they were indeed remarkable. Truth level mech. Exchange price 100 billion interstellar points. The celestial energy absorption technique is priced at 50 billion interstellar points. The exclusive material for the truth level, the starry engine, is priced at 10 billion interstellar points. Such prices are exorbitant when converted. They often amount to trillions in star coins. It is noteworthy that the current wealthiest individual in Huaxia possesses merely 500 billion star coins. The purchasing power of star coins is formidable, which explains why Su Nantian stated in his letter that 1 million star coins would suffice to ensure Su Bei's comfortable existence for the rest of his life, allowing him to live like a salted fish. Never mind those items in the shop for now. I shall focus on renovating the repair shop and gradually accumulate funds. Su Bei mused, filled with renewed determination. Although he could not afford those luxuries at present, he believed that with diligence, he would eventually be able to purchase them. With a heart full of ambition, he gazed at his somewhat dilapidated repair shop, which began to appear increasingly appealing. Ding! The system has detected that the host repair shop does not meet the interstellar enhancement standards. A modification requires 90 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed with the modification? Upon seeing the system notification, Su Bei did not hesitate for a moment. He resolutely chose to proceed with the modification. One must take risks to reap rewards despite the fact that this would directly cost him 900,000 star coins. Su Bei was confident it would be worthwhile. With a single tap, the balance was reduced by 900,000. Su Bei, he vowed this was undoubtedly the largest expenditure of his lifetime. He hoped the system would not let him down. Almost instantaneously, as the balance was deducted, a burst of starlight emerged, enveloping the warehouse before him. A minute later, the starlight faded away. The once dilapidated warehouse vanished, replaced by a gleaming metal edifice. The vibrant graffiti that adorned the walls disappeared, supplanted by a surface gleaming with metallic luster. The old rolling shutter door was eradicated, transforming into an induction light gate, flickering with a soft celestial radiance. The gaping holes in the roof were obliterated, replaced by the strongest of vibranium. As Su Bei gazed at the repair shop before him, his mouth agape, he thought, this is no mere repair shop. It could easily be deemed the most advanced interstellar sanctuary. Indeed, this 900,000 is well spent. As a novice mechanic, Su Bei was acutely aware of the materials required to renovate a warehouse spanning 1,000 square meters. The value of these materials alone far exceeded 900,000 star coins, not to mention the costs associated with the renovations. This was undoubtedly a remarkable bargain. Excited, he stepped into the interior of the repair shop. Inside, he discovered 10 mecha repair bays, the materials indistinguishable from those outside, while at the reception area, several luminous screens displayed the data from each repair bay with clarity. Upon entering a repair bay, the advanced instruments made Su Bei's eyes sparkle. These are the most cutting-edge repair tools. Gravitational lifting machine, beam thermal cutter, nano spray gun. Previously, Su Bei had harbored doubts about whether he could earn enough to exchange for the items within the merchandise. Now, however, he was utterly convinced. By utilizing these instruments for repairs, he could easily set fees at more than double that of standard equipment. Moreover, He possessed the extraordinary ability of interstellar enhancement, which assured him of abundant profits. Although he had not scrutinized the details, he firmly believed that within the marketplace lay a means to awaken his mecha talent. The successful establishment of his own mecha had always been Su Bei's dream, for mechas epitomized the romance of manhood. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated once more. The host possesses a repair shop that meets the criteria for interstellar enhancement. A novice task has been issued. Successfully conduct interstellar enhancement once, within a time limit of 24 hours. Task reward. The host will receive an opportunity to awaken their mecha talent. What? Upon hearing the task reward, Su Bei could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this a case of wishes manifesting?" The only drawback is the brevity of time. Nevertheless, he resolved to strive for his talent. Without delay, Su Bei uploaded the details of his shop, naming it the Interstellar Repair Shop. He simply captured a few images of the basic equipment and promptly published the information on the StarNet. This was the swiftest method he could conceive to attract customers. Fortunately, his father had already taken care of the shop's formalities, allowing for a seamless transition from upload to publication. With the backing of the StarNet, he was confident that customers would soon arrive. 2 hours later, is this the place? They actually used vibranium for the walls and ceiling. A striking young woman, clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, with elegantly long legs, descended from her crimson hovercar and scrutinized the Interstellar Repair Shop before he.r. Upon gazing at the repair shop that resembled the one in her phone's image, Sun Hani couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. The proprietor must be exceedingly wealthy. Such a repair establishment surely boasts at least star-rated technicians, does it not? I wonder if he can restore my little red, she mused, her gaze dimming slightly. As a prodigious girl from Yunhai 1, she had acquired her very first mech at an early age. The DB-256 series, a Swift-class mech, known as Red Moon, standing at 12 meters tall, with a body weight of 25 tons, an engine power of 720,000 kilowatts, and a thrust of 60 million kilograms, is the most suitable mech for a first-tier mech technician, and who has awakened a talent for speed. It enhances agility by reducing equipment weight while simultaneously boosting horsepower, making it adept at guerrilla tactics. However, its drawback lies in its relatively weak defense. Last week, during a test at school, she had showcased Red Moon to great acclaim, only to face a crushing defeat just as victory seemed within her grasp. In the final battle, Red Moon was severely damaged by her opponent. Numerous mech repair shops she visited declared Red Moon nearly irreparable, suggesting she should consider a replacement. Yet, being her first mech, Sun Hani remained hopeful for its restoration. Fortunately, she stumbled upon Su Bei's online advertisement for an interstellar repair shop. To others, the equipment depicted in the images might seem like an absurd fabrication, but to Sun Hani, it appeared as her last glimmer of hope. She resolved to come here and give it a try. Chapter 3. The nearly scrapped mecha, Sun Hani's last hope. Upon entering the repair shop, Sun Hani's conviction grew stronger. The equipment in this establishment was astonishingly advanced. Not only was the exterior resplendent, but the interior also held remarkable secrets. It was hard for her to fathom how such a repair shop could exist in this location. To her knowledge, a shop of this scale would likely be found only in the most bustling space stations of the Blue Star Alliance, and even then, they were few in number. Who would have thought that Yuhai would have one as well? In that moment, Sun Hani was convinced that her gamble had paid off. Welcome. Welcome. A youthful voice rang out, and Sun Hani was momentarily taken aback as she regarded the young man before her. She had assumed that those working in such a repair shop would be seasoned technicians, typically older in age. Yet the boy before her appeared scarcely older than herself. Are you a staff member here? Sun Hani instinctively inquired. No, I am the manager and mechanic, Su Bei replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. He was not surprised by Sun Hani's question, considering she was his first customer. Maintaining a smile, he asked, "May I assist you with something, esteemed guest?" After uploading the images to the Star Network, Su Bei had anticipated a bustling influx of customers. However, the comments section was instead rife with skepticism. Haha, trying to deceive people with such stock images? I've been to that place before. It's merely an abandoned factory. It could never transform into such an impressive repair shop. It is truly perplexing what market researchers are doing, allowing such online images to pass through their scrutiny. Friends, Let us unite to unveil the true nature of this establishment and prevent others from falling victim to deception. Upon reading these comments, Subai instinctively chose to delete and block them, retreating into obscurity. However, he quickly realized that his location was clearly defined, and someone must have been aware of the existence of the abandoned factory. Moreover, the images he uploaded were indeed rather sophisticated for Yunhai. It was only natural for them to be met with skepticism. In such circumstances, a customer finally arrived, an enchanting young woman. Despite her lack of discernment, Subai refrained from expressing any ire. At this moment, Sun Hani, realizing her blunder, felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly apologized. My apologies. However, I truly did not anticipate that the owner would be so young. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in her gaze. The owner was remarkably youthful, and the repair shop appeared devoid of any other personnel. Did this imply that he was the sole mechanic? Could he genuinely restore her beloved Xiaohong? May I inquire if you have any needs? Subai discerned Sun Hani's thoughts and responded with a gentle smile. My mecha skeleton has been damaged. Might you be able to repair it? Sun Hani's tone wavered, as this was nearly her last hope. If this place could not mend Xiaohong, she feared that all hope would be lost. Please present your mecha for me to examine. Subai did not give an immediate affirmation. He needed to ascertain the condition of Sun Hani's mecha first. After all, when it comes to skeletal damage, even a novice mechanic, let alone a Season 1, would find themselves utterly powerless, unless it were a star-level mechanic who might possess a glimmer of hope for a successful repair. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani nodded in agreement and, under Subai's guidance, arrived at the first maintenance room. Observing the equipment within, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. At the very least, the presence of this sophisticated apparatus indicated that Subai was undoubtedly a high-tier mechanic, possibly even a star-level one. Although he appeared quite youthful, one must cling to some hope. Please present it, Subai said to Sun Hani with a calm demeanor. It was only then that Sun Hani realized and hastily tapped her wrist star ring. In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the entire maintenance room. Moments later, a humanoid mech, standing 12 meters tall and adorned in a striking crimson light armor, made its grand entrance. The luster of its paint and the metallic sheen radiating from it clearly indicated that Sun Hani took meticulous care of the Red Moon. Regrettably, this magnificent piece of craftsmanship bore a gaping void at its waist, which extended through the central connection to the mech's skeletal structure. The carbon-colored bones were intricately etched with a multitude of fine lines, remnants of some desiccated blue radioactive material still clinging to them. Upon witnessing the condition of the Red Moon, Subai couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is this a result of C-nuclear ray penetration? The work of the Han Guang Star people? However, this method not only demands exceedingly high physical fitness from the mech pilots, but also entails severe after-effects. Due to the radiation emitted by the mech core, the lifespan of nearly every pilot is limited to a mere 2 years. Present-day mechs predominantly rely on stellar power, primarily through the resonance between the pilot and the mech. Most modern weaponry follows this trajectory, with highly radioactive weapons nearly abandoned. Yet, it is unusual for the cold light star people to appear on Blue Star. This matter is far from simple. Upon seeing Subai, Sun Hani's eyes lit up as she realized he was the one responsible for her Red Moon's injuries. In her excitement, she quickly moved closer to Subai. Grasping his hands tightly, her tone imbued with earnest pleading, "Do you have a way to fix it?" Upon hearing this, Sun Hani became acutely aware of her indiscretion and hastily released Subai's hands, her expression filled with regret. "I apologize. I became too excited. Indeed, this is C-ray radiation, but the perpetrator is not from the cold light star. I carelessly allowed Xiaohong to sustain such injuries." As she spoke the last words, a shadow of gloom enveloped her expression, her eyes reflecting boundless self-reproach. Subai nodded, recognizing that this situation was indeed unexpected. However, he presumed others would investigate, and it was unnecessary for him to concern himself. He then approached the Red Moon, reaching out to touch its leg armor. Damage mech detected. Meets interstellar enhancement conditions. Due to the mech's low grade, only a level 1 enhancement is required. Enhancement requires 10 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Not bad. It can be repaired, and the cost is reasonable. However, Subai remained deeply concerned about the effects of the interstellar enhancement. He silently pondered. What are the effects of the first-level enhancement? First-level interstellar enhancement can elevate the material tier of the target mech by 1 level, increase the core by 1 level, and awaken a low-tier innate skill. Chapter 4. Innate Skills? What a joke. Goodness. Upon discovering the effects of the first-level interstellar enhancement, Su Bai was taken aback. While the elevation of materials and core by one level was somewhat expected, the awakening of an innate skill was the crux of the matter. Even with the prefix of being the lowest tier, it was enough to leave Su Bai flabbergasted. Not only Su Bai, but if this information were to spread, even 5-star mechanics would be left dumbfounded. The Red Moon is the most basic Earth tier 3-star mech, ranking the lowest among the 9 types of mech qualities: Earth, Sky, Star Treader, Starbreaker, Starfall, Eternal Sky, Vastness, Universe, and Truth. In the hierarchy of 1 to 9 stars, it merely reaches the peak of the initial stage. Theoretically, such a mech should be incapable of possessing innate skills, let alone Earth mechs. Even among higher-tier Sky mechs, those with innate skills are exceedingly rare, fetching prices tenfold or more. Innate skills are mech companion abilities determined by the attributes of the mech itself and the user's awakened talent, distinct from the techniques acquired through prolonged practice by a mech master. The initial proficiency of an innate skill is already at its maximum, and it is the most compatible skill for that particular mech, capable of roughly doubling its power upon use. A terrestrial mech, if endowed with a talent skill, could dominate among its peers and even contend with aerial mechs without necessarily succumbing. Such an enhancement, requiring merely 10 interstellar points, equivalent to 100,000 star coins, seems remarkably inexpensive. Suppressing his astonishment, Su Bai found himself grappling with the challenge of pricing. If it were merely a matter of upgrading the materials and core by 1 tier, it would be quite straightforward, as there are established references. The price of a 4-star terrestrial mech hovers around 200,000 star coins. So elevating Sun Hani's mech to that level would naturally warrant a charge of 200,000. However, the addition of a talent skill necessitates a different price point. After a brief contemplation, Su Bai once again caught sight of Sun Hani's beseeching gaze. It was evident that she harbored a genuine affection for the mech, Red Moon. Otherwise, she would not display such earnestness over the repair of a mere 3-star terrestrial mech. Su Bai candidly stated his price: 5 million star coins. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the repair? Upon hearing Su Bai's quotation, Sun Hani was momentarily stunned. She had considered that repairing Red Moon might approach the cost of purchasing a new one, perhaps even exceeding it. Yet, she could never have anticipated a tenfold increase. The average price of a 3-star terrestrial mech is approximately 150,000 star coins. Even those of exceptional craftsmanship and relative rarity barely reach 180,000 star coins. The ceiling is evident. Starting as a 3-star terrestrial mech, its potential might at best ascend to a 3-star aerial mech. Beyond that, it would nearly face obsolescence. At the price of 500,000, one could easily acquire a Sky mecha, which possesses the potential to evolve into a Starstep mecha. Despite her deep affection for the Crimson Moon, Sun Hani could not help but regard Su Bai as a swindler upon hearing the price. Is Su Bai truly a swindler? Certainly not. In fact, he is remarkably principled. The Earth mecha, endowed with innate abilities, could command a price exceeding 10 times that amount. And the comprehensive enhancement effect he offers is entirely complementary. However, the arbitrary declaration of a repair fee amounting to 1,500,000 star coins would prompt anyone to leave without hesitation. The expression of struggle on Sun Hani's face made Su Bai realize that his decision was indeed sound. This fee encompasses not only the repairs but also the awakening of the innate abilities of your Crimson Moon, Su Bai explained slowly. Sun Hani, taken aback by his words, stammered, "What did you say? Innate abilities? The Crimson Moon can awaken innate abilities?" She began to doubt Su Bai's sanity, questioning how an Earth 3-star mecha could possibly be related to innate abilities. If it weren't for Su Bai's undeniable charm and her earlier indiscretion, she would have been tempted to strike him. The store manager certainly has a sense of humor, she thought, crossing her arms with a growing sense of indignation. If you cannot repair it, just say so. There is no need to ensnare me with exorbitant fees and talk of innate abilities. In her mind, Su Bai had transformed into a great deceiver. Yet, unfazed by her demeanor, Su Bai maintained a calm smile and suggested, "We can formalize this with a contract." Oh, upon hearing this, Sun Hani raised an eyebrow. The efficacy of contracts on Blue Star is widely recognized. Once signed, the parties are obliged to fulfill their commitments or face substantial penalties. Observing Su Bai's willingness to sign the contract, Sun Hani's thoughts began to stir. Could it be that he is indeed truthful? If Han Yue truly possesses the potential to awaken a talent skill, then 5 million is indeed a modest sum, perhaps even a bargain. Regardless, since a contract is to be signed, there is no fear of him absconding. After a brief internal struggle, Sun Hani nodded. Very well. 5 million it is. As long as you can repair Hongwei, we can discuss the matter of the talent skill further. Sun Hani was not overly stringent. As long as Subai could restore Hongwei, even if the talent skill did not awaken, she would not demand compensation, at most seeking a refund of the excess charges for the repairs. After receiving the contract, she meticulously reviewed its contents for accuracy before signing her name and transferring the funds. The account received 5 million star coins. Transaction successful. Subai then instructed Sun Hani to step outside and wait, turning his attention back to Hongwei. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. This money was indeed easy to earn. Indeed, Subai had merely utilized a meager 10 interstellar points to acquire 5 million star coins, equating to 150 interstellar points, a remarkable 15-fold profit. This was still considering Sun Hani's deep emotional attachment to Hongwei. Otherwise, based solely on the potential to awaken a talent skill, he believed that even a price of 2 million star coins would have been accepted by her. However, he did not anticipate that the girl was a little genius. Upon hearing Sun Hani mention that her awakened talent is an A-grade ability known as Thunder, Subai couldn't help but feel a sense of contemplation. An A-grade talent is certainly commendable, ranking above average. However, this does not imply that such abilities are commonplace. Quite the contrary, while they may not rival the rarest S-grade talents, those who awaken A-grade abilities are still exceptional in their own right. Across the vast expanse of Yunhai, it is estimated that no more than a mere dozen individuals possess A-grade talents in this cohort. Moreover, Sun Hani's awakening of the formidable Thunder talent, known for its lethal prowess, suggests a promising potential for enrollment in a prestigious interstellar academy. Before long, Subai approached Hongwei. Extending his right hand to rest upon the crimson light armor, he invoked a first-tier enhancement. With a mere thought, a brilliant white light enveloped Hongwei, filling the entire maintenance room. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted instantaneously, akin to celestial lightning striking from the heavens. A flash of violet energy manifested, causing the entire repair shop to tremble. In the lobby, Sun Hani felt the tremor and her heart seized with apprehension. Surely, he wouldn't dismantle Hongwei, would he? At this moment, she was engulfed in anxiety. Initially, she had dismissed Subai's claim of being able to awaken talent skills as a mere jest, her greatest hope lying in the possibility that he could indeed restore Hongwei. However, with the emergence of this unforeseen disturbance, her expectations dwindled significantly, replaced by a surge of indignation. If he truly dismantled Hongwei, I shall ensure he pays the price. Sun Hani's gaze turned icy, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. The ability to produce a staggering sum of 5 million star coins in one breath to repair a formidable deity, Samsung mech, serves as a testament to her genuine affection for the Red Moon. It also underscores her remarkable status. After all, in this age, possessing such a vast amount of pocket money is a privilege afforded to only a handful of families across the entire Yunhai. Sun Hani is indeed one of the members of the illustrious Sun family. Her father, the current patriarch of the Sun clan, oversees a vast empire throughout Yunhai, wielding power that has reached the pinnacle of the star-breaking 5-star realm, making him a formidable star-breaking mech master. More importantly, he holds an additional title as the captain of the Yunhai fleet. While this may not place him at the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom, he stands as a prominent figure at the apex of Yunhai. The path of a mech master is fraught with challenges. One can only cultivate their skills by harnessing the celestial energies embedded in the cosmos. The pace of one's development varies dramatically based on innate talent. And to achieve the star-breaking 5-star level indicates a minimum talent rating of B or higher. With such formidable financial resources, coupled with her father's strength and standing, anyone in Yunhai daring to challenge Sun Hani would surely meet a dire fate. As Sun Hani simmered in frustration, a voice suddenly echoed from the repair bay, "Come in." Upon hearing this, her suspicion solidified. This young man had indeed damaged the Red Moon. Could he possibly believe that his handsome appearance grants him the liberty to do as he pleases, suppressing the volcanic emotions threatening to erupt? Sun Hani stepped into the repair bay. The moment she entered, her previous ire dissipated like mist. Her mouth slightly agape. She gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated Red Moon before her, unable to resist rubbing her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the light armor on the Crimson Moon underwent a subtle transformation. It retained its vibrant crimson hue, yet this shade appeared more profound, exuding an air of sophistication. The previously monotonous exterior was now adorned with intricate purple lightning patterns, bestowing the crimson moon with an even more formidable presence. The striking void that once marred its surface had long since vanished, revealing a gleaming obsidian sheen through the gaps in the armor. Sun Hani, intimately familiar with the crimson moon, immediately discerned that the towering figure before her had grown by 2 meters, ascending from its former height of 12 meters to 14. Were it not for the unique markings at the cockpit, she might have doubted whether Su-Bai had substituted her mech for another. Boss, is this the crimson moon? Despite the answer already forming in her mind, Sun Hani instinctively turned to Su-Bai for confirmation. Su-Bai merely smiled softly. Of course. You may try it out. Sun Hani's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped towards the cockpit, having long yearned to pilot her crimson moon once more. The moment she entered the cockpit, her hands instinctively found the central control, a circular crystal orb. As her hands made contact, the cockpit lid sealed shut instantaneously. Subsequently, delicate threads connected from within the cockpit to her back. Almost instantaneously upon connection, her consciousness melded with the mech. The eyes of the crimson moon ignited with a dazzling crimson brilliance. Has the potential for growth risen to the Starstrider level? Sun Hani's voice resonated through the mech. And even after mechanical modulation, the awe in her tone was unmistakable. Now you may attempt to unleash your innate abilities, although it cannot truly be projected. Su-Bai gently cautioned, observing Sun Hani, who was animatedly moving the limbs of Hong Yue like a child who had just received a cherished toy. This remark caused Sun Hani to pause, her uncertainty evident. Is there really such a thing as innate abilities? The prospect of Hong Yue potentially awakening such powers made her swallow hard. Of course, honesty is paramount in business, Su-Bai asserted with unwavering confidence. Soon a deep, resonant breathing could be heard emanating from within Hong Yue. Sun Hani endeavored to calm herself, closing her eyes to attune to the sensations around her. As if sensing something profound, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and positioned her hands before her. Crackling sounds filled the air as faint arcs of electricity entwined around her palms, swirling and converging in a mesmerizing dance. In an instant, a sphere of lightning materialized. The purple arcs flickered and surged with energy, emitting a cacophony akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Gazing at the lightning sphere in her hands, Sun Hani's voice trembled with disbelief. Incredible. It truly is an innate ability. My heavens, Hong Yue has awakened its innate powers. How? How is this possible? In the wake of her astonishment, her admiration for Su-Bai deepened immeasurably. The notion that a ground mech could possess innate abilities was utterly unprecedented. Yet here stood this remarkable Su-Bai, who had not only revitalized Hong Yue from a state of near-total disrepair, but had also unlocked its latent potential and bestowed upon it innate abilities. Even a star-class mechanic could scarcely match such an achievement. No, it is said that even a master mechanic of the highest caliber might find it difficult to achieve this. Who exactly is Boss Su? Sun Hani could not help but feel a curiosity towards Su-Bai, eager to uncover the true identity of this young gentleman who seemed to be of similar age to herself. All right, that will suffice, should my equipment be damaged. I would expect compensation. She was roused from her reverie by Su-Bai's voice. She promptly departed from the red moon and approached Su-Bai, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Boss Su, for repairing the red moon. I apologize for any previous disrespect and hope for your understanding. Sun Hani, having developed quite well, naturally caused a slight tremor in her form as she bowed, an impressive and stirring sight indeed. Su-Bai, with an unruffled demeanor, responded, It is nothing. We simply engaged in a fair transaction. Please rise. A fleeting glance was all it took for him to regain his composure. He was Su-Bai, a paragon of virtue. Upon hearing Su-Bai's words, Sun Hani felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been somewhat concerned that her demeanor might have been lacking. Offending such a talented mechanic, gifted with extraordinary skills, was a consequence she could scarcely afford. After stealing a glance at Su-Bai's expression and realizing he bore no ill will, she summoned her courage. If Boss Su does not mind, may I have your contact information? Chapter 6, The Tide of Stellar Forces, The Harmony of All Things. Su-Bai blinked in response, momentarily perplexed by Sun Hani's request. Upon witnessing Su-Bai's expression, Sun Han hurriedly elaborated. I am merely concerned that further issues may arise after Hong Yu. Having a contact method would facilitate my confirmation of your presence in the shop, Mr. Su. Her flushed cheeks rendered her explanation somewhat feeble. Su-Bai, however, did not dwell on it for long. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced. As he observed her enchanting silhouette depart, a faint smile graced Subai's lips, and he promptly closed the door of the repair shop. With his spirits lifted, he mused, let me discover what talents have been awakened. At that moment, while he was enhancing Hong Yu to level 1, his task was completed, leaving only the collection of the task reward. Congratulations, host, on successfully performing a starry enhancement. Duration, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Task evaluation, SSS, now issuing task rewards. Would you like to claim them? Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai chose yes. As the selection took effect, a surge of power inundated Subai's body, causing a slight pain in his head. Instantly, everything before him seemed to dissolve into nothingness, as if he were standing upon a desolate expanse. Confronted with this unforeseen change, Subai clenched his fist. Suddenly, chunks of metal surged toward him, enveloping his form while simultaneously beginning to assimilate and merge. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening SSS level talent. Fusion of all things. At the moment he heard the system's notification, Subai's pupils constricted, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. SSS level talent? Fusion of all things? Through his previous experiences, he came to comprehend the significance of the harmonious interplay of all things, enabling him to manipulate and amalgamate the surrounding metallic substances to enhance his mech. This implies that wherever metallic elements are present, he possesses the potential for limitless augmentation. The principles of nature, the unity of all things, the cosmos is one. The cycle of life, perpetually renewing, boundless and infinite. At this moment, countless luminous points began to coalesce beside him, manifestations he had been previously incapable of perceiving. Stellar energy? In an instant, Subai deduced the essence of these luminous orbs. They were indeed the source of power for a mech artisan, stellar energy. However, the stellar energy before him was rather sporadic, appearing somewhat diluted. Moreover, it surged towards Subai with relentless vigor. Ding. Host's innate talent awakened. Promotional event in the marketplace activated. Would you like to spend 100 interstellar points to exchange for the truth level absorption technique? The first tier of the star whale absorption method? Subai. This bears a striking resemblance to the common tactics employed for initial game purchases. Is it an attempt to entice me into spending? How infuriating. I, Subai, shall not be deceived. Ding. Exchange successful. The first tier of the star whale absorption method has been granted. There was no alternative. This was indeed the truth level absorption technique. Which mech artisan could withstand such a trial? Watching his hard-earned 1.5 million star coins dwindle to a mere 500,000 in an instant. Subai shed tears of regret. I hope you do not disappoint me. This money truly evaporates too swiftly. After soothing his somewhat pained heart, a sharp pang surged through Subai's mind once more. Again, boom. With a resounding explosion, the scene before Subai transformed once more. He found himself within a vast cosmos, where resplendent stars adorned the heavens. Suddenly, a colossal figure, reminiscent of a galaxy, entered his vision. Its entire form was suffused with starlight, featuring a massive head and an elongated body, swaying its enormous tail that sparkled like celestial bodies. As its maw opened, an immense gravitational force emanated, and a nearby star was instantly drawn into its belly. The starry whale devoured the galactic essence, treating the star merely as an appetizer. The whale's tail flared, causing the cosmos to shift and swirl. In a moment of urgency, Subai hastily seated himself cross-legged upon the ground. Invoking the techniques of the stellar whale breathing method that resonated within his mind, channeling his inner strength to absorb the celestial energies surrounding him. With a resounding roar, as he activated the stellar whale breathing method, the previously scattered points of light around him began to swell rapidly, coalescing into a tidal wave of starlight. Subai stood at the epicenter of this astral tide. The celestial energies surged forth, augmenting his being. Under the nurturing embrace of the starlight tide, Subai's realm ascended rapidly. Earth 1 star. Earth 2 stars. Sky 1 star. At merely 18 years of age, freshly graduated. Becoming a Sky Mecha Master would undoubtedly cause an uproar if word were to spread. In the recently concluded Mecha Grand Examination, even the strongest contender from Blue Star merely attained Earth 9 stars. Even if one were to pursue further studies at a Mecha university, their current level would hardly surpass Subai's. Moreover, that individual had spent years in arduous training to reach such heights, while Subai had accomplished this feat in mere minutes. Brushing off the dust from his trousers, Subai felt a sense of satisfaction with his current prowess. Unexpectedly, I have become a Sky Mech Master, yet I find myself in a predicament, devoid of a mech. despite my new title. Another dilemma confronts Subai. He possesses no mech. His account holds a mere 500,000 star coins, a sum insufficient to procure a starry mech. Moreover, he requires a mech that aligns with his unique talent of harmonizing with all things, rendering the situation exceedingly challenging. Alas, I must earn money. Acutely aware of his current poverty, Subai's resolve to amass wealth has never been more fervent. As for the subsequent exchange rate of the star whale breathing technique, he refrains from checking, believing it sufficient for the time being. Looking it up would only serve to exacerbate his anxieties. After all, he cannot afford it. Meanwhile, as Subai experiences his breakthrough, at the heart of Yunhai City, within a towering edifice, a disturbance in stellar energy stirs speculation. Could it be a surge of stellar energy? The descent of star beasts? Such notions seem implausible, as the star guardians have not raised an alarm. The stellar disturbance has ceased? Perhaps it was merely a transient shift in the stellar tide. His right index finger rhythmically taps the surface of the desk. Is it a C-core ray? What are the CF family truly plotting? Chapter 7. Talent Skill. Venomous Fong of the Thunder Serpent Bang. Suddenly, the door to the man's study bursts open, and Sun Han enters, her face alight with excitement. Dad, I have splendid news. Witnessing his beloved daughter's arrival, Sun Yu instantly dispels his earlier chilliness, donning a warm smile. Is the red moon repaired? He had keenly observed his daughter's affection for the red moon and had contemplated sending it out for repairs. It has also been suggested that Sun Hani exchange her mech. As time is running out for Hongwei, over these past few days, witnessing the dullness in his daughter's eyes has brought Sun Yu great distress. Now, upon seeing Sun Hani's radiant smile once more, he immediately understands that Hongwei has indeed been repaired. While he feels immense joy for his daughter, a sense of bewilderment arises within him. The only individuals capable of restoring Hongwei are star-level mech engineers, and it is undoubtedly fortuitous for his daughter to encounter such a skilled mechanic. However, it is not merely a matter of repair. Sun Hani beams with pride, revealing that her Hongwei has undergone a complete transformation, even receiving a new name, Wanjun Hongwei. Not only has its foundation been upgraded by 1 star, but it has also acquired a unique talent skill, making her mech truly unparalleled in the world. Most importantly, the talent skill of Hongwei aligns perfectly with her own abilities, leading Sun Hani to wonder if Su Bai had orchestrated this enhancement intentionally. Oh, could it be that its potential has increased? Observing his daughter's exuberance, Sun Yu boldly articulates his speculation. As a breakstar mechanic, in existence at the pinnacle of Yuhai, he is acutely aware that some powerful engineers possess the ability to enhance a mech's potential. It's not expensive, just 1,500,000. Sun Hani's excited voice rings out. Sun Yu spits out the tea he had just sipped, staring incredulously at his daughter in disbelief, as if to confirm that he had not misheard her. 1,500,000 star coins. Sun Hani stands with her hands on her hips, head held high, embodying the very essence of a princess. Are you sure you haven't been deceived? Sun Yu exclaims, astonished. Even if a stellar mechanic were to repair the red moon, it would be inconceivable for them to charge a fee of 150,000 star coins. Come, lead me to him. How dare he deceive the daughter of Sun Yu? Even a renowned mechanic must provide an explanation. Sun Yu's anger surged as he realized that a terrestrial-grade mech, which was merely worth 150,000 star coins, had been charged a repair fee of 1,500,000. Was this not sheer exploitation? Although a stellar mechanic holds a prestigious position, he should not underestimate the acumen of a broken star mechanic. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, a gasp echoed from outside. What? 1,500,000 star coins. What have you two been concealing from me? A woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Hani, yet retained her charm, hurriedly entered the study, her eyes scrutinizing the father and daughter duo with an interrogative gaze. Sun Hani, 10. Sun Yu, 10. Upon seeing Zhong Yi enter, the father and daughter shared an unspoken understanding and promptly sealed their lips. They were both well aware of her temperament. Regardless of the circumstances, any expenditure involving such a substantial sum would drive her to distraction. Silence was indeed the wisest response. After a prolonged moment, Sun Yu finally chuckled awkwardly, signaling to Sun Hani with his eyes. No, we were merely discussing how Lu Ran, that little girl, spent 150,000 to secure early admission qualifications for the Flying Star Academy. Yes, precisely. Sun Hani grasped his intent, nodding fervently. Although Zhong Yi remained somewhat perplexed, her emotions had noticeably calmed, and she shot the two of them a disapproving glance. All right, let us not meddle in other people's affairs. Dinner is nearly ready. Let us dine. With that, she exited the study. Upon witnessing Zhong Yi's departure, the father and daughter both sighed in relief. Sun Yu lowered his voice, saying, "Once we finish our meal, take me to confront that fraud." Sun Huan shook her head. Boss Su is not a fraud. He has awakened my Wan Junhong Yu's innate abilities. Sun Yu was taken aback, shaking his head in helplessness. Alas, it seems she has been duped quite profoundly, to the point of uttering nonsense. The awakening of innate abilities in the Earth Mecha? Preposterous. Father, do not disbelieve me. After dinner, let us go to the training ground, and I shall demonstrate. Sun Huan's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Sun Yu affectionately tousled her hair, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, very well. I shall await your display. Now, let us hasten to dinner. If we delay further, your mother will surely become irate." Upon the mention of Mrs. Zhong Yi, Sun Huan obediently followed her father into the living room. Once the meal concluded, the father and daughter made their way to their training ground. Although referred to as a training ground, it bore little distinction from an ordinary playground. Save for the electromagnetic barrier encircling it, designed to prevent the aftermath of mecha battles from causing damage to external objects. As a Starbreaker mecha master, Sun Yu would naturally refrain from employing his own mecha in combat. Instead, he selected a practice machine from the warehouse. This mass-produced training device differed significantly from true mechas in both material and equipment. Nonetheless, as a Starbreaker mecha master, Sun Yu found it entirely feasible to engage in combat with an Earth mecha master using this device. Upon witnessing her father utilizing the training machine, Sun Hani felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Father, do you look down upon me? Why resort to the training machine?" Her sulky demeanor did not escape Sun Yu's notice, who responded with a faint smile, "It's all right. Aren't we merely assessing the enhancement of your red moon? This isn't an actual battle. The maintenance costs of my Songlong are quite exorbitant." At his words, Sun Hani's ire diminished somewhat. Indeed, the upkeep of the Breaking Star mecha is substantial. And if it's merely a training machine, well, one must exercise caution. Sun Yu, oblivious to his daughter's underlying tone, signaled with a wave while piloting the training machine, "Come on." Sun Hani gently touched the bracelet on her wrist, and a glimmer of white light illuminated the area. The Wan Jun red moon materialized instantaneously in the training ground. She then leaped into the cockpit, where the crimson and violet radiance flickered. The eyes of the Wan Jun red moon gleamed with brilliance. The potential tier of red moon had ascended to at least the star step level, with the enhancement alone valued at 500,000 star coins. However, the 1.5 million price tag remained somewhat steep. Just then, Sun Yu's voice faltered. His gaze transfixed on the hands of the Wan Jun red moon through the training machine. With a crackling sound, electric arcs entwined, dashing like a dragon, as the thunder sphere coalesced, emitting the chorus of 1,000 birds. Boom! The Wan Jun red moon thrust its arms forward, and the thunder sphere slowly floated out, instantly transforming into a beam of lightning that slithered through the air like a serpentine thunderbolt. With the force of a tempest, it struck the training machine piloted by Sun Yu. Thunderous roar. A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly enveloping the training machine. As a torrent of electricity surged through Sun Yu's entire being, even he, a master of the Broken Star mecha, felt a twinge of numbness at that moment. The might of this thunder was incomparable to that of an electromagnetic gun. It could perhaps be likened to the formidable power of a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon. This was the awakened talent skill of the Wan Jun red moon, the Fang of the Thunder Serpent. As the lightning dissipated, the once pristine training machine had transformed into a charred wreck. Thin wisps of black smoke rose from its frame, resembling a piece of burnt charcoal. The machine's exterior crumbled away, revealing Sun Yu, shrouded in the energy of the stars within. The Broken Star mecha master stood there, stupefied, gazing at the resplendent crimson and violet hue of the Wan Jun red moon before him. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, his heart pounding relentlessly. Eventually, he managed an awkward smile. "Haha, indeed, you are my most proud daughter. Well, what do you think? I wasn't misleading you, was I? This is the talent skill awakened by Boss Su. How formidable it is." A teasing voice echoed through the mechanical sounds, and Sun Han was beaming with delight. "Now you know not to underestimate me, right?" Sun Yu had long held a deep respect for his daughter's mention of Boss Su. He could scarcely fathom the extraordinary prowess of such a person capable of awakening the talent skills of Earth mechas. Could it be that this individual was a descendant of the supreme mechanics from the far reaches of the starry sky? To have connections with such a remarkable figure was indeed a blessing for her. Despite the turmoil within, upon hearing his daughter's words, Sun Yu couldn't help but smile sheepishly. Indeed, but the training machine is ultimately just a training machine. It cannot truly reflect the ferocity of your talent skill. How about this? I will switch to my own mecha, and we shall continue. It is indeed an opportunity to test the prowess of your innate talent. Upon hearing this, Sun Hani, who was previously quite pleased, instantly darkened her expression. Is this the competitive spirit of a middle-aged man? Just moments ago, he was reluctant to employ his mech, and yet now, his stance has shifted so drastically. Nevertheless, Sun Hani would not decline. After all, it was not often that she had the chance to witness her father's mech in action, let alone engage in combat with it. This presented a unique opportunity for her. She promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. Sighing with relief, Sun Yu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The thought of the renowned Starbreaker mech master being vanquished by an Earth mech master, even if the opponent was his own daughter, would surely tarnish his reputation. Moreover, he was genuinely eager to ascertain the true power of the Thunder Serpent's Fang. Gently caressing his wrist guard, a streak of black light flickered alongside a rumble of dark thunder. Boom! It materialized above the training ground. The UCD-24, the Soul Strength Type Starbreaker mech, Songlong. Standing at 50 meters tall, with a body weight of 1,600 tons, an engine power of 44 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 3.6 billion kilograms. It possessed the innate skill, Songyan, the flame of the heavens, incinerating the realm, burning relentlessly. Before that Songlong, even the towering 14-meter-high Wanjun Hongyue appeared as a mere infant, unable to reach even its waist. Despite having prepared herself mentally, the moment Sun Hani beheld the Starbreaker mech, admiration gleamed in her eyes. This was the true visage of a mech, one that could traverse the cosmos. Upon witnessing the sight of Wanjun Hongyue gazing upwards, Sun Yu could not help but smile softly, his tone imbued with buoyancy. Rest assured, you possess an A-grade talent. With diligence, you shall undoubtedly evolve into a Starbreaker mech master, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. I understand, came the mechanical voice from Wanjun Hongyue, resonating with unwavering determination. After laying her eyes upon the Starbreaker mech, Sun Hanyi's ambitions crystallized further. She is resolute in her path to becoming a Starbreaker mech master, with aspirations to challenge the Starfall and ascend to the lofty realm of the Celestial Mech Masters. Soon, she would pilot a mech through the cosmos, vanquishing Starbeast with a mere flick of her wrist, and standing atop the ranks of the elite. Come forth, unleash your innate skills, and let me witness the true extent of your power, echoed Sun Yu's voice from the Songlong, tinged with anticipation. The previous training mech, after all, was of inferior quality, and its destruction did not reveal the true might of the Thunder Serpent's Fang. Excellent. Wanjun Hongyue swiftly retreated, raising her arms above her head. ZZ. The crackling of thunder resonated, arcs of electricity flickering as a thunderball, twice the size of the previous one, swiftly took form atop Wanjun Hongyue's head. With a vigorous motion of her arms, sparks flew as the lightweight armor scraped against itself. Thunder erupted, lightning danced, spiraling into the air, resembling a thunder serpent with its gaping maw revealing two sharp fangs of lightning, aimed directly at the armor encasing Songlong's neck. Boom! The heavens echoed with thunder. As the lightning enveloped Songlong's form, arcs of electricity penetrating beneath the armor to reach the very bones. Bang! Feeling the tingling sensation brought forth by the current, Songlong gently waved his arms. The surge of energy erupted, instantly deflecting the arcs of electricity away. The fierce wind stirred the ground, causing even the formidable Wanjun Hongyue to sway under its might. This exemplifies the power of the Broken Star Mecha. A mere casual strike was sufficient to effortlessly neutralize the Earth Mecha's innate abilities, leaving it in disarray. This was also why Sun Yu had refrained from targeting Wanjun Hongyue directly. A sense of defeat welled up within him, and Sun Han-yi, nestled within Wanjun Hongyue, silently lowered his head. I have lost. Amidst the howling wolves, Sun Yu was far from tranquil. The potency of the Thunder Serpent's Fang exceeded his expectations. Wanjun Hongyue was merely an Earth 3-star mecha, yet this strike bore the force of a 6-star. This indicated an extraordinary synergy between the Thunder Serpent's Fang and Sun Han-yi's innate talent for thunder. Was it mere coincidence, or something more? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis emerged in Sun Yu's mind, one that sent a shiver down his spine. He suspected that the Thunder Serpent's Fang had been meticulously crafted by that esteemed Su, specifically tailored to complement Sun Han-yi's innate abilities. It not only awakened the Earth Mecha's innate skill, but also ensured a flawless connection between the innate skill and the Mecha Master. The level of craftsmanship possessed by that Su was beyond Sun Yu's comprehension. He lowered his head to offer comfort to the somewhat dejected Sun Han. Your strike was formidable, reaching at least the strength of a 6-star. This power is something I never possessed when I was at the Earth 3-star level. You must seize this strength. As your stellar energy increases, you will undoubtedly carve out your own path. Perhaps, you could even contend with the true prodigies of the Blue Star Alliance. Having departed from the Wanjun Red Moon, Sun Hani's expression shifted upon hearing the words. She was acutely aware of her father's disposition. Though he showered her with affection, he would never jest regarding such matters. This implied that her Thunder Serpent Fong truly possessed the strength of a 6-star entity. The previous gloom dissipated entirely, and her heart brimmed with renewed hope. Indeed, with Boss Su by my side, I shall undoubtedly succeed. When the Wanjun Red Moon ascends, I must seek his assistance for my own elevation. As this thought crossed her mind, a fleeting look of panic flickered in Sun Hani's eyes. But Boss Su must be quite expensive, right? Alas, I must earn some extra income. Sun Yu remained oblivious to Sun Hani's musings and instead harbored a profound interest in Su Bai. However, he refrained from asking Sun Hani to introduce him to Su Bai. He was reluctant to exploit his daughter's connections to approach the man, fearing that it might inadvertently affect her prospects. He would not allow his personal desires to jeopardize his daughter's future. Chapter 9. The Legacy of the Star-Level Mechanic? Setting a small goal inside the Achi Star Mechanic shop. Su Bai, reclining with his legs crossed, suddenly sneezed while engrossed in his raw magic. Following Sun Hani's transaction, the shop appeared particularly desolate today. Out of boredom, he opened his phone to play a game. After all, he lacked a mech otherwise. He would very much like to practice his mech piloting skills. After becoming a sky mech master, Su Bai swiftly perused the detailed parameters and prices of various mechs across the starry expanse. Yet, he found no mech that resonated with his innate talent for unity with all things. Su Bai's demands were modest. He simply desired a stunning appearance, balanced performance, and ideally, a 6-pointed star warrior. Above all, strong compatibility was paramount, for only then could the true power of harmonious integration be unleashed. As for the question of innate skills, it was of little consequence, as they could always be enhanced. Yet, despite the multitude of sky mechas available, he still had not discovered the one that captured his heart. Was he truly destined to create one himself? After completing today's daily tasks, Su Bai put away his phone and began to ponder. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he possessed a system that could awaken innate skills in Earth mechas, the endeavor of crafting a mecha was far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice mechanic. Furthermore, constructing a sky mecha required at least a 3-star mechanic to accomplish. Perceiving the host's desire, a random task is now issued to personally forge a mecha for your own use, with a time limit of 1 week. Task rewards: absolute control over the interstellar mechanic shop, and a celestial-grade defensive barrier. Task assistance: access to the teachings of mechanics below 3-star level for the host learning. Do you accept? Yes, no, what? The moment the system notification appeared, Su Bai sprang to his feet in astonishment. A new task had arrived. Absolute control over the interstellar mechanic shop? This did not evoke much excitement in Su Bai. Although there were some tools he could not yet utilize, he still possessed most of the permissions within the mechanic shop, making the notion of absolute control seem somewhat superfluous. However, the celestial-grade defensive barrier was indeed a valuable asset. In the Blue Star Alliance, the most formidable presence is undoubtedly the Celestial Mecha Master, a being so rare that they can be counted on one hand. Should one possess a defensive barrier of such caliber within their interstellar repair shop, it would compel any visitor to reconsider their intentions. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely, and even if the current clientele is sparse, Su Bai is convinced that once word spreads about his ability to awaken mechas and elevate their potential, his shop will soon be bustling with patrons. However, this attention will inevitably attract the interest of some unscrupulous individuals, and he must remain vigilant against those who might seek to exploit him. With such a barrier in place, he would be fearless within the confines of his shop. Should the need arise, relocating would be a trivial matter. After all, he is currently unencumbered, with his parents seemingly enjoying their own adventures in an unknown star system. Upon observing the final task assistance, Su Bai's gaze ignited with fervor. This is a repair shop. After all, even with formidable interstellar enhancements, there will inevitably be clients requiring standard maintenance services. Such maintenance demands a solid foundation of mechanical knowledge, particularly that of a star-level mechanic. The value of such knowledge, if sought externally, would be exorbitantly high. Yet here he is, afforded the opportunity to learn without any cost. This is an incredible benefit. Without hesitation, Su Bai chose to accept the task. The moment he did so, a new option emerged on the system panel. Task Assistance. Inherited techniques for mechanics below 3 stars. He placed his finger upon the inherited techniques, and a dazzling array of knowledge appeared before him. Inheritance of skills for 1-star mechanic. Switching exoskeletons. Inheritance of skills for 2-star mechanic. Armor reflective film. Inheritance of skills for 3-star mechanic. Core power explosion. As Subai gazed upon the array of skills, tears began to cascade from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, he chose the most basic option at the bottom. Mechanic training from novice to advanced. There was no other choice. He was merely a novice mechanic, unable to comprehend the more intricate techniques. With a heavy heart, he resolved to start with the fundamentals. The moment he made his selection, a substantial tome materialized in his hands, indistinguishable from the advanced mechanics manual that would cost 100,000 star coins outside. Subai thought to himself, well, the names are the same. Perhaps I was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Viewed from another perspective, this saved him a fortune of 100,000 star coins. Silently, he began to peruse the book, skipping over the knowledge he had already mastered and quickly delving into the intermediate content. Perhaps it was due to his awakening of the SSS level talent and his ascension to the rank of Sky Mechanic. But knowledge that had previously eluded him now seemed to flow effortlessly. In merely 2 hours, he had completely grasped the techniques of an intermediate mechanic, qualifying him as a competent intermediate mechanic. After glancing outside at the sky, Subai closed the book and exited the interstellar mechanic shop. Upon returning home, he surveyed the somewhat desolate living room and shook his head in resignation. Alas, why make it so empty? Perhaps this is the burden of growth. With that thought, he proceeded to turn on the interstellar computer in the living room. Subsequently, he opened several live streams, cranking the volume to its maximum. Subai's residence is situated in a prestigious community at the heart of Yuhai City, where the design emphasizes 1 unit per floor, ensuring exceptional soundproofing and no disturbance to neighbors. In the past, when his parents were home, Subai never dared to act so freely. But now, he is liberated. The sky is vast for birds to soar, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. After a day filled with busyness, he surely deserves some relaxation. Meanwhile, aboard an interstellar spaceship that had just departed from the Blue Star Alliance, Su Nantian, who was resting with closed eyes, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The commotion stirred Zhou Mo Yun from her slumber, causing her to grab the soft flesh at his waist and perform a complete 180-degree turn. Are you sleeping? Why are you so startled? Suppressing a chuckle, Su Nantian replied, just getting used to the bed. Let us continue sleeping. As dawn broke, Subai, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, made his way to the interstellar repair shop. He yawned on the way, having succumbed to indulgence last night upon feeling his newfound freedom. Despite now being a Sky Mech engineer, weariness had set in. He realized he had overindulged and resolved to cultivate self-discipline. Today's objective, to become a high-level mech engineer. Arriving at the shop, Subai entered a state of introspection, reflecting on his previous actions with disdain. He resolved to amend his ways and set a small goal for the day, to undoubtedly become an interstellar repair engineer. Chapter 10. A new customer? Is it really her? Upon entering the shop, Subai spread out from novice to advanced mech engineer on his desk, preparing to commence his studies for the day. Ding. Your establishment has received a 5-star review. Please take note. As soon as I took my seat, my phone buzzed with this notification. Upon opening it, I noticed an additional commendation on the reviews section of the store I uploaded to Star Network. The Queen of Thunder and Lightning remarked, "The boss is kind, handsome, and exceptionally skilled. It was my most delightful experience. I sincerely hope everyone gives it a try." There was no need for contemplation. It was evidently a comment from Sun Hani. Last night, she had already expressed her gratitude to me and mentioned how the power of the Razor's Fang could elevate the 1 June Red Moon by 3 stars. Now, seeing this 5-star review, I couldn't help but smile faintly. With such praise, business should gradually improve, wouldn't it? I had considered promoting the awakening of mecha talents directly, yet, who would believe such claims? After all, I had merely uploaded some images of the interstellar repair shop, and I was already labeled a fraud. Claiming I could awaken their mecha talents would likely lead to accusations of false advertising. I could only rely on the gradual accumulation of a good reputation. Nonetheless, having received the first commendation, perhaps the critics would finally fall silent. I mused as I continued to peruse the comments section. Beneath Sun Hani's comment, there was already 100 layers of replies. The original poster must be a shill. Indeed, How can such a clearly fake repair shop garner good reviews? Come on, how much did you pay for a review? Let's split the cost. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Who are you calling kind and handsome? Are you referring to the repair skills? Smirking. JPG, I truly do not wish to be the one who understands immediately. Subai, truly. Nothing can deter the incessant clatter of these keyboard warriors. I shall refrain from perusing the comments section any longer, lest I invite unnecessary distress upon myself. First, I must enhance my mechanical skills, for there are still numerous esteemed mechanics techniques awaiting my mastery. Ding dong. Just as Subai settled into his seat, the doorbell chimed. As the automatic doors slid open, a petite yet remarkably affluent young lady appeared at the entrance of the repair shop. She wore a beret pulled low over her brow and a pink mask, seemingly intent on concealing her identity. Upon catching sight of Subai, Xiao Mingyan inquired softly, "Excuse me, are you the esteemed boss, Su?" Subai nodded and responded with a radiant smile, "Indeed, that is me. How may I assist you?" As expected, it was indeed said that the most striking figure in the shop was the owner himself. Xiao Mingyan then removed her beret, revealing a dazzling smile, her dark hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Subai felt an uncanny familiarity with the young lady before him, though he could not quite place where he had seen her before. "Greetings, boss. I am Xiao Mingyan. I came upon the introduction from EE, and I must say, you are quite remarkable to have repaired the Red Moon," she said, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. However, her gaze soon fell upon the book titled From Novice to Advanced in Mechanical Repair resting on the table. ISNT had said that Boss Su possesses extraordinary skills. Likely a formidable interstellar mechanic? Why, then, is he perusing such a beginner's text? Did he deceive me? It is rather unexpected. That young lady surely wouldn't just about the blood moon. Suddenly, Subai clapped his hands together, startling Xiao Mingyan, who instinctively recoiled, causing a ripple of emotions within her. "It dawned on me. You are that renowned internet celebrity?" Subai remarked, noting that Xiao Mingyan appeared quite familiar. He had stumbled upon her live stream just the previous day, and such an adorable yet formidable young lady inevitably captured his attention more than once. There was no ulterior motive, merely admiration. "Oh, do you know me, boss?" Xiao Mingyan replied, her tone tinged with surprise. As the slight jolt to her heart had set off a tremor of excitement within her, she dismissed Subai's conjecture. After all, if he was indeed one of her fans, he couldn't possibly be a fraud. "I am here to seek your assistance in upgrading my mech. May I?" Her voice wavered slightly, for she had heard of Subai's impeccable craftsmanship. Though his fees were steep, it was quite reasonable for a star-level mechanic. Her concern lay in the reputation of star-level mechanics, known for their temperaments. If he were unwilling, she would be left without recourse. Money is not an issue. Subai hesitated upon hearing this. He was uncertain of how many interstellar points an upgrade would require. "Please bring forth your mech for me to examine," he suggested, leading the way to the first maintenance room. Xiao Mingyan hurriedly followed suit, interpreting Subai's actions as an agreement, her anticipation mounting. Indeed, one learns throughout life. This boss was ready to assist with her upgrade without even inquiring about her specific needs. Xiao Mingyan was indeed an internet celebrity. But she bore another title. She was the top student of her freshman class at Star Sea University. Shanghai University, situated in the provincial capital of Nanjing, Yundu, stands as one of the top 100 prestigious institutions within the vast Stellar Alliance. Among the myriad of mecha universities across the Stellar Alliance, which are conservatively estimated to number in the tens of thousands, being ranked within the top 100 is a testament to its exceptional caliber. In the Blue Star Alliance, there are merely 8 universities that can claim a place among the elite 100, with China alone boasting 4 of them. Xiao Mingyan's ability to shine at Shanghai University is undoubtedly attributed to her S-class talent, the Golden Flame of Destruction. This golden flame, surpassing even the azure flame in quality, harnesses the power of the sun and moon, amalgamating the essence of heaven and earth, and stands as one of the mightiest forces in existence. The golden flame bears a touch of the sun's fiery essence, possessing an unparalleled temperature that reduces anything it touches to nothingness. Upon arriving at the maintenance bay, Xiao Mingyan did not hesitate. She activated her wristband, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the space. Before her stood a figure clad in golden armor, resembling a Valkyrie, with mechanical wings that ended in sharp blades, each layer distinct. The ion thrusters at the rear shimmered with a faint golden glow, revealing the BR-23 series, a limited edition Earth mecha known as the Golden Valkyrie. Standing at 16 meters tall and weighing 32 tons, it boasts an impressive horsepower of 880. kW and a thrust of 90 million kilograms. Though classified as an Earth mecha, its unique core material grants it the potential to transcend into a sky mecha, possibly evolving into a star-treading mecha. Gazing upon the golden Valkyrie, which resembled a work of art, Subai couldn't help but marvel at the profitability of internet fame. Despite being an Earth mecha, the golden Valkyrie is at least twice the price of the Red Moon. Nevertheless, given its classification as an Earth mecha, the interstellar points required should not be excessively high, one would hope. Gradually approaching the golden Valkyrie, Subai extended his right arm to lightly touch its golden armor. Detected the Earth 9 stars mecha, meeting the conditions for interstellar enhancement. As the mecha level reaches the requirements for ascension, a second-tier enhancement is needed, requiring 100 interstellar points. Shall we proceed with the enhancement? The second-tier enhancement will not only elevate the target mecha but also enhance the equipment grade by 1 tier. Improve the core by 1 tier, and awaken mid-tier talent skills, along with randomly awakening specialized attributes. Chapter 11. The repair shop with just the two of us. Does he intend to specialized attributes? Is this the distinction between the second tier and first tier? Has the talent skill truly ascended from a lower tier to a higher tier? Subai could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation. According to Sun Han, the so-called low-tier talent skills provided by the system seem to differ significantly from those in the outside world. The offered adaptability and power far exceed what is deemed low-tier, likely reaching mid-tier levels. If this mid-tier talent skill could rival the high tier, then high-tier talent skills are exclusive to mechas above the Starbreaker level. After careful consideration, Subai turned his gaze towards Xiao Mingyan. Upon noticing his scrutiny, Xiao Mingyan immediately tensed up, feeling as though Subai's gaze was akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey, sending chills down her spine and raising the hairs on her arms. What does the shop owner intend to do? With just the two of us in the repair shop, does he truly mean to no way? Someone as handsome as him should not be a beast in human guise. Yet if he truly intends to do something, what should I do? As a social media influencer, Xiao Mingyan occasionally glanced at the barrage of comments and the viewers' messages, which were rife with all manner of vulgarities. She felt somewhat uncertain about the situation. Were she to rely on her current prowess as a sky mecha master, she would undoubtedly be fearless in the outside world. However, at present, she lacked a mecha. Before her stood Mr. Su, who appeared formidable, leaving her without confidence. Upon catching a glimpse of his gaze, which resembled that of a recovering individual, Xiao Mingyan realized she had been overthinking, and her cheeks flushed crimson. When she heard him mention the exorbitant price, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. It's all right, I am financially capable. Setting aside her family's circumstances, the earnings from her streaming endeavors over the past year had already exceeded 10 million. She considered herself a petite heiress, as long as she could ascend. Money was but a trivial matter. That's splendid. The cost for ascension is approximately 20 million star coins, Subai stated, observing Xiao Mingyan's confidence. This price seemed quite reasonable, considering the potential to awaken talents comparable to high-tier abilities, alongside the chance to develop a unique specialization. Charging 200 million for a mere 100,000 cost was hardly unreasonable, was it? If word got out, it would likely be in high demand. No problem. Isn't it just 20? How much? Just as Xiao Mingyan was about to blurt out a response, she found herself momentarily dazed. She had heard that Mr. Su charged approximately 10 times the market price for repairs on the Red Moon. How had it escalated to 40 times merely for an ascension? Wasn't this a case of taking advantage of the naive? It seems I don't possess that much money. Could you possibly lower the price? Xiao Mingyan resorted to a playful charm offensive, hoping to exploit the fact that Subai was one of her fans. Oh, well, that seems impossible, Subai replied, his eyes narrowing into slits, and his demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. The words of beautiful women are indeed untrustworthy. As my mother has often remarked, just moments ago, she was adamant about her wealth, yet now she demands a discount. What a disappointment. Xiao Mingyan exclaimed in confusion. Wasn't it agreed that he would be my fan? Why is he so unyielding? Is he looking down on me? Subai's gaze pierced Xiao Mingyan's heart deeply. She could hardly fathom that she would ever be subjected to scorn. Since her birth, she had been the center of admiration, cherished by her family. Even as she ventured into the realm of online fame, most of her followers affectionately referred to her as Princess, a title she relished. But today, to be belittled by a peer who claimed to be her fan? A straight man. He deserves to be single. Very well, if it's 20 million. Then so be it. My stipulation is that you must awaken your innate abilities and elevate the potential of the golden armored Valkyrie to the star ascending level. If you can achieve this, I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Fueled by indignation, Xiao Mingyan boldly stated her demands. Although the live stream had only yielded a profit of 10 million star coins, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Xiao family in Nanjing. As the most outstanding talent of her generation, her allowance amounted to nearly 10 million star coins, so she could afford to go all in. The girl's fighting spirit was ignited. With Xiao Mingyan's declaration, Subai was more than willing. Very well, let us draft a contract. Perhaps I can even offer you a delightful surprise. He proceeded to draft a contract and presented it to Xiao Mingyan. He had no choice. He needed to secure the funds through the contract, as his interstellar points were insufficient for an upgrade. Xiao Mingyan's request for a second-tier enhancement was entirely feasible. As for the special trait, which was said to have a chance of acquisition, he chose not to include it in the contract due to uncertainty. Xiao Mingyan meticulously reviewed the contract, for she was a diligent individual, far more attentive to such matters than Sun Han. After confirming that everything was in order, she signed the document and transferred the funds to Subai. The Starry Vault received a staggering 20 million star coins. Gazing at her bank account, which now reflected a mere single-digit balance, Xiao Mingyan felt a pang of speechlessness. Was this truly the culmination of a year's hard work, dissipated so swiftly? Indeed. It seemed that spending money was far easier than earning it. In stark contrast, Subai was experiencing a financial windfall for the first time in his life. His heart brimmed with joy as a radiant smile illuminated his face. All right, just a moment. Xiao Mingyan was left in stunned silence, taken aback by Subai's transformation. How could one change their demeanor so abruptly? Ugh, what a scoundrel! Unaware of Xiao Mingyan's inner thoughts, Subai cheerfully strode toward the repair station, clutching the freshly acquired star coins. Before him stood the golden-armored Valkyrie, and he found himself fondly enamored with the very object that had bestowed upon him 20 million star coins. He was determined to awaken a remarkable innate talent for it. Perhaps an S-grade talent? Golden flame incineration? Subai stroked his chin with his left hand, extending his right to rest upon the golden armor of the Valkyrie. A burst of white light erupted. Recharge successful, commencing second-tier enhancement now. As the system prompt resonated, the temperature within the room began to rise, a wave of heat enveloping the space. Suddenly, a golden radiance flickered, exuding an intense and searing warmth that was difficult to behold. This fluctuation in temperature momentarily startled Xiao Mingyan, who stood outside the maintenance room. She hastily directed her gaze toward the room, murmuring to herself, "Is this a fire attribute talent skill? Has it truly awakened?" It appeared that the expenditure was not in vain. Although 2 million star coins had been spent, the cost of upgrading a special Earth mecha, like the golden armored Valkyrie, to a sky mecha typically exceeded that of ordinary mechs by a factor of 2. Approximately 1 million star coins was the standard price, and possessing a talent skill would further escalate this cost severfold. Thus, the sum of 2 million star coins seemed quite reasonable. While a small fortune had dissipated, the enhancement of her strength considerably uplifted Xiao Mingyan's spirits as she eagerly awaited the opening of the maintenance room door. Chapter 12. Scoundrel. With a clatter, the mechanical door swung open, unleashing an even more intense wave of heat. Even Xiao Mingyan, who possessed the golden flame talent, felt a slight discomfort in the face of this fervent aura. Fortunately, she quickly acclimated, her eyes sparkling with starlight. "Boss Su?" she tentatively inquired as she slowly stepped into the maintenance chamber. The scene before her caused her eyes to widen in astonishment, her breath quickening. The golden-armored Valkyrie, no. It should now be referred to as the Platinum Valkyrie, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once golden armor now gleamed in a more understated platinum hue, adorned with vivid golden flame patterns that danced as if they were truly ablaze. The height of the mech has been elevated from a previous 16 meters to an impressive 22 meters, surpassing the capabilities of the typical Sky Tier 2 mechs. However, the most significant alteration lies within its core. Traditionally, the Earth mech's core utilizes helium stone, while the core of the Golden Valkyrie is unique, incorporating a variant of helium stone enriched with approximately 30% light stone. Now, its core has undergone a profound transformation to a Mangzhou. This energy source, which is superior to light stone, is typically employed in star-treading mechs, possessing the potential to evolve into a star-breaking mech. In essence, the current Platinum Valkyrie, upon entering the Sky Mech realm, has unlocked the possibility of becoming a star-breaking mech. This singular enhancement leads Xiao Mingyan to believe that her investment of 20 million star coins has been exceedingly worthwhile. The market price for any star-breaking mech easily exceeds 100 million. Moreover, the recently synced aura has already demonstrated that her Platinum Valkyrie has awakened an exceptionally powerful innate skill. It is an undeniable profit. At this moment, Xiao Mingyin's gaze towards Su Bai is transformed from one of resentment to profound respect. Her already beautiful eyes now shimmer with added allure, exuding a captivating charm. Thank you, Boss Su. May I take it for a test? Xiao Mingyin is nearly unable to contain her eagerness to experience the changes in the Platinum Valkyrie firsthand. Observing her enthusiasm, Su Bai playfully withheld some information. Go ahead and discover the delightful surprise I mentioned earlier. Xiao Mingyin was utterly astonished. Is this not the surprise Boss Su spoke of? She believed that enhancing the core and materials of the Platinum Valkyrie to such a degree was the surprise that Su Bai had previously mentioned. Little did she expect that there would be further surprises awaiting her. This was simply a treasure of a man. The way Xiao Mingyin looked at Su Bai had completely transformed. It was difficult to describe, but there was an odd glimmer in her gaze that left Su Bai momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. Miss Xiao. He awkwardly gestured to the corner of his mouth, indicating that she might want to wipe away her drool. He hadn't anticipated that such a prominent internet celebrity would exhibit such an infatuated demeanor. Was she truly this enamored with mechas? Xiao Mingyin, feeling utterly embarrassed, could practically dig a hole to hide in. At a loss for words, she swiftly leaped into the confines of the Platinum Valkyrie. With her entrance, the eyes of the Platinum Valkyrie illuminated, and the mechanical wings unfurled behind her like an angel taking flight. After a brief adjustment of its form, Xiao Mingyin raised an eyebrow in astonishment. In an instant, the Platinum Valkyrie, which had been positioned in front of Su Bai, now loomed behind him, creating a gust that rattled the surrounding apparatus, producing a series of metallic clinks. Xiao Mingyin's voice trembled with excitement. This is a specialty trait? Instant step. Despite having regarded Su Bai as a deity, she could hardly fathom that the little surprise he mentioned was, in fact, a specialty trait. And not just any trait, but one akin to a divine skill. Instant step? Is this what Su Bai referred to as a little surprise? Whose idea of a little surprise includes a specialty trait? While innate abilities are undoubtedly formidable, they pale in comparison to the specialized characteristics of one's mech. The utilization of innate abilities is directly tied to the prowess of the mech pilot. Only a sufficiently powerful pilot can unleash a substantial number of these abilities. In contrast, specialized characteristics are inherent to the mech itself and can be activated with minimal consumption of star energy. Research has indicated that the star energy required to employ specialized characteristics is merely one-third that of innate abilities. This implies that, under equivalent star energy conditions, one could wield specialized characteristics over 3 times more than innate abilities. The ability I possess, termed Instant Step, as its name suggests, allows the mech to achieve instantaneous acceleration, approaching the effect of teleportation. This can undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card. At present, Su Bai has transcended mere admiration in Xiao Mingyin's eyes. He has become a deity. However, a word of caution, should the equipment be damaged, compensation will be necessary. Su Bai's cold voice cut through the fervor of Xiao Mingyin's heart like a bucket of cold water. Xiao Mingyin exclaimed, compensate, compensate, compensate. How stingy. Humph. Scoundrel. Sometimes, a woman's indignation defies reason. Yet, she wisely refrained from voicing such thoughts. Having witnessed Su Bai's prowess as a mechanic, she could no longer seek assistance from other repair specialists. What if provoking Su Bai meant he would cease to provide maintenance and repairs for her? This was a pillar of support she intended to cling to. No one could pry her away. You may assess whether the innate ability suits you, Su Bai suggested. Observing that Xiao Mingyin, the Platinum Valkyrie, remained motionless, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps we should step outside to test it. It seems impractical to demonstrate here. With her specialized abilities, she found herself less eager for innate skills. She promptly departed from the Platinum Valkyrie, storing it within her wristband. Could you add me on Douyin, Boss Su? She inquired as she took out her phone, hoping to exchange contact information with Su Bai. Su Bai, recognizing her as a significant client who had just spent 20 million star coins, did not refuse. After all, there might be further opportunities for profit in the future. After successfully adding each other on Douyin, Xiao Mingyin donned her beret and mask once more, waving goodbye to Su Bai as she exited the repair shop. She glanced at the nearby book titled From Novice to Advanced Mechanic and suddenly smacked her forehead. Realizing she had forgotten an important task, Today marked her entry into the ranks of advanced mechanics. I must study, she resolved. Once she mastered the inherited techniques of those star-level mechanics, she could begin sourcing materials. Observing the balance of 19,500,000 star coins in her account, Subai felt a surge of contentment. While immersing himself in mechanic knowledge, he pondered over the construction of his mecha. Chapter 13. Come. Let us duel. These 5 elements represent the core components of mechas available on the market. As for armor and specialization types, they largely reflect the initial design intentions, with theoretical implications being more significant. The specialization types include speed, strength, armament, and balance. However, the 2 enhancements Subai had previously chosen were both speed-oriented mechas, characterized by light armor and superior mobility. In contrast, the strength and armament variants were heavily armored, with a focus on the quantity of equipment, akin to a heavy artillery operator. Balance emerges as the most costly form, blending both light and heavy armor, alongside the use of various equipment, of which few possess the capability to master. This is also the target type for Subai. It is indeed a challenging endeavor, as there always seems to be something lacking. As Subai delves deeper into the understanding of mechas, he increasingly feels that these machines do not align well with his innate talents. The essence of unity with all things dictates that the surrounding metallic and energetic substances merge with oneself, thereby rendering both the power-oriented and speed-oriented types inadequate. The former would face severe overload upon acquiring these metallic substances, while the latter would be unable to bear their weight. Even the aspect of balance remains somewhat ambiguous to him. At that moment, Subai caught a glimpse of a small line of text in the corner of a book. The theoretically most perfect balanced mecha is the close combat mecha. However, the limitations of close combat mechas are significant, as the disparity in size inevitably leads to insufficient power. Upon reading this, Subai's eyes lit up. Yes, the close combat mecha. This is precisely what suits me. In that instant, he finally found his direction. The close combat mecha, also known as mecha armament, has the limitation that the difference in size means that even with the same core power source, it cannot match the strength of a standard mecha. Yet, in Subai's perspective, this limitation is non-existent. He possesses the talent of universal integration, allowing him to temporarily mobilize and synthesize the surrounding metallic elements into new weapons and armor, equaling the power of a conventional mecha. He could even use the mecha armament as a core, further integrating it with a new mecha externally. Upon contemplating this, his gaze ignited with fervor, darting restlessly. However, he knew that he first needed to procure suitable materials. The quality did not need to be exceedingly high, for he possessed the ability to enhance through interstellar means, allowing him to gradually elevate his skills. The decision was made. With a clear objective, Subai's reading pace doubled. He was but a breath away from fulfilling the ambitious claim he made earlier about ascending to the ranks of advanced mechanical engineers. In the province of Nanjing, within the city of Yundu, at Star Sea University, she had sought out Sun Hani, yet it seemed that the latter was occupied with additional classes, leaving her no choice but to abandon her pursuit. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, countless gazes converged upon her. After all, Xiao Mingyan was not merely the top student of Star Sea University, but also its belle. Wherever she roamed, admiration followed her like a shadow. "Hey, shorty, come and battle me." A bright and lively voice pierced through the thoughts of Xiao Mingyan, who was silently condemning Subai's misdeeds. Turning to face the source, she beheld a girl with flowing ice-blue hair glimmering in the afterglow of the setting sun. With skin as smooth as jade and striking features, the girl stood about 1.7 meters tall, exuding an upright elegance. She pointed her delicate finger at Xiao Mingyan, her smile radiating an inviting warmth. If there were to be any flaw, it would be that this young lady possessed a somewhat flat figure, starkly contrasting with Xiao Mingyan's voluptuous form. Observing this, Xiao Mingyan felt a twinge of exasperation. Another round. At the airport? You again? Just a defeated foe. Zhao Mengwei, unfazed by the remark, continued to smile, albeit with a hint of disdain. Humph. We've battled 108 times. I've emerged victorious 25 times, drawn 58 times, and lost 25 times. Is that what you call a defeated foe? Moreover, I have now become a Sky Mecha Master. Surrender obediently, and I shall spare you. At this point, Zhao Mingyue's smile broadened. She and Xiao Mingyan had been childhood friends, often compared to one another since their youth. Indeed, she had worked hard. Although she had only awakened an A-grade talent, the frigid ice soul, she could still hold her own against Xiao Mingyan in their encounters. In this regard, Xiao Mingyan held great admiration for her. However, the latter's penchant for calling her little shorty irked her immensely. Is that so? Then I shall see how you intend to teach me a lesson. Upon hearing that Zhao Mingyue had also become a sky mecha master, a mischievous smile graced Zhao Mingyan's lips. No matter how the other S-mecha advanced, it would never compare to her own platinum Valkyrie. Coincidentally, there was still a talent skill yet to be tested. Since you have come to me, I shall not hold back. The conversation between the two young women drew the attention of the surrounding students, for these two were the top and second in the current class of Star Sea University, and they were also co-champions of the campus beauty rankings. One was striking and valiant, while the other was petite and charming. Each possessed their unique allure, boasting dedicated fan clubs. They had yet to witness a formal battle between the two, only hearing that their previous encounters had ended in draws. Zhao Mingyan's position at the top was largely due to her S-grade talent, golden flame devouring sky. Nevertheless, Zhao Mingyue's frigid ice soul was not to be underestimated. Being hailed as the talent closest to the elite level, are the two goddesses about to engage in battle? Goodness, how thrilling. Quickly, to the arena. If we delay, there may not be any spots left. Ha ha ha. This is not merely a contest for the top position. It is a battle of campus beauties as well. What relevance does this have to the competition for the campus bell? Aren't they engaged in a mech battle? Where exactly are we? This is Star Sea University. How could the campus bell possess beauty without strength? Well, you do seem to have a point. The news of the impending mech battle between the two has ignited the entire Star Sea University. The vast arena was instantaneously filled to capacity. Not only the current freshmen have gathered, but many senior students from previous years have also come. Even several instructors have taken their seats in the audience. Lin Yu, it appears that Zhao Mingyue is one of your students. Why has she clashed with my student? At the very top of the spectator stands, a woman adorned in striking makeup turned to Wang Bingyu, her tone dripping with provocation. The elegant and aloof Wang Bingyu merely cast a fleeting glance at her. Li Mingran. This is a matter between students. We shall merely observe. How dull. Noting Wang Bingyu's dismissal of her taunts, Li Mingran felt somewhat disheartened. She could only shift her gaze to the arena below. The protagonists of this contest, Zhao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue, have already taken their positions at either end of the arena. Chapter 14. A Spectacle of Attention. The battle for supremacy at Star Sea University. The mech combat arena at Star Sea University spans approximately 10,000 square meters, arguably the largest of its kind in the entire South Jiang province. This arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, is now filled to the brim, with students and faculty from Star Sea University, as well as attendees from neighboring schools, flocking to witness the duel between the two young women. As both parties entered, a round, rotund object appeared on the central luminous screen, remarkably adorned with eyes and a mouth, resembling some form of life. This was Pyre, the AI referee capable of assessing the wear and tear of the mechs through the stellar sensors within the arena. Should one side suffer a fatal blow or accumulate damage reaching 70%, it would declare the other side victorious. This advanced technology was designed to ensure the utmost safety of the participants while allowing them to engage in exhilarating combat. Welcome to the combat arena of Star Sea University. I am the referee for this mech battle, Pyre of Star Sea. Now, may both contestants board their machines. A somewhat endearing synthetic voice resonated throughout the arena. Zhao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue simultaneously activated the stellar rings on their wrists. A soft blue and platinum glow illuminated the entire space. The platinum Valkyrie and another mech, clad in an icy blue armor embellished with mechanical spines, wielding a formidable ice blue blade, appeared. Snowflake patterns blossomed across the icy blue chassis, and the heavy armor on the shoulders resembled two icy blades, crowned with a warrior's helmet, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. The IC-235, a power-type sky mech, known as the Ice Sword Master, stood at a height of 20 meters, weighed 120 tons. With an engine power of 8 million kilowatts and a thrust of 120 million kilograms. Among typical sky mechs, the Ice Sword Master boasted exceptional thrust, which enabled it to propel its heavily armored body. Is this truly the Ice Sword Master? It is said that Zhao Mingyue spent a considerable fortune to acquire this mech. I believe it was around 1 million star coins, wasn't it? How enviable. The price is enough to purchase 2 sky mechs. Is this the realm of the affluent? It is somewhat regrettable that the Ice Sword Master lacks a talent skill. Otherwise, its value could soar tenfold. How splendid. Wait, what is that machine belonging to Zhao Mingyan? With an exclamation, the audience finally noticed Zhao Mingyan's platinum Valkyrie. Unlike the ostentatious golden Valkyrie, The Platinum Valkyrie exudes a sense of understated luxury, its entire body radiating a subtle sheen of platinum that evokes an air of mystery. More importantly, in comparison to the flamboyance of the Ice Sword Master, the Platinum Valkyrie is equally impressive, with its platinum hem and golden flame patterns. Coupled with a towering height of 2 meters above the Ice Sword Master, making it hard to discern that this is a speed-type mech. Moreover, at this moment, the mechanical wings behind the Platinum Valkyrie have fully unfurled, resembling an angelic figure. Has Xiao Mingyan's Golden Valkyrie evolved? What shall we call this one? It appears even more magnificent than before. By the heavens, are those wings behind it for real? Why do they seem so harmonious? Within 5 minutes, provide me with all the information regarding this mech. The crowd promptly shifted their praises from the Ice Sword Master to the Platinum Valkyrie. It is undeniable that, in terms of appearance, the Platinum Valkyrie indisputably outshines. Sequence unknown, Platinum Valkyrie, standing at a height of 22 meters and weighing 150 tons, with an engine power of 100,000 kW and a thrust of 2 million kilograms. The announcement of these parameters rendered the previously boisterous audience utterly silent. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, someone finally reacted. Is this for real? Can a speed-type mech possess such weight, power, and thrust? Is this some kind of joke? Is this truly a speed-type mech? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could there have been an error in the parameters? And what is this ambiguous sequence? Could it be a mech that has yet to be unveiled? The events unfolding before them transcended their comprehension. This bewilderment extended beyond mere students and onlookers. Even the faculty at Shanghai University found themselves momentarily perplexed. Li Minggran gazed at her disciple's mech, her mind filled with a multitude of questions. What is this? What kind of advancement could possibly evolve a mech to such an extraordinary level? While amateurs observed with curiosity, the connoisseurs discerned the nuances. As a mentor at Shanghai University, Li Minggran instantly recognized the stark contrast between this Platinum Valkyrie and the previous Golden Valkyrie. Wang Bingyu, standing nearby, also perceived the mech's exceptional nature. Her pupils constricted, and her eternally composed countenance revealed a flicker of emotion as she turned to Li Minggran and inquired, "Have you secured a star-level mechanic for her?" In her view, such a drastic transformation of the Golden Valkyrie could only be achieved by a highly skilled star-level mechanic, and likely one of considerable renown. No, who knows about her? However, this girl has certainly surprised me. It seems your little one is about to lose. Li Minggran outright denied Wang Bingyu's speculation. Although she was unaware of how Xiao Mingyan had advanced, the outcome of this battle was already determined, and her mood was exceptionally buoyant. Wang Bingyu, upon hearing this, chose not to counter. She was not one to engage in empty bravado, and could only gaze solemnly below. Zhao Mingyue, piloting the Ice Sword Master, felt a moment of bewilderment upon seeing the Platinum Valkyrie. She had anticipated that with her advancement to Sky Mech Master, she would effortlessly defeat Xiao Mingyan. Who would have thought the opponent would unveil such a surprise? If anyone could truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of the Platinum Valkyrie, it was undoubtedly her. At that moment, gazing at the mech before her, with wings unfurled like an angel, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within her. To her astonishment, "You possess such skills. Truly remarkable, you little imp." Zhao Mingyue's voice, filled with gritted teeth, emanated from the Ice Sword Master. "Ha ha ha, an airport. Let us not point fingers, I simply ask. Was this contest your idea? Now you blame me? Prepare to be thoroughly beaten." Xiao Mingyan's tone was decidedly relaxed as she expressed her gratitude once more to Su Bai. The duel commenced. At that moment, Pierre officially announced the start of the competition. As his words resonated, the Ice Sword Master sprang into action, activating its leg particle accelerator. A pale blue beam erupted, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. With both hands firmly grasping the great sword raised above her head, she forcefully executed a diagonal strike at a 45-degree angle. The advanced technique of the mech master, the sweeping slash. The overwhelming presence of the Platinum Valkyrie instilled a sense of urgency. To secure victory, she had no choice but to strike preemptively. Should this blow land, even the most formidable armor would surely suffer devastating damage. The colossal sword descended like a mountain, its razor edge poised to strike the Platinum Valkyrie. Chapter 15. The sun plummets. In an instant, bang, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by a cloud of dust. The arena's tiled floor cracked like a spider's web under the force of the blow, and with the fierce gusts of wind, a yellow mist enveloped the battleground. The audience grew anxious. "No, wait. We can't see anything. Has it struck? Don't keep us in suspense. We're desperate to know. The Ice Sword Master's powerful slash, if it had indeed connected, would undoubtedly hinder the Platinum Valkyrie's mobility. Their curiosity about the outcome was palpable. Soon, the haze began to dissipate. However, only the Ice Sword Master remained, poised with his sword still raised, while the Platinum Valkyrie had vanished from sight. Huh? Where's the Platinum Valkyrie? She couldn't have been taken down in a single blow, could she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, look to the sky. At that moment, the spectators glanced upwards to the heights of 100 meters, where, unbeknownst to them, the Platinum Valkyrie had taken to the air. Surveying the crowd from above, her mechanical wings emitted a soft beam of particles, her arms crossed, embodying an otherworldly grace. Suddenly, she extended her right hand. Boom. Flames ignited. A golden blaze materialized in her palm, and even against the sunlight, the heat waves emanating from the golden flames were unmistakably discernible. The sweltering heat enveloped the crowd beyond the protective barrier, leaving many parched and hastily seeking water to quench their thirst. In an instant, the golden flames transformed into a resplendent golden spear, wielded by the Platinum Valkyrie, who now truly embodied the essence of a warrior maiden. With the spear's tip pointed downward and the particle accelerator propelling her from behind, she descended from the heavens with a thunderous impact. As she plummeted, the sound of air being torn apart accompanied the wave of scorching heat that cascaded downwards, reminiscent of a golden meteor. The golden flames adorning the spear erupted violently due to the rapid friction, instantly enveloping the Platinum Valkyrie's form. Armed with the spear and clad in shimmering platinum armor, she was engulfed in an inferno. Her innate ability, Falling Sun, unleashed its might as she approached ever closer. Zhao Mingyue, the Ice Sword Master, stood drenched in sweat. Her gaze fixated in a daze upon the figure charging towards her like the blazing sun. She yearned to evade, yet struck by overwhelming shock. She momentarily forgot to discard the colossal sword embedded in the ground, resulting in her inability to dodge in time. The arena beneath her feet began to dissolve, embedding her firmly in place, rendering escape utterly impossible. She could scarcely believe that her longtime rival had, unbeknownst to her, distanced herself so dramatically. Not a shred of strength remained for a counterattack. Reflecting on their previous encounters, such a scenario had never unfolded before. Who could her opponent have trained with to achieve such prowess? This was the last question swirling in Zhao Mingyue's mind. With a resounding crash, the falling sun struck the ground, igniting the arena into a conflagration. A torrential wave of heat relentlessly battered the barrier surrounding the arena, causing the front-row spectators to gasp in alarm. The duel concluded, and the victor emerged, the Platinum Valkyrie, as countless jets of water extinguished the golden flames within the arena. Pierre announced the conclusion of the mech competition. The golden blaze dissipated, leaving only the figure of the Platinum Valkyrie standing resolutely in the arena. Outside, the Ice Swordsman, whose armor had been scorched black, appeared in stark contrast to the spirited warrior he once was, now displaying a sense of disarray. Zhao Mingyue stepped forth from the Ice Swordsman, her heart aching as she beheld her beloved mech in such a pitiful state. This was all due to Pierre's intervention, forcibly removing her from the arena just before the blazing sun's descent struck upon her. A fatal blow? I never imagined I would be unable to withstand even a single strike from that little imp. Zhao Mingyue forced a self-deprecating smile, her once vibrant demeanor now dimmed. Her icy blue hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her back, evoking a sense of melancholy. She lifted her gaze toward the towering Platinum Valkyrie in the arena, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. From the moment the blazing sun descended to Pierre's announcement of the match's end, only a few fleeting seconds had passed. The audience, after a brief silence, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Incredible! We are the champions. Goddess Xiao truly reigns as the pinnacle of our cohort at Shanghai University. Her reputation is well-deserved. I now declare that Xiao Mingyan officially becomes the first flower of Shanghai University, and rebuttals are not permitted. Goddess, I adore you. However, could it be that the earlier display was a talent skill? You can't say that really. The Platinum Valkyrie of Goddess Xiao has awakened a talent skill. Zhao Goddess's defeat in this battle is certainly not unjust. Originally, it was believed that the Ice Sword Master epitomized the pinnacle of the sky mechas. Who would have thought that Goddess Xiao possessed a special talent? Yet, I recall that the previous Golden Valkyrie did not have such a talent, did she? How did this advancement suddenly unveil a latent ability? Astonishing. Where on earth did Goddess Xiao undergo this transformation? Could it be that she sought the assistance of a 6-star mechanic? Wake up. A 6-star mechanic is no ordinary individual. They are comparable to the esteemed heavenly mecha masters. Do we have such a figure in the Blue Star Alliance? While the Blue Star Alliance may not, it does not preclude the existence of such talents in the Starry Sky Alliance. Do you truly believe that such a prominent figure would descend to elevate someone from the earth to the sky? I am uncertain. What was initially a victory belonging to Xiao Mengyan has now shifted the focus of the crowd to the mechanic who facilitated her advancement. Xiao Mengyan, however, remained unfazed. She directly departed from the Platinum Valkyrie and approached the sidelines, smiling brightly at Zhao Mengwei. Hee, now it's 26 victories. Ha ha ha, I'm counting on you. If you require repairs for the Ice Sword Master, I recommend visiting the Interstellar Mechanic Shop on Songhai Road in Yunhai City. After delivering this message, Xiao Mengyan turned and left. Despite her playful demeanor, she harbored deep affection for her childhood friend. Moreover, she genuinely admired her, for the latter had stood shoulder to shoulder with her for many years, leveraging an A-grade talent. The struggles endured by Zhao Mengyue were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Just like that previous cleaving strike, Xiao Mengyan privately acknowledged that it was something beyond her capability. This recent victory can largely be attributed to the formidable advancement of Boss Su, which granted her a distinct advantage. However, this is not the triumph she sought. As an S-rank talent awakener, Xiao Mengyan desires to win with honor and integrity. Consequently, she resolved to recommend Su Bai's repair shop to Zhao Mengyue, hoping that she too might gain something from it. Observing the gradually receding figure of Xiao Mengyan, Zhao Mengyue's expression became somewhat complex, ultimately breaking into a faint smile. A starry repair shop? Thank you, little one. The audience remained oblivious to their exchange. As the protagonist departed, the crowd slowly dispersed. Wang Bingyu and Li Minggran promptly located their students. In Chapter 16, well then, it seems you are impervious to reason. Wang Bingyu was the first to approach Zhao Mengyue, intending to offer words of comfort, but ultimately she merely placed a gentle hand on Zhao Mengyue's shoulder. The Ice Sword Master is gravely injured. I will introduce you to a high-level repair master for assistance. However, this would only serve to bridge the gap in their talents. Zhao Mengyue looked at her teacher, who forced a smile in a bid to console her, warming her heart. Her teacher, though seemingly aloof, possessed a warmth within, yet her expressions were perpetually difficult to control, resembling a degree of facial paralysis from a medical standpoint. It was uncertain how challenging it was for her to muster even a faint smile. Zhao Mengyue resolved not to let her teacher down. Steeling herself, she raised her gaze to Wang Bingyu. Teacher, that's unnecessary. I wish to try my hand at Yunhai. Yunhai? Upon hearing Zhao Mengyue's sudden declaration to seek repairs in Yunhai, Wang Bingyu was taken aback, as she was aware that Yunhai was merely a small locale in Nanjing. Uncertain about her student's decision to repair a mech, Wang Bingyu pondered whether there might be a familiar mechanic involved. Though somewhat puzzled, she was not the type of teacher to impose her will upon her students. She respected Zhao Mengyue's intentions, confident that her student would not treat the mech frivolously. This event was merely an internal competition, where the worst outcome would be injury, and no one would interrupt the combat. A mech pilot's most reliable companion is their own mech. Very well, but should you encounter difficulties in your repairs, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Do not delay, Wang Bingyu advised before turning to leave. Zhao Mengyue wasted no time and departed from Xinghai University. This scene stirred the spectators' imaginations. A generation's prodigy has fallen, retreating in sorrow. Do not be disheartened, goddess. We shall always support you. Do you think if I offer her a warm embrace, she might fall in love with me? Huh. I believe she would rather take your life. I wonder where the goddess is headed. Perhaps she seeks solitude after suffering defeat at the hands of her longtime rival. Alas, the rise of every prodigy often results in the downfall of countless contemporaries. Are we destined to be mere stepping stones for Xiao Mengyan? What do you, a mere underachiever with a mere 6-star Earth ranking, know of stepping stones? I could easily trample you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Enough of this. Continuing would be excessive. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Zhao Mengyue felt a surge of anticipation within her heart. Since Xiao Mengyan deliberately directed herself to that mechanical repair shop, it signifies that her Platinum Valkyrie attained a transformative evolution there. This visit must surely empower her as well. She cannot afford to be weaker than the Platinum Valkyrie. Stepping beyond the school gates, Zhao Mengyue once again embraced her strikingly elegant demeanor. She is Zhao Mengyue, the indomitable Zhao Mengyue, endowed with A-level talent rivaling that of S-level. Meanwhile, Li Minggran found Xiao Mengyan and enveloped her in an embrace. Their actions could only be described as a reunion of peak excellence. Ruffling Xiao Mingyin's hair with affection, Li Mingren beamed with delight. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, you truly excel. I wondered why you ventured so far to advance. It appears a great master has aided you. Excellent, excellent. Now Wang Bingyu can no longer boast about her disciple's driving prowess. In the embrace of Wang Bingyu, Xiao Mingyan felt somewhat exasperated, a sense of unease settling in her chest. After considerable effort, she finally managed to push her mentor away, exclaiming with mild frustration, "Teacher, how many times must I say it? Please stop ruffling my hair. I'm not a child anymore. I am an internet celebrity. Do you understand what that means?" Her cheeks puffed up like a dumpling, enhancing her cuteness to an entirely new level. As Li Mingran feigned another playful attack, Xiao Mingyan immediately turned and fled. Unbeknownst to her, the reason she recommended the interstellar mechanical repair shop to Zhao Mengwei was twofold: to encourage her to explore the possibility of awakening her innate abilities and to draw some business towards Su Bai. Despite being an exceptionally skilled mechanic, the shop seemed to be struggling with its clientele. Indeed, after all, the cost is undeniably steep. Many individuals would likely turn away upon hearing the price. I must promote it vigorously. Without hesitation, I activated the camera and recorded a video, subsequently sharing it within my social circle. Having accomplished this, Xiao Mingyan nodded in satisfaction and promptly sent a message to Su Bai via Douyin. "Boss Su, I've done you a considerable favor. Next time, please don't charge so exorbitantly." However, once this message was dispatched, it seemed to vanish into the abyss. Xiao Mingyan pondered. He is probably preoccupied, after all. A star mechanic has a plethora of knowledge to absorb, especially at his youthful age. It must be so. After a moment of self-reassurance, Xiao Mingyan suppressed her indignation and began to reflect on the day's contest. Frankly, were it not for her unique ability of instantaneous movement, the outcome of today's battle would have been uncertain. Even she had to concede that Zhao Mingyue's aptitude for piloting mechas surpassed her own. Stripped of all advantages pertaining to mechas and innate talent, she would undoubtedly fall short against her opponent. Nevertheless, what of it? Her S-level talent is her own advantage, just as Zhao Mingyue's piloting prowess is hers. Their contest is one of fairness. She simply preferred not to triumph solely through the advantage of her mecha. While reflecting and summarizing, Xiao Mingyan occasionally checked her phone. After a long wait, "Our establishment is honest, with fair pricing. Discounts are non-existent." Xiao Mingyan. Well, so you are impervious to reason? Bah, scoundrel. I angrily powered down my phone and cast it aside, embarking on a meditative journey to enhance my stellar prowess. Chapter 17. The terrifying background of Zhao Mingyue. Within the interstellar machinery repair shop, Su Bai had just achieved his modest goal for the day, successfully ascending to the rank of a high-level mechanic. The book From Novice to High-Level Mechanic could now be considered a testament to his accomplishments. As he retrieved his phone, he noticed a message from Xiao Mingyan, leaving him utterly perplexed. He had already devised a blueprint for his own mech, with a clear direction in mind. He had even settled on the initial materials, opting for a novel type of nanometal. Although its strength was somewhat lacking, it could be assembled swiftly. As for the strength issue, he could easily enhance it through interstellar fortification. The pressing question now was, where to procure the nanometal? Previously, Su Bai had browsed the system's marketplace, only to find that materials of such a lower tier as nanometal were absent from the shop. This posed a dilemma for him. It seemed he would have to venture into the market. Su Bai stroked his chin, contemplating that acquiring nanometal would likely require a visit to the metal market. Just then, as he pondered, the doorbell of the repair shop chimed unexpectedly. This caught Su Bai off guard. He had anticipated that Xiao Mingyan would be the only visitor today. Was there another customer? He turned to see Zhao Mingyue standing at the entrance of the repair shop, her expression fervent, leaving Su Bai momentarily flustered. "Excuse me, are you the owner? I require mech repairs," Zhao Mingyue stated directly, outlining her request with unwavering clarity. Upon arriving at the interstellar repair shop, she immediately recognized that the walls crafted from vibranium indicated that the proprietor must be the one who assisted Xiao Mingyan in awakening her innate abilities. However, she felt a twinge of uncertainty, as Xiao Mingyan had awakened her powers through an advanced process, while she was merely here for repairs. "Come in," Su Bai said, not elaborating further as he headed towards the repair area, gesturing for Zhao Mingwei to follow. With a heart full of apprehension, Zhao Mingwei trailed behind Su Bai into the workshop, where she promptly produced the charred Ice Sword Master. Upon witnessing the damage on the Ice Sword Master and recalling Xiao Mingyan's previous distress signal, Su Bai suddenly comprehended the situation. This was indeed the handiwork of Xiao Mingyan, wasn't it? Can you fix it, boss? Zhao Mingwei inquired tentatively. With a chuckle, Su Bai responded, I suspect your true question is not whether it can be repaired, but rather if it pertains to an innate ability. Caught off guard by his insightful remark, Zhao Mingwei felt a flush of embarrassment, but, being inherently straightforward, she candidly admitted, Indeed, I am here for the innate ability. Is that permissible? Su Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise at Zhao Mingyue's forthrightness. However, he appreciated her candor and preferred to do business with someone so direct. He extended 2 fingers, stating, 20 million star coins will fulfill your request. Gasping at the quoted price, Zhao Mingyue felt a chill run down her spine. While she had anticipated that Su Bai's fees would be steep, she had not expected them to be this exorbitant. Generally, the market price for a mech with innate abilities hovers around 10 million, but auction prices vary widely, and such machines are often in high demand. The price of 20 million star coins was somewhat difficult for her to accept. However, the thought of relinquishing it so easily filled her with reluctance. Please wait a moment. I will go secure the funds. Zhao Mingyue hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately made her decision. Moreover, who could say when she would ascend to the stars? The mastery of mech engineering was far from a straightforward endeavor. Very well. Su Bai discerned Zhao Mingyue's inner turmoil, yet he was not inclined to lower the price. While he appreciated her interest, financial considerations could not be compromised, as he had numerous future expenditures to contemplate. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Su Bai, Zhao Mingyue proceeded to the hall, her voice intermittently ringing out. It's true. This is indeed a gifted technique. I am not deceiving you. I don't care. I must make this purchase. Just tell me if the funds can be transferred. Listening to the conversation, Su Bai surmised that Zhao Mingwei had likely shared the matter with her family, only to be met with skepticism. After all, the sudden awakening of a gifted technique in mechs was virtually unheard of. While 20 million may seem substantial to Zhao Mingyue, it was relatively inconsequential to him. If his daughter desired it, he would oblige. His only concern was her naivety. Her straightforward nature made her susceptible to deception. I understand. Upon receiving the funds, Zhao Mingyue's tone grew somewhat somber. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man heard the click of the phone being hung up and couldn't he help but sigh. Alas, this girl. After Zhao Mingwei ended the call, the man swiftly dialed another number, his voice laced with a sense of foreboding. Investigate who the owner of the interstellar repair shop in Yuhai City is. Whose asset is that establishment? I shall see for myself who dares to deceive the daughter of Zhao Tianming. The person on the other end of the line hastily agreed, harboring a sense of curiosity about who would have the audacity to provoke such a figure. Who could possibly possess the gall to do so? Throughout the Blue Star, and even the Starry Sky Alliance, Zhao Tianming's name resonates with great authority. He is a peak meteor mech engineer, mere steps away from ascending to the ranks of celestial mech engineers. It is not just the trivial realm of Yuhai, even in the imperial capital. Those who could challenge him are exceedingly few. Naturally, Su Bai was unaware that he had drawn the attention of someone, specifically the father of the young lady before him. However, even if he had known, it would have mattered little. He is no deceiver. Su Bai conducts his business with utmost integrity, ensuring fairness for all. Not only does he possess the ability to awaken innate talents and enhance mech potential, but he also offers a certain probability of acquiring specialized attributes. Such terms make the price of 20 million truly reasonable. Zhao Mingwei approached Su Bai, who promptly presented the contract in his hand. He adheres to a principle in business. Contracts must be signed before payment is collected. After reviewing the contract, Zhao Mingyue swiftly affixed her signature and subsequently transferred the funds to Su Bai. Ding. Starry Sky Treasure. 20 million star coins received. Please wait outside for a moment. Su Bai instructed, ushering Zhao Mingwei out of the maintenance room. He then turned his attention to the charred ice sword master, noticing that, aside from the singed armor, the great sword in her legs had also suffered considerable damage. As he reached out to touch the ice sword master's leg armor, he murmured, frigid ice essence. The weapon is a great sword. This innate skill suits her well. Second tier enhancement initiated. Chapter 18. Where the sword points, frost shall cover all. Once again, 100 interstellar points were expended, unlocking the second tier of enhancement. A faint azure glow flickered, accompanied by a swirl of white mist that enveloped the surroundings, bringing with it a chilling aura. Everywhere it passed, a layer of frost spread, as if donning a suit of silver armor. The chill permeated the air, seeping through the crevices of the maintenance room into the grand hall outside. Seated within the hall, Zhao Mingyue, upon sensing the sudden drop in temperature, sprang to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the maintenance room. Having awakened the frost spirit, her sensitivity to the cold was heightened, even as frost coated her jeans. She felt no fear of the chill. Her heart burned with warmth, her innate skill. It had truly awakened. Given Zhao Mingyue's background, she had encountered several high-ranking mechanics. In her previous state of mind, she had not pondered deeply. Now, with clarity, she recognized the impulsiveness of her earlier actions. The reason innate skills were so designated was that they awakened upon the successful construction of a mech. Could it be that Boss Su is a high-ranking mechanic? How could that be, especially at such a young age? The more she learned, the more she comprehended the terror of Su Bai. If Sun Han and Su Mingyan held merely admiration for him, Zhao Mingyue felt a tinge of reverence. A high-ranking mechanic was someone her father would not dare provoke. Did my earlier demeanor suffice? Zhao Mingyue began to reflect on whether she had inadvertently offended Su Bai. After all, since entering the interstellar repair shop, she had acted with great decisiveness, having exchanged only a few words with him throughout the transaction. Suddenly, a surge of excitement overwhelmed her. She was eager to rush into the maintenance room. At this very moment, the door to the maintenance room swung open. A gust of icy air surged forth, enveloping the entire hall in a frigid embrace, cloaking it in a pristine layer of snow. Zhao Mingyue's icy blue hair was enhanced by a touch of silver, bestowing upon her an air of valiance. Undeterred by the biting cold, she boldly stepped into the maintenance chamber, akin to a long-lost lover rushing to embrace her beloved ice swordsman. The charred remnants upon the ice swordsman had vanished entirely, replaced by a gleaming white armor. The ice-blue chassis shimmered with an ethereal brightness, adorned with delicate snowflakes. The bone spikes at its lower extremities had undergone a transformation, shifting from a more skeletal form to a resplendent crystalline appearance. What captivated Zhao Mingyue most was undoubtedly the formidable greatsword held by the ice swordsman. The previously damaged broadsword had been restored to its former glory, yet the beam channels flanking its blade were completely replaced by ice crystals. The blade itself had transformed into a dazzling array of light beams, elevating its appearance to a whole new echelon of sophistication. May I give it a try? Zhao Mingyue stammered with excitement, hastily seeking Su Bai's approval. Su Bai responded with a gentle smile. Of course, this is your mecha. Almost instantly upon Su Bai's words, Zhao Mingyue leapt into the ice swordsman with the swiftness of the wind. The ice swordsman's eyes gleamed with luminescence as she grasped the sword, executing a series of strikes, horizontal slashes, and vertical cuts. She even twirled the broad sword in an elegant flourish. Under her command, the central beam of the sword gradually altered in length, while the ice crystals on either side emanated a chilling aura. Incredible, truly remarkable. I feel as though the potential of the ice swordsman has ascended to a stellar level. Could this be the manifestation of a talent skill? Zhao Mingyue's tone was exuberantly cheerful as she raised her broadsword high above her head. With a resounding slash, the beam of the sword instantaneously pierced the ceiling of the maintenance room, igniting a flurry of sparks and producing a metallic screech. I apologize, Boss Su. Zhao Mingyue hastily offered her apology, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Su Bai, with a resigned gesture, waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Just try to control your strength. He harbored a keen curiosity regarding the awakened talent of the ice sword master, pondering the extent of its power. A breath, laced with mechanical sounds, emanated from within. Zhao Mingyue, having tucked her raised broadsword behind her, felt the blue light in her eyes intensify. In that instant, she gently swung the sword, and with a thunderous roar, frost erupted forth. A blade of sword energy, as slender as a finger, descended from the broadsword, converting everything it touched into frozen earth. Wherever the sword pointed, frost enveloped the surroundings. The trailing white mist even condensed the moisture in the air into icy shards that slowly fell to the ground. This was her innate ability, the winter sword technique, crafted by Su Bai specifically for Zhao Mingyue based on her unique talent. With merely a hint of strength, she could unleash the icy sword energy. The sword energy soared through the air, rapidly approaching Su Bai. However, upon reaching him, it suddenly froze, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. This was a characteristic specialty. Energy manipulation? A gasp of astonishment escaped Zhao Mingyue, who had extended her left arm into a claw-like grasp around the ice sword. To her surprise, it had indeed succeeded. With a flick of her left hand, the winter sword energy redirected itself freely according to her gestures. Was this not a characteristic specialty? What then was energy manipulation? Energy manipulation could only be harnessed through the control of the energy substances emitted by her own mech. For Zhao Mingyue, who possesses extraordinary operational talent, this is nothing short of a divine skill. with the mastery of energy manipulation and the winter sword technique. Her tactical repertoire has been significantly expanded. The greatest drawback of power-type mechas, their lack of long-range attack capabilities, has been thoroughly overcome. Boom. Descending from the Ice Sword Master, Zhao Ming was swiftly approached Su Bai, standing tall and straight, and immediately bowed her head, exclaiming, "Thank you, Boss Su, for your miraculous reconstruction." Indeed, Su Bai's enhancement of the Ice Sword Master could easily be described as a rebirth. He has completely transformed the output environment of the Ice Sword Master. With this newly enhanced Ice Sword Master, she is confident that she can triumph over Xiao Mingyan. The reason she expresses this confidence with should is that she remains uncertain about Xiao Mingyan's specialized traits. Also crafted by Su Bai, she does not presume that Xiao Mingyan lacks a specialized trait. Suddenly recalling something, Zhao Mingyue spoke directly. "Please, Boss Su, bestow a name upon the Ice Sword Master." In her view, the Ice Sword Master, having undergone Su Bai's transformation, can no longer be called by that name. It deserves a title from Su Bai himself. Su Bai, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise. This is the first time someone has asked him to name something. Whose subordinate is this, to be so bold? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai responded, "How about calling it the Winter Sword Master?" In his opinion, since the innate skill is the Winter Sword technique, it is entirely reasonable to refer to it as the Winter Sword Master. Zhao Mingyue was thoroughly pleased with the name Su Bai suggested, promptly nodding in agreement. "No problem. Thank you, Boss Su. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Hearing this, Su Bai's eyes gleamed with interest. Really? Zhao Mingyue was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected request. Although her intentions were genuine, she couldn't help but wonder why such matters typically required some form of deferral or a promise for future consideration. Why was it effective immediately? However, after a brief pause, she composed herself and replied, "Please, Mr. Su, go ahead." Despite her straightforward demeanor, she was far from naive. An opportunity to earn a favor from someone as esteemed as Su Bai, a high-ranking mechanical engineer, was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Who could say when she might need to seek his assistance for upgrades or maintenance in the future? Su Bai, without any pretense, directly inquired, "Do you know where I can procure nanometal?" The fact that he was requesting a staggering sum of 20 million star coins with just a phone call indicated that his connections were certainly formidable. Rather than embarking on a futile search through the metal markets, it was far more prudent to enlist Zhao Mingyue as help in this endeavor. Zhao Mingyue, slightly bewildered, cautiously probed, "Is that it? You're merely asking if there is nanometal available for sale?" If I remember correctly, while the supply of nanometal is limited, it is not exceedingly rare, is it? May I inquire, how much nanometal do you require? She was somewhat apprehensive, concerned that Su Bai might need hundreds of tons of nanometal, a quantity she would be unable to provide. Approximately 10 tons. Su Bai pondered for a moment before offering a specific figure. In truth, based on his calculations, his mech's armament would only necessitate about 5 tons of nanometal. The request for 10 tons was primarily a measure to ensure a margin of error. In any case, endowed with the talent to harmonize with all things, she could simply place everything within the star ring, allowing for timely replenishment in case of any damage. Zhao Mingyue. This marked her third moment of silence. 10 tons? She never anticipated that Su Bai would require such a modest amount of nanometals, which she could effortlessly procure from Star Sea University without relying on her family's resources. Was it too much? Perhaps a lesser amount would suffice. How much can you obtain? Su Bai, observing Zhao Mingyue's reaction, initially feared he had asked for an excessive quantity. "No, not too much. 10 tons, right? I will secure it for you by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue hurriedly waved her hand. This was the first task Su Bai had entrusted her with, and acquiring 10 tons was quite manageable for her. Should it be delivered here? Yes, my working hours commence after 10 a.m. Any time thereafter is acceptable. Seeing Zhao Mingyue's agreement, Su Bai felt considerably uplifted. By the way, please inform me of the cost when the time comes. No need for payment. 10 tons of nanometals are not expensive. Upon hearing Su Bai's offer of compensation, Zhao Mingyue quickly declined. However, Su Bai remained resolute. "A fair exchange, money for goods, is my principle. We shall calculate it at market price. If others are willing to assist you, it is a gesture of goodwill. To receive something for free would be excessive." This is Su Bai's creed. Faced with his steadfastness, Zhao Mingyue could only hastily acquiesce. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow. By the way, what is your contact information?" Before she could finish her sentence, Subai had already displayed his Douyin QR code. Moreover, Zhao Mingwa was tasked with procuring nanometals for herself, leaving no room for ambiguity. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Subai continued, "By the way, if you happen to come across any kryptonite, I would appreciate it if you could acquire about 5 pieces. Kryptonite. Zhao Mingyue was somewhat perplexed. It was the lightest core material typically employed in vehicles such as hovercraft. She could not fathom Su Bai's intention for needing kryptonite. However, she refrained from further inquiry and promptly acquiesced, "No problem." With that, she departed from the interstellar repair shop. As she left, a faint smile graced Su Bai's lips. What a splendid day it is. He glanced at his stellar treasure balance. After deducting the expenditure of 2 million star coins, he still had 38,500,000 star coins remaining. This sum was sufficient for an ordinary individual to lead a life of luxury, provided they were indeed ordinary. However, for a mecha engineer, it would be somewhat lacking. After all, a mere star-step mecha could easily fetch around 10 million star coins in the market. Coupled with the costs of routine maintenance and upkeep, it was an exorbitant expense. Indeed, mecha engineers were quite affluent. Thankfully, there were no mecha engineers above the level of the Hang Tian and Huaxia. Otherwise, sustaining such a lifestyle would be a challenge. The deeper Subai delved into the realm of repair technicians, the more he concurred with the moniker of mecha's insatiable gold-devouring beast. In the past, he had also spent lavishly, often rewarding young ladies with several thousand star coins on a whim. Now, in comparison to mecha engineers, that seemed trivial. He resolved to continue striving forward. Soon, he would venture beyond the blue star. Tomorrow, he would secure a mecha. No longer merely a skyward mecha engineer of empty renown without a mecha to call his own. Driving a mech has always been Su Bai's cherished dream. Now, he stands merely a step away from its realization. His spirits soar, and he walks as if carried by the winds of joy. After Su Bai's departure, a figure clad in black lingered at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop for quite some time. He circled the shop twice, his gaze filled with astonishment. Walls crafted from vibranium? How extravagant! It is said that the mech of that girl from the Sun family was repaired here. This despicable mechanic dares to thwart our plans. He must be eliminated. To adorn walls with vibranium, he must possess considerable wealth. A glimmer of greed flickered in the man's eyes. Upon closer inspection, one would note that his pupils were unlike those of the Blue Star inhabitants. They were slit. Having spoken, the figure vanished into thin air. Almost simultaneously, a throng of young people surged towards the interstellar repair shop. Staring at the vibranium walls, they stood in stunned silence. Wow. It is indeed real. It's not just an internet image. We actually have a repair shop of this caliber in Yanhai? Of course. Did you not see that Xiao Mengyan recommended this very shop? It cannot be a hoax. But, all right. Let us hurry inside to take a look. I have never been in such a high-end repair shop before. Wow. What do you mean it's closed? Which decent repair shop shuts its doors at 5 in the afternoon? Does this owner even know how to run a business? Forget it. I shall return tomorrow. I must attend to the maintenance of my mech, for the next major examination is swiftly approaching. The screen displays the enchanting smile of Xiao Mingyan, fervently extolling the virtues of the interstellar mech shop. However, the expenses at the interstellar mech shop are rather exorbitant, so I hope everyone will act within their means. Of course, it is undoubtedly worth every penny. Chapter 20. The Mech Blueprint. An engagement by proxy? Upon returning home, Subai remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired after his departure from the interstellar repair shop. At this moment, his sole focus was to sketch out the initial design of the mech's armament. Although he had previously perused similar design blueprints, none had truly satisfied him, particularly one that bore an unsightly bald visage, which left him feeling that something was amiss. Adding hair seemed impractical. What if he designed the entire head to be transparent? No, that might be excessively perilous. The helmet of the Winter Swordmaster appears quite appealing. Perhaps I shall create something akin to it. Let me refine this area further. If the core utilizes kryptonite, then the gaps in the isolation layer and the neural connection components should be spaced a bit wider. Approximately 40 centimeters should suffice. Before long, Su Bai's pen danced across the white paper, unleashing his imagination. Ultimately, a mech adorned in armor, crowned with a martial artist's helmet reminiscent of the legendary Chinese General Elbu, took shape in his design. He found the long red tassel at the back of the helmet excessive, so he decided to eliminate it. This should suffice for now. The specifics can be addressed once the materials arrive tomorrow. Having completed all of this, night had fallen. After a day of immersing himself in the knowledge of mechas, Following yesterday's wild escapades, Subai refrained from immediately delving into the inherited skills of the star-level mechanics. For he understood the wisdom of not biting off more than one can chew. Time was still abundant. He decided to rest tonight and address matters later. With a swift kick, he climbed into bed and tucked himself in, swiftly drifting into slumber. In the outskirts of Yunhai, within the grand residence of the Xie family, a middle-aged man with graying hair stood beside a man whose gaze appeared somewhat vacant, akin to a marionette. The mecha of the young girl from the Sun family had been restored, and our puppet had been exposed. The prospects of entering the interstellar university through the rigorous examination seemed bleak, since that individual was so fond of meddling. Let him understand that every action comes with a price. However, there was no need to act hastily. It would be prudent to ascertain the opponent's strength first, for there were formidable figures among the mechanics. After a moment of silence, the man in the black cloak spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Duan Han's pupils constricted slightly, but a delayed response may lead to unforeseen changes. If the Blue Star Alliance reacts, it could be perilous. The man in the black cloak, upon hearing this, revealed a fleeting glint of coldness beneath his mask. Did you not comprehend my words? Duan Han, sensing the urgency, quickly shook his head in denial. I dare not. His expression shifted, and without further inquiry, he took his leave, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man who resembled a puppet. This is the fate that awaits those who defy the Xie family of Yunhai. Indeed, the middle-aged man with graying hair and lifeless eyes is Xie Zhihao, a member of the Xie family of Yunhai. He is a formidable Starwalker, a 9-star mech master, merely a step away from ascending to the ranks of the legendary Starbreaker. Such a powerful individual would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in Yunhai. Yet, he has now been reduced to a mere puppet, a testament to the terrifying influence of the man in the black robe. In 6 months, you shall undoubtedly pay the price for your past decisions. His vertical pupils blaze with a fire of hatred, seemingly harboring deep-seated grievances against the Blue Star Alliance. After a moment, he regained his composure. The figure in the black robe waved dismissively. Go check on the status of Subject 1. As you command. Xie Zhihao replied in a daze, nodding before departing the hall. In the central residence of Yundu, Jiangnan Province, Zhao Tianming glanced at the documents in his hand. His expression a mixture of emotions. His right index finger rhythmically tapped the table. I never expected. It would be his son. I wondered where that old scoundrel had been all these years. Turns out he was hiding in Yunhai. Ah, it matters not. Since he is the son of an old acquaintance, if he gets swindled out of some money, so be it. A young lad, lacking proper guidance, just like his father. No, I must warn Ye to steer clear of that boy. Upon realizing that Subai was merely 19, the same age as his daughter, Zhao Tianming felt a surge of anger and nearly ordered his mech squad to obliterate the interstellar repair shop until he perused the details of Subai's parents. Father, Su Nantian, 48, classified. Mother, Zhou Maoyan, 45, classified. These two pieces of information instantly quelled Zhao Tianming's anger, replacing it with a sense of unexpected delight. This delight did not stem from the term classified, but rather from the name Su Nantian, a name he knew all too well. In the past, the two had shared an unbreakable bond, even contemplating an arranged marriage for their children, only to be met with rejection from Su Nantian. Zhao Tianming vividly recalled the moment he broached the subject. Su Nantian had responded with a defiant smirk, proclaiming, how could the son of Su Nantian be ensnared by a single tree? It must be said, Su Nantian indeed exuded charisma when he uttered those words. However, when Zhou Mayan discovered the truth, the ensuing chaos left him in a rather embarrassing predicament. Thus, the matter of the arranged marriage was set aside. Thankfully, they had not gone through with it, as it was evident that the young man was far from virtuous. In hindsight, Zhao Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of relief regarding the past. Had Su Nantian not held himself in such high esteem, he would have found himself in quite a difficult situation now. Ah, Su Nantian, who would have thought? After all those years of carefree wandering, your son has chosen to make such a grand entrance. The thought of Su Nanshan's reaction to the revelation of his son's whereabouts at the hands of Su Bai filled Zhao Tianming with immense satisfaction. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Zhao Tianming hastily adjusted his expression, concealing Su Bai's dossier within his desk. Enter. Commander. Urgent news. We have detected the presence of a voracious beast near Starry Sky 1, with an estimated population of over 1,000. A member of the mobile squad, adorned in a uniform bearing the insignia of the Blue Star Alliance, relayed the information to Zhao Tianming with palpable urgency. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming's expression darkened, and his tone grew somber. I understand. Continue to observe. If they approach Starry Sky number 1, we shall strike directly. Understood. The team member replied before departing. Once the others had left, a wry smile crept onto Zhao Tianming's face as he glanced at an old photograph on the table. You, my friend, seem to be living the easy life. I bear the weight of everything alone. Over 1,000 voracious beasts. How many years has it been since Blue Star faced such a colossal tide of star beasts? Life is destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 21. Has this gone viral? As dawn broke, Subai was jolted awake by his phone. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. Ding. You have received a new comment. The incessant notifications startled him from his slumber. No way. It's been 3 days. And these pesky trolls still haven't given up? Do they think I, Subai, am a pushover? Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of anger, let alone Subai. Especially in the early morning when the irritability of waking up is universally acknowledged. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with these trolls. However, upon unlocking his phone, he was taken aback. Instead of the anticipated barrage of negative comments, he was greeted with positive feedback and an abundance of curious remarks. Brothers, this is monumental news. The interstellar repair shop actually exists. Indeed, guided by the dream goddess yesterday, I arrived at this interstellar repair shop. And it was truly an eye-opener. I bear witness that our Cloud Sea has never been so formidable, boasting such a high-end repair shop. Is that true? Yesterday, I was too busy at home battling the original demon to check it out. Absolutely true. At least dozens of brothers joined me. It's unlikely we would deceive you. Moreover, a fraud wouldn't need to enlist Xiaoming as help, and she certainly wouldn't endorse him. Would she? That makes sense. I shall go and see for myself today. Haha. Can you truly afford the repair fees at such a high-end shop? Who said I intended to spend money? I mentioned I'm merely going to take a look. Well, you certainly have a point. Upon reading these comments, Subai found himself both amused and exasperated. Initially, he thought Xiao Mingyin's assistance meant Zhao Mingyue would come to his shop for repairs. Little did he expect. She was also advertising for him? Although she did promote my shop, offering discounts is out of the question. After some contemplation, Subai decided against the idea of providing discounts. At most, he would charge a slightly lower fee. However, once the notion of discounts was introduced, would he be expected to extend such offers to returning customers? If everyone sought discounts, would he still be able to profit? Certainly, he could, but it would impede his progress. One must acknowledge that the star whale breathing technique truly deserves its reputation as a path of truth. Aside from the explosive growth on the first day, he experienced another enhancement yesterday. He is now a 3-star mecha master, and although he lacks a mecha at present, he will possess one today. Such a rate of improvement is hard to believe, even if shared. Conversely, he requires additional resources. The first level of the star whale breathing technique can only elevate him to the 9th star of the sky. At this pace, it will merely take a few days to reach its limit. As for the cost of the second level, he has already perused it. It is neither more nor less. Precisely 5,000 interstellar points. When converted to star currency, it amounts to 50 million star coins, which, even if he were to exhaust his entire fortune, would still prove insufficient. Not to mention the necessity of enhancing his mech, which, according to the standard of the first-tier upgrade, demands tenfold the price. Alas, contemplating this renders him acutely aware of his poverty. Sigh. Being a mech engineer is exceedingly costly. Subai shook his head in resignation. Perhaps this is the price one pays to realize their dreams? Just then, his messaging app suddenly lit up. She appeared like a goddess. How's it going, Boss Su? I've done you a tremendous favor, haven't I? Upon inspection, it was a message from Xiao Mingyin. Who would have imagined that the sweet and charming Xiao Mingyin would harbor such self-adoration behind the scenes? Subai pondered for a moment. Thank you. But there will be no discounts. Consequently, he received only this response. Xiao Mingyin. She was furious. She flung her phone aside and collapsed onto her bed, repeatedly pounding the mattress with her fists. Bang, 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 bah, scoundrel. She could only rise and meditate, transforming her indignation into diligence. After a day of studying the technique of the slicing strike, she realized that this particular skill did not suit her. By integrating the techniques of instant step and sunfall, she recognized that she was more adept at marksmanship. She could focus her efforts in that direction. Last night at the airport, she had provocatively challenged her, indicating that her gains had been considerable. She must not accept her challenge until she has mastered the intermediate skills. In any case, the entire school is now aware that I am the victor. The thought of Zhao Mingwei lightened Xiaminjian's mood considerably. After regaining composure, he commenced today's meditation. At this moment, it was already 9 o'clock, and he had informed Zhao Mingwei that the doors would open at 10. Being late would certainly not bode well. After a modest breakfast, he made his way to the interstellar repair shop. He had initially thought that becoming the owner would afford him some ease, yet he found himself compelled to adhere to a schedule. On the road, Subai couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Thankfully, the thought of his mech helped him regain his spirits. Humming a cheerful tune, he arrived directly at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. However, when he was approximately 500 meters away, he came to a halt. Before him lay a throng of people, densely packed. They had even formed an orderly queue. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 500 individuals. Subai, on the third day of opening, having received merely 3 orders, he had never witnessed such a scene. If, indeed, these individuals were truly there for repairs, even 10 hands would not suffice. Gulping down his apprehension, he forced himself to remain calm and silently approached the front of the line. However, halfway there, he was intercepted by someone. "Brother, no offense, but can't you see everyone is queuing? If you want to enter, you must line up at the back." "Exactly. No cutting in line. I have always held disdain for those who do so. We have hundreds of eyes watching you, so behave. Move to the back, or I'll take you down." Subai, today has truly been an eye-opener. Have the buyers chased away the sellers? I will not go. Who will open the door for you? Subai shrugged his shoulders, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. What a feeble excuse. That reasoning has been employed by 108 others before you. Subai retorted. Impressive, you are so aloof. Ultimately, he chose to disregard the obstruction posed by these individuals and pressed onward. Noticing Subai's indifference to their attempts to halt him, the crowd glared in disapproval. A burly young man stepped forward, glaring at Subai. "Go, stand in line." Subai cast a casual glance at him, his star power erupting forth. A surge of celestial energy emanating from the sky's third star, instantly stunning those around him. Although the third star of the sky may not sound exceedingly powerful, it is noteworthy that even the leaders of the first-year students from one of the top interstellar academies, such as Xiaomingyan and Zhao Mingwei, are merely at the first star of the sky. Subai, being of the same age as them, possessed a strength that could be deemed extraordinary. Indeed, after he unleashed his star power, the burly youth scratched his head and gazed into the distance, laughing. What splendid weather we have today. What a joke. Most of them were merely there to watch the spectacle, and even the highest-ranking mech engineer among them was at best a terrestrial mech engineer. Attempting to obstruct a celestial mech engineer was folly. The influence of star power extends far beyond the mere operation of mechs. It significantly enhances the strength and physical capabilities of the mech engineer themselves. Once the opposition retreated, Subai shook his head in resignation and continued toward the interstellar repair shop, feeling quite exasperated. What on earth is happening? Chapter 22, rounded up. I too must be a star-rated mech engineer, right? At last, through his relentless efforts, Subai arrived at the doorstep of the interstellar repair shop. He vowed that this was the most exhausting day he had ever experienced in his life. Oh, that is incorrect. He has only been open for 3 days. Standing before the entrance of the interstellar mech repair shop, Subai gazed at the retinal recognition lock. With a click, the mechanical door swung open. The previously skeptical onlookers were rendered speechless. Hey, could it be that he is truly the proprietor? Goodness, the owner of such a lavish establishment is remarkably young. This young gentleman is so handsome and affluent. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? One girl in the crowd gazed at Subai, her heart fluttering. Instantly, she incited the surrounding ladies. Shameless, what are you thinking? Exactly. So what if he has a girlfriend? He's not married. Will my sister have compassion for my dear brother? The crowd fell silent. As the door opened, those at the forefront surged forward, quickly surrounding the interstellar repair shop, sealing it off completely. Upon witnessing the interior's ambience and its alignment with the images, an uproar erupted. Goodness, this place is even more impressive than the exterior. These must be the latest models of equipment, right? Holographic projections, thermal tracking, beam cutters, complete body frameworks. Is the tabletop made of vibranium? Are they treating vibranium like scrap metal? This is vibranium, worth its weight in gold. At the very least, it is a material used for crafting mechs of Star Treader grade. Yet here it is, repurposed as a table. Such waste, truly a reckless squandering of resources. Who exactly is this proprietor? Is he some sort of affluent scion? Surely, that must be the case. Only they possess the wealth to squander so recklessly. It is a pity that the manager is so young. His mechanical skills are likely not very high. Ultimately, the goddess Ming Yin has succumbed to the allure of money. Alas. These words, heard by Su Bai, caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Even amidst the chaos, some audacious individuals dared to touch him, unable to endure any longer. Su Bai exclaimed, "Enough. Maintain order. Those in need of maintenance, please enter. Unrelated persons, kindly wait outside." Simultaneously, he unleashed the power of the stars, compelling those who approached him to retreat. Within the mechanical repair shop, a measure of tranquility was restored. Most of the onlookers had vacated the premises, while a considerable number of mecha engineers remained, totaling over 30. "Boss, how much does it cost for a comprehensive maintenance of a terrestrial mecha?" inquired a youthful man with keen eyes, eager to experience the efficacy of such advanced technological upkeep. Su Bai cast a brief glance at him and replied, 100,000 star coins. This time, his quotation was not arbitrary. It adhered to the standards of a star-level mechanic. Naturally, the maintenance did not require interstellar enhancement. What? You say Su Bai is not yet a star-level mechanic? He soon will be. He possesses numerous techniques inherited from 1 to 3-star level mechanics. Upon hearing Su Bai's quote, a considerable uproar ensued. What? Is maintenance really this expensive? I recall that a high-level mechanic charges merely 10,000 star coins for a single maintenance of a terrestrial mecha. You've increased the price tenfold? Indeed. Just because the equipment is advanced, does that permit arbitrary pricing? Absolutely. Should you continue in this manner, we shall be compelled to report you. Do not dare to claim you are a master mechanic. Bah, a rogue traitor. Let us go and file a complaint against him. Su Bai remained unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. Typically, those who utter such words do not genuinely seek maintenance. Otherwise, why would they launch into criticism without inquiring about the specifics? Thus, another group departed. In the establishment, approximately 10 individuals remained. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the number of those who chose to stay, especially the bespectacled youth who had initially posed a question. He adjusted his glasses and, after some contemplation, inquired, "May I ask what maintenance services you offer here, esteemed proprietor?" Ah, a discerning individual. Upon hearing the youth's question, Su Bai's interest was piqued. He promptly selected 2 maintenance techniques from the task assistant's menu: mecha skeleton unclogging and exterior armor coating. Since the young man was sincerely inquiring, it was only fitting to provide substantial information. Indeed, upon hearing Su Bai's offerings, the remaining 10 individuals, including the bespectacled youth, displayed a newfound eagerness. The youth, Zhou Yunzheng, did not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved his phone to scan the accompanying QR code. Ding. 100,000 star coins credited. Kindly arrange for me to receive maintenance. Upon learning of the techniques Su Bai had introduced, Zhou Yunzheng realized that he stood before a master mechanic of stellar caliber. Moreover, given the young man's age, his future appeared boundless. Such a valuable ally must be embraced. Following Zhou Yunzheng, the others gradually approached, each scanning the QR code in turn. In a fleeting moment, Su Bai received a staggering 1 million star coins. The onlookers harbored no doubts regarding Su Bai's words. The opulence of the establishment alone rendered the notion of deceit implausible. It was evident that such grandeur could not be exhibited by a charlatan. With this realization firmly established, their thoughts naturally converged with those of Zhou Yunzheng. Opportunity must not be squandered, for it may never return. After completing the transaction, Su Bai ushered Zhou Yunzheng into the first repair bay, instructing the others to await in the remaining bays. Conveniently, the interstellar repair shop boasted a total of 10 bays, allowing him to manage multiple operations simultaneously. Upon hearing Su Bai's directives, the group transported their mechas into the repair bays. Except for Zhou Yunzheng's, the remaining mechas were rather unremarkable. 3 were the versatile CC-104 strength-type mechas, known as Jiagu, standing 10 meters tall, weighing 15 tons, with an engine power of 360,000 kW and a thrust of 35 million kilograms. 2 were the versatile BA-101 speed-type mechas, dubbed Turbine, measuring 11 meters in height, weighing 10 tons, with an engine power of 370,000 kW and a thrust of 37 million kilograms. For others were the versatile DH-102 arm-type mechas, referred to as Green Kai, also standing 10 meters tall, with a weight of 15 tons, an engine power of 370,000 kW, and a thrust of 36 million kilograms. Finally, there was Zhou Yunjing's mecha. Within the first repair bay rested a striking blend of light and heavy armor, adorned in a vivid purple-green hue. Its upper torso arched in a shrimp-like fashion, while countless scales adorned its lower body, and the mecha's head resembled that of a serpent. This was the FE-255 balance-type mecha. Known as King Cobra, towering at 12 meters, weighing 26 tons, boasting an engine power of 730,000 kW, and a formidable thrust of 62 million kilograms. Moreover, this particular abdominal king snake is classified as a terrestrial 3-star machine, on par with Sun Hani's Crimson Moon. This marks Su Bai's inaugural encounter with a balance-type mecha, and to his astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable bespectacled youth proves to be a prodigy. The brilliance of his talent now reveals itself before Su Bai's eyes, an A-level aptitude known as the poison of obsession. Chapter 23, it is time to unveil true prowess. A talent of the toxic variety, indeed? It is no wonder he opted for the abdominal king snake, a balance-type mecha. Toxic abilities are ill-suited for both strength and speed types, as their efficacy relies primarily on diffusion attacks. Hence, they are most compatible with armed and balanced configurations. However, the weaponry capable of delivering toxic assaults within the armed category is exceedingly scarce. Utilizing alternative weaponry would seem rather counterproductive. Of course, the toxins in question are not aimed at the mecha pilots, but rather pertain to electronic viruses targeting the machines themselves. The toxins that pose a genuine threat to living beings are not particularly potent. Mecha pilots like Zhou Yunjing typically deploy them in mecha battles or interstellar conflicts, but they lack efficacy against star beasts. Aside from him, the others predominantly possess physical enhancement abilities, which is why they favor universal-type mechas. Having briefly verified their information, Su Bai proceeded to the central control panel. Maintenance did not necessitate his personal attention for each individual unit. Equipped with the facilities of an interstellar repair shop, he was fully capable of conducting multi-threaded operations. The others had no objections to this, as they regarded Su Bai as a stellar repair master, confident that his methods were grounded in reason. However, when Su Bai truly commenced multi-threaded operations at the control panel, they were left in awe by his deft techniques. Firstly, we find ourselves in the first maintenance chamber where the abdomen king snake resides. Utilizing the skills acquired through his mental inheritance, Su Bai adeptly maneuvers the mechanical arm, swiftly removing the entire armor of the abdomen king snake with precision. Unlike the more generalized models, or even those favoring speed or strength, the balanced mecha specializes in meticulousness. Every disassembly of light or heavy armor demands an extraordinary finesse. Otherwise, it simply cannot be accomplished. Remarkably, Su Bai accomplishes this feat solely with the mechanical arm, prompting hushed discussions among the onlookers. Is this the prowess of a star-level mechanic? To think he could strip the armor of the abdomen king snake with such ease. In combat, would he not effortlessly dismantle our mechs as well? Ah, indeed, that is a possibility. However, most ordinary mechanics lack the innate talent for mechs, so there is little cause for concern. After all, they are the ones most familiar with the vulnerabilities of mechs. If they all possessed such innate talent, they would be formidable weapons. As the group converses, Zhou Yunjin gazes intently at Su Bai's actions. He understands the unique nature of the abdomen king snake better than anyone. Even among balanced mechas, it stands as a remarkably exceptional entity. This is primarily due to the peculiar structure of the abdomen king snake, whose upper body arches like that of a shrimp, designed chiefly for agility. The abdomen king snake is one of the few mechas capable of executing a half-body rotation. This was precisely the reason for his choice. A sudden half-body rotation allows for a more unexpected toxic attack. Consequently, this intricate structure renders the abdomen king snake even more complex and precise. If Su Bai were to operate merely a single mechanical arm for the disassembly of armor, it would be manageable. The crux of the matter, however, is that he is simultaneously maneuvering 10. What caliber of mechanic is he? Indeed. While removing the armor from the abyssal king snake, Su Bai has simultaneously stripped the external casings of the miscellaneous bones, turbochargers, and the green kai. This entire feat was accomplished in mere seconds, leaving the onlookers in awe exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly astonishing! That investment of 100,000 was not in vain." Those who left prematurely must be regretting their decision immensely. To witness such mastery in one's lifetime is truly invaluable. This esteemed Su must certainly be at least a 2-star mechanic. Otherwise, such skill would be unattainable. Yet, they are mistaken in their conjecture. Although he has swiftly assimilated 2 inherited skills, Su Bai is, at best, a 1-star mechanic, still lacking in refinement. His ability to operate multiple threads simultaneously is primarily attributed to the harmonization of all things and his comprehension of the stellar whale breathing technique, which engendered a tidal wave of stellar energy. This harmony allows him to wield the mechanical arms with finesse, even when handling 10 at once. The disassembly of armor is facilitated by his acute sensitivity to the stellar energy flow within the mechs, enabling him to execute his tasks with precision, avoiding any mishaps. These insights, of course, he shall keep to himself, allowing others to harbor their misconceptions. After all, he shall soon ascend to the rank of a 3-star mechanic. At this moment, Subai is wholly engrossed in the 10 mechs displayed on the luminous screen. The forthcoming challenge will be a true test of his technical prowess. With deliberate grace, the 10 mechanical arms he commands begin to hover above the 10 mechs. From top to bottom, the mechanical arms skillfully pushed, pulled, kneaded, and prodded, resembling the hands of an experienced masseur. Within mere minutes, each of the 10 mechanical constructs had been thoroughly attended to. This was no mere massage. As the arms exerted their force, they reinforced the neural components of the mecha skeleton with electronic pulses, enhancing both sensitivity and cohesion. The kneading and prodding processes served to extract dust and errant metallic fragments lodged within the skeletal structure. This meticulous procedure would undoubtedly elevate the flexibility and longevity of the mechas, with the metallic remnants on the ground standing as a testament to their transformation. Upon completing the maintenance of the skeletal frames, the mechanical arms shifted their focus to the disassembled armor. With a swift motion, the fingers of the arms retracted, morphing into spray nozzles. Vibrant sprays erupted, cascading forth like a fallen rainbow. As these sprays made contact with the exterior armor, they instantly transformed into its original hues, with the kaleidoscopic colors morphing into a transparent coating. This not only augmented the mecha's resilience in extreme environments, but also allowed for adaptive camouflage as required. Mission accomplished. At this moment, the gazes of everyone, including Zhou Yunzhong, had irrevocably shifted towards Subai. They had initially believed that disassembling the outer shells of 10 mechas simultaneously was Subai's utmost limit. To their astonishment, he had presented them with a performance of such exquisite artistry. Indeed, it was a performance. This was no mere maintenance. It was a form of art. Could this truly be witnessed for a mere 100,000? One man stood in disbelief, utterly astonished. Regardless, it was clear that this 100,000 was well spent. Alas, how unfortunate. I failed to capture a video to document all that transpired. However, I have recorded it. At this juncture, the youth who had filmed the video nervously inquired of Subai, "Boss Su, may we upload these videos?" Chapter 24. Eagerly anticipating, the materials have arrived. The young individuals present felt a twinge of anxiety, for star-level mechanics like Subai often possess their own temperaments and rules. They dared not recklessly upload the maintenance footage of such a prominent figure, as they were acutely aware of the repercussions. "Oh, go ahead." To their astonishment, Subai exhibited little concern regarding the matter. In his eyes, he was merely performing a routine maintenance task, hardly worthy of note. Moreover, the content visible through the light screen did not encompass everything. The more intricate operations were beyond the scope of the display. The video, once released, would not reveal any secrets to the knowledgeable, while merely providing entertainment for the uninitiated. Increasing visibility and sifting through potential customers would not be a disadvantage. Well then, if there are no further requests, you may take your leave. Subai issued a polite dismissal, having just received a message from Zhao Mingyue indicating she was nearly there. Nothing was more important than his mech. The youths, understanding the gravity of his words, complied without hesitation. Even though Zhou Yunqing wished to voice further sentiments, he refrained. "Thank you, Boss Su. I shall return another time." After expressing their gratitude to Subai, they departed from the interstellar repair shop. Today had proven to be a significant enhancement for them. Their expenditure of 100,000 star coins was indeed worthwhile, though not as transformative as the interstellar enhancement. The maintenance performed by 2 esteemed star-level mechanics has nonetheless elevated the attributes of their mechs by at least 30%. While this may seem trivial at first glance, the magnitude of the improvement becomes apparent during operation. At the very least, it grants them a competitive edge in the impending major examination. Once the group departed, tranquility once again enveloped the interstellar repair shop. Subai sat quietly at his desk, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Zhao Mingyue. His occasionally trembling legs betrayed his excitement. Ding dong. Soon, the doorbell chimed, prompting Subai to rise and greet her. Upon seeing Subai come out to welcome her, Zhao Mingyue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss Su, You need not be so courteous. Quickly, hand over the items to me. Subai, indeed, bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Zhao Mingwei replied, all right. Perhaps I overthought it. I just had the impression that Boss Su would come to meet me. She shook her head in resignation. We can't leave it here, can we? Let us head to the repair room. In his eagerness to possess his own mech, Subai momentarily forgot they were still in the lobby. Even though he sought high-density, micro-quality nanometals, he could not avoid damaging the floor tiles. The lobby's flooring was not reinforced with vibration-proof materials, making it the most vulnerable section of the entire interstellar repair shop. Under Subai's guidance, the two swiftly entered the repair room. Zhao Mingyue extended her hand to touch the star ring adorning her wrist. With a resounding bang, two towering, semi-transparent metallic forms emerged within the repair chamber. Unlike traditional nanotechnology, the density of nanometals is significantly higher, resulting in alterations to their internal structure. What was once imperceptible to the naked eye has now transformed into a metallic substance that can be observed directly. However, their essence remains largely unchanged, particularly in terms of strength, which does not diminish in comparison to their previous state. This represents the pinnacle of current technological capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. 5 resounding thuds echoed as Zhao Mingyue placed 5 blocks of shimmering dark green stones upon the table. Are these what you need? She inquired, her expression brimming with pride as she gazed at Subai, seemingly awaiting his commendation. She had exerted considerable effort and leveraged her connections to procure these items. Particularly with the nanometals, she was astonished to find that the inventory at Star Sea University was insufficient. It was only through familial ties that she managed to amass this 10-ton quantity for Subai. Subai understood well that, given sufficient time, acquiring such materials would not pose a challenge. However, the fact that she had gathered them overnight indicated a significant investment of her energy. Thank you. Subai expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhao Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. After their previous exchanges, she had presumed Subai to be somewhat of a stoic individual. Yet here he was, offering such heartfelt thanks. This made her shyly touch her ear and respond, there is no need to be so courteous. How much do these total? Subai inquired directly after his expression of thanks. Zhao Mingwei replied, the total is 250,000 star coins. Each piece of kryptonite costs 10,000 star coins, and the nanometals are priced at 20,000 star coins per ton. In terms of pricing, she was quite straightforward. As Subai had previously articulated clearly that fair trade was the principle of the other party, these prices reflected the market value, and there was no need for her to misrepresent. Upon hearing this, Subai nodded. All right, I will transfer it to you. Soon. Zhao Mingyue's phone chimed with a notification. 30,000 star coins credited to your account. Boss Su? Zhao Mingyue was somewhat perplexed by Subai's intention. Subai merely smiled faintly. What you mentioned earlier is indeed the market price. The fact that you managed to gather these items in such a short time undoubtedly entails a premium. As I stated, fair trade is my principle. She hadn't anticipated being discovered by Subai. Indeed, she had quoted the market prices, adhering to Subai's principles. However, Zhao Mingyue opted to bear the premium herself, as she had agreed to inform Subai if there was anything needed. Now that she had been found out, she could only helplessly stick out her tongue. A gesture imbued with a hint of playfulness. This scene would surely astonish those who were familiar with Zhao Mingyue, who had always been perceived as a rather bold girl. Her straightforward demeanor and boyish approach to tasks were well known, so it was unexpected to see her display such a girlish side. Boss Su, are you planning to use these materials to manufacture equipment? Zhao Mingyue inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as she observed Su by examining the nanometal. Pretty much. Subai replied, not intending to conceal anything as he touched the nanometal. I intend to use these to construct a mech. A mech? As if a realization struck her. Zhao Mingyue's eyes sparkled. Is Boss Su preparing to build a mech for combat? Nurtured within the embrace of her family from a young age, Zhao Mingyue possessed a deeper understanding of mechs than the average mech engineer. Materials such as nanometals were ill-suited for conventional mechs, and kryptonite, as a core power source, was woefully inadequate to meet the demands of larger mechs. Thus, it became evident that the mech Subai intended to construct would be solely for combat purposes. May I observe it here? Zhao Mingyue inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. She had never before witnessed a combat mech. In truth, few on Blue Star had encountered one. Due to the limitations of craftsmanship, combat mechs largely existed only as concepts, and the few that were realized were merely auxiliary mechs designed for routine tasks. Zhao Mingyue was well aware of Su Bai's mechanical skills. She found it hard to believe he would create something so trivial. She yearned not to miss the opportunity to witness the birth of a combat mech firsthand. Chapter 25. 5 Cores Ignited. Extreme Forging. Very well. After a moment of contemplation prompted by Zhao Mingyue's request to observe, Su Bai nodded in acquiescence. However, it may take some time. And you won't be able to enter the workshop. You can only remain in the hall. After all, she had assisted him. And fulfilling her modest wish to see a combat mech was a small favor he could grant. He had no intention of concealing the combat mech. It would eventually be revealed. As long as she was not privy to the process of its creation or enhancement, there would be no issue. Excellent. I promised to remain in the hall without moving. Almost instantaneously, as Su Bai's words echoed, Zhao Mingyue nodded vigorously in agreement. Such a rare opportunity. Not only would she be willing to wait in the hall, but even outside the door. Meanwhile, a secret delight bubbled within her. Little dwarf. You have no idea what you've missed. Although a hint of surprise flickered in Xiao Minyan's heart, she paid it little mind and continued her meditative work. Inside the interstellar repair shop, at Su Bai's signal, Zhao Mingyue closed the grand entrance. Now, the expansive workshop contained only the two of them, one in the hall and the other in the maintenance room. The reason for Su Bai's action was simple. He was uncertain how long it would take to construct the mech. It would be unseemly to keep any potential customers waiting. Thus, he decided to close the door without a second thought. With a decisive click, the door to the maintenance room shut. Su Bai first approached 2 clusters of nanometal, gently stroking his chin as his gaze shifted thoughtfully. Let us try this cluster first. If I extract a bone from the center, I can use bionic skeletal manufacturing. This was a technique he had chosen from the legacy of star-level repair masters, a skill belonging to the realm of 3-star repair mastery. Although Su Bai's current proficiency made practical application of this technique somewhat challenging, he had the support of task assistants. The true utility of this assistance became apparent at that moment. Any skill contained within the task assistants could be swiftly mastered by Su Bai, his proficiency matching that of the original practitioner. With a flick of his wrist, one of the clusters of nanometal converged before him. Under the principle of universal integration, these nanometals began to morph and meld along his right hand. At this moment, the sturdy metal resembled a lump of clay, pliable under Su Bai's deft manipulation. While his right hand deftly controlled the nanometal, his left hand was equally engaged, wielding a thermal beam knife that tirelessly etched intricate designs into the nanometal. After an hour and a half of meticulous work, a multitude of nanometal remnants lay scattered across the ground, while before Su Bai stood a 2-meter-tall, semi-transparent metallic framework. Its limbs, torso, cervical vertebrae, and cranial structure were all seamlessly crafted, exuding a lifelike quality. As he gently rotated the right arm of the metallic skeleton, it moved with a remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Observing this, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the craftsmanship inherited from the 3-star mechanist was exceptional, rendering the mech skeleton comparable in all aspects to the human body, undoubtedly achieving a harmonious fit. The mech was connected to the mechanist's body through neuronal components, forming a bespoke link via the flow of stellar energy. Yet, humans and mechs are inherently different, due to their disparate skeletal structures. Even the most exquisitely designed large mechs can only approximate human anatomy, making certain unique maneuvers challenging to execute. This distinction gives rise to varying degrees of difficulty in mech operation. However, Su Bai's mech armament faced none of these challenges, as its nearly identical structure allowed for a seamless operation. Pleased with his creation, Su Bai acknowledged that this was merely the first step. With a flick of his wrist, the remnants of nanometal on the ground soared into the air, only to coalesce once more into a singular form. The ability to merge all things seamlessly was a testament to his SSS-level talent. This remarkable waste utilization technique incurred no loss whatsoever, verging on the divine. And this was merely one of his capabilities. As for the outer armor, he would opt for a balance of light and heavy armor, employing the golden ratio. In the selection of external armor, Su Bai utilized the skills inherited from a 2-star mechanic, achieving an exquisite balance between light and heavy armor. With his exceptional craftsmanship, he adeptly controlled the proportion of both types of armor on the mech, ensuring that each attained its optimal performance. The essence of this technique lies in precision. A minor error could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even Su Bai approached this task with utmost seriousness. As sparks flickered, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Indeed, The outcome bore an almost perfect resemblance to the blueprint. The mech's armaments had taken shape, and Subai ultimately decided to adorn it with a striking red and black paint scheme, reminiscent of ancient warriors, while the mech stood at a mere 2 meters. Its visual impact rivaled that of larger machines, exuding an even greater aura of intimidation. Next came the core power system. Subai gazed eagerly at the nearby kryptonite, anticipating the challenge ahead. This time, he intended to employ the skills of a 3-star mechanic, utilizing 5 cores for combustion. This was the reason for his need for 5 pieces of kryptonite. From the moment he first observed the task assistance, he recognized the potential of this technique. However, an overly potent power source could lead to energy surges, possibly resulting in explosions, and Subai lacked the confidence to manage such instability. Not even mechanics of higher ranks could easily achieve this feat. Thus, they were compelled to opt for relatively weaker power sources for experimentation. Consequently, despite possessing formidable capabilities, this technique was merely rated as that of a 3-star mechanic, owing to its limited practicality. Yet, Subai was equipped with the enhancement of interstellar technology. Under the influence of this enhancement, it was highly probable that the originally low-tier power source could be upgraded. Thus, he was able to achieve the simultaneous ignition of 5 cores, yielding the most formidable power mech. Exhaling a breath of stale air and wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, he approached the 5 blocks of dark green kryptonite, arms outstretched. The 5 crystals instantaneously ascended into the air, strategically positioned at 5 distinct points. Gradually, they began to converge. As the 5 crystals drew nearer, an energy net unexpectedly formed between them, intertwining the cores of the kryptonite and consolidating their energies, radiating a vibrant green glow. At this moment, the energy coursing through the net far surpassed that of the kryptonite itself, even tripling its output, akin to the combined energy of 2 helium stones. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Subai's eyes sharpened, and he forcefully thrust his hands outward. In an instant, he embedded them into the mech's framework. The moment the power source was integrated, every link within the mech's armament was activated. A terrifying shockwave erupted, causing the entire interstellar repair shop to tremble. Chapter 26. The prototype takes shape and begins to strengthen. The tremor startled Zhao Mengyue, who was meditating cross-legged in the hall, prompting her to rise and scan her surroundings. What was that commotion? Zhao Mengyue had remained with the intention of witnessing the birth of combat mecha armaments. However, she distinctly recalled that the materials she provided to Subai were merely kryptonite. Even 5 pieces should not have caused such a ruckus. What on earth was Subai doing? Now, her heart felt like a kitten scratching with curiosity about everything unfolding in the repair shop. It had already been 5 hours since Subai entered the maintenance room. She had arrived at noon, and now dusk was approaching. Zhao Mengyue was not impatiently awaiting the moment. After all, to witness history unfold was a privilege, and what was a few days of waiting? The crux of the matter lay in her awareness that an unprecedented mech armament was on the verge of unveiling not far from her. What fervent mech enthusiast could resist such temptation? Should she sneak a glance? The thought flitted through her mind, yet she quickly shook her head in disapproval. No. If discovered, it would surely incite the wrath of Boss Su. Alas, how she wished time would hasten its passage, suppressing the restless stirrings within. Zhao Mengyue found her meditation unproductive and resorted to practicing her mech skills in the hall. Of course, this did not involve piloting a mech, but rather offline practice. While not as effective as hands-on experience, it nonetheless improved her proficiency. Extracting a lightsaber from the star ring, its faint blue glow flickered as she held the blade aloft. With her eyes firmly shut, she stepped forward with her left foot while keeping her right planted, then swiftly executed a rotational move, the saber dancing in tandem with her motion. Intermediate mech technique, circular slash, all in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, outside the interstellar repair shop, the atmosphere was equally tense. Who would have thought that the business of this repair shop would thrive so remarkably? Any rash action would certainly attract the attention of the enforcement team. Yet, what on earth was that young man up to? Only 1 hour of operation each day before closing? The customers who had come seeking the maintenance video by Subai were left bewildered. What the heck? Is this for real? They are closing already? Is this the place from the video? Are there truly star-rated mechanics here? It must be correct. For such a large-scale repair shop is rare, not just in Yanhai, but throughout Huaxia. Unfortunately, we have arrived too late. Is this the arrogance of a star-rated mechanic? What kind of good establishment closes at 11 in the morning? What can be done? After all, they are star-rated mechanics, capable of operating with 10 threads simultaneously, a true master. The crucial point is the affordability. Indeed, While 100,000 star coins is typically the standard price for maintenance by a star-rated mechanic, this is merely a form of upkeep. Here, it is a direct transaction, remarkably economical. Regardless, I shall not leave today. I will wait here until the store manager opens tomorrow. Is it really that competitive? Then I shall remain as well. Well said, if you are not leaving. Neither shall I. Presently, Zhou Yunjin and others have uploaded a video of Su by simultaneously maintaining 10 mechas online, following the earlier hype created by Xiao Mingyan. The topic surrounding the interstellar repair shop has garnered significant attention. The moment the video was released, it amassed hundreds of thousands of views, just as Subai had anticipated. Those knowledgeable in the field discerned no tricks, while the layman found it quite the spectacle. Almost simultaneously with its release, there were already 10,000 comments. Is this for real? Does Yunhai have star-rated mechanics now? Wow, such skill. I doubt any ordinary star-rated mechanic could achieve this. Let us go? It seems a visit to Yunhai is unavoidable. To be honest, I'm already here, but alas, the boss has closed the shop. Is this a form of hunger marketing? Who would close their doors at noon? I fondly recall the days of yore when chrysanthemums were merely flowers, and the terms and were used positively. People were simple back then, devoid of such intricate schemes. I am truly exasperated with this situation. Thankfully, I refrained from participating. How foolish would that have been? Do they not realize that a skilled mechanic is not someone you can simply summon at will? After just completing 10 tasks, does one not deserve a moment of respite? Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Undoubtedly, those who had queued for service only to depart due to Subai's exorbitant fees are the ones who will regret it the most. A moment's hesitation cost them a splendid opportunity. It is needless to say that acquiring 2 maintenance services tomorrow will surely exceed 100,000 star coins. Alas, why did I not persist a little longer? This sentiment resonates with them all. Subai, however, remains oblivious to the fervor brewing online. Nor is he aware that his interstellar repair shop has once again surged in popularity. His attention is wholly captivated by the mechanized armor before him. The original red and black color scheme, now tainted with a shade of deep green, adds an air of the uncanny, resembling a sovereign of the night. A ruler of darkness. It is rather impressive, albeit slightly lacking in quality. Now, the main event begins. Subai rests his chin on one hand, appraising his masterpiece. He then lowers his right hand and slowly strides towards the mechanized armor, extending his arm to make direct contact with it. Upon detecting the target mech, the current mech's tier was deemed insufficient, allowing for a first-tier interstellar enhancement. Without hesitation, Subai chose to initiate the enhancement. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Following the initial interstellar enhancement, the mech before Subai underwent a remarkable transformation. The overall color scheme remained a striking red and black. Yet the previously rigid nanometal now radiated a renewed vitality. Even without physical contact, Subai could sense an increase in both its resilience and hardness. As he had anticipated, interstellar enhancement indeed fortifies the inherent material of any mech. However, the transformation of the nanometal did not overly excite Subai. He maintained his composure. What was to follow held far greater significance. With a gentle touch of his right hand upon the mech's armor, a crisp sound echoed as its chest panel opened, revealing a shimmering blue light within, a spectacle reminiscent of a swirling nebula. In that moment, Subai couldn't help but clench his fist and release a triumphant flourish. Indeed. It works. Indeed. The core structure, which should have been composed of dark green kryptonite, had now been entirely supplanted by helium stone. Coupled with the unique properties of the 5-core co-fusion, despite it still being classified as an Earth mech, Subai's mech armor now possessed a power source rivaling that of an ether mech. Chapter 27, Terrifying Shock, Rising Bloodlust. No, this is still insufficient. Observing the mech armor before him, Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. While the enhancement was substantial, it remained merely an Earth mech, unable to keep pace with his burgeoning Star Force realm. Logically, a first-tier enhancement should awaken a special talent skill. He wondered what talent skill would manifest now. Contemplating the awakening of his innate talent, Subai felt a flicker of hesitation. Logically, a first-tier enhancement should unveil a distinctive regional talent skill, and he pondered whether it would be prudent to experiment with this notion. Ultimately, Subai dismissed the idea. It would be wiser to await the completion of the second-tier enhancement before making any decisions. If this first-tier talent skill proved formidable yet was subsequently erased, the disappointment would be profound. Generally speaking, a mech can possess only one talent skill. And in Su Bai's estimation, even with interstellar enhancements, such limitations should remain unbroken. The prospect of acquiring a commendable talent skill only to have it obliterated during the second-tier enhancement was simply unbearable. It was far better to await the completion of all enhancements before reassessing the situation. With resolve, he initiated the enhancement process. His right hand rested upon the mech's armament as he successfully allocated 100 interstellar points for the transaction. Second-tier enhancement commencing, accompanied by the system's notification. A brilliant golden light erupted from the mech's armament. This surge of power far surpassed that of the previous first-tier enhancement, creating a gravitational pull at the site of the mechanical apparatus, as if a miniature black hole sought to consume all surrounding metallic materials. Observing this phenomenon, Su Bai furrowed his brow and swiftly employed his ability of universal integration to counteract the force. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. The previous awakenings of innate skills had always been a selection process from a myriad of options, yet now, when it came to his mech's armament, no choices presented themselves. It was uncertain whether this was due to the peculiar nature of his own talents, or if this type of combat mech was simply unprecedented in its emergence, possessing its own uniqueness. Before long, the forces of universal integration and the gravitational pull generated by the mech's talent skill reached a delicate equilibrium, leading to their simultaneous dissipation. Bang! In the fleeting moment when the pulling force vanished, a surge of energy erupted, radiating from Su Bai and expanding throughout the vast expanse of the cloud sea. The first to be affected was Zhao Mengwei in the hall. Fortunately, having previously experienced the awakening of her innate abilities, she was prepared when she sensed the tremor. She invoked her frigid ice essence to enhance the light shield in her hands, forming a cushioning barrier. Nonetheless, under the force of the impact, the ice layer atop the barrier began to crumble, scattering to the ground in mere moments. The barrier itself teetered precariously, instilling fear in Zhao Mengwei, who hastily augmented her stellar power to fortify her defenses. Her expression was one of trepidation as she pondered the nature of Su Bai's awakened abilities. Just a ripple of energy had unleashed such formidable power. Could this truly be the might wielded by mech armaments? What caliber of mech armament was it? Was it Starwalker or Starbreaker? Boom. The shockwave continued to propagate, instantly toppling all the guests waiting outside the door. Fortunately, the presence of vibration gold provided some cushioning. Otherwise, this one blow could have severely injured many among them. Most of these individuals were merely high school students who had awakened their talents for less than a year. The force that even posed a challenge to Zhao Mengwei was beyond their capacity to withstand. After being thrown into disarray, they slowly regained their footing, their small minds swirling with large questions. After a considerable time, someone finally managed to gather their wits. What just happened? I have no idea. I only felt a void in my head just now. Such overwhelming force, it actually toppled us even through the vibration gold? What on earth is that person doing? Is this truly the prowess of a stellar mechanic? Such a commotion from mere tinkering? I shall not relent. I am resolute in my decision to secure a place at this interstellar repair shop. I shall reside here tonight, mark my words. You think you alone can claim this space? I, too, shall rest here. I must seize this opportunity. Who knows if the proprietor might depart before I get my chance. I am determined to wait until the grand opening. Amidst the awe, their yearning for the interstellar repair shop intensified. In their eyes, Su Bai had transcended the status of an ordinary stellar mechanic and had become a figure of immense potential, one capable of helping them stand out. This was, for them, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had that young girl who previously entered the repair shop already advanced to a Starwalker Mecha Master? She appeared quite youthful. How could she achieve such a level at her tender age? This cannot be allowed. She must be eliminated, even if it risks exposure. These two must be thoroughly detained here. Recalling Zhao Mengwei, who had entered the repair shop earlier, he instinctively believed that the commotion was a result of her mecha's advancement. He had sensed Su Bai's stellar power before. It was merely at the 3-star level, far too insufficient to achieve a breakthrough to Starwalker in the blink of an eye. The only plausible explanation pointed to Zhao Mengwei. This could be seen as a contribution to the cold light civilization. Furthermore, with the addition of a mysterious and enigmatic genius mechanic, even if the higher-ups were displeased, they would likely shield me. It is settled. Duan Han fixed his gaze on the interstellar repair shop, his vertical pupils flickering with intensity, fists clenched tightly, clearly entering a state of readiness. With a resounding boom, the shockwave dissipated. Only then did Su Bai lower his right arm, which had shielded his eyes from the force that had nearly cracked his goggles. For precaution, he raised his hand to protect his vision. As soon as his arm was lowered, his lips curled into a wild grin at the sight before him. Towering in front of him was a red and black mech armor, a testament to resilience at its finest, with its outer shell taut and ready. At this moment, the mech's appearance had undergone a transformation. It had grown from an approximate height of 2 meters to an impressive 3 meters. While this may seem insignificant among mechs, it was noteworthy for armor, as such an increase in height, while maintaining the internal space, signified a substantial increase in the materials stacked within. Indeed, the facts supported this. The mech armor, originally weighing around 10 tons, now registered a staggering 100 tons on the maintenance instruments. This weight rivaled that of a standard aerial mech. What pleased Subai most was the core power source of the mech armor. 5 azure orbs floated at the center of the power source, interconnected by streams of energy, forming a network that pulsed rhythmically, reminiscent of a beating heart. Notably, the material of these orbs was not the light stones he had speculated, but rather a higher-grade substance known as Mangzhong. The 5 Mangzhong orbs formed a quintuple core, igniting a chaotic synergy within the armor. Chapter 28. Its name is Chaos. Dual talent skills. Furthermore, the Winter Sword Master only possessed a single core power source, whereas he wielded 5. The disparity between these states cannot be easily elucidated as a mere quantitative relationship. Perhaps it is the result of that peculiar condition experienced previously? The resonance between innate abilities and talents may have triggered a fortifying mutation, resulting in a core power source that has transcended its limits. After deep reflection, Subai ventured his hypothesis. This was the sole explanation for why, despite both being at the second level of enhancement, his results surpassed those of Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan by such a considerable margin. To assert that the distinction arose solely from his unique system would be evidently implausible, as there were no differences at the first level of enhancement. Well then, never mind for now, let us bestow a name upon this. The capacity to devour all, combined with the talent for universal integration, shall be termed Chaos. The mech of infinite possibilities. Subai swiftly named his mech Chaos. At the moment of its designation, a flicker of light emanated from its head, an observation that Subai, engrossed in his contemplation of Chaos, failed to notice. Now that both enhancements had concluded, Chaos had ascended to the standard of a Sky 3 mech. Naturally, he could no longer restrain himself. With a single step, as if merging with Chaos itself, Subai was enveloped without any hindrance. In an instant, countless neural connectors reached out from within Chaos, making contact with Subai's body. The initial touch brought a slight sting, yet to Subai, it was inconsequential. Boom. Connection complete. DNA sequence confirmed. Welcome, Skymech Master Subai. The successful neural connection was accompanied by the resonant voice of a mechanical AI echoing in Subai's mind. He understood that this was the autonomous AI of the Chaos mech. Almost every mech is equipped with its own autonomous AI. Yet the assistance these AIs provide is rather limited. Most often, they merely sever the connection between the mech pilot and the mech's pain sensory network before the mech sustains catastrophic damage, preventing the pilot from experiencing the excruciating agony of being bisected or losing a limb. For instance, had Sun Hani's Red Moon, which was pierced by a C-nuclear ray, still maintained a connection with her neurons, the impact could have potentially caused her to faint and suffer lasting repercussions. Such pain is exceptionally difficult to endure. However, for Subai, this seems unnecessary. His Chaos is an armored mech. It is a close combat mech. If he were to be bisected or lose an arm, he would certainly not be able to save himself. How careless. It was only upon this realization that Subai recognized his initial focus was solely on the application of his own abilities, neglecting the aspect of safety. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. In the event of a mech being destroyed on the battlefield, the survival rate is less than 1%. As for regular combat, why should I engage in battles? I am a mech technician, after all. Indeed, even after acquiring a mech, Subai remains acutely aware of his own identity. He is a mech technician. He enjoys piloting mechs to fulfill his dreams, while simultaneously gaining the means for self-preservation. But to have him wander around in a mech seeking sparring partners? That would be absurd. Striving to earn money and enhance his strength is far more appealing. Wealth equates to power, a truth that is particularly evident in Subai. With sufficient funds, he can not only elevate himself to the legendary realm of truth. One could even forge a fleet of unparalleled truth. He clearly understands the distinction between what is trivial and what is significant. What is this? Subai's exclamation emerged from the depths of Chaos. In an instant, the chaotic gaze shifted from azure to crimson. Boom! A surge of black radiance erupted from within. This black light rampaged through the maintenance bay, enveloping every metallic object it encountered. Soon, it made contact with another mass of nanometals on the ground, akin to a hunter swiftly seizing its prey. Moments later, the black light dissipated, revealing in Chaos's hand a semi-transparent beam cannon, 5 meters in length and 50 centimeters in caliber. Buzzing, the cannon's muzzle incessantly absorbed the surrounding heat, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. While through its translucent body, one could witness a sphere of dark material gathering at its core. Even though it was but a small mass, the power it contained seemed capable of effortlessly obliterating a starship. A gifted ability. The Dark Energy Beam Cannon. After personally confirming his gifted ability, Subai promptly dismissed the beam cannon from his grasp. He dared not wield such power lightly in this place. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Dark Energy Beam Cannon, a force that stood in stark contrast to gravity, harmoniously merging with all things. Subai was now intrigued by the true essence of this innate talent. It appeared that the true strength of this ability was far greater than he had initially conceived. Dark energy could engender a repulsive force, counteracting gravity, and was once believed to be the driving force behind the expansion of the universe. The fact that such energy could be controlled by a mech was astonishing. Even if it were merely pseudo-dark energy, or just a fragment of it, the potential was terrifying. Moreover, after the beam cannon vanished from his hand, he waved his right hand. A scarlet longsword suddenly materialized in his grasp. If the previous dark energy beam cannon possessed a terrifying, repulsive force that rejected everything, then this crimson longsword was endowed with an entirely opposite gravitational pull. This innate ability, known as the Sword of Attraction, wielded a formidable force capable of drawing all metallic substances in its vicinity. This meant that within the range of the Sword of Attraction, any mecha, starship, or metallic materials, even living beings, would be irresistibly drawn toward its blade. To put it simply, one could stand still and still slay foes effortlessly. Unexpectedly, he had truly awakened dual innate abilities. This realization sparked a bold thought in Subai's mind. Perhaps each enhancement might give rise to a new innate skill, not only for himself, but perhaps it could also apply to other mechas. Once this notion took root, it spread through Subai's mind like a swarm of locusts. He was eager to test whether it could indeed be accomplished. Unfortunately, it seemed that such an experiment would have to wait. There were two methods for testing. One was to enhance a mecha that had been previously strengthened, yet the 3 mechas that had undergone enhancements were still far from ready for another upgrade. The other option was to seek out a mecha that possessed an innate ability for experimentation. Chapter 29. All permissions unlocked. Interstellar logistics. He silently etched this matter into his memory, flexing the wrist of his chaotic energy, and once he confirmed its alignment with himself, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. However, this peculiar specialty seemed somewhat superfluous. The chaotic nature of expertise pales in comparison to Xiao Mingyin's instantaneous movement and Zhao Mingyue's energy manipulation. The special trait, Celestial Eye, grants one exceptional dynamic vision for a limited duration, enabling the ability to discern the opponent's vulnerabilities. For an ordinary mech pilot, this would be deemed a miraculous skill. However, for a mech engineer, they are inherently the most knowledgeable about mechs, often able to ascertain weaknesses merely by observing the opponent's machine. At best, it proves somewhat effective when confronting star beasts. Perhaps I am being overly ambitious. Subai chuckled at his own self-mockery. He already possessed 2 formidable innate abilities, along with a power source and armor that surpassed typical star-step mechs. Desiring an even stronger special trait indeed feels a touch greedy. Overall, he was greatly satisfied with his gains. More importantly, as the chaos took form, the system notification arrived as expected. Ding. The host has successfully crafted a mech of their own. Task duration, 2 days. Current rewards. Complete control of the interstellar repair shop, 1 Hung Tian grade defense shield. At the moment the mechanical voice concluded, the lights in the maintenance room suddenly illuminated. Simultaneously, a lively female voice emanated from the control panel. Congratulations, Owner Subai, on obtaining complete control of the store. Now activating the virtual construction chamber and store expansion permissions. Detection reveals that the store's resources are severely lacking. Now opening the Interstellar Logistics Special Purchasing Channel. Please check, Owner. A series of notifications prompted Subai to pause momentarily. A sense of confusion washing over him. A virtual construction chamber? The host is able to practice mechanical repairs within the virtual construction chamber and forge unclaimed mechs. The intelligence exhibited by the opponent astonished Subai, yet what truly delighted him was this virtual construction chamber, a dedicated space for honing his mechanical skills, where the flow of time is merely 1/3 that of the outside world. This implies that if he spends 3 days within the virtual chamber, only a single day elapses externally. Thus, he could potentially master the art of time management, having already acquired the foundational skills necessary for constructing mechs. The notion of utilizing the virtual construction chamber to build mechs for his exclusive interstellar repair shop and subsequently selling them seemed to promise even greater profits. With this realization, Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to embark on practical exercises immediately. However, he ultimately restrained himself. The concept of expansion rights is rather straightforward. Was it that I lacked the qualifications for the repair shop's expansion previously? Expansion rights, in essence, allow one to increase the footprint of the interstellar repair shop. Yet this should not necessarily require special permissions, should it? Indeed, the previous owner, who had not acquired full privileges of the interstellar repair shop, was merely an employee, unable to determine whether the shop could expand. Even a reckless attempt at expansion would not garner support. Of course, there is no immediate rush for expansion, is there? He glanced at the 10 repair bays currently at his disposal, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided against expansion for the time being. With his current capabilities, managing 10 concurrent operations remains feasible, but exceeding this number would compromise both precision and quality. He resolved to defer expansion until his skills had further developed. Soon, Subai redirected his focus to matters that piqued his interest beyond the virtual construction warehouse, the interstellar logistics procurement channel. What exactly is this procurement channel? Subai was eager to discover whether it aligned with his expectations. The Interstellar Logistics Procurement Channel is a dedicated shopping avenue for interstellar repair shops, enabling the purchase of essential metallic materials and core components through the interstellar network. Regardless of the distance, deliveries can be made within a day, and the prices are set at a mere 80% of the market rate. Indeed, upon receiving this affirmative response, Subai could not help but clench his fist and wave it with exuberance, unable to contain the joy that radiated from his expression. In his endeavor to construct the chaos, he had unwittingly owed Zhao Mengwei a favor. The reason being, despite being a repair shop manager, he lacked his own procurement channel. Now, with the comprehensive opening of permissions for interstellar repair shops, this issue had finally been resolved. Henceforth, he could directly procure any necessary materials from the interstellar network. Most importantly, the central control had stated that all metallic and core materials are included. No matter the distance, they could arrive within a day, which meant that as long as he possessed sufficient star coins, he could acquire a plethora of rare materials. Although interstellar enhancement allows for the elevation of mech quality, there inevitably arise instances requiring special materials for specific maintenance. One cannot resort to interstellar enhancement for every minor wear and tear, can they? Such an approach would be unacceptable for both him and his customers. Previously, Subai had displayed little interest in the full permissions of the interstellar repair shop. However, it now appeared that he had been rather myopic in his perspective. The reward for this task is not inferior to the innate talents one possesses. At least within the realm of the interstellar repair shop, it has reached its zenith. Subai is immensely pleased with this. Meanwhile, a golden radiance erupted from beneath his feet, spreading across the entire interstellar repair shop like a delicate web. Boom! A violent tremor swept through the entire establishment, startling Zhao Mengwei, who was in the hall. What on earth is happening? It's just the construction of a mech. Must it be so terrifying? After a series of relentless vibrations, Zhao Mengwei felt somewhat numb and utterly astonished. In her eyes, everything Subai was doing transcended her comprehension. Whether it was the combat mech armaments or the continuous commotion, even now, the golden patterns on the ground instilled a fear in her greater than that she felt in the presence of her father. What a joke! Her father is Zhao Tianming, a pinnacle mech master. Above him lies only the celestial level. Does this golden pattern possess celestial level power? Zhao Mengwei thought to herself, her scalp tingling as if she were about to gain new insights. In that moment, as Zhao Mengwei racked her brain, the golden patterns had enveloped the entire interstellar repair shop. Then, a terrifying aura erupted, rendering her nearly immobile. Fortunately, this presence dissipated in an instant, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Only her pale, slightly aching hand remained to remind Zhao Mengwei that this was not a dream. Just moments ago, she had truly felt the power of the celestial level. Chapter 30. May I have a glimpse? A sudden upheaval unfolded within the interstellar repair shop, yet curiously, the outside world remained tranquil, unlike the previous commotion stirred by Subai. The construction of the Heng Tian-level defensive barrier this time did not provoke the slightest ripple beyond its confines. Customers, who had been eagerly awaiting the shop's opening, were now scattered in small groups, some forming teams to venture into the Mecha Canyon, while others engaged in live streaming, diligently observing the situation within the repair shop. This lad truly defies reason. Does he require such an extensive duration? Is he not concerned about the limits of human patience? It has already been 6 or 7 hours since Zhao Mengyue entered the interstellar repair shop. The prolonged confinement of a solitary male and female in a single room feels fundamentally amiss. Truly beastly. Perhaps ridding the world of this pair of wayward lovers would serve as a public service. Yet, with each passing second, his murderous intent only intensified. Inside the repair shop, Subai approached a wall in the maintenance area and reached out to touch it. The sensation was unchanged. Is this truly the defensive barrier? It hardly felt different. Subai found himself puzzled. Had it not been for the earlier terrifying energy that had dissipated somewhat, he might have suspected he was being deceived by the system. As if sensing his bewilderment, the central control once again issued a prompt. The interstellar repair shop has deployed the Heng Tian-level defensive barrier. Please rest assured, shop owner. Subai harbored doubts regarding the central control statement, feeling entitled to skepticism. Bang. Surely, the shop owner should now be convinced. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Subai sensed a hint of petulance in the tone of the central control. A hesitant smile crossed his face as he chuckled lightly. Just a jest. I trust you to handle the matter. The central control responded with silence, promptly activating the display. Suddenly, a luminous screen materialized before Subai, revealing an array of dazzling metallic and core materials. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the assortment. Kree stones, helium stones, and to his surprise, even star meon stones were present. Among the first column of core energy source materials, there lay a jet black, irregularly shaped stone that left Subai momentarily taken aback. The star meon stone, surpassing the Mongzhong in rarity, is typically employed as a high-energy core power source for Starfall-class mechs. Its scarcity rivals that of the esteemed Starfall mech engineers. To procure a single star meon stone within the Blue Star Alliance, one must first demonstrate qualifications as a 4-star mech technician or higher, accompanied by a commission from a Starfall mech engineer for the construction or upgrade of a mech. This stringent requirement aims to deter individuals from maliciously acquiring star meon stones for profit. Starfall mech engineers are undeniably formidable figures within the Blue Star Alliance, serving as the backbone of the interstellar community. Above them lies the Heng Tian, the pinnacle of the Blue Star Alliance. As for those who surpass the Heng Tian, they have long ventured into the depths of space, existing only as legendary entities. Materials of such caliber can only be obtained in the vastness of deep space. To his astonishment, the interstellar logistics offered such remarkable deals. The star meon stone was available at a discount of 20%. Seeing the price of the star meon stone, Subai found himself tempted, contemplating the possibility of purchasing it through interstellar logistics and reselling it for profit. Even with merely a modest profit, it would suffice to enrich him immensely. It could rival the earnings from conducting 100 interstellar enhancements, a staggering profit of 2 billion star coins. To think that this was being used to test the officials. Subai's eyes turned slightly red, and he took deep breaths to regain his composure. There was no choice. He had to remain calm. Should he act rashly, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. How would he explain the origin of this star jade? How could he clarify it? Unable to elucidate? Very well. Iron bars and tears. If he managed to clarify? Excellent. The Research Institute. Regardless of the approach, the outcome would be the loss of freedom. At least for now. He was still too weak. After calming himself, Subai shifted his gaze downward, scanning the metallic materials. Indeed, there was an abundance of nanometal here, available for purchase. What a pity. Did they have vibration gold, illusion gold, and magic gold? Quite impressive. It seemed feasible to consider the occasional construction and auction of mechas. After browsing the interstellar network, Subai's grin nearly reached his ears. On the current interstellar platform, he could almost procure every material beneath the heavens. This meant that as long as his mechanical skills improved, he could construct star-falling mechas for auction without needing interstellar enhancements. Today truly was a splendid day, and Subai felt exceedingly cheerful. Checking the time, he departed from the maintenance room. As the door of the maintenance room swung open, Zhao Mengyue, in the hall, swiftly approached Subai. This sudden movement nearly prompted Subai to slap her. Zhao Mengyue, with a hint of trepidation, took 2 cautious steps back and inquired, "Su boss, were you just about to strike me?" Subai chuckled. Aha, not at all. You're overthinking it. He had been so engrossed and overwhelmed with joy that he had completely forgotten Zhao Mingwei was waiting in the hall for him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had saved him. Otherwise, a slap might have marred that lovely face of hers. Luckily, Zhao Mingwei was not the type to harbor grudges, and it was her suddenness that had startled him. Could I take a look? What? Subai was momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by Zhao Mingyue's eager gaze. That. In her excitement, Zhao Mingwei had not articulated her request clearly, but merely gestured towards Subai's right hand resting beside his leg. Subai stared blankly, following her gaze to his leg. Isn't that inappropriate? He assessed Zhao Mingyue. Indeed, she was beautiful and had a pleasant demeanor. However, this was all happening too swiftly, diverging from the persona he wished to uphold. Zhao Mingyue, perplexed, exclaimed, Didn't you promise to show me the mecha equipment? Are you backing out? Her singular focus on the mecha left her oblivious to the nuances of Subai's words. So that is what you meant, Subai realized, eager to steer the conversation elsewhere. After all, she simply wanted to see the chaos, right? Having made a promise to himself, he extended his hand toward the star ring. In a swift motion, unlike the conventional appearance of mechas, the moment Subai touched the star ring, a brilliant white light enveloped him instantaneously, causing his form to lean back slightly before he seamlessly merged into the chaos. In his perspective, this facilitated a more effective response to unforeseen circumstances. Ordinary mechas would not be capable of such a feat, as they required a certain amount of boarding time. With the protection of the Hung Tian level barrier, even the immense weight of the chaos posed no threat of damaging the hall. As the white light dissipated, a black and red mecha emerged, its majestic helm allowing blue light to shine through. The chaos lowered its head slightly, gazing at Zhao Mingyue. Upon seeing the towering figure of chaos, standing at 3 meters high, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. To her, chaos was nothing short of a masterpiece, second only to her own Winter Sword Master. After all, in her heart, her child would always be the most splendid, and even though chaos was a paragon of craftsmanship, it could not surpass her Winter Sword Master. Nonetheless, apart from her Winter Sword Master, she was willing to deem it the strongest. With proportions nearly identical to that of a human, chaos appeared less rigid than typical mechas. Yet the power emanating from it made Zhao Mingyue realize that this seemingly small form contained strength that was not in the least inferior to that of ordinary mechas. At the very least, in terms of power, her Winter Sword Master was far surpassed by this counterpart. To her astonishment, she thought, Boss Su, you are indeed a mecha master. After failing to spot Zhou Yunjin, she surmised that it was now the other party piloting the chaos. Was this the essence of mecha armament? No boarding time required, as one could equip it directly? How convenient this is. Boss Su, what is the name of your mech? Zhao Mingyue asked incessantly, like a rapid-fire barrage. Chaos, came Su Bai's voice, rich and magnetic, directly emanating from the mech, leaving Zhao Mingyue momentarily stunned. Wait, is this truly your original voice, Boss Su? How is it possible to maintain your voice within the mech? Zhao Mingyue found herself utterly perplexed. Typically, when piloting a mech, communication is feasible, yet it is inescapable that mechanical sounds intertwine, which is a significant grievance among many female mech pilots. Even if their voices are akin to celestial melodies, transmitted through the mech, they often lose their luster, especially for someone like Xiao Mingyan, who is exceedingly confident in her vocal prowess. This aspect is a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Mingyan were to discover that Su Bai could project his original voice through the mech, she would likely be driven to madness. Although not as frenzied as Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue was equally concerned. Her gaze remained fixed on chaos, hoping for an elucidation from Su Bai. It should be due to the size and structural compatibility of the mech. Su Bai mused for a moment before providing this explanation. Chaos employs a bionic skeleton, and the position of the vocal amplification device is situated very close to the oral cavity, allowing for a perfect restoration of the voice during amplification. In contrast, most mechs cannot achieve this, as the weight of the sound receiver and speaker within the mech is relatively small. Interference from electrical currents inevitably alters the sound. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Mingyue experienced an epiphany, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. She understands the reasoning. Yet she initially believed that Su Bai had undergone some extraordinary transformation to maintain the original sound of the chaos. To her surprise, it turned out to be merely due to distance. If that is the case, there is indeed no remedy. An ordinary mecha could never achieve the level of sophistication exhibited by the mecha armament. What a pity. Setting aside the issue of sound, Zhao Mingyue circled around the chaos a couple of times, thoroughly examining it until she felt satisfied. Thank you, Boss Su. I consider myself the second person in the world to witness a combat-class mecha armament, and I am truly honored. She refrained from inquiring whether Su Bai could continue to construct mecha armaments. She already possessed the Winterblade Master. Moreover, even with the chaos right before her, she did not believe that Su Bai could replicate a mecha armament suited to her needs. Each individual possesses distinct talents. While the chaos is undeniably powerful, its size does impose limitations. Simply by comparison, Zhao Mingyue could discern that even with identical materials, the strength of the chaos would not match that of an ordinary mecha of the same level. Sacrificing power for aesthetics does not align with the principles of their craft as mecha engineers. As for why Su Bai chose the mecha armament, Zhao Mingyue pondered and concluded that he was an incredibly talented mechanic, for whom the mecha was merely an embellishment, rendering combat capabilities less crucial. Her deduction was nearly correct, except for one aspect. The reason Su Bai opted for the mecha armament was due to his own innate talent. To others, the power of the chaos seemed insufficient. That was only because they lacked the enhancement of harmonious integration with all things. Under the auspices of universal harmony, Su Bai can instantaneously unleash a force that far surpasses that of ordinary mechs. In such moments, the high mobility of chaos grants him an array of tactical possibilities. It can be said that in this era, only Su Bai possesses the qualification to wield mech armaments. Others simply do not. Thank you, Su Boss. For fulfilling my modest wish, I shall return again. Should there be anything else you require, please feel free to command. Having waited here for several hours, Zhao Mingyue's aspiration to witness the mech armament with her own eyes has been fulfilled. As the day draws to a close, it is prudent for her to take her leave. Su Bai chuckled at her words, expressing gratitude. The successful construction of chaos owes much to your assistance. Zhao Mingyue shook her head, replying, what I provided to Su Boss was merely ordinary nanometal and kryptonite. Yet it is your extraordinary skills that have enabled the creation of such a formidable mech. Her words were heartfelt. She found herself at a loss for how to articulate Su Bai's prowess. Should it be described as turning waste into treasure or as the Midas touch? It was nothing short of miraculous. Although traces of nanometal could still be faintly discerned in the chaos before her, its strength was incomparably superior, at least several times more robust. As for the core, it was beyond discussion. While she was unaware of the true nature of chaos's power source, Zhao Mingyue could ascertain that it was certainly beyond the capabilities of kryptonite. Now, even if presented with other star-class mechanics, she would unhesitatingly choose Su Bai. Though his repair fees may appear steep, one realizes after the experience that it is, in fact, exceedingly reasonable. Just as Zhao Mingyue was about to depart from the mech shop, her Douyin app suddenly chimed. She seemed like a goddess. Where are you at the airport? I've been searching for you at school all day and couldn't find you. To her surprise, it was a message from Xiao Mingyan. Upon seeing the familiar address, Zhao Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she waved her fingers in a somewhat mischievous manner. Of course, I'm with Boss Su, you little shorty. You have no idea what you've missed. Chapter 32, The Final Move. -36 Electronic Cannon. At that moment, Xiao Mingyan, who had just finished her meditation and training, stared at her phone, her lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with disbelief. This airport. Sneaking away. What did I miss? Could it be that Boss Su has launched some new activity? That shouldn't be the case. He hasn't posted anything on Douyin. Just because of Zhao Mingyue's nonchalant remark, Xiao Mingyan's good mood for the day was completely shattered. After glancing at the sky, she abandoned that thought and continued to send messages to Zhao Mingyue. You dead airport. You really need to wash up. Do you know how disgusting it is to leave a conversation half-finished? This made Xiao Mingyan grind her teeth in frustration. If you want to tell me, I'll just ask Boss Su myself. In a moment of inspiration, Xiao Mingyan decided to directly inquire with Su Bai. She appeared regal. Boss Su, are you there? I heard Zhao Mingyue came to find you today. Did she have something to discuss? Su Bai glanced at Zhao Mingyue, then at the message from Xiao Mingyan, somewhat perplexed. Nothing much. She just did me a great favor. Xiao Mingyan, After a long moment, a mournful cry escaped her lips. The airport. I shall not rest until I have my revenge. In an instant, Xiao Mingyan recalled that Zhao Mingyue had been frantically procuring nanometals the day before. Initially, she found this behavior rather peculiar, but now, the purpose behind Zhao Mingyue's actions became painfully clear. Who would have thought that the airport, which typically appeared straightforward, could possess such cunning? Ultimately, It was her own carelessness that led to this oversight. Had she not squandered a precious opportunity to enhance their rapport? Xiao Mingyan now felt a twinge of regret. She should not have merely mentioned to Zhao Mingwei that Su Bai's repair shop was remarkable, but should have accompanied her in person. Perhaps it would have been her who garnered the favor. No. Airport, wait for me. Once I master this skill, I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth. Clenching her fair fists, Xiao Mingyan gritted her teeth, wishing she could swallow Zhao Mingwei whole. She refrained from inquiring about the purpose of the nanometals from Su Bai, as she assumed that with his craftsmanship, he likely required the materials for repairs. Within the interstellar repair shop, Zhao Mingwei wore a satisfied smile. It had always been Xiao Mingyan who annoyed her. Finally, that scheming little imp was experiencing a setback. The joy she felt was akin to witnessing the unveiling of a mechanized arsenal. Today was indeed a splendid day. With a cheerful tone, Zhao Mingwei waved her hand to bid farewell to Su Bai. Goodbye, Boss Su. However, just as her right foot crossed the threshold of the interstellar repair shop, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly blocked her path. This provoked extreme dissatisfaction among the crowd still queuing behind. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Is it too much to wait in line? How long have we been waiting? It's rather inappropriate for you to cut in like this. Indeed. Go to the back of the line, or we shall not be so accommodating. Hearing this, Duan Han's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone chillingly icy, noisy. With that, he unleashed his stellar energy. The prowess of a Starwalker mech master was fully revealed at this moment. The terrifying stellar force enveloped the crowd behind, rendering them instantly immobile. As this force bore down directly upon them, those at the forefront were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer might of it. The strongest among them was merely a terrestrial 3-star mech master, utterly incapable of withstanding the power of a Starwalker. Thud! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically as she entered a state of combat readiness, her right hand brushing against her star ring, prepared to summon the Winter Sword Master for battle. Before her, a fully black cannon, approximately 20 centimeters at the muzzle, with a darkened opening that flickered with blue light and crackled with electric arcs, was aimed directly at Zhao Mingwei. An A-36 electronic cannon? Are you from the Cold Light Star? Born into a unique family, Zhao Mingwei remained composed even with the barrel pointed at her. She immediately deduced the man's identity. Such antiquated weaponry was now only wielded by the Cold Light Star, while the electronic cannon's power was not overwhelming at such close range. Even a Starwalker mech master would find themselves at a disadvantage. So what? Soon, both you and that mechanic inside will find yourselves in the depths of despair. As he spoke, his countenance contorted into a ghastly expression, and with his claw-like index finger, he decisively pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic cannon. Zhao Mingwei understood that she was doomed. Within such a brief moment, she was utterly incapable of any self-rescue measures. Moreover, her life-saving artifact might prove futile against the onslaught of the bygone era. Alas, who would have thought? Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Whoosh! At that instant, Su Bai had already arrived behind her, swiftly pulling her into the interstellar repair shop. Bang! Simultaneously, the electronic cannon had been fired. A crimson arc of electricity shot forth towards Zhao Mingwei, the sizzling sound of the arc akin to a death knell. Duan Han's lips had long curled into a triumphant smirk. Today, he could personally extinguish the brightest prodigy of the Blue Star generation, a young genius who had ascended to the rank of star machinist. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the electronic cannon struck the interstellar repair shop with terrifying force. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Duan Han's smile abruptly froze. The anticipated image of Zhao Mingyue's demise had not materialized. At this moment, a shaken Zhao Mingwei stared blankly at Su Bai, who raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss Su. This. Soon, realization dawned upon her. This was the golden pattern she had seen earlier, the celestial-level defensive barrier. Indeed, she had not been mistaken. The interstellar repair shop truly possessed celestial-level power. This Boss Su was profoundly inscrutable. Either he was guarding an interstellar fortress manned by celestial machinists, or he was affiliated with a formidable experimental base housing powerful repair specialists. And now, in this seemingly unremarkable yet enigmatic repair shop, an astonishing defensive power resides. Chapter 33, The Eerie Duan Han, the fleet's exclusive mech. If Zhao Mingwei felt astonished, he was the one who directly experienced the terrifying might of the defensive barrier. At this moment, beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, dripped from his pale and somewhat distorted face, which was a result of the radiation. His chest heaved incessantly as he sought to escape the earlier wave of horror. Upon witnessing the other's demeanor, Zhao Mingwei quickly realized the gravity of the situation and urgently informed Su Bai. This Hongguang star being is not right. He must be a cyborg. Hongguang beings cannot wield stellar power. Indeed, while she had sensed a hint of incongruity in the face of life-threatening peril, she had not given it much thought. Now, seeing the individual clearly, coupled with the use of an A-36 electronic cannon, she immediately discerned the truth. This was a Hongguang star being capable of harnessing stellar energy. More accurately, it was a cyborg integrated with a stellar core. Such inhumane practices were strictly forbidden throughout the entire interstellar alliance. Had the Hongguang beings gone mad? Zhao Mingyue swiftly recognized the severity of the issue and hurriedly opened her phone to access the emergency communication options. At that moment, Duan Han was also recovering from the residual effects of the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier. He gazed at Su Bai before him, his expression twisted with rage. Who exactly are you? He could not fathom how such a formidable power could emerge from a mere Yunhai. The identity of this young man before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. At this moment, he was embroiled in an inner struggle. He believed that wielding the power of the celestial realm would undoubtedly require an immense amount of energy, and in a short span of time. Su Bai could not possibly activate it a second time. If he were to enter the interstellar repair shop now, he would undoubtedly be able to eliminate him. Yet, he hesitated. He had already missed the opportune moment. Even if he could manage to slay Su Bai, he would surely face the consequences from the approaching enforcement team. No matter, for the grand cause of my master, he must be eliminated today. A dark purple radiance erupted instantaneously. Subsequently, a colossal mech, hunched and nearly scraping the ground. Enveloped in bone armor and emanating a faint purple aura reminiscent of a decaying monster, stood resolutely at the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. What is this? Upon witnessing the mech, the customers sprawled on the ground were taken aback. However, this only intensified the fear within them. I have never encountered such a bizarre mech. The purple aura emanating from this mech fills me with discomfort. No, can this truly be considered a mech? The mech before them transcended their understanding. Upon closer inspection, they noticed it lacked the metallic texture typical of mechs, instead revealing a ghastly display of white bones. Moreover, its hunched form deviated from the mainstream skeletal designs of mechs. Even among armed mechs, such a peculiar shape was rare. Even the previous abdominal king snake maintained an arched upper body, yet it still preserved an upright stance. In contrast, this one nearly lay flat against the ground. This is not merely a case of unrecognition. Even Zhao Mingyue harbors doubts. What on earth has transpired with the cold light star? This cannot possibly be classified as a mecha. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the formidable Su Bai, a skilled mechanic who might discern the true identity of this mecha. Regrettably, at this moment, Su Bai appeared equally astonished. The mecha before him was indeed unfamiliar, yet he could perceive the shadow of a certain type of mecha within it. The XR-584 Universal Type Star Treader Mecha, the Field Tiger? The Field Tiger? Boss Su, do you assert this is the Field Tiger? The dilemma lies in the fact that it bears no resemblance whatsoever. Upon hearing the name Field Tiger, Zhao Mingyue seemed taken aback. Moreover, the Field Tiger is typically a war mecha outfitted for interstellar fleets, with access restricted to ordinary individuals. Her astonishment stemmed from this realization. If the mecha before them truly is a Field Tiger, then the implications are dire. This indicates the presence of a traitor within the Blue Star Alliance. The individual possesses the capability to acquire a mecha exclusively designated for fleets. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue felt an icy chill envelop her. This transcended the mere issue of a cold light star modifier and possibly concealed a more significant conspiracy. With a swift motion, she wielded her titanium blade, unleashing an eerie purple aura that surged towards the vibranium wall of the mechanic shop, attempting to corrode it. It lunged directly towards Zhao Mingyue and Su Bai within the interstellar mechanic shop. Bang! A brilliant flash of gold. The Field Tiger piloted by Duan Han was sent hurtling backward in response. The terrifying recoil left the mecha's fearsome right arm eerily vacant, as the entire machine was propelled outward. The customers on the ground beheld the colossal object plummeting toward them, and in a panic, they scattered in all directions. With a resounding crash, the Field Tiger struck the earth, its massive frame, weighing hundreds of tons, leaving a significant crater in its wake. The tremendous force had caused chaos, leaving many reeling and suffering from internal injuries. Coughing up a stream of green blood, He cast a despairing gaze towards the interstellar repair shop, his thoughts echoing disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Such a level of energy could not possibly be sustained continuously. Ha ha. How could this be? His eyes, now bloodshot and wild, forced the field tiger to rise again, a frenzied voice emanating from within. So you refuse to emerge? Then today, I shall raze this vicinity to the ground. No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of purple energy erupted from his being, sweeping outward. The moment the purple aura touched the ground, it corroded the earth like a ravenous pest, leaving deep scars in its wake. He was prepared to drag everyone down with him in a desperate gambit. Gritting his teeth, he took a resolute step forward. Stop. However, just as she was poised to embrace her fate, a hand settled gently on her shoulder. Subai's magnetic voice resonated. Allow me. Chapter 34. The Sword of Enticement. A sword cleaved through the air. Boss, you. Upon hearing Subai's words, Zhao Mengwe was ready to intervene. Alas, Subai had already taken a step forward, his eyes glinting with icy fury. He was indeed provoked. Moreover, he was now compelled to act against his own customer, and to leave his repair shop in utter disarray? If word of this spread, who would dare come to him for upgrades and repairs in the future? To obstruct one's financial path is akin to committing fratricide. Moreover, the revenue of the repair shop serves as the very foundation of Subai's strength. Observing Subai's expression, Zhao Mengwe instinctively recoiled, daring not to utter another word of persuasion. Yet, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. She had not anticipated that Boss Su would be such a paragon of selflessness. Harboring noble aspirations and willing to sacrifice his life for the future of Huaxia, a truly extraordinary hero. In her eyes, the present-day Subai was almost illuminated by a soft filter, even evoking a peculiar fondness within her. The object of her affection piloted an unparalleled mecha, treading upon the vast expanse of the cosmos, rescuing her from peril and saving countless lives. Subai, of course, remained oblivious to the dramatic embellishments Zhao Mengwe had woven around him. In all honesty, he was not quite so magnanimous. His intervention was motivated by confidence in his own capabilities. Should he truly encounter an insurmountable adversary, what choices he would ultimately make would only be revealed in due time. The moment Subai stepped out of the mecha shop, a crimson flash ignited in Duan Han's eyes as the one-armed tiger charged directly towards Subai. Once again shrouded in that enigmatic purple aura, a cold smirk crept upon Duan Han's lips. How naive. The lives of these insignificant beings could hardly compare to your worth. His primary intention was to leverage these individuals to force Subai out, though he harbored doubts within. Fortunately, Subai indeed emerged. In this instant, he unleashed his full strength. The remaining left arm gripped tightly from behind the bone armor, and in an instant, a bone sickle manifested in his left hand. Almost as soon as the sickle appeared, the purple aura enveloped it, and when the corrosive purple energy, capable of eroding both metal and ground, made contact with the bone sickle, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Instead, it seamlessly merged into the surroundings, transforming into a formidable phantom of a tiger. The gifted technique. Purple Death Tiger Scythe. Roar. The tiger's shadow howled, exuding an overwhelming aura. Surging forth with the force of a tempest, charging directly at Subai. Boom. A resounding crash echoed. He knew that such a commotion would leave him with no escape. Yet, in the face of impending doom, if he could slay Subai, it would be a significant contribution. Oh, what is of value? A voice, rich with magnetism, interrupted his grim satisfaction. Duan Han struggled to regain his confidence as he commanded the field tiger to turn. Before him stood a majestic mech, adorned in a striking red and black pattern, radiating an aura of depth and authority. Its speed was remarkable, yet it posed certain complexities in handling. As long as he aimed carefully, a single strike would send his opponent to the afterlife, causing him to shudder involuntarily. At this moment, the information regarding Field Tiger unfolded before Subai's eyes. Mutated skeletal body. Corrupted tiger. Length, 31 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Engine power, 15 million kilowatts. Thrust, 500 million kilograms. The original mech, Field Tiger, had undergone a transformation through special energy that distorted its skeletal structure and enhanced its corrosive abilities. Its weakness lay at the junction of the upper and lower limbs with the lumbar spine. This nearly unseen mutated mech, under the influence of the unique trait of Heavenly Eye, was laid bare before him. Unlike the method of retrieving mech information from a database, Heavenly Eye resembled a colossal search engine directly linked to the cosmos. Any mech that had been created, even if absent from the Star Alliance's database. Could be identified by Heavenly Eye as long as there were traces to follow. Previously, Subai had regarded the Heavenly Eye trait as somewhat superfluous. Little did he expect to utilize it so swiftly. Corrupted tiger, indeed? Subai spoke softly, causing the impending attack to halt as his assailant stared at him in astonishment. How do you know the name of the corrupt tiger? This is a mech created by my master. Even the Blue Star Alliance could scarcely obtain even the slightest information about it. Who on earth are you? Could it be? You are one of our organization members? Duan Han's suspicion regarding Su Bai's identity deepened, contemplating the possibility that he might indeed be one of their own. After all, the name Corrupt Tiger could only be known by those within their organization. Was this not akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple? If he were to kill an extraordinary mechanic nurtured in secrecy by their organization, the outcome would be all too predictable. At that moment, a massive black sword, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen, loomed in his grasp. As the colossal blade manifested, all metallic substances in the vicinity seemed to lose their control, rushing towards it in a whirlwind. Customers' mobile phones, the severed right arm of the corrupt tiger, and the pulverized remnants of the titanium sword converged. With the gathering of these metallic elements, the sword, initially measuring only 10 meters, began to expand continuously. Above, the sky was shrouded in clouds, resembling an inverted tornado, while debris soared from the ground as if weightless. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. It surged forth in the direction of the sword's edge. This was the innate skill, sort of attraction, regardless of the previous Hung Tian-level defensive formation or the mech weaponry that evaded his lethal strike. He could easily recognize the corrupt tiger mech he piloted, as well as this sword, now stretching an astonishing 40 meters long, pointing the way to the heavens. Endless remorse surged within Duan Han as he pondered why he had succumbed to greed, why he had disregarded his sovereign's commands, and why he had chosen to provoke such a calamity. Yet it was too late. The tearing sound of the sword, akin to slicing through tofu, effortlessly cleaved the corrupt tiger in two. Boom. In an instant, an explosion resounded, and flames erupted, a dazzling pyrotechnic display igniting the heavens above the interstellar mech shop. Chapter 35. The fleet arrives, the mightiest of Nanjiang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gazing upon the ethereal figure garbed in white, immaculate and untainted, the onlookers, now a considerable distance away, could not help but swallow hard. What just transpired? What was that technique? A gifted skill? How could such an innate ability exist? Wait, ISNT boss to a mechanic? How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? That was a stellar mech master, who was unexpectedly vanquished by a mere mechanic. Hiss. This boss Su appears hardly older than us. How has he managed to elevate both his mechanical and mech skills to such extraordinary heights at this age? No. It seems he employed mech armaments? Have combat-class mech armaments truly come into existence? How can mech armaments wield such terrifying power? I cannot comprehend. Indeed, it is only natural that I cannot grasp it. Before arriving here, I understood nothing, and now, I am even more bewildered. You are familiar with the art of nonsensical literature. As expected, I am merely here to make up the numbers. Having survived a great calamity, the crowd now felt a significant sense of relief. The oppressive terror they felt moments ago has now transformed into an overwhelming sense of relief. As they gazed at Subai, who approached them steadily, an immense gratitude blossomed in their hearts. Undoubtedly, this was a miraculous act of salvation. Zhao Mingwei watched Subai draw near, her heart racing under the enchantment of the moment, tinged with a sense of shame for having underestimated his capabilities. She could hardly fathom that mechanized warfare possessed such formidable strength. He had indeed severed a formidable foe with a mere leap in prowess. Was this the manifestation of Subai's innate talent? It seemed he wielded the extraordinary ability to draw all metallic entities towards him, in the vastness of the interstellar battlefield. This technique could very well become a devastating weapon. From a young age, Zhao Mingwei had harbored a profound fascination for the intricacies of fleet formations and mechanized combat. Almost instantly, she recognized the terrifying potential of the Sword of Attraction. While it may not be the most formidable in a one-on-one confrontation, its true horror revealed itself amidst chaotic skirmishes. Whether it be disrupting enemy formations or inflicting widespread damage, its efficacy was unparalleled. Presently, Subai was merely a sky mechanic. Should he evolve to the ranks of a starfall or even a celestial mechanic, he would embody a strategic-level force. One individual could rival the might of at least a 30-member star fleet. Subai, gazing at him, so near yet so distant. Zhao Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. Countless expressions of gratitude swirled within her, yet ultimately crystallized into a simple acknowledgement. Thank you, Su Bai, for your assistance. However, there seem to be quite a few witnesses today. I fear inquiries may be inevitable. In Zhao Mingyue's perspective, Su Bai possesses a talent that is at least of SS grade or higher. The fact that he has not enrolled in a mecha university indicates that he harbors his own aspirations. However, the events of today are unlikely to remain concealed, and it is uncertain what intentions Su Bai may have in this regard. Given that he has managed to acquire the tiger, it seems nearly impossible for her to obscure the happenings of today. Rather than attempting to do so, it would be more prudent to leverage the power of the enforcers and the fleet, ensuring that those with malicious intent are discouraged from overstepping their bounds. It appears that Su Bai has even made preparations to reside within the interstellar repair shop. Within its confines, he fears no one. With his current authority to expand, creating an additional room is a trivial matter. He is well aware of the principle that a gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Boom, boom. 3-star step mechas simultaneously materialized above the interstellar repair shop. Upon sighting these mechas, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Leading the trio was a machine adorned with a light blue armor, its rear leg thrusters distinctively designed as swirling circular jet nozzles, with similar devices mounted on its arms. The DS-584, a speed-type star-step mecha known as Whirlpool, stands 32 meters tall, weighs 540 tons, boasts an engine output of 22 million kilowatts, and generates a thrust of 620 million kilograms. Following closely behind was a mecha clad in a vibrant red and yellow armor. Wielding a red titanium longsword in its left hand and a yellow beam saber in its right, fully encased in heavy armor, with a headscarf adorning its head. This was the Fu 574, a strength-type star-step mecha known as Dual Ninjas, standing at a height of 30 meters, weighing 600 tons. With an engine power of 21 million kilowatts and a thrust of 650 million kilograms, the imposing figure was juxtaposed with a sleek, pristine white machine. This slender construct, adorned with a variety of beam cannons, plasma guns, and precision electronic pulse cannons, was the BC-623, the armed variant of the Starlight mech, dubbed Snow Cannon. It stood 30 meters tall, weighed 480 tons, with an external armor weight of 120 tons, an engine power of 24 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 650 million kilograms. As these three mechs descended upon the interstellar repair shop, the patrons, who had been engaged in fervent discussions, fell abruptly silent. The chatter ceased instantaneously upon recognizing the arrivals. Zhao Mingyue's gaze shifted subtly. The Yunlong squad, the Vortex, the Double Ren, and the Snow Cannon. These mechs were unmistakable. The owners of these formidable machines were hailed as the most powerful Starlight squad in Nanjing, the Yunlong squad. However, she had not anticipated their presence in the Cloud Sea. Shouldn't they be stationed in the Starry Defense? Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue utter the name of the Yunlong squad, Su Bai was equally taken aback. That renowned squad from Nanjing? Indeed, they should not be here. Zhao Mingyue had pondered whether this was a dispatch from Zhao Tianming, but she quickly dismissed that notion. It was clear that the arrival was merely an injured Starlight mech modifier from the Cold Light Star, and there was no need for the Yunlong squad to intervene personally. As she grappled with her bewilderment, the mechs descended from the sky. "Did you do this?" inquired the captain of the Yunlong squad, Xing Yunlong, as he approached Su Bai directly. He completely disregarded Zhao Mingyue beside him, fixating his gaze on Su Bai. "Come on, Lao Xing, don't be so serious. You might frighten the little ones," Wang Lin remarked, patting Xing Yunlong's shoulder and offering a smile to Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. "I'm Huang Lin. Don't mind Lao Xing's temperament." "All right, you two, enough of the antics. We are here on a mission," and Shui interjected, rolling her eyes at the pair before turning her cheerful gaze towards Su Bai and Zhao Mingyue. "Let us start by having you two explain what exactly transpired." Chapter 36. Could you please repeat that? Upon hearing in Shui's inquiry, Zhao Mingyue glanced at Su Bai for confirmation. After he nodded slightly, she proceeded to relay the events that had occurred. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning the existence of the Hung Tian-level defensive barrier within the interstellar repair shop. However, when she disclosed that the mecha used by the assailants was a modified Changhu, a powerful wave of star force erupted from Xing Yunlong, causing a gust of energy to sweep through the area, clearly indicating his agitation. "As I suspected, a traitor has surfaced within the fleet. Has the infiltration by the Modification Church reached such depths?" Hey, Lao Xing. Huang Lin quickly interjected upon hearing the mention of the Modification Church. clearly aware that such a name was inappropriate for casual discourse. Xing Yunlong, however, remained unfazed. And Shui then cautioned Zhao Mengwei and Subai. You must not disclose what you've just heard. Otherwise, you might find yourselves facing the interstellar court. Subai felt indifferent to the situation. While Zhao Mengyue's heart sank. Could it be a cult? Oh, you actually know about cults? Who are you? Upon hearing Zhao Mengyue utter the term cult, and Shui and her companions were somewhat taken aback. This terminology is typically unknown to ordinary mech university students. Zhao Mengyue, a freshman from Qinghai University, decided to introduce herself. Upon learning that she hailed from Qinghai University, the group's expressions relaxed slightly. Ah, so she is a student from Qinghai. It is not surprising that she is aware of cults. Indeed, the Modification Church is a cult organization that has been particularly active lately, and our presence here is due to them, and Shui stated calmly. At this point, Zhao Mengyue finally understood why the strongest team in Nanjing, the Yunlong team, was present. They were tracking the Modification Church. It seemed they had been keeping tabs on this cult for quite some time. Well, we have a general understanding of the situation. May I ask how this young gentleman is addressed? After grasping the course of events, Xing Yunlong turned his gaze toward the previously silent Subai. Although the strength of the cold light star modifiers was not particularly formidable, they were indeed star mech masters. Yet, the young Subai before them possessed such prowess, which took the three by surprise. Subai, the owner of the interstellar repair shop. Subai smiled at the comment and gestured toward the interstellar repair shop behind him. It was then that Xing Yunlong and the others noticed the repair shop's presence, momentarily stunned. Is the wall of this repair shop made of vibranium? Is it true you are the store manager? So, you are a mechanic? They never anticipated that the entity capable of slaying the Starwalker mech master would turn out to be a mere mechanic. Moreover, the very walls of your repair shop are crafted from vibranium. Even at this moment, Xing Yunlong has developed a profound interest in Subai. Huang Lin has approached Subai directly, seizing both of his hands. Young brother, what is your level of mechanical proficiency? My dual ninja has encountered a minor issue. Could you take a look? Though Huang Lin appears carefree, he is quite astute. Upon witnessing the exterior of the interstellar repair shop and recalling Subai's prowess, he instantly realizes Subai's exceptional nature. Perhaps this young man before him is a star-level mechanic. After Huang Lin speaks, Xing Yunlong and Shui also become aware. Casting curious glances at Subai, seemingly eager to ascertain whether he is indeed as remarkable as they suspect. Subai gazes at the excited Huang Lin, contemplating for a moment before replying nonchalantly, my skills are adequate, I suppose. Well then, how about you take a look for me? Huang Lin assumes Subai is being modest and unceremoniously pulls him into the interstellar repair shop. However, as they step inside, Subai kindly cautions, my repairs are not inexpensive. No worries. I have the means. In Huang Lin's perspective, the issue with his dual ninja is merely a minor inconvenience that can be resolved for no more than 1 million star coins. Observing Huang Lin and Subai enter, Xing Yunlong and Shui exchange glances before following suit. Their curiosity piqued regarding the true capabilities of this store manager, Subai. Moreover, the individuals Zhao Tianming assigned to protect her were already awaiting her outside the interstellar repair shop. Never mind, perhaps another time. With a slight shake of her head, Zhao Mengwei approached the woman in uniform and smiled, and Zhang, what a surprise to see you here. Aunt Zhang looked at Zhao Mengwei with a resigned smile, gently tapping her smooth forehead. You have no idea. You just gave your father quite a scare. He hastily contacted me to check on you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengwei perked up immediately, eagerly recounting the remarkable feats of Subai. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Is Subai truly as formidable as you describe? She had never witnessed Zhao Mengyue so effusively praise a young man of similar age, her tone laced with playful teasing. Absolutely. Zhao Mengwei vigorously nodded, her conviction unwavering. Little Yeye has grown up. Aunt Zhang sighed, contemplating whether she should inform Zhao Tianming about this matter. But then again, it is often said that a father-in-law grows increasingly irate the more he observes his son-in-law. It might be best to spare the commander from unnecessary distress. Given his temperament, should he truly discover that his daughter had fallen into the clutches of another, he could very well resort to interstellar artillery. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might deploy his personal guard to Subai for an intense interrogation. Despite Zhao Tianming's usual nonchalance, those familiar with him know that he is, without a doubt, a devoted father to his daughter. Perhaps it is best to let him discover this for himself in due course. And Zhang offered a gentle smile, choosing to divert the conversation away from Subai and instead engaging in light-hearted familial chatter. as he piloted his floating vehicle toward the Cloud City. Zhao Mingyue and Aunt Zhang had just departed from the interstellar repair shop. Suddenly, a startled exclamation emanated from within the shop. "What did you say?" "Huh. Brother Su, my hearing has not been quite right lately. Could you please repeat that?" Huang Lin's gaze towards Su Bai was tinged with complexity, as the quoted price had momentarily taken him aback. "Oh, I meant two options. The price for the highest grade is 180 million star coins." Su Bai reiterated his statement. At this revelation, not only Huang Lin but also An Shui and Xing Yunlong regarded Su Bai with peculiar expressions. "Young man, do not be absurd. No matter how one perceives it, the dual ninja before us is merely slightly worn. Even utilizing the most expensive materials, it could never exceed 10 million star coins. Yet you, without hesitation, demand 180 million star coins? This price nearly rivals that of an entirely new dual ninja. One must remember, the dual ninja is a starpath mecha endowed with innate abilities. You are merely suggesting repairs to superficial damages, and you expect the price of a mecha? What is it? Are you employing celestial alloy for your repairs?" Chapter 37. Speculation becomes reality. Dual innate abilities feasible. Cough cough. And what about the other option? Huang Lin ultimately swallowed hard, bracing himself to hear Su Bai's price for the alternative repair method. The offered price would determine whether he branded the young man as a swindler. The other option, however, was considerably more affordable, merely 1 million star coins. Su Bai promptly presented the second method, which involved merely patching up the worn areas. With his current capabilities, achieving this task is exceedingly effortless. As for the metallic materials, they can be effortlessly procured through the interstellar network. Upon hearing the second price, Huang Lin immediately felt a sense of relief. This was indeed the standard price he had previously anticipated, while discreetly removing the merchant label from Su Bai. He couldn't help but wonder, why is there such a vast discrepancy between the two prices? Huang Lin was not alone in his curiosity. Xing Yunlong and An Shui shared the same sentiment upon hearing Su Bai's second quotation. It was evident that Su Bai was aware of the typical repair costs for minor wear and tear. So why did he propose an exorbitant maintenance fee of 180 million star coins? Was there some underlying reason behind it? Su Bai, however, did not keep them in suspense. 180 million would enable the dual ninjas to awaken their second ability and develop a specialty trait. The 1 million star coins would merely cover the restoration of the worn areas on the dual ninjas. Earlier, while inspecting the dual ninjas, a system prompt appeared before him. Ding. Starwalker mech detected. Current mech qualifies for Tier 3 enhancement. Post-enhancement, the mech's potential will increase, granting a mid-tier ability and a specialty trait. Su Bai had previously contemplated whether a mech endowed with an ability could awaken a second ability. And now he had his answer. It could indeed. The Tier 3 interstellar enhancement requires 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to 10 million star coins. Thus, his asking price of 180 million is not unreasonable, considering his concern that a price too steep would be beyond the reach of most. Excluding this dual ninja, the typical price for a standard Starwalker mech hovers around 10 million. Multiplying that by 18 would make it quite burdensome for the average individual, even amongst the mech masters. Those endowed with innate abilities stand in stark contrast to their counterparts lacking such gifts. Their capacity to procure star coins is fundamentally different. Su Bai's words resonated like thunder, leaving the three individuals present in a state of stunned silence. The expansive maintenance room was suddenly engulfed in an eerie stillness. Particularly affected was Huang Lin, who, upon hearing Su Bai mention the awakening of a second innate ability and a specialized trait, found himself unable to absorb any further information. His mind was consumed by the phrases second innate ability and specialized trait. As his gaze intensified with fervor, his heart raced uncontrollably. The prospect of 180 million star coins was daunting, yet he resolved to procure the sum, albeit at a considerable personal cost, as it represented nearly all his savings accumulated over the years. However, if this investment could indeed bestow such significant enhancement upon the dual ninjas, he deemed it worthwhile. With the acquisition of a second innate ability, he could even aspire to challenge Xing Yunlong and ascend to the role of captain of the Yunlong team. Was this truly the case? It was not Huang Lin who first broke the silence, but rather Xing Yunlong, who interjected with an inquiry before Huang Lin could speak. The allure of Su Bai's proposition was simply too enticing. It was a temptation few mech masters could resist. A second innate ability. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, typically reserved for formidable mechs of star-breaking caliber, possessing a mere 1 in a million chance of harboring a second innate ability. Yet here stood this youth, proclaiming that for a mere 180 million star coins, one could attain both a second innate ability and a specialized trait. Even Xing Yunlong, seasoned in witnessing grand spectacles, had never encountered such a surreal proposition. It was utterly unfathomable. Nevertheless, he harbored a degree of skepticism as doubt lingered in his eyes. Indeed, we can formalize a contract. Subai continued to employ the legal prowess of contracts. At this point, the three individuals could no longer remain calm. They understood the formidable binding nature of a contract. Any breach would incur a penalty exceeding tenfold. What if one lacked the means to compensate? The solution was simple. One could be incarcerated in the Starry Sky prison or undergo reformation at the border, an experience they were well acquainted with. Excellent. Let it be the sum of 180 million. I shall sign the contract with you at once. This declaration rendered Huang Lin utterly restless. He promptly acquiesced to Su Bai's terms, apprehensive that such an opportunity might arise but once. Should Xie Yunlong and Shui act first, he would be devastated. Indeed. Upon hearing Huang Lin's response, both Shui and Xie Yunlong could not help but sigh. Alas, too late. They had been comrades for many years. No matter how enticing the offer, they could not engage in a bidding war. Moreover, this was Huang Lin's fortune. A twinge of bitterness lingered in their hearts, lamenting the possibility of missing what may be a singular opportunity in their lives. Very well, please hold on. Not at all surprised by Huang Lin's choice, Subai reasoned that since he possessed a dual ninja mecha and was a member of the strongest squad in Nanjiang, he must have some resources at his disposal. After a few taps on the central control, a contract materialized in his hands, which he directly handed to Huang Lin. Upon receiving the contract, Huang Lin swiftly scanned it and, without the slightest hesitation, inscribed his signature. Ding! 180 million star coins have been credited. With this transaction, Subai's account now boasted a staggering sum of 200 million. Even if he were to close the shop now and do nothing, he could still live a life of abundance, acquiring whatever he desires. Indeed, the cost of mechas is astounding. After a brief moment of reflection, Subai instructed the three individuals to leave the maintenance room. Observing the dual ninjas before him and recalling Huang Lin's talents, Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Can the dual attributes of gold and fire coexist? It is indeed my first encounter with someone possessing dual elemental talents. Huang Lin, with his rare combination of attributes, is a 1 in a million talent, wielding both gold and fire. Unfortunately, both his gold and fire attributes are not particularly high, merely classified as C-grade talents. Together, they elevate his overall capability to a B-grade talent. Nonetheless, their rarity is undeniable in some respects. The scarcity of dual attributes rivals that of S-grade talents. The first innate skill is the Blade of Gungjin. The second innate skill could indeed be quite fitting. With a decision made in his heart, Subai directly placed his right hand upon the dual ninjas before him. Stage 3 Interstellar Enhancement initiated. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Outside, Huang Lin repeatedly craned his neck to peer into the maintenance room. Alas, Subai always chose to seal the room during enhancements or repairs, rendering Huang Lin's eager glances futile. Observing Huang Lin's anxious demeanor, Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! You've already paid and signed the contract. Your impatience is of no consequence. I'm not even excited since it's not my mecha. As she spoke, Shui puffed her cheeks, her gaze shifting. But, do you truly believe such a thing is possible? I don't know, but I have faith in him. Huang Lin fell silent for a moment before nodding. For some reason, I find this boss Su to be exceedingly enigmatic. Despite his youth, he exudes an aura of unfathomable depth. I am now filled with anticipation. If he truly enables Shuang Rin to acquire dual innate abilities, we shall be witnesses to history. After finishing his statement, Xing Yunlong crossed his arms over his chest, silently gazing in the direction of the maintenance room. Shui and Huang Lin likewise fell quiet, eagerly awaiting Subai's masterpiece. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, followed by a wave of heat surging through the door of the maintenance room, enveloping the three of them. The intense and searing air stirred up a tempest of warmth. Reacting swiftly, Xing Yunlong and the others summoned their star power to shield themselves. Under the influence of their star power, the heat wave veered away from them, crashing against the vibranium walls, which glowed with a hint of red due to the extreme temperature. The explosion within raised concerns for Huang Lin regarding the well-being of his Shuang Rin. Could it have exploded? And Shui, noticing Huang Lin's anxiety, teased him. although she too harbored doubts. After all, it was merely a maintenance of the mecha. Even awakening innate abilities shouldn't cause such a commotion. Yet, Xing Yunlong remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the door of the maintenance room. Just then, with a click, the maintenance room door swung open, and Xing Yunlong dashed inside. Even before Huang Lin could react, Huang Lin, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, "Old Xing, you lack martial ethics. That is my Xuan Rin." The realization that he was not the first to witness his own mecha was almost more unbearable than the thought of having slain Huang Lin. Alas, it was a consequence of his sluggishness. Seizing the moment of Huang Lin's sorrow, and Xue strode forward with long strides, making her way directly to the maintenance room. At this point, Huang Lin could no longer contain his frustration. "You too. Do not go too far. Stop right now," he bellowed, his voice rising in desperation. It was unbearable enough that he was not the first to see his own mecha. Now he found himself relegated to the third position. How could he possibly accept such indignity? Summoning his stellar energy, flames coiled around his feet as he propelled himself toward the maintenance room in a fierce burst. Bang! However, upon entering the maintenance room, he collided directly with Xing Yunlong, who was clad in armor. The impact felt akin to crashing into a steel wall. "Ouch! Old Xing, what are you doing? Why don't you step aside?" Huang Lin's words trailed off as he lifted his gaze and beheld the dual ninja before him. At that moment, the headband adorning the dual ninja had transformed from its previous yellow and red hues to a striking golden hue. The entire figure appeared as though cloaked in glass-like battle armor, the quality vastly superior to before. Not only that, but the mecha had also reached a towering height of 35 meters. Typically, the height of a stepping star mecha ranges between 30 to 50 meters, with anything beyond that classified as a shattering star mecha. Originally, the dual ninja was merely a stepping star one-star mecha, standing at just 30 meters. Now it astonishingly rivaled the height of a shattering star 3-star mecha. At this moment, the titanium long sword in the left hand of the dual-armed warrior vanished, replaced by a blade of pure obsidian hue. Simultaneously, the beam sword in the right hand underwent a transformation, its former golden radiance now shimmering with a striking white brilliance. The black-gold energy sword was immediately recognized by Shui, who stood in awe before these two newly revitalized weapons. As a mech engineer specializing in armed mechs, her acumen in discerning weaponry and materials far surpassed that of Huang Lin. Conversely, her astonishment grew. She could not fathom how Subai had managed to enhance Huang Lin's dual blades to such an extent in such a brief period. Both the black gold weapon and the energy sword were exceptional even among materials of Starpath caliber, and they were exceedingly rare. Just the enhancement of these two weapons alone, and Shui estimated, would be worth at least 50 million star coins. In stark contrast, Huang Lin gazed at the dual arms before him, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. Let us not even mention anything else. Judging purely by appearance, it was worth at least 80 million. At this moment, he held unwavering faith in Su Bai's words. Within such a short span, Su Bai had indeed orchestrated a remarkable transformation in the dual arms. "Boss Su, may I give it a try?" In a moment of astonishment, Huang Lin momentarily forgot that the mech before him was, in fact, his own. Su Bai smiled and nodded, "Of course. This is indeed your mech." With Su Bai's consent, Huang Lin could no longer contain his exhilaration and leapt directly into the dual arms. As the neural links successfully connected, the glass-like armor of the mech instantly ignited with vibrant flames, elevating its presence to extraordinary heights. Huang Lin stretched his arms and legs, feeling that his movements were not only effortless, but even more relaxed than before. Soon, he discovered the reason. Upon glimpsing his core power source, a blend of half nebula stone and half Mongzhong, Huang Lin could not help but exclaim. This exclamation did not go unnoticed by Xing Yunlong and Shui, whose faces were now etched with regret. Had they known that Su Bai possessed such extraordinary engineering skills, they would have certainly seized the opportunity to speak up first. However, such enhancements could likely only be achieved once, as the materials might not suffice. Huang Lin was indeed fortunate. Xing Yunlong sighed in resignation, while Shui nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with bitterness. "This is the blessing of a fool. How could one not feel a pang of jealousy?" Reflecting on the previous state of the twin ninjas compared to their current form, setting aside aesthetics and weaponry, even the core power source had been transformed into a combination of half nebula stone and half Mongzhong. Nebula stone is the essential material for the core power source of the Breaking Star mecha. Although it comprised only half, its power still far exceeded that of the star-treading mecha's limits. Even if Su Bai failed to awaken the twin ninjas' talent skills, Huang Lin would not suffer any loss. But, Could this truly be possible? Would a master engineer capable of such remarkable modifications in a short span of time allow any opportunity to slip away? In just 4 hours, Subai accomplished all of this. What could an ordinary star-level engineer achieve in 4 hours? At most, they might change a paint job, perhaps. Now, their gazes towards Subai were filled with profound respect. Not to mention, he possessed combat abilities that rivaled their own despite his youth. Merely relying on the opponent's mastery of mobile device repair is enough to inspire awe. Indeed, it truly is a dual talent. Soon, Huang Lin's voice echoed once more, and even through the mech's barrier, they could discern his slightly distorted tone. Wait a moment, let us try a different location. Observing Huang Lin's eager anticipation, Subai directed the three of them to test outside. Given the chaos left in the wake of the previous battle, it seemed more prudent to conduct their trials there. Open the hatch, Subai instructed calmly, and instantly, the ceiling of the repair bay parted, revealing an opening. This was a discovery he made after obtaining full permissions. It turned out that every repair bay had the capability to open, facilitating the movement of mechs. The trio of Xing Yunlong were not particularly surprised by this. Many repair shops possess similar features. Moreover, their minds were solely focused on the newly awakened dual ninja's talent. Both Xing Yunlong and Shui were keen to uncover the nature of Huang Lin's second talent. After all, it was a creation of Subai, which piqued their curiosity immensely. Chapter 39. The Cleaving Flame of Metal. An earthquake. Buzz. Before long, the dual ninjas exited the repair bay and arrived at the entrance, only to find that those who had been waiting in line had already departed due to the earlier upheaval. The events of the day had left them rattled, and with members of the Yunlong squad present, remaining at the entrance seemed futile. They would simply have to await the morning news for further developments. The exterior of the interstellar repair shop remained in a state of disarray. Initially, X and his companions did not contact logistics, observing the chaotic surroundings. Shui gently tapped her smooth forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to inform the Yuhai law enforcement team. I should have requested them to send personnel to restore order here." However, it was of no consequence. This situation provided an excellent opportunity for Huang Lin to unleash his abilities without restraint. Otherwise, he would need to readjust later. X was indifferent to the disorder, finding it more convenient for Huang Lin's actions. Within the double ninja, Huang Lin could no longer contain his excitement. With his left hand raised high, the black gold long blade glimmered under the moonlight, transforming its previously opaque darkness into an ethereal veil, while the golden radiance shone brilliantly, enveloping the blade entirely. Suddenly, at that moment, the energy sword in his right hand was drawn with a startling flourish, unleashing a beam of pure white light that morphed into patterns reminiscent of a flame wolf. Simultaneously, crimson flames ignited, soaring into the sky, almost instantaneously as the flames surged. Double Ninja swung his right arm with force, bringing the energy sword crashing down upon the black gold long blade. This spectacle elicited a gasp from Shui. Has Huang Lin lost his mind? Does he intend to damage the energy sword? He has already summoned the Gingjin blade. Why strike the black gold long blade with the energy sword? In contrast, X remained silent, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Boom! A thunderous sound shattered in Shui's confusion. As the energy sword made contact with the black gold long blade, it astonishingly enveloped it in an instant, the crimson flames swiftly encasing the Gingjin blade, merging with the golden light to form a colossal cross that soared into the air. The cross, stretching approximately 100 meters, ascends straight into the heavens as if it seeks to rend the very firmament asunder. The winds shift and swirled. The surrounding air currents instantaneously disordered under the influence of this cross, giving rise to swirling tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. As the cross soars, the sound of explosions reverberates, and countless air masses erupt into the atmosphere. Upon reaching its zenith, the intense heat instantaneously vaporizes the clouds, igniting the night sky with a brilliance reminiscent of dawn. A mushroom cloud grotesquely erupts into the air, the resulting shockwave sweeping across the entire sea of clouds, causing a momentary tremor throughout the expanse. It is now midnight, and many slumbering souls are jolted awake by this disturbance, their once drowsy eyes now wide with clarity. What is happening? An earthquake? This cannot be. Since the advent of the interstellar age, how long has it been since we felt an earthquake? Could it be that the fleet is experimenting with new weaponry? The scale of this weapon seems almost comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Who on Earth conducts weapon tests in the dead of night? For heaven's sake, have some humanity. Fortunately, this tremor was fleeting, and after a prolonged wait without a second occurrence, the populace gradually returned to their dreams. Meanwhile, at the scene, Xing Yunlong and Shui stood in utter shock. Being at the epicenter of the tremor, they felt its intensity more acutely, rendering them all the more incredulous. It must be noted that Huang Lin's strike was aimed at the heavens, with the explosion occurring at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Even so, the magnitude of its power is unfathomable. One can only imagine the catastrophic potential should such a blow be unleashed upon mechs or star beasts. According to their assessment, this strike rivaled the full-force attacks of a high-ranking star treader, and they were merely at the first star. Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Regret. At this moment, both of them were consumed by regret. Had they known this talent technique was so formidable, they would never have allowed it to fall into Huang Lin's hands so easily. Xing Yunlong rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling a headache approaching, given Huang Lin's temperament. Having acquired such a lethal skill, he would likely be incessantly challenged. And Shui puffed out her cheeks. Initially, her strength was on par with Huang Lin's. But now, she felt left behind. How about my Gengjin Qian slash? The double ninja proclaimed, raising his dual blades high. Casting a condescending gaze upon Xing Yunlong and Shui, his tone dripping with arrogance. He had not anticipated that the second talent technique bestowed upon him by Su Bai would be so powerful. What was more astonishing was its perfect synergy with his first talent technique. Truly remarkable. The 180 million spent was undeniably worth it, as his prowess had ascended several tiers. He chuckled, sensing the rising ire in Xing Yunlong and in Shui, and a teasing tone emerged from the double ninja. Suddenly, he brought his hands together. The dual blades in his grasp fused into one. Light enveloped the black gold blade, enhancing its inherent sharpness, and with the infusion of energy, it achieved a devastating energy strike effect. The characteristic specialization, the unification of the dual blades. At that moment, Shui could no longer contain herself. What on earth? Is this ever going to end? To her, the ability to meld weapons into one while harmonizing the strengths of both was nothing short of a dream come true. After all, she piloted an armed mech. The distinguishing feature lies in the abundance of weaponry. Should this specialization be bestowed upon her, she would undoubtedly wield it with remarkable finesse. If Huang Lin's secondary talent had already evoked feelings of envy, the emergence of this specialization has transformed that envy into unabashed jealousy. Even though the three of them share a long-standing friendship, at this moment, Shui would gladly usurp Huang Lin's position. It is utterly infuriating. Xing Yunlong, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of apprehension. Alas, it seems his position as captain is in jeopardy. In unison, both turned their gazes towards Su Bai, fully aware that the likelihood was slim. Yet they tentatively inquired, "Boss Su, might such enhancements still be feasible?" This was the first time Xing Yunlong had spoken so courteously. But in deference to Su Bai, he felt compelled to maintain a respectful demeanor. After all, Su Bai is an exceptionally gifted mechanic, due to his own status. Xing Yunlong had encountered numerous star-level mechanics, yet he could assert that none could elevate a mech to such heights in such a brief span as Su Bai had. Were it not for Huang Lin's adept handling during her initial attempt, and the similarities between the two mechs, he might have suspected that Su Bai had indeed replaced the mech entirely. Upon hearing Xing Yunlong's inquiry, Shui hastily chimed in, "Rest assured, finances are not a concern. 180 million, after all. If necessary, we can undertake additional tasks and save up over the years. As long as we can enhance it, we can negotiate." The two gazed eagerly, awaiting Su Bai's response. Chapter 40. The arrival of the enforcement team. When did this mechanic shop come into existence? Su Bai shook his head upon witnessing the scene. In an instant, the hope in Shui's eyes shattered, leaving her with a bitter smile. Indeed. With such a level of enhancement, how could there possibly be a second occurrence? It seems we were merely overthinking. Xing Yunlong remained silent, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Truly, for such a miracle to happen even once is extraordinary. How foolish of him to harbor the delusion of a second miracle. One can only say that Huang Lin is exceptionally fortunate. It is too late today. We shall return tomorrow. However, Su Bai's subsequent words left them once again in a state of stupor. The previously vacant gaze transformed into one of confusion, which soon morphed into unbridled joy. "Su, Boss Su, you mean to say that such enhancement is still possible?" In her excitement, Shui inadvertently bit her tongue, yet she paid no heed to the pain as she hurriedly inquired. Of course, Su Bai cast a peculiar glance at the two, as he believed he had been quite clear in his expression. "Very well, it is settled. We shall come first thing in the morning. No, we shall wait right here tonight." Xing Yunlong, shedding his usual composure, uttered these fervent words. Having missed one opportunity, he certainly did not wish to forfeit another. At that moment, Huang Lin had already departed from the double endurance state. Observing the two, he felt genuine happiness from the depths of his heart, despite the shattering of his captain's dream following his enhancement. Yet, they were a team, a cohesive whole. By elevating their collective strength, they could undertake more challenging tasks, thereby amassing greater wealth for the next enhancement. After this enhancement, Huang Lin had become utterly convinced by Su Bai. He could scarcely imagine how to navigate life without Su Bai's enhancements. As the doors of the interstellar repair shop closed, only X and his two companions remained stationed outside. Who could have anticipated that the renowned Yunlong squad, hailed as the mightiest team in Nanjing, would willingly stand guard outside a repair shop, all for the chance to enhance their capabilities through monetary means? Shortly after Su Bai locked up, several hovering vehicles appeared outside the interstellar repair shop, manned by the Yuhai enforcement team, who were vigilantly monitoring the establishment. Upon witnessing the Gingjing Qian they could no longer contain their curiosity and decided to investigate the situation. These hovering vehicles were equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, poised for a fierce battle at a moment's notice. From one of the vehicles, a middle-aged man slowly descended. Upon seeing the three standing at the entrance, he expressed surprise. "Yunlong, are you all right? Why didn't you inform us?" X glanced at him, forcing a smile. "Captain Zhang, we were just about to notify you when you arrived." "Oh, that is my new skill. I just mastered it recently and wanted to give it a try." My apologies. Huang Lin interjected, opting for honesty since the truth would eventually surface. "By the way, Captain Zhang, when did you acquire such a repair shop?" The chief negotiator of the Yunlong squad, and Shui, flashed a sweet smile, eager to extract information from Zhang Lei. Their frustration stemmed from the fact that, being fellow citizens of Nanjing, despite their differing institutions and cities, the interstellar repair shop should be a treasure for all of Nanjing, or rather, for the entire Star Alliance. The fact that it had not been publicly announced was baffling. "What? You mean the one behind you?" Zhang Lei then turned his gaze towards the interstellar repair shop behind them. Even someone as seasoned as he was found himself awestruck by the shop. Crafted entirely from shimmering gold. When did our Yuhai acquire such an establishment? His expression was sincere, dispelling the anger that had been simmering in X and the others. Though they could not help but harbor a sense of disdain, Zhang Lei was undeniably incompetent. How could he remain oblivious to such a treasure within his jurisdiction? Moreover, he allowed the scum of a cult to launch an attack on it. Such negligence was inexcusable. At that moment, Zhang Lei's mood was equally discontented. Although he was unaware of Su Bai's repair capabilities, the mere existence of this high-caliber repair shop in his territory without his knowledge was troubling. Shouldn't it have been reported? Cautiously stepping out of the line, he remarked, Captain Zhang, this was still an abandoned warehouse just a few days ago. They mentioned opening a repair shop. I never anticipated it would transform so rapidly. Useless. How many times have I instructed you all to take matters into your own hands and confirm the facts before reporting? You rely solely on your instincts." Zhang Lei's anger was palpable. The principle of their enforcement team had always been to adhere to the truth, no matter what others did. This was the standard within his jurisdiction. Shaoli had clearly crossed a line. Hastily, Shaoli bowed in apology. "I am sorry, Captain. This oversight is indeed my fault, and I am willing to accept punishment. I will deduct 2 months' salary from you. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Lei decisively determined Shaoli's punishment. Although Shaoli felt a pang of regret, he could only hurriedly respond, "I have no objections." He understood that had it been a mistake of his own, he would likely face a deduction of half a month's salary. However, with the members of the Yunlong team present, he had tarnished the reputation of the Yunhai law enforcement team. It was only reasonable that he faced severe penalties. He could only accept his misfortune and resolutely decided to conduct personal inspections in the future. "Well, the assailant has been dealt with, but the surrounding damages are considerable. You may commence repairs now." Xing Yunlong quietly observed Zhang Lei's performance before moving on from the matter. It was indeed the appropriate course of action. Zhang Lei surveyed the devastation around him, feeling a sense of alarm from the earlier battle. Fortunately, this was not in the heart of Yunhai City. Otherwise, the losses would have been immeasurable. Although there was significant damage to the ground, at least there were no casualties. Repairs of this nature could be completed swiftly. A benefit of entering the interstellar age, where the time frame for restoring surfaces or structures had been significantly reduced. Delays in meeting delivery deadlines were now a thing of the past. Zhang Lei immediately arranged for the repairs to begin. "By the way, let us convert the area within 100 meters in front of the repair shop into training ground materials," Xing Yunlong suddenly remarked. This left Zhang Lei somewhat perplexed. What is the purpose of this? Chapter 41. Extreme Tug of War. Transforming the Holy See, Yumeng? Zhang Lei indeed found himself puzzled by Xing Yunlong's intention. Constructing a training ground with materials outside the repair shop? Was there a need to test the mechas after they had been repaired? It would be entirely feasible to test it upon the completion of repairs. Why the need for a 100-meter training ground? He fails to comprehend. Utterly fails to grasp the situation. In truth, Xiong Yunlong harbors ulterior motives. Now that the surrounding area has been completed, it will be far less convenient for him to try out his techniques tomorrow. This is the price of your negligence. And the specifics of compensation must be discussed with the store manager. Xiong Yunlong articulated the most fitting rationale, one that could hardly be faulted by anyone. Indeed, after he spoke, Zhang Lei fell into contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Bai remains the victim in this affair. An assault by the Reconstruction Church would surely spell doom for an ordinary individual. Moreover, it was his own oversight that allowed the petty minions of the Reconstruction Church to launch this attack. Offering some form of compensation is entirely reasonable. First, let us restore the area outside the shop as a gesture of apology, and subsequently, we can address the matter of compensation. Thus, it is acceptable. Ultimately, Zhang Lei chose to compromise, deciding that utilizing training ground materials for the 100-meter expanse outside the interstellar repair shop was not overly extravagant, serving as a fitting expression of his regret. With the decision made, the Yunhai law enforcement team commenced construction immediately. An hour later, the area outside the interstellar repair shop had been restored to its original state, or rather, it could be said to be even more exquisite than before. The entire 100-meter stretch extending from the shop's entrance had been uniformly replaced with training ground materials, comprised of a thermosensitive metal capable of generating a defensive barrier around itself, boasting formidable protective capabilities. With this construction in place, one could fully unleash the power of their mecha. Observing the scene before him, Xiong Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei regarded the three individuals still standing in place with a hint of suspicion. Aren't you three planning to leave? In principle, the Yunlong team should have been exceedingly busy. However, the demeanor of the three individuals revealed no such signs of haste. They appeared to have ample leisure to observe as everything was restored, which left Zhang Lei perplexed. And Shui smiled upon hearing this. It's nothing. We must wait here for another night to prevent any remnants of the Reformed Church from seizing an opportunity. That is unnecessary. We will assign personnel to guard this location. You, who are usually so occupied, should take the opportunity to rest today. It is my misfortune that Yunhai has encountered such calamity. I would not wish to impose further on you. Zhang Lei discerned an undercurrent of conspiracy in Shui's words. He was not convinced that they would station themselves outside an ordinary repair shop without a deeper motive. No need for concern. We are all part of the law enforcement division of Huaxia, and we are all from Nanjing, so why should we stand apart? We are not overburdened, Huang Lin interjected, attempting to persuade them to leave. Not a chance. In that case, I shall not dissuade you further. However, given your dedication, we cannot fall behind. I will also remain here to keep watch. Zhang Lei ultimately revealed a knowing smile. Choosing not to engage in their tug of war. Regardless of their intentions, he would remain. The expressions of the other law enforcement team members darkened at the prospect of an unanticipated overtime shift, feeling quite exhausted by the situation. Yet, Zhang Lei's presence rendered them unable to leave, and Xie Yunlong had no objections either. It was impossible to let them depart, considering the interstellar repair shop was in Yunhai, and they were all colleagues. If they were willing to wait, then wait they shall. Thus, an eerie scene unfolded outside the interstellar repair shop, where 4 mech engineers and 20 members of the Cloud Sea enforcement team awaited vigilantly at the entrance, remaining steadfast until the break of dawn. Inside the Cloud Sea CF family's reception hall, a man cloaked in black radiated an aura of menace, his right hand sweeping violently to shatter an antique vase that lay nearby. Through the dark robe and mask, it was evident that he was seething with rage. Incompetent fools. Truly useless. They dared to defy orders. And to make matters worse, they were even counterattacked. Since when did our reformed ecclesiastical order accept such ineptitude? Damn it. Just damned. Now, not only the enforcement team, but even the Yunlong squad has taken notice of the situation in Cloud Sea. Is he planning to summon the entire interstellar fleet? The black-cloaked man breathed heavily, while Xie Zhihao beside him dared not lift his gaze. No one desired to incur the wrath of this formidable figure. She is not of the cold light star. She resembles a blue star inhabitant. Does she not? The emotion in the black-cloaked man's tone was inscrutable as he gazed intently at the red-haired woman. Of course, I am willing to take his place and keep watch over that interstellar repair shop," the red-haired woman asserted, her eyes locked onto the black-cloaked man. Suddenly, a forceful pull seized her, drawing her towards the black-cloaked figure, who grasped her delicate neck in his hand. In terror, she met his gaze, which was as deep and cold as an abyss. "Humph, you are hardly in a better position. And you wish to keep an eye on that interstellar repair shop now? Are you not satisfied with the commotion caused this time? Do you wish for us to be completely exposed? You must understand your own identity." As he spoke, the figure in the black cloak tightened his grip, leaving the red-haired woman gasping for breath. Bang. At last, the cloaked figure released his right hand, and the red-haired woman plummeted to the ground. Struggling to escape the clutches of death, she inhaled deeply, her heart racing with fear. She hastily knelt, her graceful form revealed. Bowing her head, "My lord, it was Yu Ming who acted rashly, but I assure you, all of this is for your grand endeavor, with no ulterior motives. Please, punish me as you see fit." "Humph," the black-cloaked figure scoffed coldly. "Forget about the interstellar repair shop for now. You must go to Yu Hai first High and make contact with that girl from the Sun family. If this matter is not handled well, you understand." "Understood," Yu Ming responded hastily, departing from the Xie family in a flurry. Upon stepping outside, she touched the claw marks on her neck, her gaze turning icy. "I still have not seen his true form." After her departure, the black-cloaked figure turned to the silent Xie Zhihao. "Go. Send someone to keep an eye on her. Those outside our kin are inherently different. Even if she has joined the Reformation sect, I remain uneasy about her." "Yes," Xie Zhihao replied before leaving the black-cloaked figure alone in the room. He glanced down at his right hand, a hint of disdain flickering in his vertical pupils, before he forcefully shook it off. So filthy. Chapter 42. The captain of the execution squad is confused. Beneath the vast azure sky, with clouds painting the horizon and a ray of sunlight heralding the dawn, 2 rows of law enforcement members stood outside the interstellar repair shop, each bearing the weight of dark circles under their eyes and stifling yawns. It was already 10 o'clock, yet the repair shop remained shuttered. How utterly absurd. Which respectable establishment delays its opening until such an hour? It is truly outrageous. Some places open as early as 7, while others at least commence operations by 9. Is this repair shop practicing some form of wellness regimen? If you're going to open, then do so. If not, just close up shop. Must you be so willful? One might as well think it was before the interstellar era, when no one cared if you opened your doors at 2 in the afternoon. Nowadays, with repair shops scattered everywhere, how can they afford such arrogance? These individuals were merely ordinary law enforcement officers, who had already endured a night without rest, and were now on the verge of breaking down. The crux of the matter was that if they were on a mission, it would be somewhat understandable. However, they were merely waiting for someone to open the shop. It was simply intolerable. Indeed, these comrades had worked hard, and it was unreasonable to have them wait idly. What if an unforeseen situation arose? How would they enforce the law then? And Shui stood by, providing support, as the two had spent the night trying to persuade Zhang Lei to leave. Their primary concern was that once the doors opened, others would monopolize Su Bai's time, and they could not afford to wait even a moment longer. All they desired was for Su Bai to enhance their abilities. Xing Yunlong silently observed the duo's antics, neither hindering nor assisting them, only offering silent applause in his heart. Zhang Lei watched the two with their lackluster performance, struggling to suppress a laugh. After that night, he was certain that there were profound secrets hidden within this interstellar repair shop. Otherwise, why would Huang Lin and Din Shui go to such lengths to divert his attention? What a joke. This is my territory. Even if you are the Yunlong team, you cannot possibly drive me away. Do you think I, Zhang Lei, care about my reputation? I refuse to leave. What can you do about it? Like stubborn gum, Huang Lin and Din Shui had no choice but to relent. Just then, the door of the interstellar repair shop swung open. As Su Bai stepped outside, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. Su Bai thought, I shouldn't have done anything wrong. So why are there so many enforcement team members guarding my shop? Could it be that his father had purchased something illicit? Immediately, he suspected that his unreliable father had put him in a difficult position. However, at the moment he opened the door, and Shui, who was still grappling with Zhang Lei, swiftly dashed into the repair shop. Unfortunately, in front of her, Xing Yunlong had already approached Su Bai. Captain, this is unfair. Upon seeing her captain, and Shui's expression fell instantly. She had exerted tremendous effort to persuade Zhang Lei to leave, yet her captain, without a word, had silently taken the lead. Ahem. Regardless, we agreed that you would wait a little longer. Xing Yunlong was utterly unconcerned, emphasizing that it was merely a matter of sequence. He was not using his authority to intimidate anyone. It was simply a matter of quick reflexes. This scene left Zhang Lei bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on Su Bai, he felt a singular impression: youth. The owner of this interstellar repair shop was astonishingly young, followed by a wave of confusion. Such a young store manager has made Xing Yunlong and Shui wait an entire night? Moreover, judging by Shui's demeanor, she seems quite displeased with Xing Yunlong being ahead of her in line. Zhang Lei has never witnessed such a scene. He had anticipated that the interstellar repair shop would be extraordinary, but he never imagined it would be so bizarre. What level of repair expertise could a young person possess? Could it be that Xing was struck in the head by some lowly member of the modification church yesterday? Not only he, but the law enforcement team members behind him were equally bewildered. Is this real? The Yunlong team has waited all night just for this young lad? He appears to be scarcely older than my own daughter. Have they all lost their minds? And they made us wait for an entire night too. Insanity. Utter insanity. Their already simmering grievances were now on the brink of eruption, unable to bear the situation. Boss Su, I still wish to discuss the enhancement content we agreed upon yesterday. However, Xing Yunlong had no time to entertain their complaints and directly addressed Su Bai. Su Bai nodded and handed him a contract. Here, sign it. Without even glancing at the document, Xing Yunlong took the contract and signed it immediately. This left Zhang Lei momentarily stunned. What is this? Signing a contract without even reading it? Is it because it is too inexpensive? Starry Sky Treasure received 180 million star coins. However, the notification of Su Bai's transfer arrived just in time. What? How much? Xing Yunlong, have you lost your mind? You signed a contract of such a colossal amount without a second thought. Are you planning to purchase a mech right here? Captain Xing has truly lost his senses. Zhang Lei was utterly astounded. Everything before him had transcended his comprehension. Unable to restrain himself, he urged Xing Yunlong to reconsider. After all, whether they belonged to the enforcement team of the Interstellar Fleet or the Special Operations Unit, they were merely star mecha masters. And saving money was no simple feat. It seemed that several years' worth of savings might have been sacrificed in an instant. Unfortunately, Xing Yunlong paid no heed to his words, instead wearing a broad smile. Shall we begin then? Please, come in. However, there are too many of us. Let us just have a few people in the hall. Su Bai remarked as he guided Xing Yunlong towards the maintenance room. Following suit, Huang Lin and Shui also entered. Zhang Lei, watching the three, gritted his teeth. You all stay here. I'll go in and take a look. With that, he ventured into the interstellar repair shop, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of enforcement team members, their expressions a mix of confusion. What does this mean? We have to wait. This is intolerable. Upon entering the interstellar repair shop and observing the facilities within, Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. He could hardly believe that such a top-tier repair shop had quietly opened within his jurisdiction. There were hardly any of this caliber throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Yinhai truly had a reputation to uphold. Simultaneously, his curiosity deepened regarding what Xing Yunlong intended to do with the staggering sum of 180 million star coins. He was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this interstellar repair shop that could prompt the Yunlong squad to act in such a manner. Chapter 43. The Jester is Me? At that moment, Xing Yunlong had already arrived in the maintenance room, his right hand gently brushing against the star ring. And in an instant, a vortex materialized within the room. After his departure, Su Bai gently stroked his chin with his right hand. An S-level talent, Star Leap? He never expected that the second individual he encountered with such an exceptional talent would be the captain of the Yunlong team. Indeed, it was only logical, otherwise. The other party could not have attained the position of captain of the strongest team in Nanjing at such a young age. However, the Star Leap talent was exceedingly unique, being a special variant of physical enhancement abilities. It allowed one to leap based on their own stellar energy, bearing some resemblance to the spatial abilities depicted in certain novels. No wonder the structure of Vortex was so peculiar. The vortex-like particle thrusters on its limbs were surely designed to facilitate the mech's leaping maneuvers. The primary ability of Vortex was quite straightforward. It was the Starry Leap. This talent could enable the mech to execute leaps, proving extraordinarily effective in combat. Given this skill should suit him perfectly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai settled on a direction for enhancement. He lightly touched the right leg of Vortex. Third level enhancement activated. A soft blue radiance enveloped Vortex in an instant, accompanied by stellar light. This was indeed a transaction worth 180 million star coins. How generous of you. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't be able to part with such a substantial sum for enhancement. That amount could buy another mech, one with a talent ability. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Xing Yunlong remained silent, leaving Zhang Lei feeling quite helpless. Observing Zhang Lei's persistence, Huang Lin patted his shoulder. Captain Zhang, old Xing has always been this way. Do not take it to heart. We've come this far, and I won't hide it from you. I advise you to prepare your funds promptly. Do not wait until it is too late. Zhang Lei held no faith in a single punctuation mark of Huang Lin's words. This individual was notorious in the Yunlong team for his grandiose deceptions. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to deceive Zhang into leaving. And now he was urging him to prepare funds? Zhang Lei even harbored suspicions that this was all a ruse orchestrated by them and Su Bai, designed to punish him for his negligence the day before. It's nothing. I merely wish to observe. Zhang Lei's calm demeanor left Huang Lin exasperated. Hands raised in surrender. This man was truly impervious to reason. If he wished to depart, he would insist on staying, and after waiting so long. He was being told to prepare money, yet he claimed he was only observing. With a stifled chuckle, and Shui could no longer contain herself. No worries. You two continue your discussion. She had no desire for Zhang Lei to have the funds ready at this moment. What if he were to jump ahead of her in line? Letting the captain reinforce himself before her was already distressing enough for Shui. She would not allow Zhang Lei to follow suit. Seeing Shui smile only strengthened Zhang Lei's conviction that they were indeed laying a trap for him. I shall not be fooled. I shall play along. While they deliberated in the hall, the members of the enforcement team outside suffered. Some had even dozed off while standing, while others silently kept a mental tally of Zhang Lei's actions. Captain Zhang's behavior was indeed inconsiderate. Come what may, I must report this. Indeed, he is severely delaying our work, and an explanation is imperative. You better be careful. I am watching you. However, what sorcery does this interstellar repair shop possess? I observed that Captain Xing almost effortlessly transferred a staggering 180 million star coins. That amount is equivalent to a lifetime of toil based on my salary. What can we do? At most, we might aspire to become sky mecha engineers, but the prospect of becoming star mecha engineers is utterly unattainable. Although their earnings are substantial, the dangers they face are equally formidable. This time, the transformation of the Holy See has placed them at the forefront, illustrating the inherent risks and rewards. Nonetheless, our current situation is not without merit. At least we are free from worries about food and shelter, and our lives can be deemed comfortable. Of course, except for the present moment. The majority of the law enforcement members are mecha engineers of approximately the 7th rank, with 1 or 2 being at the 1st rank of the sky level. Their abilities fall short of Zhao Mengyue and Xiao Mingyan. However, this reflects the reality for ordinary individuals. Not everyone possesses such exceptional talent, nor can everyone become a powerhouse. The fact that they have awakened E and D level talents and are capable of piloting mechas already surpasses many who lack any innate gifts. Buzzing. Just as the crowd engaged in lively discussion, a sudden roar erupted from the nearby maintenance shop. The cacophony jolted many drowsy law enforcement members awake. An enemy attack? Could it be that the captain and his team are in combat? Surely not. What could the captain possibly be fighting with the Yunlong team? Meanwhile, in the hall, Xing Yunlong was gripping his hands in excitement. At that moment, the vibrations emanating from the repair room felt inexplicably familiar, even evoking a sense of longing within him. He understood. This was the power of space. It seems that Boss Su has successfully completed the enhancement. The duration of this enhancement surpasses that of Huang Lin's double ninja from yesterday, now approaching 5 hours. Yet, Xing Yunlong exhibits no sign of impatience. He comprehends the unique nature of his vortex, recognizing that its enhancement undoubtedly poses a greater challenge than that of the double ninja. Sensing the surge of energy, he firmly believes that all the waiting is worthwhile. Huang Lin and An Ming, having witnessed the events of the previous day, grasped the significance of this moment and cast congratulatory glances towards Xing Yunlong. Only Zhang Lei remains perplexed. The power that just emanated from the maintenance room filled him with trepidation. He even observed the discarded papers beneath the table distort under that force. With one piece vanishing entirely, this is undoubtedly a manifestation of spatial power. The unexpected occurrence leaves him in a state of disarray, yearning to understand what has transpired. Just then, the door to the maintenance room creaked open. Without hesitation, Xing Yunlong executed a stellar leap, propelling himself into the room. Shui and Huang Lin hastily followed suit, with Zhang Lei unwilling to lag behind. Upon entering the maintenance room, Zhang Lei rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? What exactly has this young man accomplished? Is this truly the reason why Xing Yunlong is willing to invest an astonishing sum of 180 million? In that instant, Zhang Lei comprehended the intentions of the others, why they had so desperately sought to mislead him away, why Xing Yunlong had unhesitatingly withdrawn such a substantial amount, and why Huang Lin had urged him to prepare his finances. The fool, it seems, was none other than myself. Chapter 44. Zhang Lei, swiftly transfer the funds. Before my eyes stood a sleek and translucent machine, enveloped in a profound shade of deep blue, adorned with twinkling starlight. The particle thrusters at the rear of its legs resembled a flowing river of stars, a stark contrast to the previous vortex design. Similarly, the arms extended into two transparent blades, imbuing the vortex with an air of lethal elegance. Zhang Lei gazed at the rejuvenated vortex, his eyes widening in astonishment. Envy unmistakably etched on his face. The visual impact alone indicated that the vortex had undergone a significant enhancement. Is this the result of an investment of 180 million? It certainly holds substantial merit, Zhang Lei pondered. Yet, there was more to unveil. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's remark, Huang Lin involuntarily interjected, relishing the opportunity to strike back at him for not heeding his advice to prepare the funds in advance. This was the perfect moment to deliver a blow. Zhang Lei, somewhat perplexed, mused, is this not the end? The overall materials have been upgraded, and even the core has been enhanced. Surely that should suffice? You've anticipated this much? Huang Lin replied with a faint smile, his hands clasped behind his back. Just watch closely. Zhang Lei questioned the source of Huang Lin's confidence. Could it be impossible? The vortex already possessed a unique talent. He had never heard of anyone awakening a second talent in a mech that already had one. Awakening even a single talent was notoriously challenging. Certain high-tier mech engineers could indeed facilitate the awakening of a talent in mechs that initially lacked one, merely assisting in the process. However, how could a mech that had already awakened a talent possibly give birth to a second? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Zhang Lei was utterly convinced that Huang Lin was mocking him, so he chose not to engage with the other's taunts. Suddenly, the ceiling of the maintenance room burst open. In an instant, Xing Yunlong darted into the vortex, and as the neural link established, the vortex shimmered with starlight. Abruptly, the vortex ascended, soaring out of the maintenance room. Zhang Lei was taken aback, pondering what madness had seized Xing Yunlong to flee so precipitously. It was unexpected, especially since he had already paid. This maneuver left Zhang Lei utterly bewildered. However, Huang Lin and Shui exchanged a glance before striding toward the exit, and Shui, in particular, was brimming with anticipation, eager to witness what talent their captain had awakened. As the captain, Xing Yunlong relied on the unique skill of Stellar Leap, enabling him to execute various complex maneuvers unexpectedly. Yet, his lack of offensive power had always been a point of criticism. They had all felt the recent spatial disturbance, and if all went as anticipated, Xing Yunlong had likely awakened an offensive talent. This would be a significant boon for their Yunlong squad. An ambush? Had the Reformed Church grown so audacious? No, wait. That seemed to be Team Xing's Vortex? How could that be? I have seen Team Xing's Vortex, and it was nothing like this. Although the materials appeared different, the structure seems remarkably similar. Enough chatter. Quickly, step aside. It's coming down. With that, everyone scattered, clearing the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. As the crowd hastily dispersed, the vortex descended from the heavens, arriving at the entrance of the repair shop. Faced with this sudden manifestation, the onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. At that moment, Huang Lin and Shui and the ever-resolute Zhang Lei appeared before them. The members of the law enforcement team finally found their anchor. Captain Zhang, this unidentified mech has appeared here. What should we do? Zhang Lei surveyed the group and declared, this is XS Vortex. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's statement, those who recognized the vortex placed their hands on their hips, lifting their chins in triumph. See? I told you it was the vortex. What? It truly is the vortex. What on earth has transpired? I recall the vortex looking nothing like this. Indeed, despite its impressive appearance, the price of 180 million seemed somewhat exorbitant. They, like Zhang Lei, had ceased to regard X's previous state of mind. Merely considering the cost of material and core upgrades, it was worth at least 50 million. With a slight markup for aesthetics, it could reach approximately 80 million star coins. Yet, there remained a small target for premium pricing. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the vortex, stay back. Though the reason for this command was unclear, the crowd complied. retreating beyond the confines of the training ground. Once the area was cleared, the vortex shimmered with celestial brilliance. The starry nebulae upon its limbs began to rotate slowly, reminiscent of a galaxy illuminating the training field. Thunderous roars echoed. Meanwhile, the earth began to tremble unexpectedly, and the stones on the ground shattered abruptly. The barriers of the training ground rose hastily. Vortex crossed his arms over his chest, and then forcefully pushed forward. A tearing sound reverberated. An invisible force seemed to rend the surrounding space, with dark fissures swirling throughout the training arena. This terrifying wave struck against the barrier, which had withstood the full force of the Starbreaker Mecha Division, now showing spiderweb-like cracks. Talent technique. Dimensional rupture. Utilizing the power of Star Leap to strike the surrounding space at high speed, creating a cutting effect. In that instant, Zhang Lei's mouth fell open, as if it could accommodate a fist. The members of the enforcement team believed they were merely experiencing hallucinations due to fatigue. Am I dreaming? It certainly doesn't hurt. It must be a dream. Get lost. Of course, it doesn't hurt. You are pinching me. Could it be Vortex has changed its talent technique? I've never heard of a talent technique being subject to change. This was also Zhang Lei's contemplation. He still did not believe that Vortex had awakened a second talent technique. Is this the power of Boss Su? Can it truly alter a talent technique? Zhang Lei cautiously inquired of Huang Lin, who returned him a meaningful glance. Just watch, and you will understand. Soon, Vortex suddenly vanished from before the crowd, instantaneously appearing behind them. Starfield Leap? How is this possible? Upon witnessing Vortex employing Starfield Leap, Zhang Lei could no longer contain his astonishment. He immediately dialed a phone number. Wife, hurry, transfer 180 million to me. A somewhat forceful voice came from the other end of the line. Could you repeat that? There's no time to explain. Just do it. 180 million. Not a penny less. Quickly. Chapter 45, The Stellar Domain. Utter madness. When the Vortex truly manifested its second innate ability, Zhang Lei comprehended that Huang Lin's words were indeed accurate. This Boss Su was truly extraordinary. The other party was by no means an unscrupulous merchant. Rather, he was remarkably benevolent. A mere 180 million not only secured enhancements for the entirety of the mech and its core, but also granted the second innate ability. Such an event, if spoken of, would render others to believe one had lost their mind. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly implausible. Moreover, Subai was so youthful, he dared not imagine the terrifying existence that loomed behind him. Only an unparalleled master mechanic, renowned across the cosmos, could cultivate such a formidable disciple, right? Are you insane, Zhang Lei? Are you itching for trouble? While Zhang Lei continued to indulge in his fantasies, a sudden rebuke rang out from the other end of the call. Before he could clarify, the vortex stirred once again, its limbs transforming as the nebulas shifted into radiant starlight, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Under this shroud of starlight, everyone's vision was obscured. A tremendous pressure bore down upon the gathered crowd, rendering their bodies increasingly heavy. This was the unique specialty of the vortex, the stellar domain. Within this realm, opponents would endure quintuple their own weight, and their field of vision would be severely diminished. In conjunction with the celestial leap and dimensional collapse, Xing Yunlong is undeniably a god of slaughter within the realm of starlight. Hurry, transfer the money. If you fail to do so, I shall seek a divorce. Zhang Lei was truly driven to madness at this point. The second innate skill was not the end. For Xing Yunlong had astonishingly acquired a domain-type specialty. Such specialties are exceedingly rare, even among the elite. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. A wave of regret washed over him, leaving him consumed by thoughts of remorse. He lamented why he had not contemplated sooner why Xing Yunlong would invest heavily in enhancement. He regretted remaining unmoved even after Huang Lin's warning. On the other end of the line, the tone grew increasingly frigid. Do you have the audacity to repeat that? Say it again, and I shall demand the transfer. Either transfer the money or face divorce. Zhang Lei, shedding his earlier timidity, stood his ground against his wife for the first time, disregarding the potential repercussions, even if it meant suffering a beating thereafter. She too understood that the matter compelling Zhang Lei to such fervor must be of great significance. Money could be provided, yet this situation could not be dismissed lightly. To be resolute comes at a cost. Zhang Lei, unconcerned about the fallout, hurriedly made his way towards Su Bai after receiving the funds. Unfortunately, a graceful figure obstructed his path, and Shui gazed expectantly at Su Bai, her tone so gentle it sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, Huang Lin was left with goosebumps all over. And Shui, could you please speak appropriately? Huang Lin, after reprimanding him, transformed once more into a gentle maiden. Her gaze fixed intently upon Su Bai. Accompanied by her alluring curves, she nearly overwhelmed him. No problem. It was agreed upon yesterday. With that, Su Bai produced a contract he had meticulously prepared in advance, ready to finalize the enhancements for both Xing Yunlong and Shui today. Although the actual time for interstellar enhancement is but a fleeting moment, he was cautious. Having reached such an impressive level of enhancement was already remarkable. If completed in an instant, anyone would suspect foul play. Those who could achieve such feats within hours might be deemed prodigious mechanics, yet accomplishing it in mere seconds? That would imply a significant secret. One might even ponder whether they, upon acquiring this secret, could replicate such results. At this moment, Zhang Lei remained oblivious to Su Bai's intentions and chose not to contest with Shui. Surely, once her enhancement concluded, he would be next in line, he mused. Casting a discreet glance at Huang Lin. Wait, there's still this fellow. It was evident to him that the Yunlong team intended for everyone to undergo enhancement. He could not allow anyone to precede him. Zhang Lei believed that since the Yunlong team had waited throughout the night, each member must partake in this opportunity. For such chances are rarely bestowed. Meanwhile, most members of the enforcement team could only sigh in silence, lamenting, if only I had the money. Indeed, yet it also hinged on one's capabilities. Lacking the status of a star mechanic, wealth would be of little use. How enviable it was. Who could have anticipated witnessing such extraordinary events today? Uncertain. Could Boss Su perhaps enhance the sky mecha? This inquiry was akin to unsealing Pandora's box, causing some talented sky mecha masters within the enforcement team to ponder. Surely, it wouldn't be feasible? Indeed, the sky mecha is unnecessary. Yes. While they vocally insisted it was unwarranted and impossible, they discreetly began sending messages to prepare funds. According to their estimates, even if the sky mecha were to undergo enhancement, it would require at least several million. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. Approaching Su Bai, they respectfully offered a salute. Thank you, Boss Su, for your assistance. This kindness shall be etched in my memory forever. Xing Yunlong, a possessor of S-class talent, particularly in the realm of space, had consistently relied on stellar leaps to transform the Yunlong team into the strongest squad in Nanjiang. Yet, their progress had reached a plateau, while disparities in strength were manageable. The shortcomings would be magnified when confronting opponents of similar capabilities. However, now, they had even acquired domain-type specialization, significantly bolstering their weaknesses and achieving an epic enhancement. Coupled with the imminent enhancements of Huang Lin and Shui, Xing Yunlong was confident that they would not only ascend to become the strongest in Nanjiang, but potentially the mightiest in the south in Huaxia. And within the Blue Star Alliance, all of this was owed to the young man before them, who had provided them with the means to pursue their dreams. Su Bai merely waved his hand, perhaps perceiving that for Xing Yunlong and his companions, their sense of receiving assistance was rather undervalued. However, matters concerning one's own household are best understood by oneself. This time, I have fortified my capital to a mere 10 million star coins. Yet the return is indeed a staggering 180 million. It is a fair transaction, devoid of any debts owed. Captain Xing, you are being overly courteous. And Shui, let us depart. With that, Su Bai made his way towards the maintenance room. Zhang Lei, almost as if possessed, stepped forward and engaged Huang Lin in conversation. Brother Huang, have you known about this all along? How could you not inform your elder brother? It saddens me greatly. Observing the theatrics of Zhang Lei, who was feigning tears, Huang Lin was utterly bewildered. Did I not tell you? Was it not your own disbelief that led to this? Chapter 46. How could such a significant matter be concealed? Huang Lin was at a loss for words. It was evident that Zhang Lei was quite persistent, having prepared for this. Yet now, it seemed he was turning the tables. Stepping back discreetly, Huang Lin sought to distance himself from such a person. Noticing Huang Lin's retreat, Zhang Lei realized his scheme had succeeded and chuckled to himself. No need to be so formal. He certainly did not wish for his true emotions to be witnessed by his subordinates. He valued his pride. After all, the members of the enforcement team were fully aware of Zhang Lei's intentions. Following the earlier provocation, much of their fatigue had dissipated, except for a few mech engineers who could no longer endure and chose to leave. Outside the maintenance shop, more than a dozen enforcement team members awaited. Among those who remained, most were merely there to observe. However, the few sky mech engineers exchanged glances, each discerning a shared understanding. Thus, it was decided. Each would rely on their own capabilities. One of the sky mech engineers smiled faintly, his confidence soaring. Just moments ago, he had leveraged numerous connections and finally amassed a staggering sum of 50 million star coins. He believed he would not miss this opportunity for enhancement. Likewise, another engineer, not to be outdone, came from a wealthy background and, under the embellishment of his promotions, secured 60 million in initial funding, determined to seize this opportunity for enhancement. However, it is important to note that sometimes sheer wealth is not sufficient. I suspect Mr. Su will also be discerning in his choices. The third engineer, though lacking the substantial funds of the first two, possessed a B-level talent and his mecha was of superior quality. He believed that Mr. Su would inevitably opt for an easier path in mecha enhancement. A sizzling tension filled the air as the gazes of the three intersected, igniting sparks of rivalry. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads. Just moments ago, they claimed it was impossible, and now they were at odds? Indeed. The allure of competition is a fundamental human instinct. Sigh, to be honest, I feel a twinge of envy towards them. They are sky mech engineers and still hold a glimmer of hope, whereas we, the ground mech engineers, seem to be out of the running. Nevertheless, witnessing the awakening of a second talent ability makes today worthwhile, and it was not in vain that we endured this night. Truly, that moment earlier had completely dispelled my drowsiness. It was nothing short of astonishing. However, have we delayed for so long that we missed Zhang's report on yesterday's intelligence? Ah, well, indeed. Ever since Zhang Lei and the law enforcement team reported for duty yesterday, they have remained at the interstellar repair shop. Although the intelligence has been compiled, they dare not report it up the chain without Zhang Lei's command. As it stands, the information remains firmly in the hands of the Yuhai law enforcement team. At the Nanjing Fleet headquarters, when you arrived there yesterday, was the battle not already concluded? Zhao Tianming's tone was filled with confusion. Zhang Xiaoping had been dispatched by him to protect Zhao Minghua, and he had also arranged for her to assist the Yunlong team and the Yunhai law enforcement team should the battle still be ongoing. So why until now? Has he received no intelligence whatsoever? Setting aside the Yunlong team for the moment, whose primary duty is combat, their prowess in intelligence gathering is rather amateurish. The Yuhai law enforcement team, on the other hand, excels in this domain. Given that such a significant oversight occurred within their jurisdiction, how could no one report the situation to him? Go and inquire with that fellow Sun Yu. Does he no longer wish to hold the title of captain of the Yunhai? How does he usually train his subordinates? If he cannot fulfill his duties, then replace him, I say. Zhao Tianming was evidently furious. From the intelligence gathered by Zhang Xiaoping from Zhao Minghua, this matter even implicated the military mechs within the fleet. The remnants of the Reformation sect were not only causing turmoil in Yunhai, but had even infiltrated their ranks. For such a critical issue, how dare they conceal it from him? Zhao Tianming's wrath could send tremors throughout all of Nanjing. Zhang Xiaoping promptly responded, I will inform Captain Sun about this matter and ensure it is handled with the utmost seriousness. Please take a moment to calm down. After speaking, she exited the chief's office and swiftly prepared a notice to send to Sun Yu. In the Yuhai Fleet headquarters, within the captain's office, Sun Yu was reviewing documents. Recently, Sun Han's performance in the Wan Jun Han Yu had been exemplary, reportedly securing the top position in Yuhai 1. In addition to his pride, Sun Yu felt an increasing curiosity about Su Bai. However, given the stature of such a skilled mechanic, it would be rather inappropriate for him to make an unannounced visit. He pondered whether the enigmatic boss Su could enhance them. Despite having such a formidable mechanic right under his nose, Sun Yu found himself unable to approach. A source of torment that few could comprehend. Suddenly, the screen before him flickered with a red glow, and Sun Yu realized it was a direct communique from higher authorities. Instantly, a sense of tension enveloped him. Director Zhao is looking for me? Without a moment's hesitation, he began to peruse the contents of the notice. As he delved deeper, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging from his forehead. With a forceful slap on the desk, the documents scattered across the surface. How could you, Zhang Lei, not inform me of such a significant matter? Are you itching for trouble? Are there members of the Cold Light Star race within the Transformation Church? Is the recent incident involving the Red Moon being pierced by sea nuclear rays connected to them? No, wait. Why does this name of the interstellar repair shop ring a bell? Due to the overwhelming influx of information, Sun Yu, in a fit of anger, momentarily failed to react. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that this was none other than the very repair shop where Sun Han had acquired the Wan Jun Red Moon. This thought only intensified his fury. Zhang Lei, I shall not hesitate to dock your salary for an entire year. The matter concerning the enigmatic Su boss demands utmost attention. The opponent has actually discovered the interstellar repair shop, and even launched an attack? After a brief contemplation, Sun Yu promptly sent a message to Zhang Lei. You little rascal. Do you wish to resign? How could you conceal such a significant event? Have you grown wings? Within the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei was still basking in the glory of his successful scheme. Ding. You have a new message. Ding. You have a new message. Ding. You have a new message. 3 consecutive notifications caused him to furrow his brow. Could it be a message from his wife? No, I mustn't look. I shall feign ignorance later. Turn off the phone. Immediately. Chapter 47. In Shui, this is an unprecedented victory. His complexion visibly darkened. That brat has truly grown bold. Struggling to calm his emotions, Sun Yu directly dialed Zhang Lei's number. A cool, feminine voice emanated from the phone. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later. Bang. The desk suffered yet another blow as Sun Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk. A grin devoid of warmth, while fury blazed within his eyes, akin to a raging inferno, ready to incinerate all in its path. During working hours, the phone was turned off. It seems that merely deducting a year's salary from him is too lenient. 2 years' wages, including performance bonuses. This fellow shall not receive a single cent. Having made a decision regarding Zhang Lei's punishment, Sun Yu supported himself with his hands and continuously rubbed his brow. President Zhao was pressing for an update, and it appeared that he had no choice but to visit in person. As this thought crossed his mind, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with clarity. Indeed, that is the course of action. At this moment, all of Sun Yu's thoughts were consumed with how to arrange a meeting with Su Bai, casually dismissing the matter. It's nothing, just feeling a bit off earlier. Xiao Wang. Oh, when did the captain become so impulsive? However, she dared not speak further, quietly organizing the documents on the ground. She watched as Sun Yu departed. Outside the interstellar repair shop, Zhang Lei had just turned off his phone and was intently gazing at the repair room. Nearly 4 hours had passed since Su Bai began enhancing in Shui's mech. They had waited from morning until evening. Why was it still not ready? Zhang Lei's right foot was nervously tapping, revealing his anxiety. And Shui, observing Zhang Lei's demeanor, felt a touch of exasperation. If memory serves, the mech being enhanced is indeed hers, yet Zhang Lei seems more anxious than herself? Of course, she was anxious too. But she understood that the wait was all for a moment of brilliance. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Suddenly, the sound of the repair room's door opening echoed. To Shui, this noise was like celestial music. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly stepped forward, heading directly towards the repair room. Following closely behind was Zhang Lei. As for Huang Lin and Xing Yunlong, after receiving enhancements, they entered a state of heightened awareness. Merely spectators to the unfolding spectacle, they gradually stepped into the maintenance chamber. Despite having witnessed it thrice before, the scene before them still left them in awe. Their gaze fell upon a pristine, gleaming white snow cannon, adorned with a silvery sheen, as if it had been cloaked in a layer of argent armor. The once slender frame had been fortified, and most notably, the various beam cannons atop the snow cannon had vanished. The previous cumbersome appearance had transformed into a sleek and understated elegance, casting doubt upon whether this was indeed an armed mech. And Shui, though perplexed, placed her trust in Su Bai and, without a moment's hesitation, entered the snow cannon. The instant her neural link was established, she uncovered its secrets. An excited voice emanated from within the snow cannon boss Su. This. Observing her reaction, Su Bai offered a calm smile. No need to get overly excited. Let us take it for a spin. Understood. The snow cannon nodded vigorously before soaring out through the open skylight, landing in the training ground outside the repair shop. Having learned from previous experiences, the remaining members of the enforcement team had long distanced themselves from the training area. They began to murmur softly as they beheld the rejuvenated snow cannon. Is this really the snow cannon? How did it transform like this? Where are its cannons? Did it malfunction? It seems to resemble reverse enhancement. Indeed, the armaments of this armed mech have vanished. How can it engage in combat now? Has the investment of 180 million gone to waste? Upon witnessing the snow cannon, they felt a sense of disappointment, albeit not entirely unexpected. After all, experiencing such a significant enhancement once was sufficient. One cannot reasonably expect it to occur repeatedly. Yet, it was indeed a pity for Shui. Although the appearance of this snow cannon was somewhat improved compared to before, it ultimately remained a mere spectacle. Without proper armament, it was of little use. Suddenly, as this thought crossed their minds, the armor of the snow cannon began to detach, revealing an array of advanced beam weaponry beneath. Plasma guns, area effect electromagnetic pulse cannons, and horizontal energy cannons emerged from the once-encased machine. The sight of these formidable weapons left everyone speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Unable to fathom how such a multitude of armaments could be concealed beneath the sleek exterior of the snow cannon, whoever spoke of reverse enhancement stepped forward. Goodness, it is indeed my ignorance that has led me to question the prowess of Boss Su. It seems I have been rather unappreciative. Not simply Boss Su, but rather God Su. With divine providence, I bow in reverence. This time, I am thoroughly convinced. This display alone is worth a minor target. And Shui has struck gold this time. Do you think a second innate ability might emerge? Do not inquire of me. I know nothing. Theoretically, such an occurrence is improbable. Yet this is God Su we are speaking of. One can discern the outcome as soon as he makes his move. I am determined to grow stronger. I aspire to become a stellar mecha master and seek the enhancement from the divine Su. Wake up. Your talents simply do not permit such aspirations. If the previous vortex left them with an immediate sense of awe, the snow cannon has now delivered a surprising twist of astonishment. Initially, they believed they had encountered a setback, only to be greeted with this unexpected delight. Who can withstand such a revelation? Not only them, but at this very moment. Zhang Lei and his companions emerging from the repair shop also witnessed this spectacle. Huang Lin was instantly envious. What the heck? How can it transform too? It's so unfair. So my enhancement is the most mundane of all. Xing Yunlong's vortex enhancement pertains to spatial power, a remarkably rare ability. Now, Shui's snow cannon possesses transformation capabilities. In stark contrast, his own double ninja feels utterly ordinary. Overwhelmed by shock, Zhang Lei failed to catch Huang Lin's words, wholly absorbed in the snow cannon, gasping, "Huff, it's almost my turn. I can have this too. I surely can." Yet at that moment, a pair of somewhat large hands landed upon his shoulder. "Oh, what can you do?" Startled by the sudden touch, Zhang Lei flinched and, in a fit of anger, retaliated without even glancing at the person. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you have any idea who I am?" A profound silence ensued. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into an eerie stillness. The enforcement team members present silently retreated 2 steps, hands clasped in prayer before their chests, gesturing a sign of supplication towards Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei felt an unsettling chill, prompting him to glance behind him, only to be petrified in an instant. Sun Yubing's icy gaze bore into Zhang Lei like an abyss, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. "Now, tell me, who are you?" Chapter 48, Shattering the Barrier. Stellar Heavy Cannon. Thud. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Zhang Lei's legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. He hastily managed a smile and scratched his head. Captain, what brings you here?" I am your loyal supporter, Little Kalami." Having followed Sun Yu for many years, Zhang Lei instinctively began his routine of flattery. Sun Yu, however, regarded him with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze chilling. "Is that so? I wouldn't dare to have a supporter like you." Boom. This statement struck Zhang Lei like a bolt from the blue, rendering him utterly speechless. It dawned on him that he had come to the interstellar repair shop not for enhancements, but to address the matter concerning the church. Yet, due to Su Bai's extraordinary skills, he had completely forgotten about it. It was over, utterly over. The light in Zhang Lei's eyes faded in an instant. After years of service under Sun Yu, he was acutely aware of the captain's temperament. The mistake he had made this time was significant enough that not being demoted would be a leniency on Sun Yu's part. There was no doubt that his salary was gone. With a hefty expenditure looming for the mecha enhancements, facing a salary loss at this moment was dire. The consequences of returning home were painfully evident. Zhang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of despair, uncertain if he would even see the sunrise tomorrow. Buzz. Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupted, pulling Zhang Lei from the drab world he had been ensnared in. And he hastily turned his gaze towards the snow cannon. Upon witnessing the cannon's numerous barrels charging with energy, a glimmer returned to his eyes, and he clenched his teeth. "Never mind. Let us enhance it first," he resolved. "I apologize, Captain. This time, it is my oversight, and I willingly accept the consequences, but please, grant me a moment." Sun Yu was taken aback, pondering, what is this fellow saying? Grant me a moment? The members of the enforcement team were equally astonished, questioning, whose subordinate is this? Such audacity. In truth, I have always known that Captain Zhang is incredibly brave. The once timid Zhang, who cowered before Captain Sun, now stood boldly, requesting a moment's patience, evoking admiration for the allure of mechas. Bang! Just as Sun Yu intended to voice another thought, a tremendous sound diverted his attention. At that moment, The snow cannon had completed its charging, with countless luminous particles converging at its barrels. Suddenly, these particles surged forward, coalescing before the snow cannon into a formidable silhouette reminiscent of a starry cannon. The barrel was astonishingly vast, nearly twice the size of the cannon itself, exceeding a diameter of 60 meters. Gifted technique. Stellar heavy cannon. Even Sun Yu, upon witnessing the enormity of this artillery, could not suppress a gulp. He mused quietly, truly, Boss Su, each of his maneuvers is nothing short of astounding. Recalling the formidable Wan Jun Red Moon and the Thunder Serpent's Fong, Sun Yu was not surprised that Su Bai had transformed the snow cannon's gifted technique in such a manner. However, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the power of this shot. As if sensing his thoughts, the resplendent cannon instantly began to gather energy. Boom. A searing beam of light erupted instantaneously, sweeping through the air with the force of an army, striking the barrier of the training ground with tremendous impact. Bang. At last. The barrier, capable of withstanding the full force of the Starbreaker mecha, shattered under this assault. The artillery soared into the heavens, resembling a radiant sword slicing through the sky, as if it intended to rend the very firmament. Thud, thud, thud. The cannon's light, aimed skyward, erupted explosively, casting beams of light across the celestial dome. An overwhelming force sweeping through. A tremor, rivaling that of the dual ninjas unleashing their golden flame slash, reverberated through the air. At that moment, the entire sea of clouds experienced another seismic event. Unlike the midnight tremors of before, this was now dusk, and all residents of the cloud sea distinctly felt the vibrations. Instantly igniting panic. Another earthquake? Wait, why do I say another? Can we even stay in the cloud sea? It quakes every few days. Should we consider moving? This life is far from peaceful. Fortunately, the tremors subsided quickly, much like before, allowing people to regain their composure. What? Just a little shake and you run. Hey. I just trembled a bit, just playing around. Are we leaving or not? Perhaps they're testing weapons. Let us disperse. The same tremors naturally reached the Xie family. A cloaked figure gazed through the window of the Xie residence, observing the soaring pillar of light. His eyes glinting. Is it again from that interstellar repair shop? Who is this Boss Su? What manner of extraordinary individual is he? It perplexes me. When did such a skilled mechanic emerge in a small place like the Cloud Sea? Moreover, it seems as if he is constantly thwarting my plans. There is an opportunity. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit. Outside the interstellar repair shop, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Everyone was taken aback by the astonishing impact of snow cannon. It is worth noting that even the dimensional collapse unleashed by Xing Yunlong failed to breach the training ground's barriers. Yet now, Shui has accomplished this feat. Xing Yunlong stood in a daze, gazing at Shui, astonished by the sheer might of the armed mech. At this moment, Zhang Lei's eyes glistened with fervor, his yearning for enhancement reaching its zenith. I too desire to be fortified. I am certain I can possess such power. Is it not merely a matter of salary? Is it not simply money? Once I grow stronger, will not all of this come to me? Huang Lin, on the other hand, found himself in tears of despair. Indeed, my own enhancement pales in comparison. If such force can shatter energy barriers, what astonishing power that entails. It is simply unfair. Sun Yu, lost in thought, suddenly discerned the underlying secret. This is a charge-up effect, isn't it? Indeed, Captain Sun. And Shui's voice resonated from within Snow Cannon, filled with uncontainable joy. Clearly, she was quite pleased with her second innate ability. This is my second innate ability, Stellar Heavy Cannon, which harnesses the energy of my fully armed body alongside my stellar force, resulting in the overwhelming power you have just witnessed. However, there is a caveat. This strike requires a considerable charging time, commencing from the moment I arrived at the training ground. With that, Shui elucidated to the crowd, slightly diminishing the shock. Indeed, this strike possesses both advantages and disadvantages. While it grants formidable might, it sacrifices agility, should it be interrupted mid-charge. It could even result in backlash. Indeed, I always believed that the Starwalker mech should not possess such capabilities. Sun Yu nodded in acknowledgement of this explanation, yet was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? A second innate skill? Snow Cannon nodded affirmatively, precisely. As she spoke, two ethereal pulse guns materialized in her hands. Her innate talent is classified as A-grade, specifically, armed etherealization. This ability allows her to harness her own stellar energy to manifest suitable weaponry, which is also the reason she opted for an armed mech. To the others, this scene seemed rather unremarkable. as they had already witnessed it once before. However, for Sun Yu, encountering a second innate skill for the first time left Captain Sun utterly astonished. He abruptly turned to Su Bai, his mind racing with excitement. This is a leg I must cling to tightly. Chapter 49. They have all returned. What is your specialty? Xing Yunlong, oblivious to Sun Yu's astonishment, instead inquired about In Shui's specialty. No one now doubted Su Bai's formidable prowess. Since both he and Huang Lin possessed special abilities, In Shui would naturally be no exception. My snow cannon can now store the armaments it carries. As for the quantity, I cannot ascertain the exact limit yet, but I feel confident that I can at least double my firepower. At this point, In Shui became increasingly animated, showing no signs of discouragement regarding her special ability. On the contrary, she found great satisfaction in it. As is often the case with young women, she appreciated aesthetics previously. All the barrels had been directly affixed to the snow cannon, making it appear cluttered with pipes, which was far from appealing. Yet, for the sake of firepower, she had no alternative, which had long left her feeling helpless. But now, it seems, things have taken a turn for the better. With this specialized trait, my snow cannon has finally reached perfection. Its firepower has doubled while maintaining an aesthetic appeal. One can only commend the brilliance of Boss Su. And, are there more specialized traits? Sun Yu was utterly bewildered. Despite being a stellar mech master and the captain of the Yuhai fleet, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. This enhancement not only bestowed the mech with a second innate ability, but also awakened specialized traits. Thud, thud, thud. Sun Yu could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. After so many years, he felt hope once more, a hope that could elevate him to greater heights. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure shot forward at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Su Bai. Who else could it be but Zhang Lei? He could hardly wait any longer. It was finally his turn. He too sought enhancement and could not bear to wait another second. Sun Yu effortlessly cast him aside. As he watched Su Bai recede into the distance, Zhang Lei frantically flailed his arms in midair, his face contorted with despair, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. No. This cry resonated from the depths of his heart, the pain palpable, evoking a profound sense of tragedy that rendered one speechless. Thud. After a few seconds of flight, Zhang Lei crashed heavily to the ground, sprawled out in a star shape, unwilling tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, the light in his gaze extinguished once more. Naturally, Sun Yu paid no mind to Zhang Lei and approached Su Bai directly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. This scene left the members of the enforcement team utterly astounded. This was the captain of the Yunhai fleet, the foremost figure of Yunhai. Yet now, he displayed such a demeanor of trepidation before a mere youth. Was it the world that had gone mad, or were they the ones who had lost their senses? Some individuals even chose to avert their gaze from this scene, fearing retribution from Sun Yu later. That, Su Bai, Mr. Su, is it? Sun Yu contemplated before ultimately using such an opening remark. Su Bai. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable being addressed as Mr. Su by someone of similar age to his father, waved his hand dismissively. Captain Sun, you are too kind. Just call me Su Bai. The person before him was indeed the leader of Yunhai, even though he could feel unfazed within the confines of his interstellar repair shop. There was no need to create an awkward atmosphere. Very well. Su Bai, I actually wish to inquire if you can enhance the Starbreaker mech? Sun Yu directly articulated his request, his eyes glimmering with hope. Yes, Su Bai nodded. However, it will have to be tomorrow. What do you think, Captain Sun? At the moment Su Bai confirmed his ability, Sun Yu was elated, but upon hearing that it would be the next day, a hint of disappointment crept in. Nevertheless, he swiftly cast aside this emotion. After all, he had waited many years, and having finally discovered a glimmer of hope for advancement, what was one more day? No problem. I shall return tomorrow. Su Bai, you may continue with your tasks. With that, Sun Yu wasted no time and departed, carrying the despondent Zhang Lei who lamented, My enhancement. Didn't I hear the boss say he wasn't taking orders today? Glancing at Zhang Lei, Sun Yu felt a pang of sympathy. For he was a subordinate who had stood by him for many years. If you perform well, come with me tomorrow. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Lei sprang into action, revitalized and saluted Sun Yu, exclaiming, Rest assured, Captain, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. The law enforcement team exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of disdain and skepticism. You may escape the death penalty, but the consequences of negligence are inescapable. For your dereliction of duty, 2 years' worth of salary and bonuses shall be forfeited. After delivering this verdict, Sun Yu departed, leaving Zhang Lei standing in solitude. The members of the law enforcement team, observing Zhang Lei's predicament, chose to remain silent, quietly dispersing, knowing well that the interstellar repair shop would not vanish. The matter of reinforcement could always be addressed on another occasion. They were not as impassioned as Team Zhang. Alas, middle-aged men have their peculiar fondness beyond their families. Mechas comprise Zhang Lei's entire world, a sentiment that is understandable. As the crowd dispersed, tranquility returned to the interstellar repair shop. And Shui approached Subai, having left the snow cannon, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Su." "Not at all," Subai replied, well versed in the intricacies of this business, casually gesturing for her to dismiss the formality. "Thanks to you, Boss Su, we will strive to secure compensation on your behalf. Should you require our assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Despite viewing this as a fair transaction, Xing Yunlong and his companions felt they had greatly benefited. They promptly assured Su Bai of their willingness to assist in any capacity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Bai did not decline their offer. After all, the Yunlong team was the strongest in Nanjiang, and there might indeed be occasions when his support would be necessary. With Su Bai's tacit approval, the trio left the interstellar repair shop, their spirits lifted. Su Bai stretched lazily and remarked, "At last, they have all departed. These past 2 days have truly exhausted me." Indeed, it could be said that these days marked the most bustling period since Su Bai acquired the interstellar maintenance shop. First, he serviced 10 mechas, followed by the construction of Chaos. Subsequently, he vanquished the so-called Cold Light Stars Transformat. Not long after, he enhanced the mechas of Xing Yunlong and his companions. It could be said that his days were fully occupied. Gazing at the balance in his account, a gentle smile graced his face. Chapter 50, A Thought Breaks the Star Path. 543, 800, 000. This is the current sum in Su Bai's savings. Such wealth is rare, even among the majority of Star Path mecha masters. Only the elite possess such abundant reserves. Of course, compared to the Break Star mecha masters, he still falls short. However, it is worth noting that Su Bai is merely a sky mecha master at present. Just yesterday, he practiced the Star Whale breathing technique once more, elevating his star power to the 6th level of the sky. He should be able to break through to the star path today. Let us proceed to exchange for the 2nd layer of the Star Whale breathing technique. With his current wealth, Su Bai hesitated not a moment and directly redeemed the 2nd layer of the technique. After the exchange, he still retained over 490 million star coins. As the transaction was completed, the subsequent content of the Star Whale breathing technique materialized in his mind. It was fundamentally similar to the 1st layer, with the sole distinction being a few variations in the operational method. The original Star Whale breathing technique utilized oneself as the focal point, gathering the surrounding star power into tidal waves for absorption. However, in the 2nd layer, Su Bai must simultaneously construct 2 star power tidal eyes, creating 2 tidal flows to exponentially gather star power. Is this the essence of double happiness? After a brief glance, Su Bai comprehended that by simply fixing the eye of the tide in the palm of his hand, he could effortlessly achieve the dual tides. Unfortunately, his current stellar energy was insufficient to construct 2 tides. Never mind. It would be prudent to first replenish his existing stellar energy. With that thought, Su Bai settled cross-legged upon the ground, drawing the surrounding stellar energy towards himself with remarkable speed. His realm ascended in tandem. Celestial 7 stars. Celestial 8 stars. Celestial 9 stars at their peak. As his stellar energy reached the pinnacle of Celestial 9 stars, Su Bai finally sensed a hint of obstruction. Is this the threshold of breakthrough? Since acquiring his talent, Su Bai had experienced rapid advancements in stellar energy. Yet this was the first time he had encountered what was known as a bottleneck. It sparked a flicker of curiosity within him as he spread his arms and rested them upon his knees. Inhaling deeply, the starlight emanating from his body swiftly coursed along his arms towards his palms. Simultaneously, the stellar tidal energy that swirled around him began to shift, gradually fracturing at its center, as if it were about to split in 2. "Rise," Su Bai commanded with a fierce shout. The starlight in his hands surged dramatically. The stellar energy rolled forth like a tidal wave, and the initially bifurcated tide, now diminished in stellar content, was instantaneously replenished, becoming extraordinarily abundant. At the very moment when the 2 tides of stellar energy formed, the golden patterns of the interstellar repair shop trembled, preventing the escape of this potent aura. Boom. A resounding explosion. Su Bai's stellar energy realm shattered the confines of its limitations as he broke through to become a star mechanic. The amplification of his body's stellar energy began to wane. The sensation of rapid progression that had once defined his journey finally dissipated in that moment. Indeed, as he meticulously attuned himself to the transformations within his body, Subai discerned that even with double the efficiency in absorbing stellar energy, the duration required to elevate his prowess by 1 star had now quintupled. In this moment, Subai grasped the arduous nature of cultivation. Endowed with an SSS-level talent alongside a truth-grade breathing technique, he found himself compelled to advance step by step, despite the dual advantages he possessed. For those lacking such gifts, C and D-level mecha masters, the aspiration to transcend into the realm of star breakers was undoubtedly as formidable as scaling the heavens. Even B-level mecha masters could not casually enter the ranks of those who had broken the stars. The Reformation Church and the Cold Light Star people appeared to be in a state of unrest as well, reflecting upon the tribulations he had encountered in recent days. Subai let out a resigned sigh. He had initially envisioned a joyous journey of amassing sufficient star coins through interstellar enhancements to fortify his mecha and traverse the cosmos, only to find himself beset by a cascade of troubles. Perhaps it would be best for them to grapple with their own dilemmas. Assisting them in their fortifications could be considered his contribution. Slowly, Subai rose, easing the stiffness from his neck. He then made his way to the maintenance chamber, activating the virtual repair bay. As he entered the maintenance area, he promptly issued a command. Almost instantaneously, the voice from the control center echoed in response. Acknowledged, shopkeeper. The virtual repair bay is now activated. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped the first maintenance chamber. Although the scene before him had not undergone significant alteration, Subai could distinctly sense the subtle differences. Within the chamber, aside from himself, everything seemed to experience a slight distortion. This was the consequence of accelerating the flow of time to 3 times its normal rate, causing an observable temporal compression among the objects present. The influence of the system has diminished this oppression to its bare minimum. As a shopkeeper, Subai was scarcely aware of the passage of time. Is this what it means to experience a tripled flow of time? Subai surveyed his surroundings before retrieving his chaos. After breaking through to the Star Treader stage, he had not immediately enhanced the chaos, and the reason was straightforward. The 5-core convergence, though theoretically feasible, demanded materials that could withstand such immense force. Subai needed to make slight modifications to certain structures. This was precisely why he entered the virtual maintenance chamber. He intended to perfect the chaos within. After scanning the area, Subai swiftly identified the issue. It was the power of the 5-grain seeds. For an ordinary mech, merely avoiding destruction would be a feat. Fortunately, he had retained several advanced star-level mechanic skills granted by the task assistant. Now that the character responsible for constructing mechs had been completed, the task assistant had naturally vanished. However, before its departure, Subai had chosen to retain 10 exquisite 3-star mechanic techniques, which was the maximum allowed by the system. It was not that he wished to remember fewer techniques. This was the method Subai intended to employ. The Northern Source mechanic was renowned within the Interstellar Alliance. It was said that he became a 3-star mechanic through sheer talent by the age of 20. Before reaching 30, he had shattered the limitations of a mechanic, ascending to the status of a 7-star mechanic. Decades have passed, and Subai could only speculate about the current level of his mechanical prowess. With the memories etched in his mind, Subai wielded the thermal blade in one hand while using the sensation of universal integration to perceive the transformations of the surrounding metals. The sizzling sound of the thermal knife grazed the exterior of the chaos armor, instantly sparking a shower of embers. With a swift motion, Subai seized the opportunity to effortlessly detach the outer shell, revealing the skeletal structure within. To his astonishment, the reinforced bones had undergone changes, distinct from his initial design. Subai recognized the system's influence in this transformation. Regrettably, even the system had its oversights. Once the outer armor was removed, Subai's gaze was immediately drawn to the peculiar area that had piqued his curiosity. Indeed, Chapter 51, Reconstructing Again, Seeking Accountability. However, Chaos is an armored mech. The dimensions of the mech armor bear no comparison to ordinary mechs, measuring only about 1/10 of their size. In such circumstances, the pressure inside and outside need not be balanced, and the emergence of voids could lead to internal instability, causing energy overload that exceeds the mech's inherent limits. This was the source of Subai's unease. Upon recognizing the issue, he felt a wave of relief. This would save considerable time and maintenance. This intricate operation demanded precision, and Subai remained wholly focused, lest he falter. In the virtual maintenance chamber, Su Bai diligently repeated this procedure again and again until he was certain of its accuracy. At Star Sea University, in the elite student dormitory, Zhao Mingyue had just concluded a day of rigorous training. Beads of fragrant sweat clung to her icy blue hair, causing it to adhere to her back, while her form-fitting training attire accentuated her figure. Though somewhat lacking in fullness, she once again became acutely aware of her own inadequacies. No, I am still too weak. I must swiftly master the next skill. The cultivation of star power cannot be neglected. She refrained from inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Zhao Tianming, for even her father would not divulge everything to her. She could only speculate that the impending modifications within the church would likely incite significant upheaval. If her strength remained insufficient, she risked becoming mere cannon fodder in that tempest. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed at her door. A somewhat irritable yet melodious voice called out, "Airport. Open the door. Don't hide in there in silence. I know you're home. If you have the audacity to sneak away, then surely you can muster the courage to open the door." This outburst sent Xiao Mingyan into a fit of rage. Had it not been for her busy schedule that day, she would have stormed over to Zhao Mingyue's door early in the morning. Alas, the frustration was simply overwhelming. One could hardly imagine how she had spent the previous day. Alone, curled up in bed, her mind incessantly replayed Zhao Mingyue's words. The anguish was unbearable. Upon hearing the knocking, Zhao Mingyue's lips curled into a slight smile as she leisurely approached the door and swung it open. "What's all this noise? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the peace, little one? If word gets out, your status as the campus belle might be at stake." However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Mingyan lunged forward like a fierce tiger, enveloping Zhao Mingyue in a tight embrace. Thud, caught off guard. They both tumbled to the ground. Xiao Mingyan straddled Zhao Mingyue, glaring fiercely at her. "Quick, spill the beans. What on earth did you do? What happened yesterday? If you attempt to fool me, he. With that, Xiao Mingyan extended her mischievous hands towards Zhao Mingyue's waist. "Ah. Do not go too far. Ha. I said, isn't that sufficient?" Suddenly ambushed, Zhao Mingyue laughed so heartily that tears brimmed in her eyes. As Xiao Mingyan's childhood friend, she had her vulnerabilities well in hand, particularly the fear of being tickled. Yet, with one adorned in a short skirt and the other clad in form-fitting training attire, their antics on the ground painted a rather indescribable scene. In any case, anyone capable of typing with both hands would undoubtedly be of noble character. After a lively tussle, Xiao Mingyan finally ceased her mischievous antics. To be fair, this airport was quite exquisite. How enviable. Although she considered her own figure fairly decent, she occasionally bore some slight excess, unlike Zhao Mingyue, whose physique was perpetually refined through years of diligent training. At that moment, Zhao Mingyue's face resembled a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Her entire being sprawled on the ground, breaths coming in quick succession. Observing her state, Xiao Mingyan could not suppress a triumphant smile. "Now you understand the severity, don't you? Hurry and confess." Bang. However, just as she reveled in her triumph, Zhao Mingyue suddenly darted behind her, wrapping her arms around that statuesque waist, continuously whispering into her ear, "Hush, wasn't it what you wanted to hear? How about this?" It was evident that the previously proud Xiao Mingyan shuddered instantaneously. Her legs drawing together, flustered. "Please, let us speak." Calmly. Her ears were her Achilles heel. Whether it was a whispered secret or a gentle breath against them, Xiao Mingyan found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Indeed, this lifeline may only be wielded between the two. Were it in the hands of another, they would be reduced to mere fragments by the force of star power and innate talents, unable to approach the two at all. Zhao Mingyue, having gained the upper hand, would not show mercy, continuing with a taunting tone. "Weren't you quite proud just now? Look at you, was that the attitude of someone inquiring? You seem to be enjoying this. Brace yourself, for I am about to speak." Ultimately, Xiao Mingyan shed tears of resentment, conceding defeat. Had Zhao Mingyue truly expressed herself in that manner, Xiao Mingyan would have dismissed her words entirely, although it was somewhat humiliating. The intelligence was of utmost importance. She would settle the scores with this airport later. With a sudden thud, Zhao Mingyue, after taking a few deep breaths, finally released her grip, causing Xiao Mingyan to fall to the ground. Fortunately, being a sky mecha master, she had sustained no substantial harm and quickly recovered. This time, both of them tacitly avoided discussing the events that had transpired earlier. "Now, tell me, what on earth did you experience yesterday?" With Xiao Mingyan's earnest inquiry, Zhao Mingyue, in a moment of benevolence, divulged. Thus, Thus, in this manner, as Zhao Mingyue recounted her tale, Xiao Mingyan sat with her mouth agape, unable to close it throughout the narration. Once Zhao Mingyue finished, it took her a moment to process the information. Are you implying that Boss Su sought your assistance because he intends to construct mecha armaments? Has the combat-oriented mecha armament truly been born? Is the church undergoing modifications? No, wait. Boss Su's mechanized armament can actually shatter the Stardust mech. Wait a moment. Allow me to process this. The magnitude of this information is truly overwhelming. I initially thought that Zhao Mingyue was merely assisting Su Bai with some trivial matters, deliberately teasing my curiosity. Little did I know. I have genuinely missed so much. I communicate with Su Bai daily, and yet he fails to inform me of such significant events. And he dares to call himself my fan. Humph. What a scoundrel. Chapter 52. The Decision of the Cloud Sea. A thorough self-examination. In that instant, Xiao Mingyan felt disillusioned with the world. Her cheeks puffed up, clearly seething with indignation. Observing her expression brought Zhao Mingyue a sense of delight, but she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. This matter is no jest. You must be prepared in advance. Although I haven't inquired too deeply into the reasons behind this situation, the involvement of the Reformed Church and the possibility of them infiltrating the fleet necessitates caution. Their ambitions are likely considerable, and given our current strength, we could easily become collateral damage. Upon hearing Zhao Mingyue's words, Xiao Mingyan suppressed her irritation, her gaze shifting as she nodded firmly. Indeed, we are still too weak. If a first-year student from Starsea University were to overhear their conversation, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. You two, one in first place and the other in second. If that is considered weak, then what does that make us? Mere trifles. The two exchanged glances, their previous playful demeanor dissipating. Xiao Mingyan looked at Zhao Mingyue with a hint of pride. Airport, I grant you permission to train with me. Your proficiency serves well as a sparring partner. Zhao Mingyue cast a blank glance at her. I wonder who the true sparring partner is. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with a subtle tension, reminiscent of the faint scent of gunpowder. The moment their gazes met, it was as if thunderbolts clashed. A palpable force emanated from Zhao Mingyue's dormitory, leaving passers-by in awe. Is the goddess Zhao truly angry? The feeling is so stifling. I believe I just saw goddess Zhao enter. Do you think they might clash again? While goddess Zhao has already proven herself in mechanized combat. In close quarters fighting, even with her S-class talent, she might not stand a chance against goddess Zhao, right? Indeed. Perhaps it's best to slip away quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At the headquarters of the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu stared at the intelligence report before him, his face darkening as he looked at the despondent Zhang Lei. His eyes narrowed into slits. Little Zhang, is your life perhaps a bit too comfortable? Zhang Lei, having lost his opportunity for enhancement, felt like a mere shell of himself, not even registering Sun Yu's words. He had gone so far as to offend his own wife to acquire 180 million, and now he couldn't even put it to use? He found it difficult to articulate this feeling. It was simply a rather meaningless existence. He could only woodenly nod. The captain speaks the truth. Sun Yu, damn it. Bang. Ultimately, I could no longer restrain myself and landed a powerful punch on Zhang Lei's head. In this instance, Sun Yu even channeled his stellar energy. Had he not feared that Song Yin might annihilate Zhang Lei, he would have been prepared to unleash his innate abilities. With a resounding impact, Zhang Lei's head was forcefully driven down, finally restoring his consciousness. Clutching his head, he straightened up and glanced around. Who dared to ambush me? It is I, came a cold chuckle. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Lei shivered. Captain, what brings you here? He reached up to touch the burgeoning bump on his head, wearing an expression of innocence. Observing the boy's demeanor, Sun Yu nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him again. Fortunately, prioritizing the greater good allowed Sun Yu to maintain his composure. What is your perspective on this matter? Zhang Lei understood that Sun Yu was referring to the affairs concerning the modification church. He shed his earlier despondence and pondered seriously. It seems we must pursue a thorough reckoning. After all, according to the reports from the Yunlong team and Boss Su, the modification church possesses a field tiger. This undoubtedly indicates an internal issue within our ranks. What concerns me most is whether this field tiger originates from our Yuhai or the Nanjing fleet, or perhaps from elsewhere. Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Zhang Lei, now in a work-focused state, greatly satisfied Sun Yu. His insights were indeed pivotal to the problem. Since this involved matters within the fleet, it transcended the mere issue of the modification church. It suggested that someone among them had even allied themselves with that group of lunatics. As the Star Tiger serves as a fleet mech, even in its most universal form, it remains a stellar mech. The individuals capable of operating such machinery are scarce. In Yunhai, only he, Zhang Lei, and 2 other deputy captains possess this authority. Contemplating this, Sun Yu's gaze deepened, and his tone grew solemn. First, we must ascertain that this mech did not originate from Yunhai. Handle this matter discreetly. Temporarily suppress the public discourse regarding the interstellar repair shop. I have heard that many young individuals were present at the scene yesterday. Until the situation clarifies, ensure that the information remains confidential. Sun Yu swiftly reached a decision. The first step was a self-assessment. He was confident that neither he nor Zhang Lei was involved. However, he could not guarantee the same for the other 2 deputy captains, who were external transfers and not individuals he knew well. Zhang Lei received the order and saluted. Understood. He then exited Sun Yu's office, hesitating at the door to tentatively ask, Captain, if all goes well, may I accompany you tomorrow? What a time to negotiate. Sun Yu's voice was heavy. The entire Yunhai might be on the brink of crisis, and Zhang Lei dared to haggle? Yet, recalling the intelligence he had gathered from the enforcement team and thinking of Ms. Zhongyi, Sun Yu found himself empathizing. Ultimately, he could not be resolute. We shall discuss it once you have completed the task. Ensure the mission is accomplished. With Sun Yu's approval, Zhang Lei regained his usual vigor, displaying his characteristic efficiency as he promptly set about addressing the matter at hand. As he turned away, Sun Yu slowly gazed out of the window. Observing the bustling sea of cars, his hands clasped behind his back. The Xie family had previously employed C-Core radiation. Today, the aberrant individual who transformed the church is a product of the cold light star people, and there is likely a connection between the two. The Xie family. It should not be so. Inside the interstellar repair shop, he reflected, the previous pressure had vanished. Indeed, it was due to the emptiness. It appears that the system is not omnipotent. I must swiftly enhance my repair skills. After this incident, Subai was deeply moved. While the system is powerful, it is not infallible. As a technician, I must strive to elevate my abilities with the system's assistance, ensuring absolute security. I hope that one day, I can create my own legacy of craftsmanship. Chapter 53, Chaotic Star Treading. 1,000 flowers, 10,000 shadows. One must aspire to lofty heights. Even with the system at my side, continuous self-improvement is essential to avoid becoming its mere appendage. Yet, I digress. I am currently just a star mechanic. My skills barely qualifying me as a star-level technician through borrowed techniques. It is imperative to first enhance my strength. I am uncertain how long I can keep the system a secret. However, as long as I elevate my abilities to an overwhelming level, the eventual exposure of the system will be inconsequential. Setting a modest goal, I shall first strive to earn 1 trillion and become a true mechanic of truth. Having spoken, Subai departed from the chaos and gently placed a hand upon its frame. Now that the enhancements had been completed, it was time to fortify it further. With an expenditure of 10 million star coins, the repair chamber erupted in a dazzling display of starlight. A magnificent aura radiated from the chaos, as if myriad stars converged into one, illuminating the future with their brilliance. The red and black chassis deepened in complexity, while starlight adorned the voids of the black body, reminiscent of a sky filled with celestial bodies. This third-tier interstellar enhancement allowed the aerial mech to ascend to the ranks of the star-shattering mechs. The reinforced metal structure rendered it virtually indestructible. Most significantly, the terrifying power within its core detonated with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave reverberated, causing the temperature within the virtual repair chamber to soar instantaneously. Fortunately, Subai had anticipated this and had already enveloped himself with stellar energy. Nonetheless, the shockwave expelled ripples of energy around him. The 5 original core energy sources underwent a profound transformation. No longer were they the half-cloud stone, half-star seed configuration of the previous vortex. In terms of purity, these 5 core power sources had entirely metamorphosed into nebulous stones. Coupled with the amplification from the quintuple core ignition, the chaos and its core power now surpassed the majority of star-shattering mechs. Observing the rejuvenated chaos before him, Subai exited the virtual repair chamber and made his way to the training ground outside. With the moon hanging high, the interstellar repair shop was nearly sealed off due to the preceding turmoil, preventing outsiders from approaching. At the farthest end, members of the enforcement team were on duty. With a sharp sound, the door to the interstellar repair shop swung open, drawing the attention of the law enforcement team members on duty. "Isn't that Boss Su?" one exclaimed. "Where could he possibly be heading at this late hour?" "I don't know, but shouldn't we remind him to be cautious?" Haven't you heard? He single-handedly defeated a Star Strider mech. Does he really need our warnings? I almost forgot. It's astonishing how young Boss Su is. Not only is his mechanical prowess exceptional, but his strength is formidable as well. The disparity between him and us is akin to the brilliance of the full moon compared to the flicker of fireflies. Ahem, we've gone a bit overboard. Even if you say that, Boss Su won't hear us. Wait, did Boss Su just enter the training ground? Is he planning to practice? Incredible! He is piloting a mech. Is this what mech combat looks like? It's my first time witnessing it. It's so impressive. At this moment, Su-bai had immersed himself in the realm of chaos, naturally capturing the gaze of all. Although the law enforcement team had heard of Su-bai's chaos before, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, far more powerful and striking than mere hearsay. But wait, wasn't it said that Boss Su's mech stood at 3 meters? Why does it appear to be nearly 5 meters tall now? Hey, it seems so. Could it be that the same thought has arisen simultaneously in the minds of the law enforcement team? They exchanged glances. And soon the sound of swallowed saliva echoed through the crowd. Has he undergone enhancement? Has Boss Su broken through to become a Star Walker Mecha Master? Incredible. A Star Walker Mecha Master at such a tender age? But that is not all. When he was a Sky Mecha Master, he could already slay a Void Mecha Master with ease. Now that he has broken through, he must be invincible. Is the gap between individuals truly this vast? Boss Su, we implore you to restrain your prowess, as this leaves no room for others to thrive. As the aura of chaos emanated, the crowd confirmed their suspicions. Amidst their astonishment, they also lamented. They had seen their share of the world. It was not uncommon to encounter prodigies with S-class talents. However, encountering a genius like Su-bai was indeed a first, not to mention his astonishing mechanical skills. Simply entering the ranks of Star Walker Mecha Masters at such a young age was enough to leave one in awe. Naturally, Su-bai was oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. He had not come to the training ground to flaunt his abilities. His primary aim was to test the new skills acquired through enhancement. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su-bai focused intently. The red light flickered in the eyes of chaos, and the entire mecha soared into the air, leaving numerous afterimages in its wake. Each afterimage appeared indistinguishable from the true chaos. Simultaneously, the afterimages of chaos swung their right arms and delivered a powerful punch. Boom, 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 boom. The force of the punches shattered the air like thunder, with countless afterimages of fists swirling through the atmosphere, swift as the wind and torrential as a waterfall. The mere gust of these punches was enough to invoke a defensive barrier. Under the pressure of the fist winds, even the shield capable of withstanding the full force of the Starbreaker mech began to show fine cracks. Specialized traits, myriad blossoms and shadows. By means of rapid movement, the fighter generated phantoms that appeared both real and illusory. Each afterimage could be either genuine or false. The chaos could strike from any of these afterimages at any moment. This resulted in the astonishing spectacle of 1,000 fists unleashed simultaneously. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such a grand display. Particularly bewildering was the fact that each afterimage seemed utterly authentic. This was no mere illusion. It was akin to summoning clones. The crowd gasped, "What on earth? This is impossible. How could such a technique exist?" Clones. The mech of Boss Su can actually create clones. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a mech master with the ability to create clones can only manifest 8 at most. How many does Boss Su have? At least 100. How can this be? Even the stellar force of a celestial mech master would not suffice for such a feat. How do you explain? The evidence is right before our eyes. I don't know, but it simply cannot be. This is not remotely mech-like. Alas, it can only be said that Boss Su has transcended the boundaries of worldly understanding. In his presence, anything is possible. Chapter 54. Stars exploding. Reduced to ruins? The soul has been profoundly shaken, leading to a destabilization of the moral compass among some law enforcement members. Indeed, Su-bai's actions are nothing short of astonishing. However, before they could extricate themselves from the shock of myriad blossoms and shadows, hundreds of chaos machines coalesced into a singular entity. This chaos stood majestically in the air, towering 100 meters high, akin to a dark sovereign surveying the vastness of existence beneath. The crowd's gaze swiftly shifted to the entity suspended in the heavens. Filled with perplexity, what could Boss Su be doing so high up? Is he merely seeking the scenic view of the cloud sea? Surely, he cannot be so idle. What, then, is he up to? Well, it remains a mystery. If they had previously dared to conjecture Su-bai's next move, they now realized the futility of such speculation. Fortunately, Su-bai did not leave them in suspense for too long. The starlight above chaos flickered instantaneously, resembling a resplendent constellation. Terrifying waves of energy erupted from it, rapidly coalescing above, while stellar forces surged towards its apex, culminating in the manifestation of a radiant sphere shimmering with starlight. Sensing the starry energy, the onlookers collectively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the celestial spectacle. Even from 100 meters away, the residual pressure from the energy orb weighed heavily upon them. Thud. Under this immense strain, some of the weaker members of the law enforcement team knelt on one knee, struggling to maintain their composure. Nevertheless, they persisted in gazing upward, fearful of missing the unfolding scene. As the radiant light converged, the sphere of starlight surged skyward in an instant, forming a piercing beam that rent the clouds and descended into the heavens. Beyond the light beam, countless sparkles of starlight emerged, igniting friction with the air, resulting in an explosive eruption of air masses. Countless shards of starlight cascaded down like a meteor shower, striking the ground with an overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of light beams struck the training ground, rapidly creating crater after crater upon its surface. Until the final shard of starlight fell, the once indomitable training ground was utterly transformed into a vast pit, with the surrounding barriers reduced to fragments. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, sweeping over the members of the enforcement team and knocking them to the ground. The residual waves spread outward, crashing upon the structures within the cloud sea. Regardless of towering skyscrapers or flat terrain, all trembled under the onslaught of this atmospheric wave. Unlike the prior sensations from the starlight cannon or the Gungjin red flame slash, this was a genuine cataclysm. Even those who had succumbed to slumber were roused by the tremors. Was this truly an earthquake? The intensity was far greater than before. Wait, why do I feel as though the building across is swaying? Run for your lives. Such chaos unfolded in countless households. It was only after they fled their homes and reached the ground that the tremors ceased. This incident ignited public outrage. When will it end? Day after day? When will there be a conclusion? Don't tell me this is yet another round of new weapon research. Which good-hearted soul develops a new weapon every single day? Where is the Cloud Sea Fleet? An explanation is imperative. Indeed, this life is unbearable. Numerous individuals have taken decisive action, overwhelming the hotline of the Cloud Sea Fleet with their calls. At this moment, Xiao Wang, serving as the secretary and petition officer for Sun Yu, finds himself in a state of utter disarray. He rushes into Sun Yu's office exclaiming, "Captain Sun, we are in grave trouble. All right, first have someone contain the situation. I am already aware of what has transpired," Sun Yu responds, having sensed the tremor himself. He is capable of discerning that the epicenter lies within the interstellar repair shop. After addressing Xiao Wang, he promptly departs the fleet headquarters, making his way towards the interstellar repair shop, his expression fraught with anxiety. Su Bai must not come to harm. Such a significant disturbance originating from the interstellar repair shop leads Sun Yu to instinctively conclude that the Transformation Church has gone mad, fully resolved to eliminate Su Bai. The intensity of the recent strike posed a threat even to him, not to mention Su Bai. Under no circumstances must Su Bai be compromised. The repair technology of the adversary is a treasure of the entire Huaxia. Without delay, Sun Yu hastens towards the interstellar repair shop. Meanwhile, within the realm of chaos, Su Bai finds himself in an awkward predicament. Gazing at the completely obliterated training ground below, he sheepishly scratches his head. This may have been a bit excessive. This was the innate ability he acquired after his third awakening, known as Stellar Explosion. He had initially thought that utilizing it within the confines of the training ground would not yield significant consequences. Who could have anticipated that the training ground would be utterly destroyed? In a hurry, he descends to the ground, exiting chaos to find the law enforcement team members still shaken, lying on the ground. Su Bai awkwardly inquires, "Are you all right?" His demeanor prompts the law enforcement team members to realize that the figure before them is but a youth, not even of age yet. Hastily rising to my feet, I brushed off the dust from my attire. "We are quite fine. However, Mr. Su, the commotion you caused was rather excessive. Just what was that maneuver?" "It is indeed my first encounter with someone shattering the training ground. Incredibly formidable. Is it truly possible for mech weaponry to possess such immense power? After all, this was merely the residual force. They had long been prepared, with some having positioned defensive armaments in front of themselves, hence those of lesser strength only sustained minor injuries. Most members of the enforcement team were merely toppled over, their garments soiled. Yet, this does not diminish their respect for Su Bai. It is noteworthy that such residual energy emanated after the training ground's barriers were breached. Had that strike truly impacted them, the outcome is too dreadful to contemplate. This is my signature technique. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Subai patiently elucidated in response to their inquiries. Indeed, Mr. Su possesses 2 signature techniques. The enforcement team members nodded in acknowledgement, only to suddenly recall, wait, it should be 3, including that earlier doppelganger. There should be a total of 3. That doppelganger is not a signature technique, nor is it a true doppelganger. It is a characteristic specialty of mine, Subai clarified, noting their misunderstanding. Though, it is not entirely a misunderstanding, as he indeed possesses 3 signature techniques. The dark energy beam cannon simply remained unexhibited before others. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, the crowd finally nodded in comprehension. Ah, now it makes sense. At this moment, they felt that Subai was not as distant and unapproachable as they had imagined. In fact, he was quite affable. To their astonishment, he patiently engaged in conversation with them, contrary to their preconceived notion of his aloofness. They had indeed misjudged him. Subai had never been a cold individual, especially not in light of the precarious situation where he nearly harmed others. Naturally, he would not respond with indifference. The members of the enforcement team exchanged a few brief words with Subai before preparing to report the situation. For such a significant commotion would surely leave the fleet in a state of frantic disarray. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air from a distance. Scum of the Reformed Church, prepare to perish. Chapter 55, A Fierce Clash Against the Stars. Everyone is astounded. Captain Sun Yu has arrived on the battlefield. Even from afar, the crowd could perceive the formidable presence of his Songlong. With his thoughts solely on Subai, Sun Yu paid little heed to anything else, piloting the Songlong with determined resolve. Upon witnessing the training ground in front of the interstellar repair shop transformed into a massive pit, his fury escalated. He bellowed in anger, preparing to exact vengeance upon the assailants of the Reformed Church as a tribute to Subai's spirit. As the Songlong drew near, the enforcement team members exchanged glances filled with dread. What has Captain Sun lost his composure over? Scum of the Reformed Church? Where is the evidence of the Reformed Church's presence here? Panic surged as they realized. He is charging towards us. With the Songlong spiraling out of control, the members of the enforcement team scattered in haste, fearful of being collateral damage. This was a 5-star mecha. A direct hit from it would certainly spell their doom. At that moment, Subai's figure vanished, and the starlit chaos suddenly materialized before Songlong. Upon witnessing the unexpected appearance of the mech, Sun Yu instinctively threw a punch. The towering Songlong, standing at an impressive 50 meters, dwarfed chaos considerably. A thunderous crash ensued. Waves of force surged forth, raising clouds of dust that obscured their vision. Members of the enforcement team secretly thought, oh no, Boss Su has been struck by Captain Sun. This is disastrous. That was a full-force blow from Songlong, and Boss Su is likely in grave danger. Alas, Captain Sun has acted thoughtlessly. How could he be so impulsive? If word gets out, Captain Sun may find it difficult to absolve himself of blame. We must locate Boss Su. He cannot be harmed. They all firmly believe that under Sun Yu's furious strike, Subai was doomed, despite Chaos having previously demonstrated its formidable prowess. Not to mention that Chaos was merely a mech armament. Even a standard star-pedaling mech could not withstand the full force of a star-breaking mech. The crowd was thrown into disarray, anxiety palpable. Captain Sunday, this is all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Subai's voice emerged from the swirling smoke, bringing both relief and astonishment to the onlookers. No way. Is this for real? Boss Su's mech armament actually withstood Captain Sun's blow from Songlong? Is that even plausible? Songlong's fist must be significantly larger than Boss Su's chaos. One can only say, it is truly worthy of being crafted by the esteemed Mr. Su. His creations are nothing short of exquisite, far beyond our capacity to hastily judge. The crowd marveled. But the most astounded was undoubtedly Sun Yu. That punch he had just thrown was executed purely on instinct, fueled by his rage, and he had nearly unleashed his full force. Aside from the absence of the Tsongyan attachment, it could be said to be a full-powered strike of the Songlong. To think such a blow could be thwarted by Subai? Subai, are you unharmed? Sun Yu's inquiry bore dual meanings. First, he was astonished that the other had not succumbed to the persecution of the Reformed Church, and second, how could he withstand such a formidable punch? It was all a misunderstanding. Realizing the double entendre in Sun Yu's words and recalling the furious shout upon his arrival, Subai understood that he had been misinterpreted. After confirming Subai's well-being, the two of them finally exited the mecha and approached the crowd. Captain Sun. Upon seeing Sun Yu, The members of the enforcement team saluted respectfully. Sun Yu gestured toward the massive crater in front of the interstellar repair shop. The enforcement team momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Subai, however, shook his head and said, "Allow me to explain." He began. "I had just received an enhancement and intended to test my innate abilities, and this is the outcome." He spread his hands in exasperation, as he had not anticipated such a significant commotion. Even though chaos had previously absorbed one of his punches, it paled in comparison to the complete devastation of the training ground. Especially considering the reverberations that shook the entire Yunhai were actually generated after the training ground's destruction. What level of power is this? At the very least, Sun Yu believed that achieving this feat was exceedingly difficult for him. After all, he was a renowned 5-star mecha master. Yet, upon engaging with Subai's chaos, he discerned that the opponent was merely a 1-star Starwalker. The disparity between them was not merely one of rank. Had anyone suggested prior that someone could overclock a mecha's performance to such an extent, he would have deemed them delusional. However, the one speaking was Subai, and there were numerous enforcement team members as witnesses. They could not possibly deceive themselves. With a sharp intake of breath, Sun Yu's gaze towards Subai transformed entirely. His tone laced with caution. "Subai, have you ever considered developing your talents within the fleet? Of course, the maintenance fees will adhere to your standards. If you agree, I shall ensure your complete freedom to the best of my abilities." Yet, contemplating the costs involved, he ultimately refrained. After all, it was merely about mecha repairs and enhancements. There was no genuine need for Subai to join the fleet when he could simply visit the interstellar repair shop himself. Nevertheless, having witnessed Subai's prowess, he was genuinely compelled to exhaust all resources to recruit him into the Yunhai fleet. Subai's combat capabilities were indeed comparable to his own. Moreover, he was so remarkably young. Presently, Subai, as merely a Starwalker mecha master, possessed such formidable strength. What heights would he reach upon becoming a Starbreaker? Considering the potential Subai had exhibited, ascending to the level of a Starfall or even a Celestial might not be beyond the realm of possibility. However, Subai promptly declined Sun Yu's offer. "Should you require enhancements or repairs, you are always welcome to visit the interstellar repair shop to seek my assistance." Joining the fleet? Let us not mention that Subai harbors no such intention. Even if he did, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to act upon it. The interstellar repair shop is his foundation, a truth he is acutely aware of. Should he depart from it, the system's capacity to render assistance remains uncertain. After all, the conditions for the system's activation hinge upon the possession of one's own repair shop. Regardless of the promises made by Sun Yu, he could never acquiesce. Although a tinge of regret lingers in his heart, he chooses to remain silent, merely sighing in disappointment. "Very well. It seems that our fleet and you, Subai, are fated to be apart. To force Subai's inclusion? That would be madness. Setting aside the undeniable prowess he possesses, winning his favor is no simple task. The mere fact that he will need to seek Subai for enhancements in the future makes any notion of coercion utterly impractical." Chapter 56. Have you conducted a thorough investigation? Enhancement it is. However, a new training ground must be established for you. Sun Yu stroked his chin, contemplating the necessity of a training facility as the enhancement was imminent. The current basic training ground is no longer suitable for your needs. Given the events of today, it is evident that a broken star-level training ground is insufficient to accommodate Subai's requirements. Sun Yu turned to a member of the enforcement team. "Go and arrange for the construction of a high-level training ground here, designed to the scale of a competition arena." Training grounds of competition scale are typically utilized for the exchange of the finest talents from various nations on Blue Star. Among these top-tier individuals are not a few shattered star mech masters, and thus, a broken star-level training ground would be incapable of withstanding their battles, necessitating the use of a more robust meteor-level barrier. Sun Yu believed that this approach would be foolproof. After all, Yunhai lacks meteor-level powerhouses entirely. Indeed, even across all of Huaxia, there are but a handful of such formidable beings. However, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the members of the enforcement team found themselves in a predicament. The expenses required for a training facility of such grand scale were simply incomparable to those of a rudimentary training ground. The primary defensive barrier alone was valued at several hundred million star coins, and constructing it for the interstellar repair shop without justification seemed utterly unreasonable. Yet, in light of the recent assault by the Modifications Church, where Subai had risked his own safety to save the citizens of Yunhai City, eliminating the assailants on the spot, one could argue that such compensation was warranted. As Sun Yu turned to Subai for his opinion, he asked, You have no objections, do you? I have none, Subai replied promptly, agreeing without hesitation. It was evident that he had no qualms. Establishing the training ground outside would indeed be advantageous for him. Without the existence of this rudimentary training facility, he would have been unable to truly experience the might of the talents he had acquired. Utilizing them directly would undoubtedly lead to disastrous outcomes. Reminiscent of the earlier incident involving the Sword of Attraction, there was even the potential for catastrophic losses akin to the recent Stellar Flash incident. As for the compensation that Sun Yu mentioned, Subai had been oblivious to it until now and had not given it much thought. The prospect of exchanging for a training facility worth hundreds of millions of star coins was quite appealing. While he could certainly request other forms of compensation, their value would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of the training ground. Subai's reflections were indeed astute. Had he opted for alternative compensation, Sun Yu, devoid of any personal bias, would have likely offered only a few tens of millions of star coins, which, while generous, would have been significantly less. It was only because of Subai's standing that such a price was even considered. However, by substituting the high-level training ground, the compensation had multiplied tenfold. After all, the training ground can be regarded as a form of compensation or a public facility, merely requiring Subai's permission for use. It ensures that every guest visiting the interstellar repair shop reaps benefits. Previously, there was a sense of urgency to arrive swiftly, but now the atmosphere has become less frantic. Yet, it is poor Xiao Wang who bears the brunt of it. At this moment in the petition office, Xiao Wang's eyes are vacant as she handles calls from the public, urging her subordinates to soothe their emotions. Sigh, what on earth is happening? Everything was perfectly fine. How did an earthquake occur? The captain, too, is rather reckless, slipping away at the slightest disagreement. Ultimately, I am left to shoulder all the burdens alone. Not only has my skin begun to sag recently, but I have also developed numerous crow's feet. Xiao Wang continues to murmur to herself, initially believing that the role of the captain's secretary would be relatively tranquil, with many matters not requiring her concern. Who could have anticipated that aside from the task she was forbidden to undertake, she would end up handling nearly everything else? Ahem. Gossiping behind someone's back is indeed an unwise habit. Sun Yu happens to overhear Xiao Wang's murmurs. Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, he maintains a composed demeanor. He merely coughs slightly twice to signal his presence. Oh, Captain, you have arrived. Xiao Wang glances up at Sun Yu, pretending as if nothing has happened. Having served as Sun Yu's secretary for so long, she understands that his lack of a direct reprimand signifies his own guilt. And indeed, that is the case. I have come to inform you to draft an announcement for distribution. State that the recent earthquakes were caused by our Yunhai fleet's development of new weaponry, and assure that there will be no further occurrences. In this regard, Sun Yu was remarkably confident, for even the training grounds had been upgraded for Subai. Could he truly shake the barriers of the Starfall level? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Nevertheless, upon hearing Sun Yu's somewhat strained reasoning, it became evident that this was indeed the most effective method to quell the uproar. Xiao Wang promptly set the plan into motion, swiftly issuing the announcement. Could it be that they are genuinely developing new weaponry? The fleet has stated as much, so it must be true, right? Does this mean we won't have to relocate? They assert that such occurrences will not happen again. One can only hope that this is the case. Yet, if they are indeed developing weapons, why must they disturb our peaceful slumber in the dead of night? Perhaps it is for the sake of secrecy? Nonetheless, the destructive capability of this weapon is undeniably formidable. Even during testing, it has caused significant commotion. Very well, we shall trust this once, but should there be a next time, we shall lodge a complaint with the Nanjing fleet. Support. With the announcement released, the pressure from the petitions drastically diminished. Xiao Wan and the petition staff finally exhaled in relief. Based on initial assessments, it was likely that issues had arisen from Deputy Commander Ji's side. Zhang Lei lowered his voice, wary of eavesdroppers. Upon learning that internal problems had indeed occurred within the Yunhai fleet, Sun Yu furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Do we have any evidence? This time, that mutated field tiger was obliterated into mere fragments, leaving us unable to ascertain whether it was indeed from the original batch. Zhang Lei's assertions were merely conjecture, as Subai had reduced that mutated field tiger to rubble, leaving no traces behind. Certainly, even though the tiger remains, it has undergone modifications that make it difficult to ascertain whether it belongs to the original batch. Since the other party has made alterations, the production sequence has naturally shifted as well. Proceed with your investigation, focusing primarily on Deputy Captain Ji. I will handle the specifics at my discretion. Sun Yu clasped his hands on the table, propping his chin up, his gaze flickering as he pondered the ins and outs of the situation. the borrowing of the Tiger, the emergence of C nuclear rays, and the assault on the interstellar repair shop. Could it be mere coincidence? He refrained from directly linking this matter to Deputy Captain Ji or Captain Ji Chong-yun, as this lead seemed overly convenient, likely a deliberate misdirection from the opposing party. Zhang Lei nodded in acknowledgement of Sun Yu's directives, but cautiously probed, Captain Sunday. May I inquire if it would be possible tomorrow for you to clarify your investigation? Have you arrived at any conclusions? Sun Yu's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Zhang Lei, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. The lamentations were incessant. Would this delay be acceptable? How long would a thorough investigation take? He increasingly regretted not heeding Huang Lin's counsel. Alas, why must one be so petty? After exiting Sun Yu's office, Zhang Lei found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 57, Zhao Tianming. Has that rascal sprouted wings? Once Zhang Lei departed, Sun Yu resumed his contemplation. He meticulously compared the documents in his possession, striving to uncover any subtle clues. After a lengthy pause, he discerned an issue within the seemingly inconspicuous C nuclear rays. The report stated that an external personnel from the Xie family had severely damaged the Red Moon with C nuclear radiation, and that individual had been executed by the Xie family. However, how could it be possible for an external personnel to be allowed into Yunhai High School? Given the numerous incidents in Yunhai, the matters concerning the Xie family were not deemed particularly severe, leading Sun Yu to overlook their use of C nuclear radiation, and the fleet also paid little attention to it. Now, when all these elements are considered together, it becomes apparent that the situation is far more complex than it initially appeared. It seems that the Xie family must be investigated. Sun Yu made a decision in his heart. After strengthening himself tomorrow, he would set off for the Xie family. The night passed in silence, yet the Yunhai fleet was exceptionally busy, be it suppressing public opinion or conducting secret investigations. Both proved to be quite challenging. Particularly, Zhang Lei found himself in a delicate position, diligently working while harboring a sense of regret. Remaining in the maintenance shop was no longer a viable solution. Initially, he stayed there for safety. Yet now, having transcended to the star-pacing realm, he even possessed the strength of a Starbreaker mecha master for a brief period. Such power should allow him to navigate Yunhai with ease. Even if the modified church were to launch another attack, he could rely on the high maneuverability of chaos to escape. Moreover, after breaking through to the star-pacing realm, his star power was concealed by the system. To the average observer, he appeared merely as an ordinary individual. Unless he chose to reveal his true capabilities, which could enhance his chances of survival. At the very least, he could wait until Sun Yu's arrival, which should not pose a problem. Today's events clearly demonstrated that this captain of Yunhai was indeed diligent and responsible. In the Southern River Fleet, Zhao Tianming has recently been exceedingly busy due to the tide of voracious beasts. Thousands of these creatures have surged forth, marking an unprecedented scale of beast tide in decades. Such a calamity has coincidentally erupted near the vicinity of Starry Sky 1, under the jurisdiction of the Southern River, causing even this revered powerhouse of contemporary Huaxia considerable distress. Moreover, just as one wave recedes, another rises. Following the tide of voracious beasts, there is the troubling incident involving the Reformed Church's assault. It is indeed a vexing situation, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards his old friend Su Nantian, who seems to be enjoying a leisurely respite during these tumultuous times. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of Zhao Tianming's office. Entering was Xing Yunlong. Having been preoccupied with his own mecha enhancements in recent days, he had not found the opportunity to report the situation regarding the Reformed Church to Zhao Tianming, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed, as this is fundamentally his responsibility. General Zhao, he greeted, standing at attention before Zhao Tianming, who was seated at his desk. I have come to report on the situation at the interstellar repair shop. Oh, splendid timing, Zhao Tianming replied. Yuhai has also submitted a report. You are among the first to arrive at the scene. It would be prudent for you to verify if their report contains any discrepancies. With that, Zhao Tianming projected the report transmitted by Sun Yu onto the luminous screen before them, and Xing Yunlong began to review it alongside him. Here, there seems to be an issue. Soon, Xing Yunlong discerned a flaw in the report submitted by Sun Yu. The recent battle, to be precise, was solely accomplished through the efforts of the interstellar repair shop's manager. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. Xing Yunlong pointed to a specific line in the report. Under the collaborative efforts of the Yunlong squad and the proprietor of the Stargate repair shop, Su Bai, the remnants of the reformed religious faction have been vanquished. Perhaps this acknowledgement was added by the Yuhai fleet to preserve their dignity, yet such accolades are unnecessary for him. The primary reason the Yunlong squad has ascended to the pinnacle of strength lies in their pursuit of authenticity. This achievement rightfully belongs to Su Bai, and they do not seek to share in his glory. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Is that truly the case? He had not previously inquired in detail, and when he first encountered this information, he assumed the Yunlong squad bore the primary credit, with Su Bai playing merely a supportive role. To his astonishment, Xie Yunlong claimed that the remnants of the reformed religious faction had been solely dispatched by Su Bai. If memory serves, Su Bai is merely the same age as Ye this year, and at such a tender age, the top-tier prodigies are typically just sky mecha masters. Did he truly slay a Starwalker mecha master alone? Or was he piloting a mutated Starwalker mecha? In sheer disbelief, Zhao Tianming could not help but question this. It seemed utterly implausible for a youth not yet of age to be a Starwalker mecha master. Such talent, even throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, none have been able to rival him. Of course, Su Bai is indeed a remarkable individual, although Xie Yunlong is typically stern. He's also meticulous and speaks only the truth. Zhao Tianming mused, a remarkable individual? What do you mean by that? Could it be that this young man has sprouted wings? I concede that his father possesses some strength, but it is only slightly superior to my own. Is it possible that his son is truly this formidable? Zhao Tianming found himself perplexed yet immensely curious. He regarded Zhao Mingyue's words as mere amusement, as it was quite normal for young people to view things through a lens of idealism. However, with Xing Yunlong's remarks, he felt compelled to take them seriously. At this moment, Zhao Tianming's interest in Su Bai was paramount, prompting him to postpone his investigation into the intelligence he had previously reviewed, which he believed posed no significant issues. This matter, however, required delving into Su Bai's remarkable mechanical skills. Upon hearing Zhao Tianming's inquiry about Su Bai, Xing Yunlong's face lit up with admiration, his tone elevating several notches. Can he truly awaken a second ability for mechas? And can he also unlock specialized traits? Has your Yunlong team all sought his enhancements? Is it true that Zhang Lei from the Yu High Enforcement team went so far as to offend Sun Yu just to bolster his mecha? The incredulity in Zhao Tianming's expression deepened as he absorbed Xing Yunlong's descriptions. He suddenly recalled the moment Zhao Mingyue had approached him for funds. Could it be that he yearned to seek confirmation from Zhao Mingyue once more? Yet, thinking it was already late into the night, he dismissed the notion, recognizing the need for composure. Indeed, Xing Yunlong replied before departing Zhao Tianming's office. He was not surprised by Zhao Tianming's astonishment, for it was difficult for anyone to believe that such a legendary mechanic existed in Yunhai. Chapter 58. Sun Yu, should I cut in line? The office door creaked shut, leaving Zhao Tianming alone in the vast space. He exhaled a deep sigh, his gaze drifting towards an old photograph nearby, observing the man captured within. He couldn't help but exclaim, it shouldn't be. You, of all people, lack the innate talent for mechanics. Could it be an inheritance from Zhou Mo Yin? That too seems implausible. After all, she is not a mechanic. Astonished, he marveled at the unexpected revelation. Zhao Tianming found himself engulfed in a myriad of emotions. The nature of Xing Yunlong compelled him to accept the truth of his words, yet he remained profoundly perplexed. If it were merely a matter of Su Bai possessing formidable combat strength, capable of competing with elite mecha engineers, he could reluctantly reconcile with that notion. After all, both his parents were renowned mecha engineers, and a slight genetic mutation could feasibly yield exceptional talent. Yet to claim that his mechanical aptitudes surpassed all throughout history? That seemed utterly unreasonable. Neither Su Nantian nor Zhou Mo Yun were mechanics, and tales of legendary engineers emerging from their lineage were non-existent. How then? Did he possess such extraordinary mechanical prowess? It was indeed a conundrum. Despite his musings, a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of Zhao Tianming's mouth. After all, he was the son of an old acquaintance. Even though they had yet to meet, he remained a junior in Zhao Tianming's eyes. He had heard that Ye shared a good rapport with this lad, and coincidentally, the incident had occurred right at the scene. If all else failed, perhaps it was time to rekindle that childhood betrothal? How delightful. Zhao Tianming completely forgot his earlier relief at the unfulfilled engagement and now found himself contemplating a match between the two. Truly, he was a man of fickle resolve. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Su Nantian could not help but sneeze once more. This action elicited considerable concern from Zhou. What has been troubling you lately? Why do you keep sneezing? I do not know, Su Nantian replied, somewhat hesitantly. It feels as though someone is speaking of me. At his level, one or two sneezes could be attributed to a mere chill, but an incessant occurrence seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that wretched boy is cursing me behind my back? Zhou couldn't contain her laughter upon hearing this. You are aware that your actions would provoke a scolding from Xiaobai, yet you insist I delete Xiaobai's messages, even going so far as to change your phone number. She continued to express her grievances to Su Nantian. Alas, what could I do? He sighed. You know that boy. He appears carefree, yet deep down, he yearns more than anyone to become a mecha master. With us around, he inevitably feels the need to put on a brave face. What if something goes wrong over time? Children grow up and must eventually leave the shelter of their parents. You should trust him. Upon hearing Su Nanshan's words, Zhou Mali felt somewhat reassured, suppressing her feelings of longing and nodding softly in agreement. However, Su Nantian continued, suddenly shifting his demeanor. His expression akin to a wolf eyeing a flock. We must hasten to establish our alternate identities. Zhou Mali shot him a playful glance, lightly punching his chest. Though she did not resist excessively, Su Bai, in his heart, felt a sense of relief. If these two were to behave like this at home, he would surely be overwhelmed. Thankfully, they had left. At their age, should they not feel a sense of shame? Alas, it is truly an unseemly sight. On this bright morning, Sun Yu, having endured an entire night without rest, rose to stretch his limbs as the sun began its ascent. At his level, several days without sleep pose no significant issue. Stretching has simply become a matter of routine. Upon his desk lay intelligence reports concerning the Xie family from recent years, appearing rather unremarkable. It seemed that a visit to the Xie family was inevitable. However, the more pressing matter was to first visit the interstellar repair shop. After tidying up the documents on his desk, Sun Yu swiftly organized his itinerary for the day and set off towards the interstellar repair shop. To his astonishment, upon his arrival, he discovered a considerable queue already forming outside the establishment, threatening to fill the entire training ground. Sun Yu pondered. Didn't TI ensure that the public discourse was suppressed? Why are there still so many people here? As he approached, he could hear the crowd murmuring complaints. Have you been banned as well? So have I. Sigh. I can't fathom their reasoning. Merely mentioning the interstellar repair shop leads to a ban. I intended to promote it, but my messages simply won't go through. He overheard someone remark. I heard that there was an attack outside the repair shop a couple of days ago. Is there anyone present who can shed light on the incident? I was there at the time. Another voice chimed in. The assailant was a Starwalker mecha master. But alas, the opponent could not withstand Boss Su's single strike. Are you joking? Isn't Boss Su a mechanic? A Starwalker mecha master couldn't withstand his blow? Have you been reading too many novels? Indeed, it's the truth. At that moment, I was also present, and we nearly met our demise. Fortunately, Boss Su stepped forward and rescued us. Boss Su exhibited such remarkable bravery. Indeed, it is likely that the comments regarding Boss Su were the reason for their deletion, which subsequently led to our account suspension. Nevertheless, this may prove advantageous, as those of us who have viewed the video beforehand can form a queue. Let those who missed out lament their misfortune. Upon hearing their words, Sun Yu stood frozen in place. How could this interstellar repair shop be so immensely popular? Even amidst the suppression of public discourse, there remains such a multitude of people showing interest. Speaking of which, Sun Yu is technically the second customer to discover the interstellar repair shop, with his daughter being the first. However, he did not anticipate that his desire for a more natural interaction with Boss Su would allow others to seize the opportunity ahead of him. Sometimes, overthinking leads to such predicaments. He failed to consider that since Su Bai opened this repair shop, his primary intention was, of course, to generate profit. There were no stringent rules to adhere to. Observing the young man before him, Sun Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the esteemed captain of the Yunhai, he certainly could not cut in line, could he? The mere thought of it might invite public scorn. Yet if he refrained from doing so, judging by the length of this queue, he would likely have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 59, Appointment Queue. Strengthening Songlong Sun, Yu found himself in a predicament. This was proving to be even more troublesome than investigating the reformation of the church. Just as he grappled with his indecision, the door to the interstellar repair shop swung open. Su Bai emerged, and upon witnessing the throng of people, he too wore a look of bewilderment. How could this be happening again? Previously, there had been a wave of customers, but the true ones in need of maintenance numbered only around 10. However, this time was evidently different. Having experienced past events, these individuals should genuinely be considered patrons. Among them, Su Bai caught sight of the familiar figure of Zhou Yunjin. With such a multitude, how long would it take to attend to them all? For the first time, a thought of expansion and hiring crossed Su Bai's mind. He couldn't possibly attend to each customer personally, not to mention that the pricing might not be acceptable to everyone, even if it were. Managing such a crowd alone would be an overwhelming task. Fortunately, he suddenly spotted Sun Yu at the back of the throng. Subai swiftly turned his gaze and waved. "Captain Sun, over here." Then, with a bright smile directed at the crowd, he added, "This is a client who made a reservation yesterday. Henceforth, our establishment will adopt a reservation system for service." He continued, "I will post the specific arrangements on the Star Network. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone." Upon seeing Sun Yu, inspiration struck Subai, leading him to consider a lottery system for repairs or enhancements. This way, he could predetermine the number of customers to accommodate each day, preventing anyone from waiting idly at the door. As for today, all he could offer was his sincerest apologies. After hearing Subai's announcement, a considerable stir arose outside the interstellar repair shop. "Really? Is it true that we need to make a reservation? If only I had checked the Star Network first. Boss Su, can't you make an exception for us? We've come all this way." Some hoped that Subai would show leniency. But Subai understood that such a precedent could not be established. If he made an exception now, what would follow? When would it end? After hearing Subai's words, Zhou Yunjin was the first to agree to Subai's terms and departed from the scene. He had tasted the benefits and understood how rare Subai's enhancements were. Since the other party had stated it thus, they would comply. With the first departure, those whom Subai had previously saved also began to leave in succession, calling out, "Boss Su, you must draw me." However, there were not many grievances in their hearts. As this group dispersed, the crowd before the interstellar repair shop began to thin as well. Sun Yu, witnessing this, approached the front of the interstellar repair shop, his expression somewhat complicated. "Subai? You need not sacrifice your clientele to assist me with the enhancement. I can wait." Sun Yu believed that Subai's actions were solely to aid him in enhancing his mech, even to the extent of letting so many customers leave. This made him feel indebted. Subai found it somewhat perplexing. "Not at all. I merely felt that with so many people, I doubt I could rest today. Moreover, assisting you with the enhancement was already prearranged." Sun Yu replied, "Fine. It seems I overthought it." Indeed, having strength allows for such whims. While other repair shops would hope to be overwhelmed with customers, Subai, on the other hand, seems to complain of having too many. It was true. Given his level of expertise, ordinary orders would indeed fail to satisfy him, even under the most stringent conditions. As long as Subai can disseminate the news of the mecha awakening its second innate ability, the interstellar repair shop will remain bustling with patrons, particularly those of the elite variety. This aligns perfectly with Subai's aspirations. Previously, he had contemplated sustaining his business through maintenance services, but it appears such measures are no longer necessary. If such services must be rendered, he can simply recruit personnel to handle them. Alert! The host's thoughts have been detected. A special task has been triggered. Expand the interstellar repair shop and recruit a mecha repair technician. Deadline: 3 weeks. Requirement: the employee must possess a skill level of at least a 1-star repair technician. Task reward: unlock 4-star repair technician legacy skills, gain weapon enhancement, and starship enhancement branches. Upon seeing the task issued by the system, Subai was taken aback. Since the completion of Chaos, the system had refrained from assigning him any tasks. Was it merely his intention to hire someone that prompted this task? Could it be that this task is bestowed according to the desires of his heart? This notion remains to be verified, yet the demands of the task are undeniably daunting. A 1-star repair technician is still a star-level technician. Such individuals are capable of managing their own repair shops wherever they go. How could one possibly be persuaded to work here? However, the rewards of the task are simply too enticing for Subai to decline. Setting aside the legacy skills of the 4-star repair technician, the weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches are opportunities he cannot afford to overlook. Having savored the benefits of interstellar enhancement, Subai understands that any enhancement provided by the system will undoubtedly transcend the ordinary. If one were to incorporate weapon enhancements and starship upgrades, the velocity of earning would be incomparable. However, it seems that there is insufficient space for the starship here. Observing the size of the interstellar repair shop, Subai concluded that enhancing the starship within this confines would be impractical. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from accepting the task. At that moment, Sun Yu had already entered the interstellar repair shop and, noticing Subai standing still, expressed his curiosity. "Subai, what's the matter?" Subai waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing, just a thought crossed my mind. Come on in." With that, he stepped into the repair chamber. This was Sun Yu's first time entering Subai's workshop, and even he had to admit that it was the most well-equipped facility he had ever encountered. The array of instruments was remarkably advanced. Only such a workshop would befit Subai. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon his star ring. In a flash, the towering Songlong, measuring 50 meters, materialized within the repair chamber. Even having seen it once before and having engaged in combat with it, Subai could not help but feel the oppressive aura emanating from Songlong once more. This was a star-breaking mech. Indeed, the previous mechs seemed almost trivial in comparison. Gazing at Songlong and reflecting on the mech savior, even the vortex paled in significance. The essence of a star-breaking mech is to traverse the cosmos, soaring across the universe with the power to cross star systems. In contrast, even star-stepping mechs could merely engage in battles within the starry skies, limited to short-range flights, as prolonged distances would prove taxing. Chapter 60. A new experience, enhanced detail presentation. Observing Subai's expression, Sun Yu felt a swell of pride. At this moment, Subai finally exhibited a response befitting his age. Previously, his demeanor had been rather extraordinary, rendering it hard to believe he was merely a youth on the cusp of maturity. How about Might Songlong? Quite impressive, isn't it? Seeing Subai's reaction, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. His Songlong was a pinnacle 5-star mech, the most treasured possession he held aside from his family. It was meticulously maintained, and he had even hesitated to employ it when assisting Sun Han with the aptitude test initially. Indeed, it was remarkable. One could tell that Captain Sun cherished it greatly. Subai refrained from disputing Sun Yu's words. The truth was that Songlong was undeniably exquisite. Were it not for his system, he would likely not be qualified to repair or enhance such a high-level mech at this moment. However, this was merely a temporary state. Subai's proficiency as a mechanic was steadily advancing. He had nearly mastered the techniques of 10 3-star mechanic legacies. If one were to assess his abilities according to the mechanic rankings, he could indeed be classified as a 3-star mechanic. This progress was aided by the system, but even more so by his own diligent efforts. Detected an opportunity to enhance the mech. Current mech level is high, recommending a level 4 enhancement, requiring 10,000 interstellar points. Level 4 enhancement can elevate the core materials of the mech, while granting a high-level innate ability and awakening 2 specialized traits. The cost to enhance Songlong was 2.5 billion star coins. Upon confirming the effects of the level 4 enhancement, Subai immediately set a price for Songlong. Even though Sun Yu was somewhat prepared for this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain at the expense. Even though he felt a twinge of pain parting with 2.5 billion star coins. The prospect of acquiring a second talent skill and awakening a unique characteristic compelled him to grit his teeth and agree. Although the previous enhancements for Xing Yunlong and the others only cost 180 million star coins, this was, after all, a broken star mecha, which inherently possessed a value far surpassing that of a treading star mecha. The difficulty of enhancement was also evident, and Sun Yu did not find any issue with Subai's request for 2.5 billion. Upon receiving Sun Yu's consent, Subai promptly retrieved the prepared contract template, filling in the price and mecha grade. As for the awakening of the second unique characteristic, he refrained from mentioning it directly, allowing Sun Yu to experience it for himself when the time came. After signing the contract, Sun Yu immediately transferred the funds to Subai. 25 billion star coins received. With this influx, Subai's total star coin count exceeded 2.9 billion. Had he not previously enhanced chaos and exchanged for the second tier of the star whale breathing technique, he would have reached the 3 billion mark with this transaction alone, a sure sign of burgeoning wealth. Such riches could rival those of an average broken star mecha master. Once Sun Yu departed from the maintenance chamber, Subai approached the Song Wolf. Gazing at the towering behemoth, he couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, size does instill a sense of awe. In comparison to this colossal entity, his own chaos appeared rather diminutive. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that size could be augmented if desired. With that thought, he dismissed any further concerns about its dimensions. 4th tier enhancement initiated. As his hand made contact with the Song Wolf's surface, a brilliant blue light surged skyward. This enhancement is unlike any previous experience. Subai could vividly perceive every alteration in Songlong. The mecha, in contrast to the initial 3 realms of mecha, earth, sky, and treading stars, has ascended to an entirely different echelon, categorizing it within the mid-tier mecha classification if one were to delineate by 3s. Typically, builders are 4-star mecha artisans, and their inherited craftsmanship is undoubtedly superior to that of the preceding 3 stars. Indeed, this is an excellent approach. This revelation allowed Subai to observe the skeletal structure with increasing clarity. The arrangement of these bones deviates from traditional skeletal formations, appearing to be more compact, perhaps resembling those of beasts. The quantity of bones does not conform to the conventional human standard of 206. Evidently, there are significantly more, arranged with greater density. Furthermore, many of the bones exhibit varying degrees of elongation, totaling 397, which aligns with the number found in a wolf. It raises the question of whether all mecha are constructed in a similar beast-like manner. Upon witnessing the skeletal structure of Songlong, Subai could not help but speculate. However, without means of verification, he could only compare when he further enhances the mecha in the future. In truth, it is not solely the mecha that exhibits such variations. The Treading Stars mecha and even the Sky and Earth mechas also reveal differing skeletal structures. Akin to the previously encountered Fuwang Snake and Chong Hu, whose bone counts diverge from that of traditional mecha. Subai had already observed the core power source of Songlong and was not particularly surprised. Within its core chamber, the nebulous stone, nurtured by a blue glow, began to undergo a gradual transformation. The energy contained within surged rapidly, soon exceeding the limits that the nebulous stone could withstand. Ultimately, the composition settled at 80% nebulous stone and 20% star mist stone. Subai was not particularly surprised by this outcome, as the star mist stone is a core power source material that is strictly regulated by the entire Starry Sky Alliance, containing an immense amount of energy. Even with a 4th-level enhancement, it is impossible to completely transform the core power source of the Star Treading Mecha into Star Mist Stone. According to Subai's estimation, achieving such a feat would require at least a 5th-level enhancement, which is the required level for the enhancement of the Starfall Mecha. With the completion of the power source enhancement, under the cover of a blue glow, the heavy armor of Songlong gradually enveloped its skeletal frame. The original flame patterns were gradually consumed by the blue radiance, and the already azure body of the mecha appeared even more profound. If it was previously reminiscent of the sky's azure, it now leaned towards the deep, mysterious blue of the ocean. With a resounding boom, a towering inferno erupted from Songlong, reminiscent of an ancient emperor descending upon the world, reborn from the flames. This terrifying wave of energy caused Subai's expression to change, compelling him to hastily enter chaos. Chapter 61. A brand new appearance. Sun Yu's determination with a thunderous roar, flames erupted, engulfing the heavens with an unquenchable intensity, as if they were eternally unextinguished. Faced with this blazing inferno, Subai could only pilot chaos to desperately resist. With the aid of the mecha's enhancements and his own star power, he barely managed to withstand the searing heat. While Subai could endure, the surrounding machinery was not as fortunate. Under such extreme temperatures, the outer shells of the electronic platforms melted away, and the electronic components within crackled incessantly. Even thermal blades could not withstand such temperatures, their tips beginning to crumble and scatter around them. As the moment of impact drew near, a radiant golden light erupted, triggering the celestial-level defense barrier, successfully halting the spread of flames. Simultaneously, outside the door, Sun Yu's gaze flickered. He had just sensed an eerily familiar, yet more terrifying aura emanating from the maintenance room. Could it be the Songyan? Sun Yu hesitated. His talent was merely at the B-grade level for flame manipulation, and his ability to wield the power of Songyan largely relied on the strength of the Songlong. It could be said that becoming a Starbreaker Mecha Master was nearly his utmost limit. Hence, he pinned his hopes on Subai, aspiring to elevate Songlong to new heights through Subai's enhancements, which would, in turn, yield a breakthrough for himself. However, the current situation exceeded his wildest expectations. The power he had just sensed left him feeling a sense of trepidation. After all, he was a formidable Starbreaker at the 5-star level. How could a mere wisp of an aura induce such a feeling of unease? What on earth had Subai done? Sun Yu was eagerly anticipating a glimpse into the situation within, and had it not been for Subai's rules, he would have undoubtedly rushed inside. But for now, he could only wait. In the realm of the Cloud Sea, perhaps only Subai could invoke such restraint in him. Just as Sun Yu was anxiously waiting, the door to the maintenance room swung open with a resounding crash. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu stepped inside, his eyes nearly bulging at the sight of Songlong. Is this really Songlong? It was no wonder Sun Yu doubted. That Songlong before him bore no resemblance whatsoever to its former self, save for its wolf-like head, with its entire body and color unrecognizable. Especially now that Songlong exuded an undeniable sense of oppression merely by its presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu leaped directly into the Songlong. As the neural link established, an ethereal blue light flickered in that Songlong's eyes, while flames danced across its form as if animated, taking on the guise of a ferocious wolf. A deep growl seemed to emanate from its very core. The ceiling opened in response to the sound, and that Songlong soared upwards, arriving directly at the newly constructed training ground. Sun Yu maneuvered that Songlong with agility, weaving through the training arena. When Su Bai finally appeared at the rear of the training ground, the excitement in his voice resonated from within the Songlong. This, 2 specialized traits, 2 innate skills. Su Bai, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, no amount of praise could adequately convey Sun Yu's admiration for Su Bai. He had never anticipated such a monumental surprise. In addition to the 1 innate skill and 1 specialized trait he had expected, he was astonished to discover an additional specialized trait. Previously, he had hesitated at the thought of 5 billion star coins, but that sentiment had entirely dissipated. If he were to offer an assessment, it would be that it was worth every penny, an exceptional value. This far surpassed his expectations. Under the influence of the Songlong, Sun Yu felt a shift in the boundaries of his current realm, which he had thought were insurmountable. Given time, he was certain he would surpass the threshold of the Stellar Breaker level, and perhaps even aspire to become a Starfall Mecha Master. It is noteworthy that prior to this, achieving the status of Starfall Mecha Master was typically the domain of A-grade gifted Mecha Masters. Should he truly ascend to the Starfall realm with a B-grade talent, it would be an unprecedented achievement. Initially intending to experience his innate abilities and specialized skills, Sun Yu ultimately refrained from doing so. After a brief encounter, he departed from Songlong and approached Su Bai, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Ha ha, having you in Huaxia is indeed a great fortune for our nation. There is no need for me to elaborate on my gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. As long as it does not violate principles, I shall wholeheartedly assist you. Sun Yu's promise bore significant weight. After all, his status here transcended that of merely being the head of the Sun family. He was also the captain of the Yunhai fleet. In the realm of Yunhai, he was essentially the highest-ranking official. Countless influential figures and merchants within Yunhai would go to great lengths for the opportunity to meet Sun Yu, merely to establish a semblance of familiarity. The fact that he personally vowed to lend his support to Su Bai, provided that he adhered to the established principles, would undoubtedly leave many astounded if word were to spread. Having made his declaration, Sun Yu did not linger, as pressing matters awaited his attention. His visit to the CF family required discretion. He intended to proceed alone. A significant stir might alert the other party, rendering any investigation futile. His instincts warned him that this visit to the CF family would not be straightforward. Noticing Sun Yu's contemplative demeanor, Su Bai inquired, "If Captain Sun has any challenges or needs assistance, feel free to share." Sun Yu had consistently treated him with kindness. After sensing Su Bai's distinctive abilities, he had rushed to offer his help, even when Su Bai declined to join the Yunhai fleet. Sun Yu appreciated this gesture and, seeing that Su Bai might be willing to assist, he was keen to extend that support in return. "It would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. I merely intend to observe. Yet there may indeed be occasions in the future where I require your assistance." Despite Sun Yu being somewhat swayed by Su Bai's goodwill, he ultimately declined the offer. Although Su Bai possessed the capability to contend with a Starbreaker mech artisan, making him an invaluable ally, Sun Yu was reluctant to place Su Bai in peril. Furthermore, if he himself could not resolve the issue, Su Bai's involvement would be futile. The adversary was a treasure of Huaxia, and absolutely must not be jeopardized. Sun Yu's mechanical expertise could elevate the entire Blue Star Alliance to new heights. Upon witnessing Sun Yu's determination, Su Bai refrained from further comment. Despite having withstood a blow from Sun Yu the previous day, he recognized that his strength still fell short of that of a Starbreaker mech artisan. Moreover, with the Wolf of the Sky now enhanced, the disparity in their abilities had widened considerably. If even Sun Yu felt endangered, Su Bai's participation would be merely in vain. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, Sun Yu departed promptly. Watching his retreating figure, Su Bai sighed in resignation, lamenting his own inadequacies. Today, he would forego clients and instead devote himself to rigorous training. And as for the central control, please adjust the lottery system. Let there be 3 slots available for today. Though I initially contemplated strengthening 2 mechs in a day, I ultimately settled on 3 slots. Truly, my industriousness knows no bounds. Chapter 62, The CF Family Ambushed? Is he the mastermind? Upon returning to the Interstellar Mech repair shop, Su Bai commenced his training without delay. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he placed his palms upon his knees, channeling star power. With his hands as the focal point, 2 streams of star energy ebbed and flowed naturally. As the surge of stellar energy flowed in, his own power rose correspondingly, continuously absorbing external celestial forces to strengthen himself. The once somewhat ethereal power of the Star Treader had instantaneously stabilized with the influx of external energy, expanding outward and gradually surging towards the realm of the second Star Treader. Subai was engrossed in his cultivation, while Sun Yu, after departing from the interstellar repair shop, headed directly to the residence of the CF family. Upon gazing at the imposing Xia mansion, he furrowed his brow. There was something peculiar about this place. As a Starbreaker mecha master, his perception was significantly sharper than that of an ordinary person, and at this moment, the mansion exuded an aura of gloom. The surroundings seemed to be permeated with an inexplicable malevolence. What was initially a mere suspicion linking the CF family to the Reformation Church had now solidified into near certainty. He was already prepared to leave and mobilize the fleet for an all-out assault, despite being a Starbreaker mecha master. He understood the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Without knowledge of the local firepower, he would not act recklessly. This was the ironclad rule of the fleet. It appeared that this was indeed the stronghold of the Reformation Church. Sun Yu's tone was devoid of emotion as he gazed at the Xia mansion, as if he had already pronounced a death sentence upon them. Colluding with the persecution of the Chinese people was a grave offense. Such individuals were even more detestable than the Reformation Church itself. It was best to withdraw for the time being. Sun Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind him, "Captain Sun. Since you are here, why not step inside for a chat?" Instantly, Sun Yu summoned his stellar energy, his right hand brushing against the star ring. Azure radiance shines upon the heavens. The Azure Wolf materialized in the sky. Sun Yu leaped forward, swiftly entering the Azure Wolf. It appears that the opponent was well prepared for this confrontation. Swiftly, 3 mechas encircled Sun Yu, with Xie Zhihao among them. The mecha on the far left was entirely enveloped in eerie black patterns, obscuring its originally pale yellow body. Its pointed head was grotesquely fractured in two, presenting a rather unsettling visage. This was the I-45 speed-type Star Treader mecha, known as Crown. Standing at 40 meters tall and weighing 1,000 tons, it boasted an engine power of 23 million kilowatts and a thrust of 2.5 billion kilograms. This mecha originally belonged to Xie Zhihao, the head of the CF family, but its current form as Crown bore no resemblance to its former grandeur. Once majestic, Crown now exuded a sinister and ominous aura, devoid of its former glory. On the far right stood another mecha, similarly adorned with strange black patterns. Its once pristine white body now resembled a tainted garment, caked in filth. The long blades on its arms, originally forged from titanium, had transformed into a pale purple metallic substance, emanating a faint yet unpleasant odor of corrosion. This was the IU-48 power-type Star Treader mecha, known as Wave Cutter. Also standing at a height of 40 meters and weighing 100 tons, it possessed an engine power of 24 million kilowatts and a thrust of 2.7 billion kilograms. This mecha belonged to another esteemed Star Treader master of the CF family, Elder Xia 1. Alongside Crown, it represented the pinnacle of power within the CF family. Wave Cutter was renowned for its ability to slice through metal with ease, yet at this moment, its once sharp dual blades appeared disheveled, with jagged edges and an unsettling purple mist escaping from them. The central mech, shrouded in black mist, exuded an aura that far surpassed that of the previous Ground and Wavebreaker. Its oppressive presence instilled a sense of profound dread, causing even Sun Yu, within the Songlong, to furrow his brow. The KK-35 balance-type Starbreaker mech, known as Shadow, stood at a height of 48 meters and weighed 2,000 tons. With an engine power of 40 million kilowatts and a thrust of 3.2 billion kilograms. The name Shadow was derived from its ability to meld into darkness, rendering it nearly undetectable. It was precisely this ability that had prevented Sun Yu from noticing it sooner. However, gazing at the 3 mechs before him, Sun Yu wore a disdainful expression, while the Songlong wolf head rose defiantly. "What? Do you think you can detain me with just the 3 of you?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Xie Zhihao's voice resonated from the Crown. "Captain Sun, you may be overly confident. Your strength is indeed formidable, but united, the 3 of us can ensure your escape is impossible. I advise you to surrender. It would spare you from bodily harm. Indeed, at your age, retirement would be prudent." A voice laden with weariness emerged from Shadow. The moment Sun Yu heard it, his brow furrowed deeply, and a cold chuckle escaped from the Songlong. "Ha! I never expected it to be you, Lin. After years away from the Yunhai fleet, you have chosen to consort with the remnant scum of the Reformation Church. Do you not feel remorse for your former beliefs and vows?" Sun Yu's tone was laced with anger. Even though he was aware that issues had likely arisen within the Yunhai fleet, The individual before him had been born and raised in Yuhai, serving in the fleet for many years, only officially retiring as the deputy commander 8 years prior. Once a compatriot, now reduced to this state. Even threatening to confront him with weapons, Sun Yu could not help but feel a profound sense of desolation. What do you understand? Starforce mechas should be eliminated. Like the obsolete mechas of yore, such creations that categorize individuals into hierarchies from birth should never have come into existence. Our Lord Goddess might have shown us a new direction. If you renounce the darkness and join us, I might spare your life. Sun Yu gazed intently at the shadow before him, the weight of the words prompting deep contemplation. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. So it is indeed because of Shabby that you have become this way. Shut your mouth. You are unworthy to mention Shabby. Were it not for you so-called chosen ones with your innate gifts, Shabby would not have embarked on such a path. You deserve to die. Upon hearing Shabby's name, the shadow revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, the entire machine seemingly trembling, reflecting the tumultuous emotions of Lin. Shabby was indeed the son of Lin, whose lifelong aspiration had been to become a mecha master and join the Yuhai fleet, striving to become a formidable force. Yet, fate played a cruel hand. Despite his father being a renowned mecha master, Shabby lacked the innate talent for mecha. In despair, he chose a path of no return, uploading his consciousness to merge with a mecha, what is now referred to as the sentient life faction. The outcome was predictable. The brain could not withstand the uploaded neural impulses, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Thus, Shabby met his demise. Shortly thereafter, Lin departed from the Yunhai fleet. To everyone's surprise, he joined the Transformation Church. In Chapter 63, 3 against 1, who will prevail? Indeed, Lin is a pitiable figure. The fate of his only son is undeniably tragic. However, it was Shabby's own choice, unconnected to the Yuhai fleet, and even less so to Huaxia. Those endowed with stellar powers can ascend to the esteemed ranks of mecha engineers, enjoying a distinguished status. Yet, those devoid of such gifts still possess their own opportunities, whether they pursue mechanical engineering or shine brilliantly in other fields. Each individual is entitled to their own life narrative. To attribute everything solely to talent is a profound disrespect to the myriad of individuals who, lacking inherent gifts, still radiate brilliance. Such reasoning is utterly fallacious. Sun Yu understood that from the moment Lin entered the Transformation Church, he ceased to be the compatriot of old. Now, he stood as an adversary to himself, to Huaxia, and to the Blue Star. The actions of the Transformation Church were solely aimed at inciting turmoil, steeped in bloodshed. They are unworthy of sympathy. With a chuckle, he remarked, our reminiscence has reached its conclusion, Mr. Shui. Spare us your words. Eliminating Sun Yu once more would greatly assist our plans. The crowd approached Shadow, particles of light shimmering beside him, poised for action. Given that their opponent had arrived alone, it was likely a covert operation. As long as they managed the disposal of the body properly, discovery seemed improbable. Almost simultaneously with his words, a thunderous roar erupted. The shadow activated in an instant, its right hand gripping the obsidian blade with a golden sheen, its movements gliding in a zigzag pattern, the figure shifting unpredictably. Simultaneously, the blade dragged along the ground, producing a tearing sound, and in a swift motion, it was raised diagonally from below, aimed at the Grey Wolf. The Crown and Wave Slayer were not idle, as Shadow sprang into action. These two pinnacle mechas swiftly positioned themselves on either side of the Grey Wolf, launching a coordinated assault. The Crown raised its fists, clenched into hammers, and struck downwards with the force of a mountain's weight. Wave Slayer swung its serrated blades, dark purple energy emanating from them, coalescing into a liquid mist that resembled the jaws of a crocodile, poised to devour all. The three mechas formed a triangular formation, encircling the Grey Wolf. This fundamental tactical arrangement of mecha battalions consisted of one balance type, one speed type, and one power type, effectively sealing off the adversary's movements while maximizing damage with simultaneous strikes. Just as the triangular strategy was on the verge of success, their attacks were about to descend upon the Grey Wolf. Suddenly, a cerulean barrier emerged, enveloping the Grey Wolf in an instant, ignited by azure flames that carried an intent to incinerate. Anything that came into contact with it was reduced to nothingness. The azure flames blazed fiercely, reminiscent of an eternal flame of hope. With a sorrowful cry, Crown bore the brunt. Its hammer-like arms were repelled upon striking the cerulean barrier, and the azure flames latched onto them, swiftly igniting and reducing the once formidable limbs to mere ashes in an instant. Even the mecha AI could not react in time, allowing Xie Zhihao to personally experience the excruciating pain that penetrated to the bone. On the other hand, Zhanlong also gasped in shock. The dual blades, once capable of corroding anything, now lost their former menace under the azure flames. As the purple mist dissipated, the serrated dual blades of its arms transformed into charred remnants, gradually cascading down. In contrast, Inying, who chose to confront Songlong head-on, found itself in an even more precarious situation. Despite employing the advanced technique of the Z-step and harnessing rotational force for a cleaving strike, it left not a single ripple upon the azure barrier. Instead, the backlash rendered its hands numb, causing the black-gold long blade to be flung away, igniting in midair with azure flames before disintegrating into dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The combined might of the three, intended to guarantee victory, resulted in such a dismal outcome. To put it humorously, it was as if three were attacking one, only to be countered. Lin and his companions could hardly believe it. No, it cannot be. Even if you are a 5-star mecha master, you should not be able to withstand our combined assault. What on earth have you done? The original you possess none of this power. Lin, well acquainted with Sun Yu's capabilities from years of collaboration, had perceived their plan to be flawless. Logically, with his and Xia Jihao's joint efforts, victory should have been assured. To preempt any unforeseen variables, he even enlisted Xia Wen, ensuring that Sun Yu would be left with no avenue of escape. To one's surprise, not only did the endeavor yield no success, but it also inflicted no injuries upon Sun Yu. Instead, it was his side that suffered tremendous losses. The azure flames appeared to them as if they originated from the depths of the underworld, a harbinger of death. Observing the expressions of the three, Songlong raised his head high, while Sun Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Truly, Su Bai's talent is formidable. This gifted technique proves to be immensely powerful. Initially, when facing the trio's onslaught, Sun Yu felt a tinge of anxiety, but there was no time to evade. Thus, he unleashed his acquired second gifted technique, Songyan Barrier. To his astonishment, the effect was astonishingly overwhelming. Had it not been for Su Bai, he would have suffered greatly. And now, even in the face of two pinnacle Starwalker mechas in shadow, who was nearly his equal, he still held the advantage. He could even ensnare them all. One wonders, does absence make the heart grow fonder? During your years of allegiance to the Reformation Church, I too have been diligent. It appears that your so-called master does not regard you highly. Your strength has not seen significant enhancement. Sun Yu, emboldened by reason, regarded the three with an air of scorn. Although Lin felt a pang of resentment, he could offer no rebuttal. Yet, he could not comprehend how Sun Yu, with merely a B-class talent, could possess such exceptional prowess. Shadow and Crown, along with Zhanlong, exchanged glances and swiftly retreated. They had lost their weapons, and both Crown and Zhanlong had sustained varying degrees of injury. Continuing the battle would yield no favorable outcomes. Observing their intent to flee, Sun Yu allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Hearing his words, Lin remained unfazed. Indeed, we are not your match, but do not forget what the shadow excels at. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to conceal itself in the depths of night and retreat 1,000 miles away. Even if Sun Yu's Songlong is formidable, can it truly outpace me? Oh, is that so? However, the voice that emerged from behind caused Lin to shudder, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Impossible. How could you possibly detect my presence? At this moment, Lin's composure shattered completely. While he could reluctantly accept the notion that Songlong had become extraordinarily powerful through years of training, the fact that his opponent could not only locate him but also appear instantaneously behind him was chilling beyond belief. This was entirely inconsistent with the established capabilities of the Songlong power-type mech. In response, a fist imbued with azure flame was raised. Songlong elevated its right fist, enveloped in swirling azure flame, imbued with the might to incinerate the heavens, and struck down upon the shadow with tremendous force. Chapter 64, Xia Jihao's last words? Is it truly over? Boom. The impact was colossal and thunderous, akin to a roaring tempest, the air around the fist ablaze, its azure flame incinerating all in its path. This single blow pierced through the shadow, and the azure flame rapidly spread from the gaping wound, enveloping the entirety of the shadow. The illustrious 3-star mech, a pinnacle of destruction, was reduced to mere ashes beneath this strike. Even the core power source, the nebula stone, disintegrated entirely, leaving not a trace of energy behind. The intent to kill pursued relentlessly. This was one of the two specialized abilities acquired by Songlong. Once the target is locked, one can instantaneously appear behind them, rendering even those with stealth abilities utterly defenseless. There is only one path: death. Alas, this was my first attempt, and I still failed to gauge the force correctly. Songlong shook his hand, and from it, the voice of Sun Yu emerged, tinged with a hint of regret. Yet, he harbored no hesitation regarding the elimination of Lin. From the moment he entered the Reformation Church, he ceased to be one of his own kin. In fact, he was even more detestable than those who were originally part of the church. The fate of a traitor is death. As for capturing him alive, Sun Yu deemed it a futile endeavor. Once captured, members of the Reformation Church would self-destruct, a significant reason they are labeled as a cult. No, it is impossible. Escape, flee quickly. The scene of Songlong dispatching Shadow as if crushing an ant was witnessed by Your Excellency and Zhanlong, and an immediate dread enveloped their hearts. They gazed at the godlike Songlong with no intention of resistance. In the end, their deadly ambush had turned against themselves. This was a bitter pill to swallow for both. How could he have suddenly grown so powerful? The intelligence was flawed. If the Yunhai fleet, or rather the entire Nanjing fleet, was concealing its true strength, Your Excellency, in the midst of a hasty retreat, was also analyzing the reasons for their failure. The thought that the entire Nanjing fleet might be hiding its capabilities plunged his spirits into despair. However, before he could devise a solution, whoosh! The Songlong has arrived, and the azure flame upon his right fist stands as the sole beacon of light he perceives in his final moments. With a thunderous roar, the azure flame sears, and despite enduring the excruciating pain of being consumed, his once vacant eyes seem to regain a flicker of consciousness, imbued with a sense of liberation and gratitude. As he approaches his impending demise, he expends his last ounce of strength to utter two words: great examination. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yu's pupils constrict instantaneously, and through the void, he discerns the anomaly of Xiajihao. Unlike Lin, the other appears to have been under some form of control, only regaining his senses at the final moment. At this realization, a tempest of fury ignites within him, causing his heart to burn with unbearable heat as he grits his teeth. The scum of the Reformed Church. His gaze shifts towards the Zhanlong, which has yet to flee. Sun Yu hesitates, pondering whether Xie is similarly ensnared in control as Xiajihao was. Witnessing Songlong slay his excellency and subsequently turn his attention towards him, Xiewen's forehead glistens with beads of sweat as he raises his hands in surrender, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I am merely under control." Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu emits a cold snort, displaying no hesitation as he delivers a punch. Boom! Flames erupt, and gazing into the infernal blaze, Xiewen wears a perplexed expression. He cannot comprehend why, despite declaring his lack of agency, Sun Yu would still unleash such ferocity upon him. Alas, this question shall remain forever unanswered. The flames engulf him, and his consciousness plunges into eternal darkness. The Wave Slayer ultimately dissolves into nothingness. After vanquishing the Wave Slayer, Sun Yu exhaled a heavy breath. His previous compassion had proven unnecessary. Xiewen and Xiajihao were evidently disparate. He had willingly joined the Reconstruction Church, eagerly subjecting himself to their control, inflicting suffering upon the masses. Anyone whose mind is ensnared would never articulate the notion of being controlled. Once the battle concluded, Sun Yu did not depart from Songlong, instead surveying his surroundings to ensure no hidden ambush lay in wait before dialing Zhang Lei's number. After several minutes of waiting, Zhang Lei arrived at the scene with the enforcement team. Upon witnessing the chaos surrounding him and the transformed Songlong, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. It appeared that the captain had undergone enhancements. How infuriating. I should have been able to enhance myself as well. Suppressing the bitterness within, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, who had already distanced himself from Songlong, with the members of the enforcement team. "Captain, what is the situation? The CF family has been compromised by the Reconstruction Church. We must thoroughly investigate everything related to them, leaving no stone unturned. Then, arrange for the battlefield to be cleared." In that moment, Sun Yu resumed his role as the commanding captain, orchestrating the situation with authority. He instructed Zhang Lei and the enforcement team to seal off the CF family. It was now evident that a significant connection existed between the Reconstruction Church and the CF family. Thus, every individual associated with the CF family required an exhaustive investigation. The Field Tiger was likely the handiwork of Lin, yet vigilance towards Deputy Captain Ji remained imperative. After the recent skirmish, Sun Yu surmised that the Field Tiger was predominantly orchestrated by Lin, yet multiple precautions were necessary. Lin? Could he truly be affiliated with the Reconstruction Church? Upon hearing the long-unseen name of Lin, Zhang Lei felt a twinge of surprise. However, upon observing Sun Yu's expression, he chose to remain silent. Sensing that matters were far from straightforward, He resolved to focus on his duties, striving for an opportunity to enhance his abilities. With thoughts of his own augmentation invigorating him, Zhang Lei promptly began orchestrating the encirclement of the Xie family by the enforcement team, leading the charge with fervor. Meanwhile, as the enforcement team proceeded to dismantle the Xie residence, atop a distant mountain peak, a figure cloaked in black observed indifferently, his robe billowing in the wind as he surveyed the bustling enforcement team and the dilapidated Xie estate. Behind him, a robust man emerged, his brow furrowed in confusion. "My lord, why allow Sun Yu to engage with the Xie family? If we were to act together, he would surely have no means of escape." If we do not present him with a taste of success, how could we ever hope to lower his guard?" The cloaked figure replied. "Moreover, are you certain that our intervention would guarantee success? Do you possess the confidence to breach the power of the Song Yin and the Songlan barrier?" It is unclear how Sun Yu acquired such formidable strength. As he spoke, the cloaked man shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the interstellar repair shop. Could it be him? No. After all, he is merely a youth. He could not possibly breathe new life into the Broken Star mecha. Upon hearing these words, the sturdy man, Zhou Wan, hastily knelt on one knee, bowing his head in submission. "My lord, rest assured, I shall fulfill your commands." Chapter 65. Is the old incapable and the young as well? As the cloaked figure departed, Zhou Wan slowly rose, his vertical pupils brimming with excitement. "To my astonishment, the elder entrusted me with such a significant place as Yuhai. I must strive to fulfill their expectations. With the demise of the Xie family stronghold, I must seek an alternative base." The cold wind howls, and the flickering lights cast shadows. Within the Xie residence, cries of despair and explosions intermittently pierced the air. 2 hours later, Zhang Lei approached Sun Yu, his countenance troubled. Shaking his head, there were no survivors. They were all affiliated with the modified church. He hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The scene within was utterly horrifying. Even having survived interstellar warfare and evaded beams of artillery fire, he felt a weight in his chest. It matters not. Since they are all from the modified church, little can be gleaned from them. Let us have the area cleared and allow the youth to assist. Sun Yu understood that extracting information from the modified church members was futile. Even the weakest among them would be rigged with explosives upon their induction. Undoubtedly, the scene would reveal the gruesome aftermath of the Xie family's self-detonation. Shall we really send the newcomers in? Zhang Lei expressed his reluctance. The sight was daunting, even for him, and he feared that the newcomers might not withstand the horror. However, confronting the grim reality now would serve them better than succumbing to terror when their turn arrived. Sun Yu's tone was grave. They were the Yuhai fleet. And though peacetime was tolerable, these were extraordinary times. The prospect of an imminent interstellar war looms ever closer. Should that fateful day arrive, those inexperienced souls, untested in the crucible of battle, will undoubtedly pay a grievous price, for such is the nature of their learning. If only it were possible to maintain a tranquil world, where peace reigns supreme. Alas, there are always those who seek to shatter this serenity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei ceased to speak further, recognizing the truth in Sun Yu's words. Compared to the potential cost that lay ahead, his current discomfort was but a fleeting annoyance. He promptly took action. After assigning the newcomers to the Xie family to clean up the aftermath, Zhang Lei quietly approached Sun Yu. Captain, how do you perceive my recent performance?" Sun Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Not bad." Zhang Lei's eyes widened in surprise. "If it's not bad, then what about my request for enhancement?" He gazed at Sun Yu with eager anticipation, blinking rapidly in an uncharacteristic display of obsequiousness. Sun Yu sighed. "I knew you had ulterior motives. Yet, your recent performance has indeed been commendable. Given the current circumstances, every bit of strength counts. Very well, you may proceed tomorrow." At these words, Zhang Lei felt as if he had received divine favor, leaping into the air with elation. "Thank you, Captain. You are truly a remarkable leader." Sun Yu, bemused, thought to himself, how did I come to have such an unreliable right-hand man? The weight of the future of Yunhai resting upon this young man left him with a sense of resignation. As they conversed, a chorus of retching sounds echoed from within the Xie household. Clearly, the young law enforcement officers were thoroughly intimidated by the scenes within. Sun Yu lamented. The older ones are ineffective, and the younger ones too. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of Su Bai. How wonderful it would be if Su Bai were willing to join the fleet. Alas! Meanwhile, Su Bai himself was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. As the final trace of stellar energy surged in, the shackles of his realm shattered, propelling him into the realm of star treading, second star. Upon breaking through, Subai exhaled a breath of turbid air. The stellar whale breathing technique was indeed formidable, yet the pressure it exerted was considerable. Clenching his right fist, he could distinctly feel the fatigue settling in. It is important to note that he had absorbed stellar energy dozens of times greater than others, but conversely, the pressure generated by this power was equally proportional. His burden was indeed magnified several times over. Were it not for his exceptional innate talent, he might not have been able to withstand it. It seems that the breathing technique is not necessarily better when stronger. Rather, one must find the method that suits oneself. After stretching to relieve his muscles, Subai logged onto the Star Network to check the comments and the situation regarding tomorrow's lottery. To his astonishment, the reviews for the Interstellar Repair Shop had reached 10,000. Subai felt a flush of embarrassment. Why were there so many comments? Drawing 3 winners each day. Could that be excessive? He casually clicked into the comments section. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a chance to win. The person above is not worthy. I would trade their entire lifetime of being single for a chance to win. Haha, you all are still lacking. I would trade Kuin's height reduction of 10 centimeters for a chance to win. By the heavens. My brother, are you quite the formidable character? I can hardly believe it unless there is some deep-seated enmity involved. Do take care. One might meet a knife in the dead of night. Upon reading these comments, a pair of dark lines appeared on Subai's forehead. Were these patrons truly serious? While he felt elated by the thriving business, such prolonged teasing was hardly a viable strategy. It was clear that he needed to recruit an assistant without delay, a resolution he silently affirmed. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a pinned comment in the discussion. Hey, what sort of interstellar repair shop is this? I, for one, do not believe it. If this manager Subai is indeed so extraordinary, let him come and prove it against me. Upon seeing this, Subai hurriedly clicked on the comment to gather more information about the individual. Chu Ran, female, 20 years old. The youngest one-star mechanic in Huaxia, officially certified by the Huaxia Mechanic Association. With this revelation, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Subai's eyes. Could this truly be a fortuitous turn of events? A one-star mechanic had seemingly presented herself at his doorstep. The most arduous task had always been to find a star-level mechanic. After all, which star mechanic was not cherished by their own repair shop? How could he possibly entice someone of such caliber to work for him? Yet, it appeared that a prime candidate had now emerged. A subtle smile graced Subai's lips as he promptly sent a message to her. In Yundu, at the Mechanic Research Society, a girl with short hair and an exquisite visage was meticulously watching a video on her phone. The footage depicted Subai expertly maintaining matches for Zhou Yunjin and others, all while managing 10 threads of operation simultaneously. As the video transitioned to the moment when Subai used a mechanical arm to remove the abdominal king snake armor, the girl pressed pause. I knew something was off. This video is undoubtedly a fabrication. At that moment, Churan noticed that Subai's right hand was not resting on the control panel, which implied that he was merely pretending. Such deceit tarnishes the esteemed name of mechanics. It is baffling how such a person could gain notoriety. Witnessing Subai's antics ignited a flame of indignation within her. Her passion for mechanics was evident, as she had become a first-star mechanic at a remarkably young age, and she would not tolerate anyone tarnishing the integrity of the profession. In her eyes, Subai had clearly resorted to sensationalism to elevate his fame, subsequently charging exorbitant repair fees. Such individuals were those she held in the utmost disdain. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Chapter 66, To Answer or Not Answer. As Chu Ran was engrossed in the video, her brow furrowed. The pop-up had interrupted her pursuit of Subai's floss. Who could it be? Slightly annoyed, she opened her Star Network. Anonymous mechanic. Hello, I am Subai. Chu Ran? Subai? Which Subai? Her expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise. Could it be that fraudster? Beacon of mechanics. Is that the scammer from the Interstellar Repair Shop? A faint smile graced Subai's lips, his eyes shimmering. Scammer? It seems I haven't heard that term in quite a while. Indeed, perhaps in the beginning, some regarded him as a fraud. Yet, after enhancing numerous mechas and with the circulation of videos showcasing his maintenance work, his reputation had soared to great heights. The number of individuals participating in the lottery on StarNet speaks volumes. Who would have thought that there are still those who regard themselves as deceivers? This presents an opportunity. Initially, I intended to entice Chu Ran into working at the Interstellar Repair Shop through temptation. But it seems a different approach may now be warranted. The humble mechanic remarked, I am not a fraud. I have come at Miss Chu's invitation to demonstrate my mechanical skills. Upon receiving the message from Subai, Chu Ran's temper flared instantly. her slender fingers incessantly tapping against the screen of her phone. The light of mechanics declared, "Who is the lady? You are the lady. Your entire family is composed of ladies." After replying, she puffed her cheeks in indignation, noticing Su Bai's readiness to accept her challenge. Raising an eyebrow in suspicion, is this fraud attempting to ride on the coattails of my reputation? To be fair, Chu Ran was somewhat unreasonable, after all. It was she who had proposed the competition, so how had it transformed into Su by seeking attention? I shall not allow a scoundrel like you to tarnish the reputation of mechanics. Just as Su Bai was about to suggest adding some incentive, she noticed a new message from Chu Ran. Su Bai pondered, what fabricated video? When did I ever fabricate anything? Tarnishing the reputation of mechanics? Do you expect me to shut down the interstellar repair shop? This person harbors an extraordinary amount of resentment. After reading Chu Ran's demands, Su Bai silently deleted her previous message. Initially, she thought that having Chu Ran work for her for 3 months would suffice. Now, however, the humble mechanic replied, "Very well, I can agree to your terms, but I have a condition of my own. If you lose, you must work at the interstellar repair shop for 10 years. Now she was truly infuriated. 10 years? This individual is simply extraordinary. At the tender age of 20, Churin has already ascended to the rank of a 1-star mechanic, displaying an unparalleled talent in mechanical repair. Under normal circumstances, a decade from now, she could potentially reach the esteemed level of a 4-star mechanic. Yet, Su Bai audaciously seeks to exploit a competition to procure the services of a 4-star mechanic for his own gain. The obscure mechanic pondered, "What do you think? Should we accept or decline? Of course, if you're apprehensive, just disregard my words." Caught in a moment of indecision, Churin was struck by Su Bai's comment, igniting a fervor within her. She clenched her silver teeth, nearly shattering her molars. "Am I afraid? Do you have any idea who you're speaking to?" Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly danced her fingers across the screen of her phone, nearly fracturing it in her fervor. The light of mechanics proclaimed, "I accept. You decide the time and place. Just don't back down when the time comes." Su Bai initially intended to stoke the flames further, but was taken aback by Churin's immediate response. Hesitation washed over him. This person seems somewhat lacking in intellect. Is she truly the youngest 1-star mechanic? As a mechanic, possessing composure, caution, and meticulousness is fundamental. Each mechanic must possess the ability to remain unflappable even when faced with calamity. After all, mechanical repair is a meticulous craft, sometimes. A mere misalignment of a component or an excessive gap between armors can lead to catastrophic consequences. This young woman appears to ignite at the slightest spark. It feels as though she may not be entirely reliable. Su Bai has indeed misunderstood Chu Ran. As a skilled mechanic, her capabilities are beyond question. Every certified mechanic has undergone rigorous tests, and at least during the repair process, Chu Ran can ensure absolute concentration. However, this time, she may have acted a bit impulsively. Tomorrow afternoon, let us meet at the interstellar repair shop. Upon reading Su Bai's message, Chu Ran wore an expression of realization. Indeed, she is attempting to ride the wave of popularity. The location she chose is her own repair shop. Well, after tomorrow, your establishment will cease to exist. After some contemplation, Chu Ran publicly announced her wager with Su Bai on the Star Network to prevent any denial of the agreement later on. Once published, it immediately stirred a tremendous uproar. Chu Ran is akin to a rising star in the mechanical field, garnering significant attention from various quarters. Although the interstellar repair shop is somewhat obscure in the mechanic community, it is nevertheless highly sought after in the Cloud Sea region. This incident quickly ascended to the trending topics on the Star Network in the Cloud Sea area, igniting countless discussions. Chu Ran is going to compete with the owner of the interstellar repair shop? If she loses, she has to work for them for 10 years? Chu Ran, I know what that so-called interstellar repair shop is all about. Hey, how can you speak like that? I admit Chu Ran is formidable, but she pales in comparison to Boss Su. Have you ever witnessed a 10-thread operation? 10 threads? What is that? Click the link and you'll find out. Haha. Is all this talk just about a video? Chu Ran is recognized as the youngest 1-star mechanic by the Huaxia Mechanical Repair Association. Can Su Bai truly be compared to him? Indeed, could this be an attempt to bask in the limelight, thereby enhancing the reputation of his repair shop? This is a given. It's evident that Chu Ran has fallen into the trap. I can already envision the smile on Su Bai's face, hidden behind the screen, as he effortlessly seizes this opportunity for publicity. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that he must apologize and close his shop upon losing. What does that matter? After closing and apologizing, he can simply reopen. He has already gained notoriety. Such occurrences are hardly rare these days. Let it be. We shall discover the truth tomorrow. By the way, where is that interstellar repair shop? I wish to witness the event in person. Haha, it's in Yu Hai. Do you wish to go? Excuse me. But I fear that by the time I arrive, there may be no space left to stand. It seems we are in for some entertainment. Could this be deemed a rivalry among the foremost young mechanics? Well, it may not qualify, as although Chu Ram possesses considerable talent, he cannot solely represent the younger generation. There are indeed many mechanics who surpass him. As for Subai, his true capabilities remain uncertain. So it is prudent to refrain from judgment. Chapter 67. I suspect a CPU malfunction, but I have no evidence. Naturally, Subai is unaware that this matter has already escalated online. He has merely posted a statement on his official website due to prior commitments. The selected date will be postponed by 1 day, though I feel somewhat apologetic towards those who were fortunate enough to be chosen. There is little I can do about it, is there? In the future, Churin will come to work, and at worst, she can take on a few more tasks. After posting this announcement, Subai went to rest. During this period of repose, the ramifications of the event were steadily magnifying. In a mere few hours, it reached a fervor of several 100,000. With tens of thousands of replies flooding in, the post continued to be shared extensively. At Shanghai University, on the training grounds, the Platinum Valkyrie unleashed its wings, radiant flames swirling in a golden glow. The golden flames illuminated the sky as the golden spear thrust forward incessantly, sending forth a barrage of fiery projectiles that raced toward the Winter Swordmaster. Just as it was about to strike, the Swordmaster's azure eyes blazed with intensity, and with a swift sidestep, he evaded the onslaught of spearlight. Grasping his broadsword firmly, he bent slightly, the roar of engines resonating, with a powerful swing of his right hand. He unleashed an icy blue sword aura that sliced through the air, trailing a misty white vapor, as droplets of water crystallized into ice and fell. The ice particles, upon contact with the golden flames, evaporated instantaneously. Bang! Steam billowed forth, enveloping the vast training ground, as if one were transported to an ethereal realm. Whoosh! The Platinum Valkyrie flickered, her particle accelerator igniting in full force, reaching the Winter Swordmaster in an instant. Inside, Xiao Mingyan smirked, confidence surging within her. Raising the golden spear high, she lunged downward toward the Winter Swordmaster, the spear soaring like a dragon. Capitalizing on the momentum of her instantaneous movement, she aimed to catch him off guard. Just as the golden spear was about to make contact with the Winter Swordmaster, he leaned back slightly, striving to elongate the distance between them. A resonant hum of the sword echoed. At this moment, Xiao Mingyan's complete attention was fixated on the Winter Swordmaster, utterly oblivious to the sword energy surging behind her. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the wings of the Platinum Valkyrie crystallized in an instant, enveloped by the essence of winter. The outcome was clear. The victor was the pilot of the Winter Swordmaster, Zhao Mingyue. As the battle concluded, both parties emerged from their mechas. Zhao Mingyue approached Xiao Mingyan, slightly raising her chin and stating, "Now the record stands at 110 matches, with 26 victories, 58 draws, and 26 defeats." Xiao Mingyan, feeling a twinge of indignation, clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "What a disgrace! What sort of filth is this? Whose sword energy can even curve?" It was indeed frustrating to have lost this time. Victory had seemed assured, tantalizingly close. Zhao Mingyue, hearing her words, merely scoffed. "Ha! Little one, your strategy was clean. Creating a visual blind spot before utilizing a sudden dash to ambush me from behind." The moment Xiao Mingyan executed her dash, Zhao Mingyue was taken aback. However, it also clarified why her initial attack had missed its mark. This must be her unique specialty. The two stood at odds, neither willing to concede, until they simultaneously snorted in disdain, turning their heads away in unison. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyan's phone rang. Her assistant exclaimed, "Sister Yin Yin, something terrible has happened. Our star network has been exposed. The live stream has been flooded." Xiao Mingyan was taken aback. "What? Ever since I advertised for Subai's interstellar repair shop, I have hardly streamed, focusing solely on my training. Could it be that the fans, having not seen me for so long, could no longer contain themselves? That shouldn't be the case. This isn't the first time." Indeed, Xiao Mingyan's live broadcast can be likened to fishing for 3 days and then mending the net for 30. It is quite common for her to refrain from broadcasting for an entire month. Initially, her fans expressed their dissatisfaction, yet they eventually grew accustomed to it. After all, Xiao Mingyan's primary identity is that of a student at Shanghai University, where she holds the prestigious position of class leader, thus prioritizing her academic pursuits. After pondering for an extended period without uncovering the issue, Xiao Mingyan directly inquired of her assistant. She appeared almost divine. What is the situation? Aren't our fans typically quite laid back? The assistant replied, it's not about the fans. Sister Yin, didn't you promote that interstellar repair shop last time? There seems to be an issue with the interstellar repair shop. This revelation left Xiaoming Yin even more bewildered. An issue with the interstellar repair shop? How could there be a problem with Su Bai's skills? Hadn't she witnessed the remarkable enhancement of the aircraft's capabilities post-reinforcement? The assistant then proceeded to inform her of the gambling incident involving Su Bai and Chu Ran. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Xiao Mingyan stealthily cast a glance at Zhao Mingwei. The last time you covertly undertook such a significant matter at Boss Su's place, it seems the tables have turned. And now it is my turn. Fortune ebbs and flows. This is not something I deliberately concealed from you. At that moment, Zhao Mingwei fortuitously met Xiao Mingyan's gaze, offering a warm smile. Little one, do you harbor some unconfessed secret? Why are you so suspiciously watchful of me? Xiao Mingyan, flustered, waved her hands in denial. No, how could I possibly keep anything from you? We are childhood friends and allies. I could never hide anything from you. Could I? Zhao Mingwei, spare me the pleasantries. If you were not harboring guilt, would you be so courteous? Speak frankly, with a keen insight. Zhao Mingwei discerned Xiao Mingyan's ulterior motives. Her overly polite demeanor hinted at something amiss. Approaching Xiao Mingyan stealthily, she whispered, if you refuse to divulge the truth, I shall. Xiao Mingyan felt a shiver at the intimate whisper brushing against her ear, compelling her to reluctantly reveal the matter to Zhao Mingwei. Oh, so it is true. Chu Ren has crossed swords with Boss Su. Satisfied with the revelation, Zhao Mingwei stroked her chin thoughtfully. This young lady seems untouched by the harsh realities of life, so blissfully unaware of her own limitations. Does she truly believe she can question Boss Su's mechanical prowess? Come, let us observe the situation tomorrow, lest she refuses to accept defeat. Xiao Mingyan sighed. It was supposed to be a solo endeavor for me. I must learn to appear more nonchalant next time. Frustration bubbled within her. After all, she was Xiao Mingyan, a celebrated figure adored by many. Yet, look at the disdainful attitude of Su Bai. It utterly reduced her, this idol cherished by thousands, to a mere affectionate admirer. She questioned her own capabilities, though lacking any tangible proof. It left her feeling utterly disheartened. Chapter 68, A Total Ban on Su Bai? The following morning, at the Mechanical Engineering Research Society in Yundu, an elderly gentleman with graying hair leisurely sipped tea in his office. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, prompting his displeasure. He set down his teacup and resumed a poised posture. Enter. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed as an ordinary-looking young man, with an anxious expression, shouted, President, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, the old man's forehead creased with fury. I am perfectly fine. Shiming, realizing his blunder, quickly corrected himself. No. That is not what I meant. What I meant to say is that something has happened to President Chu. Upon hearing the name Chu Ran, Qian Yu abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with a menacing intensity. Who dares to harm Chu Ran? They must be courting death. Chu Ran was indeed the pride of their Nanjing Mechanical Engineer Research Society, a prodigious talent renowned throughout Huaxia and even the Blue Star. He treated her with utmost reverence, fearing that she might shatter like glass. How could anyone dare to lay a hand on her? It was akin to using a soft blade to sever a head. Utterly oblivious to the consequences, gulping nervously at the elder's imposing presence, Shiming felt the weight of his authority. The man was not only the president of the Nanjing Mechanical Engineer Research Society, but also a five-star engineer with countless disciples. If he were to unleash his wrath, chaos would ensue throughout the mechanical engineering realm. Moreover, despite lacking formidable personal strength and the ability to pilot mechs, his mere word would command respect from even the Starfall mech engineers. Oh, is that all? Why the fuss? Qian Yu shot him a cold glance, pondering whether Shiming was simply too idle. Was it not a common occurrence for engineers to compete in their craft? Moreover, Chu Ran is still in the prime of youth, a time when seeking sparring partners is commonplace. However, this occasion is rather different. Shi Ming was aware that he had been misunderstood by Qian Yu, and he hurriedly clarified. This time, she has even made a wager. If she loses, she must work for the opponent at their repair shop for 10 years. What? Upon hearing this, Qian Yu, who was about to take a seat, abruptly stood up again, his white beard fluttering with the force of his breath. Has the situation turned against him? And is it his own establishment at stake? Come, enlighten me. Qian Yu's interest was piqued. He was eager to discover which audacious individual dared to encroach upon his territory. "President, look here," the young man said as he retrieved his phone, showing Qian Yu the message from Chu Ran. "Subai? An interstellar repair shop? When did Yunhai acquire such an establishment?" After perusing the message, Qian Yu's expression grew peculiar. He had never heard of the interstellar repair shop, nor was he familiar with the name Subai. Logically, he should know all the renowned star-level repair masters in Nanjiang. Was this an attempt to leverage Chu Ran's popularity to elevate his own repair shop? Given his age, Qian Yu seldom engaged with his phone or the internet, a fact Ming was well aware of. He promptly handed over a video featuring Subai at the interstellar repair shop. Initially, upon seeing Subai performing a 10-thread operation in the video, Qian Yu raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised. Yet, his expression soon darkened, revealing displeasure. This is merely a trick to deceive. It was evident that he had noticed Subai's right hand was not on the central control during the operation. One-handed manipulation with 10 threads? Quite impossible. This was likely some sort of synthesized video. Instantly, his interest waned. This fellow was merely engaging in flashy and deceitful antics. The reputation of us mechanics has been tarnished by such scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Ming did not inquire further and promptly complied. A few minutes later, under Ming's guidance, Chu Ran arrived at Qian Yu's office. "Teacher, you summoned me?" Chu Ran inquired, somewhat perplexed, unsure of her instructor's intentions so early in the morning. After all, she still had to confront Subai at Yunhai, and any delay would be detrimental. "I heard you are to compete with someone in mechanical repair skills today?" Qian Yu gazed at Chu Ran with a broad smile, the creases on his face forming a cluster. Chu Ran's heart sank. Her teacher, who seldom ventured online, how did he come to know? She shot a glare at Ming, who immediately averted his gaze. "Don't look at me. I know nothing." Chu Ran thought, "The case is solved. It was you who leaked the information." Meanwhile, she contemplated how to persuade her teacher. "All right, you needn't feign ignorance. This time, I shall accompany you." Qian Yu, observing Chu Ran's evasive demeanor, could easily discern her thoughts. "Teacher, you want to accompany me?" "President, you intend to go to Yunhai?" At this moment, not only was Chu Ran puzzled, but even Ming found himself at a loss. According to his expectations, once he informed the president of this matter, the latter would most likely intervene to prevent this farce. Surely, they could not allow that so-called interstellar repair shop to gain an unwarranted advantage. Now, Qian Yu is actually going to personally attend? Isn't this merely amplifying the other's notoriety? This is precisely what Chu Ran had in mind. She was already somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect of this contest. Now, with her teacher accompanying her, isn't the attention even greater? If Subai were to learn of this, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear. If I do not attend, who shall serve as your judge?" Qian Yu cast a cold glance at the two, his tone laced with a sense of impending doom. If he were to bribe a few individuals to act as your judges and declare you the loser, would you not be compelled to labor for him for a decade? At that moment, Qian Yu's impression of Subai had sunk to an all-time low. The fact that he would resort to deceit for the sake of notoriety and concoct a fabricated video was deplorable. Although Chu Ran possessed extraordinary mechanical aptitude and would normally never lose to him, her lack of worldly experience made her susceptible to deception, resulting in her unwarranted suffering. Understanding dawned upon Ming, who, being a few years older than Chu Ran, quickly grasped Qian Yu's intention. The president is determined to ensure that Subai is utterly incapacitated. Very well, this matter is settled. The time you agreed upon is in the afternoon, and we must take our leave. Qian Yu's resolution was firm. His purpose for attending, as Ming had articulated, was indeed to render Subai powerless. Future endeavors would be pursued anew. However, his presence would alter the dynamics of the situation. As the president of the South River Mechanical Engineering Society, it was evident that the mechanical engineers or mecha engineers in South River would have to show him some respect. A mechanical engineer deemed by him as lacking potential, regardless of their fame, could not stir up a tempest in South River. As for Subai winning, that thought had never crossed his mind. If one possesses genuine skill, why resort to fabricating deceptive videos to mislead others? Chapter 69. Is this for real? Seeking external assistance? As Chu Ran and the others set off, Subai had only just risen from his slumber. Stretching lazily, he prepared to open the door. The timing seemed just right. He did not expect the task to be completed so swiftly. A slight smirk crept across Subai's face, feeling fortunate in recent days. However, as he swung the door open, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The training ground had inexplicably become overcrowded with a throng of people. "Subai?" Did I not say we would not be receiving visitors today? Moreover, has it not all transitioned to a lottery system? Judging by the crowd, there seems to be even more people than before. The moment Subai emerged, the crowd outside erupted in a clamor. Oh, Boss Su has come out. Haha. Look at Boss Su's appearance. Even just awakened, he retains his charm. Ah, I am utterly captivated. How can Boss Su look so adorable? Haha, he must be bewildered, seeing so many of us upon his exit. This must be the consequence of his guilty conscience for abandoning us. Such a look surely indicates remorse. Did you abandon us? I was the one who got left behind. It took me ages to win the lottery. Sob, sob, sob. Boss Su. We are not here for repairs this time. Did you not have a wager with Chu Ran? We are here to enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing these remarks, Subai's expression darkened. What on earth does adorable even mean? I, a proud man standing 7 feet tall, cannot fathom being labeled as cute. As for the mention of pigeons, did I not promise to elaborate later? How petty. Fortunately, they eventually revealed their true intentions. Yet this left Subai somewhat perplexed. How did you come to know about my duel with Chu Ran? Subai gazed quizzically at the few individuals at the forefront. He had never divulged the details of the duel. He merely sought a job, with no intention of making it common knowledge. Chu Ran mentioned it. Boss Su. You've kept it from us quite well. Indeed, your lips are sealed too tightly. We are all on the same team. Couldn't you have given us a heads up? Tight-lipped? Are we? I'd love to test that. It seems I have inadvertently stumbled into a rather peculiar situation. You can check Chu Ran's Star Network. She has made it public. Exactly. Her fans even accuse Boss Su of riding on her coattails. The matter was clearly announced by Chu Ran. What does it have to do with Boss Su? Our Boss Su possesses genuine skill. He has no need to seek the limelight. While I concede that Chu Ran is an exceptional mechanic, she pales in comparison to Boss Su. Subai chose to ignore some of the bizarre comments. Has Chu Ran lost her senses? He had intended to spare her any embarrassment. After all, she would soon be one of his employees, and as the employer, he naturally wished to consider his staff's feelings. Yet here she was, intent on escalating the matter. Alas, what can be done? However, with so many of you, my shop simply cannot accommodate everyone. Subai resigned himself to their presence, yet the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Even if his repair shop were 10 times larger, it would still be insufficient. Were they to simply wait around? There is no need for you to worry. I will handle it when the time comes and will broadcast it live. A melodious voice emerged from the crowd as Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingwei gracefully stepped forward. The crowd, displaying a remarkable sense of harmony, parted to create a pathway for them. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Mingyan approached Subai and said, Hey, Boss Su. Long time no see. Have you missed me? I certainly have. She playfully gestured a flying kiss. Bang. Zhao Mingwei, unable to bear it any longer, delivered a light-hearted punch to her head and chided, Stop being silly and speak properly. Apologies, Boss Su. We came after seeing Chu Ran's post. I hope you don't mind. Zhao Mingwei said, pressing down on Xiao Mingyan's flailing arms while casting an apologetic glance at Subai. Subai replied, It's fine. If anything, you've been a great help. With Xiao Mingyan assisting with the broadcast, the trip for these people would not be in vain. However, wait. They could also watch from home. Hey, Boss Su, aren't I considerate? Now, about that discount. Xiao Mingyan finally wriggled free from Zhao Mingyue's grasp and leaned closer to Subai, directly broaching the topic of discounts. Oh, that's out of the question. Subai promptly declined without a second thought. As I've mentioned, this is a matter of principle. Xiao Mingyan was momentarily speechless, realizing the truth indeed. It was Boss Su's stubbornness. Unfortunately, this fellow was impervious to reason. The crowd, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback, and many blinked in surprise, whispering among themselves. Is there something more between Boss Su and Xiao Mingyan? How scandalous. I wondered why Xiao Mingyan inexplicably promoted someone. It turned out to be her own kin. Alas, if it were Boss Su, I would willingly withdraw. But come now, it is not Boss Su, nor is it your turn. There are quite a number of Xiao Mingyan's admirers present, for many initially came after watching her advertisements. Subsequently, they were captivated by Subai's craftsmanship. Although most have only observed from afar without first-hand experience, this does not diminish their trust in Subai. They are all from Yuhai. And with such a remarkable mechanic emerging from their midst, they naturally offer their unconditional support. Furthermore, he is the one who saved their lives. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is immeasurable. Yet, for a mere competition, so many have gathered, and still, one claims they are not seeking attention. At that moment, a clear voice resonated through the crowd. Upon seeing such a multitude outside the interstellar repair shop, Chu Ran felt exceedingly distressed. She never anticipated that Su Bai would go to such lengths for publicity. How much money would it take to gather these people? Little did she know. She was the sole one to announce the wager from beginning to end. Lin Yu and Shi Ming, walking ahead, also expressed their discontent. President, I said we shouldn't have come. Look, this is simply giving him free advertising. Shi Ming whispered to Lin Yu, still hesitant to agree with his decision. They should have simply backed out, allowing Su Bai to spend his money in vain. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lin Yu cast a cool glance at Shi Ming. Shi Ming immediately placed his right hand over his mouth, mimicking a zipping motion. He indeed had become somewhat arrogant, daring to question the decision of this esteemed individual. As the crowd noticed Chu Ran's arrival, they promptly cleared a path. However, many were left puzzled upon seeing Shi Ming and Lin Yu. Who were these individuals? Could they possibly be helpers summoned by Chu Ran? Was he truly so apprehensive about his own capabilities that he sought external assistance? Surely not. After all, he was a one-star machine technician. They were merely ordinary people. And even if there were mecha engineers among them, they were merely fledgling students newly initiated into the realm of ground mecha engineering, thus unfamiliar with Lin Yu. In Chapter 70, who is this old man? Is he vouching for Boss Su? Yet their ignorance did not imply that others were equally unaware. As the trio approached Su Bai, Zhao Mengwei and Xiao Mengyan both bowed to Lin Yu, addressing him respectfully as Elder Qian. Their hearts were tumultuous. They had not anticipated that a mere gamble among the younger generation would summon such a prominent figure. What exactly was Chu Ran plotting? Lin Yu cast a glance at the two, equally perplexed. Xiao girl, what brings you here? As the president of the South River Machine Repair Association, he was well acquainted with Zhao Tianming, and he had also met Xiao Mingyan's father. Thus, he had seen the two before. However, he did not comprehend their presence here. Were they friends of this young man? As Lin Yu approached, he scrutinized Su Bai, acknowledging the latter's impressive appearance. Notably, Su Bai exhibited no signs of nervousness upon their arrival. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I am Xiao Mingyan, responsible for the live broadcast, she stated, waving her phone. Have you also become involved in this matter? Lin Yu's brow furrowed. The identities of these two were anything but ordinary. If they were indeed friends with Su Bai, it was possible that he possessed considerable talent. Others may develop a fondness for someone due to their appearance. Yet despite their youth, the two young girls possess considerable insight. This contest between Su Bai and Chu Ran is merely a spectacle for us to witness. Zhao Mingyue chuckled softly, clearly unaware of the intentions behind the other party's actions, but it was evident they were there to support Chu Ran. However, this is a matter between the two of them. Surely, Elder Qian would not intervene. She did not believe that Su Bai would be defeated by Chu Ran. But if Lin Yu attempted to renege on an agreement later, she would not accept it. At worst, she would inform her father. Even though Lin Yu is a 5-star mechanic, in Zhao Mingyue's eyes, Su Bai's mechanical prowess was by no means inferior. At the very least, Lin Yu could not possibly enhance his Winter Sword Master to such an extent. Indeed, Elder Qian would not interfere in the contest of the youth, for such rumors would not be well received. Xiao Mingyan also expressed her stance. They believed in Su Bai and would not allow him to be unjustly bullied. Lin Yu thought to himself, why do these two girls regard me as the villain? Am I really the type to exert pressure through authority? Certainly not. I am here to serve as the judge. A contest among the young is perfectly acceptable, but should anyone resort to deceit, I will not show leniency. Lin Yu's tone was light, yet his words carried weight. While speaking, he cast a casual glance at Su Bai, then shifted his tone. However, if this young friend truly possesses skill, Lin Yu, would willingly endorse him. This is also his principle. If Su Bai were to rely on deception to attract attention and tarnish the reputation of mechanics, he would certainly not be forgiving. If Su Bai truly possesses the ability to triumph over Chu Ran, he is willing to vouch for him, even in the event of defeat. He would not overly pursue the matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan were somewhat astonished. This was Lin Yu, a highly esteemed elder in the field of interstellar machinery in Nanjiang. With his endorsement, the interstellar repair shop would undoubtedly thrive in Nanjiang. Indeed, Lin Yu did not come to fabricate anything for Chu Ran. After all, given Elder Qian's esteemed reputation, there would be no need for deceit on his part. I apologize, Elder Qian, for any offense, Zhao Mingyue said, clasping her hands and bowing respectfully before stepping aside. In her eagerness to protect Su Bai, she had indeed overstepped. As he was, after all, regarded as an elder, and her tone had been somewhat disrespectful. Xiao Mingyan also placed her hands together in front of her chest. smiling as she offered her apologies. Misunderstandings are simply misunderstandings. Now, they were completely reassured. If it came to comparing mechanical skills, not even Tenshu Ran's could match Subai. Indeed, such confidence. Subai. After the dialogue among the three, Subai finally recognized the somewhat familiar old man. Qianyu was endorsing him? Wouldn't tea that keep him exceedingly busy? Oh, wait, he would have employees in the future. For any matters, he could just consult the staff, and for anything else, from this day forth, unless it was a custom order, he would rely on the staff. However, Qian Yu's words sparked considerable discontent among many. Who is this old man? What audacity to claim he would endorse Boss Su? Does Boss Su even require his endorsement? I don't know, but I don't recognize him, so he likely isn't a significant figure. Indeed, we are acquainted with notable figures such as Captain Sun, General Zhao, and even Captain Zhang Lei. This old fellow's rank is likely inferior to that of Captain Zhang Lei. As for endorsements, they are better left unrequested. Qian Yu's wrinkled fist clenched silently. You ignorant children, what does Captain Zhang Lei matter? That mere triviality dares to provoke? As for Sun Yu and Zhao Tianming, it is only natural that they are well known due to their positions as fleet commanders. Just as Qian Yu subtly signaled to Shi Ming, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Qian Yu. He is the president of the Nanjing Mechanical Engineering Research Society. This man is a significant figure in our Nanjing mechanical community. It is surprising to find him here. Qian Yu. Good lad, you are quite impressive. Oh, is this old man renowned? Indeed, quite well known. I just looked it up, and he seems to be a master in our Nanjing mechanical field. Then his endorsement for Boss Su does carry some weight. No, the draw is already challenging enough. If it becomes more popular, when will we draw? Haha, can you even draw now? Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Qian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Primarily, it appeared that these individuals were not invited by Subai. Moreover, what was this business about a draw? Were they complaining about its difficulty? Could it be that he had indeed misjudged the situation? Gradually, an expression of anticipation emerged in Qian Yu's eyes, eager to witness the surprises that Subai might unveil. After the clamor subsided, Charon was somewhat taken aback by her teacher's decision. To endorse him? Oh, no. The prerequisite is that he must first triumph over me. Such a possibility is utterly non-existent. She is proud, and indeed she possesses the merit of pride, having always been the exemplary child of others. Moreover, she shattered the record for the youngest one-star mechanic in Huaxia, elevating the age benchmark by 6 years. The previous record holder was a successful breakthrough at the age of 26. This remarkable achievement left her somewhat lost in the halo of honor. Wherever she went, she was met with accolades. Initially, upon witnessing Su Bai's 10-thread operation, she approached it with a learning mindset, astonished that someone of her age could accomplish such a feat. However, upon closer examination, her enthusiasm waned significantly. Not only was it impossible to discern the mechanical skills Su Bai employed in the video, but even the 10-thread operation appeared somewhat absurd. This provoked her ire, leading her to accept the challenge against Su Bai. Chapter 71. Qian Yu. Is such diligence truly possible? Have I misjudged? Charon took a deep breath, casting aside distracting thoughts. Regardless, this time she must not lose the wager. Otherwise, would she truly be condemned to work for him for a decade without compensation? Enough of the idle chatter. Let us begin. Charon fixed her gaze upon Su Bai, her eyes ablaze with the fires of competition. Very well. Su Bai regarded Charon indifferently, her expression unwavering. For Charon, this was a contest. For Su Bai, it was merely an interview. Should Charon's skills prove inadequate, then upon signing the contract and completing the task, she would merely be relegated to a menial position. If she performed satisfactorily, then Su Bai would assign her a slew of straightforward orders. Perfect. Soon, Xiao Mengyin and the two women, along with Qian Yu, followed Su Bai into the interstellar repair shop. Even Qian Yu was somewhat taken aback upon witnessing the equipment and decor within the shop. Not only was the exterior adorned with vibranium, but the interior also utilized such luxurious materials. Quite extravagant indeed. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a nearby storage bed, causing him to pause in astonishment. This young man actually resides and sleeps within the repair shop? Such dedication suggests he is not one to feign effort. It seems my judgment was hasty. While he remained uncertain whether Su Bai truly possessed the skills of a star-level repair master, his attitude was undeniably convincing. That video it likely was fabricated? At the very least, it shouldn't have been a deception on his part. Qian Yu's gaze towards Su Bai now carried a hint of regret. Had he not come in person, he might have made a decision he would later lament upon learning the truth. Now, even if Subai were to lose, he had dismissed the idea of blacklisting him, and was even contemplating whether to persuade Chu Ran to forfeit the wager. As Qian Yu pondered this, Subai spoke casually, "How shall we compete?" His nonchalant demeanor gave the impression that the matter was of little concern to him, leaving Shi Ming momentarily stunned. This was a wager that could determine the fate of his repair shop, yet Subai appeared remarkably at ease. Chu Ran stepped forward, about to say something, when Qian Yu's voice came from behind him. "Since this is a contest of repair skills, let us begin with the most fundamental test of perception. Conveniently, I have two small items here. You both may observe them simultaneously and express the issues you discern. What do you think, young brother?" Qian Yu turned his gaze towards Subai, having developed a newfound perspective on him, which sparked a sense of curiosity. He yearned to discern the true caliber of Subai's mechanical skills. Rest assured, this object was recently acquired, and Chu Ran had not encountered it beforehand. To alleviate any concerns that Subai might perceive favoritism towards Chu Ran, Qian Yu offered a direct explanation. After all, there were still others awaiting the live broadcast. Noticing Subai's attention directed at her, Xiao Mingyan raised her right hand in a wave while her left hand held her phone, capturing the unfolding scene. At that moment, her live stream boasted an audience of over 1 million viewers. In addition to the spectators outside, many had joined the stream out of curiosity due to its sudden popularity. "Isn't that little Yinzi finally remembered she has a streaming job? Yinjie? Sister Pai, you're the real sister in this stream. At last. We've been waiting for you to go live. Can we please address the habit of streaming for 3 days and slacking off for 30? Look at the lady next door. She doesn't sleep at all. Her focus is on companionship. Wait, where's little Yinzi? Who is that handsome guy in front? Oh my. Quickly spread the word. Little Yinzi has made an announcement." "What? Little Yinzi is getting married? Spread it fast." "What? Little Yinzi is having a baby? I cannot accept this." Observing the rampant speculation among her audience, Xiao Mingyan felt quite helpless yet refrained from showing her face, merely commenting, "Ahem. You lot of little trolls, enough already. Today's star is not me. It is those two across from me. You should express your gratitude. For you are about to witness a showdown between master mechanics of the highest caliber. However, there is no need for tickets. Of course, if my dear brothers wish to show some support, they are welcome to do so." The rise of Xiao Mingyan as an online sensation is undoubtedly attributed to her vivacious personality and her distinctive streaming style. Despite being a beauty who could easily be counted among the most attractive, she chooses to embrace the persona of a comedic entertainer. This interaction proves to be quite effective, as the gifs in the live stream surge dramatically. Yin Z, at 1.5 meters, sends a colossal starship. "I am the comedic Yin, sending 10 long-range aircraft. If you don't send coins, just your company is enough, sending a small star." The live stream is alive with excitement. Inside the repair shop, Subai and Chu Ran have already entered the maintenance area. This time, Subai has left the glass window of the live stream open, allowing the audience outside to witness the inner workings of the shop. The equipment within the maintenance area is visible to the viewers, and many knowledgeable spectators are quick to express their admiration. This boss truly is wealth. He uses only the finest equipment. Where is this repair shop located? I've never seen anything like it in Nanzhou. Sigh, the repair shop at my doorstep suddenly pales in comparison. In my capital, I must say that the equipment at our repair shops is not nearly as impressive. Seeing that both participants are prepared, Qian Yu retrieves 2 metallic pieces resembling the skeletal structures of mesh from the star ring and hands them to Shi Ming for distribution. "Your first challenge," Qian Yu states calmly, "is to identify which of the 4 fundamental types of mech skeletons these belong to, and to articulate what issues they may possess." Upon receiving the metallic pieces, the 2 competitors await further instruction. Time is limited to 10 minutes. Since this is a competition, there must naturally be a time constraint. It is impossible for him to allow the 2 participants to observe indefinitely. They must articulate the information they perceive within the span of 10 minutes. This challenge represents the fundamental requirement for a mech technician. If one cannot swiftly identify the issues with a mech, how can repairs be rendered? Once Shi Ming handed over the metal piece to the 2 individuals, the timer officially commenced. Chu Ran gazed at the metal fragment before her, her previous calm demeanor dissipating as her brow furrowed. This piece of metal was rather peculiar. She could discern from its material that it was a skeletal structure of an earth mech. Generally, the skeletal components of armed and strength-oriented earth mechs differ in size depending on their specific parts, typically ranging from 1 to 1.2 meters in diameter, while those of speed and balance types generally measure between 0.5 and 0.6 7 meters. However, the piece before her measured approximately 0.85 meters, placing it precisely between the two categories. Compared to the speed and balance types, it was excessively large, yet it fell short of the requirements for armed and strength types. Just as she was deep in thought, Subai in another repair room had already articulated his conclusion. This piece belongs to a speed-type mech. Based on my assessment, it has likely experienced thermal expansion followed by rapid contraction, resulting in a transformation of its internal structure. With Subai's words resonating through the room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes, including Chu Rance, turned toward Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was far from composed. His gaze, filled with astonishment, was fixed on Subai. How did you identify the issue with this skeleton in such a brief period? Upon entering the interstellar repair shop, he sensed that Subai was not the type to engage in deception. The individual must possess some genuine skill. However, the speed at which he arrived at his conclusion was astonishing. It is worth noting that even when he first acquired those two skeletal fragments, he took a full minute to deduce the results. Yet Subai, a mere 10 seconds? What caliber of perception is this? As Lin Yu's words echoed in the air, it became evident to everyone that Subai was indeed correct. Nevertheless, from Lin Yu's tone, it was clear that Subai's conclusion had come too swiftly. As the gazes in the room converged upon Subai, the live broadcast equally focused on him. It was simple. A quick evaluation would reveal the truth. Subai raised his hands in a gesture of openness. This should be the most fundamental form of bronze gold. Yet its weight differed significantly from the usual bronze gold, leading to the conclusion that its internal structure had been compromised due to thermal expansion and contraction. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu experienced a moment of enlightenment. He had not physically examined it himself. Yet this only served to underscore that Subai was not only exceptionally perceptive but also remarkably adaptable. As he looked at Subai, his expectations grew. In the first round, Subai triumphed. First blood. She had not even taken the time to meticulously discern the metal's composition as bronze gold before the answer had been articulated by him. For the first time, her confidence wavered. Was the disparity truly this vast? Thankfully, this was merely the first round. Chu Ren mustered her resolve. It was all right. There would be another opportunity. At this moment, she would no longer utter words branding Subai as a fraud, for that would be an affront to her own dignity. To be outmatched by a mere deceiver was too much for her to bear, especially when she prided herself as the youngest first-star mechanic. I am uncertain of the strength, but I can certainly attest to the swiftness. However, I wonder if he excels in other aspects as well, a mischievous grin adorning my face. Outside, the cheers resound exuberantly. I have always known that Boss Su is unparalleled. Look at how terrified that old man appears. Yet, something feels amiss. I cannot shake the feeling that the old man's gaze towards Boss Su is somewhat peculiar. How to describe it? Perhaps it is a hint of covetousness? Ah. Let us not dwell on that. The imagery is too beautiful for me to contemplate. As the first contest concludes, Lin Yu gazes at the two. Focusing primarily on Subai, for the second round, we shall measure concentration. In my hands are two sets of basic electronic gun components. You are required to assemble them amidst external distractions, with a time limit of 1 hour. For the second contest, Lin Yu has decided to increase the intensity. He deliberately turns to Zhao Mengyan and Zhao Mengyue, saying, Zhao, Mengyan, your assistance is needed for this challenge. You will enter the maintenance room and pilot the mechas, maximizing their power. As mechanics, they all harbor a fondness for mechas, and maintaining focus in the presence of something they adore is an essential quality of a mechanic. Zhao Mengyue and Zhao Mengyan nod in agreement. No problem. Zhao Mengyan quickly sets up her phone on a stand, positioning it where she can view both sides. At the airfield, I'm heading over to Boss Su's side. Taking the initiative, Zhao Mengyan places her phone and dashes towards the first maintenance room where Subai is located. Zhao Mengyue, caught off guard by her unexpected move, finds herself heading to the maintenance room where Chu Ran is stationed. Upon entering the repair chamber, the two individuals touch the star ring, and the Platinum Valkyrian Winter Swordmaster made a stunning appearance. The audience in the live broadcast was left speechless, and even Lin Yu was momentarily captivated upon witnessing the two mechs, such exquisite sky mechs, crafted from materials that surely surpassed the standard level. However, when the engines of the two mechs roared to life, Lin Yu was utterly astounded. What is this? The core power source is unusual. A sky mech could not possibly possess such formidable power. As a 5-star mech technician, Lin Yu deduced the core power source after hearing the engines roar. But this revelation left him utterly unsettled. Which esteemed individual would equip a sky mech with a Mangzhong power source? This was his first encounter with the mechs of these two individuals, and he remained unaware that they had been enhanced by Su Bai. He assumed they were merely the trump cards prepared by Zhao Tianming and the Xiao family. While Qianyu marveled, Chu Ran became completely entranced. The ice-blue body of the Winter Swordmaster and its lifelike snowflake patterns captivated her immensely. Lacking the talent of a mech technician was her greatest regret in life. She adored mechs and the art of mech repair, but the inability to pilot a mech of her own creation was a sorrow every technician inevitably faced. It was as though a celestial constraint bound those gifted in mech repair, as they often could not cultivate stellar energy but could only enhance their theoretical knowledge. How beautiful. I wonder which master crafted this? Chu Ran gazed at the Winter Swordmaster and posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Zhao Mingyue did not conceal the truth from her. A voice laced with mechanical sounds emerged from the Winter Swordmaster. Chu Ran was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place, her eyes seemingly devoid of light. Zhao, you mean this mech was crafted by Su Bai? Qianyu leapt to his feet, his tone inexplicably fervent. He had assumed it was the work of a master, only to find that it was the young man before him. How could someone apply the principles of Mangzhong to a sky mech? What level of mechanical mastery had the other attained? Of course, the original form is the Ice Swordmaster, which Su Bai helped me enhance into the current Winter Swordmaster. The latter nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, my Platinum Valkyrie was also upgraded from Golden Valkyrie by Su Bai, added Xiao Mingyan from another repair room. Thud. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran collapsed to the ground. Her pride and confidence shattered in an instant, her gaze vacant as she murmured, I actually provoked a master? Until then, she had comforted herself with the notion that perhaps Su Bai's vision was simply sharp. However, upon discovering that these two mechs originated from his hands, she realized just how limited her perspective had been. What significance did this competition hold anymore? Not only she, but Qianyu too was rendered speechless upon learning that these two mechs had been enhanced from Ice Swordmaster and Golden Valkyrie. For a moment, he found himself questioning whether he was indeed a genuine 5-star mechanic. The ability to enhance an ordinary sky mech to such an extent surely belonged to the realm of 6 stars and above. Su Bai? 6 stars? Am I insane? Or has the world gone mad? Chapter 73. I still prefer your previous unrestrained appearance. Amidst their astonishment, Su Bai had already completed the assembly of the electronic gun. He turned his gaze towards the bewildered Qianyu and the despondent Chu Ran, who had collapsed in despair on the ground. Su Bai, what on earth has transpired? Wasn't it stated that the assembly of the firearm was to be accomplished under conditions of interference? Why is she kneeling? What is that expression? It resembles someone who has just won the lottery only to accidentally ruin the ticket by washing it with their clothes. Thinking they have secured a beautiful love only to discover they are the third party, or anticipating readers' admiration only to receive no 5-star reviews at all. Ladies and gentlemen? Su Bai tentatively inquired, drawing the crowd from their state of shock. Qianyu promptly made his way to the first repair station, not even casting a glance at the electronic gun in Su Bai's hands, and bowed to him. I apologize, we have overstepped our bounds this time. Master Su's expertise far surpasses our imagination. There is no need for this contest to continue. On behalf of my misguided disciple, I extend my apologies and concede defeat. Upon witnessing Qianyu's direct apology to Su Bai, Shiming hastily followed suit. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Su. I foolishly judged your intentions through a narrow lens, underestimating your capabilities. It's laughable that I presumed you were merely seeking attention by challenging Chu Ran. There is nothing more compelling than the ability to enhance two mechs to such a degree. Even if one could discern the peculiarities of the metallic skeleton within a mere 10 seconds, and now, in less than a minute, the electronic gun has been seamlessly assembled. For a master capable of such mech enhancement, it is akin to a child's play. However, Su Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was the system that facilitated the enhancement, while the true measure of his abilities lay with the two individuals. Yet, that was only the present. Perhaps in the future, he might achieve such feats without the aid of the system. Qianyu, the president of the association, actually apologized publicly to Su Bai, asserting that he was inferior to him. Could this be an orchestrated act? Is that all? Refund, please. Orchestrated? But that is Qianyu, a luminary in the mechanical repair realm of Nanjiang. Would he truly tarnish his reputation to pave the way for a junior? Indeed. And look at Chu Ran, in what a state she is. If this is a performance, I would gladly bestow upon her the title of Best Actress. Heh. While the foolish continue to debate whether it is staged, the astute like myself are already en route to Yuhai. The individual is at the airport, about to take flight. Haha. To the brothers upstairs, you think you are on the 5th floor, but in reality, you are on the 1st. The interstellar repair shop requires a ticket for service. Surprised? Astonished? It is still possible to change your reservation, by the way. I checked. And the number of people waiting for tickets has already reached 100,000. Best of luck. The shock brought by the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordmaster was far less than that of Lin Yu bowing his head, for the identities of the individuals were apparent. And the two mechas, though undeniably impressive, remained obscured behind a light screen, rendering their true intricacies elusive. Don't come over. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had harbored concerns that the other party might harbor resentment and immediately chastised the dazed Chu Ren seated on the ground. This was a master mechanic, a realm he had yet to reach. How audacious of him to wish to endorse Subai. It was a clear overestimation of his own capabilities. As for Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue lying, that was utterly implausible. Their statuses precluded any need for deceit in front of everyone. With her head bowed, she approached Subai, hesitant to meet his gaze. The recollection of her previous words made her wish for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. How could she have questioned a master of mecha? To think she had even dared to challenge him? Her toes clenched the ground in sheer embarrassment, as if she could excavate a 3-room apartment from the awkwardness. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke in a timid whisper. Su. Master. I apologize. I have overstepped. As she said this, she dared to glance at Subai's expression, only to find him gazing at her with a profound meaning. Chu Ren quickly lowered her head again, resembling a defeated mouse. Subai remarked, What is this? I preferred your earlier audacious demeanor. Do not forget our wager. He cast her a casual glance, speaking directly. What had started as a simple recruitment endeavor had spiraled into such complexity. Upon hearing his words, Chu Ren suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Subai in astonishment. Her eyes blinking rapidly, her face alight with delight. She initially believed that the other party was merely jesting, intending to impart the wisdom that there are greater heights beyond the known and individuals more capable than oneself. However, the reality was shocking. Was she truly expected to work? No. This was not mere labor. This was an extraordinary opportunity. To work alongside such a master would undoubtedly elevate her mechanical skills to unprecedented heights with time. Not only did Chu Ren harbor such thoughts, but even Lin Yu and Shi Ming were taken aback. Lin Yu was the first to regain composure. Patting Chu Ren on the back, Hurry and thank Master Su. At that moment, Chu Ren extricated herself from her excitement. Thank you, Master Su. Shi Ming gazed at Chu Ren with envy, lamenting her fortunate fate. Oh, how fortunate she is. I wish to learn from Master Su as well. Subai, bewildered, thought to himself, is this the first time someone is so elated to work for free? Clearing his throat, he casually dismissed the moment. Although he had yet to witness Chu Ren's skills, she was, after all, a level 1 mechanic, and he had fulfilled his task, hadn't he? With that, Subai retrieved a contract from behind him and handed it to Chu Ren. The document clearly stated a 10-year employment term with no salary. Chu Ren accepted the contract, signed it without a second thought, and returned it to Subai. Boss, please let me know when I can start working. Subai, taken aback, muttered, this. He scrutinized the contract repeatedly, confirming the absence of a salary. Why was she so eager? Laughing heartily, Lin Yu expressed his satisfaction as Chu Ren completed the contract, feeling genuinely pleased. I apologize for the disturbance, Boss Su. If you have some free time, I would like to invite you to our Mechanical Repair Society to engage in a discussion. I have numerous inquiries that I wish to seek your guidance on. Once the farce concluded, Lin Yu took his leave from Subai and extended an invitation for a future exchange of mechanical knowledge. Having said that, he departed with Shi Ming. After their exit, only Subai and his 3 companions remained in the interstellar repair shop. Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement as they regarded Chu Ren with a sense of impending dread. Previously, their focus had solely been on refuting the unjust accusations against Subai, and they had momentarily overlooked the stakes of the wager he had with Subai. What should they do now? They were to work together for the next decade. The proximity of their living arrangements, a male and a female alone together. The implications were unsettling. Chu Ren, do you have a place to stay? Shall we go look at some properties? With a warm demeanor, Xiao Mingyan approached Chu Ren, taking her hand without a second thought, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still live-streaming. What did I just witness? Xiao Yan, release your grip, let me take over. Haha, day after day, claiming to be broke, yet here she is, taking someone to buy a house. Is she using our funds to support another little enchantress? Chapter 74. The enhancement of this starship is rather exorbitant. Oh, it seems she has had a revelation. Xiao Mingyan promptly approached her phone, smiling as she waved her hand. Goodbye, everyone. That's it for today. I'm signing off. Within a heartbeat, she closed the live stream, achieving a remarkable speed in her exit. In the now pitch-black live stream room, a multitude of question marks floated in the air. It is indeed peculiar how these individuals can engage in conversation for an extended period while merely gazing at a black screen. It can only be said that the nature of the streamer reflects the character of their fans. After the broadcast, Xiao Mingyan directly took Chu Ran's arm and said, "Let us proceed to our business." Chu Ran, startled by Xiao Mingyan's sudden gesture, thought to herself that this was their first encounter. Was it rather inappropriate for her to be so forward? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Xiao Mingyue approached, standing beside them with a warm smile. "It's all right. We are somewhat acquainted in Yuhai. Let me show you around and help you get familiarized. Finding a good place to stay is quite essential." Without allowing Chu Ran to decline, the two of them promptly whisked her away. Su Bai, observing the scene, sighed. "Have you already taken my new employee away without even assessing her abilities?" "Alas, my thoughts are not on evaluating Chu Ran at this moment. Just moments ago, the system's notification arrived as expected. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a 1-star mechanic. Time taken, 2 days. 4-star mechanic skills are now unlocked. Along with a reward of the fully mastered 4-star inheritance technique, Wentai weapon forging method. The system has initiated the branches for weapon enhancement and starship enhancement. Here it comes, the long-awaited reward. The system panel now displays several new branches. Weapon enhancement. Enhance weapons by spending corresponding interstellar points based on weapon level. Earth requires 1 point, Sky 10 points, Star Treader 100 points. Upon seeing this, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. The interstellar points for weapon enhancement are roughly 1/10 of that for mechas. Not too expensive. However, as he turned his gaze toward starship enhancement, his expression darkened instantaneously. Su Bai. Starship enhancement. Enhance starships by expending corresponding interstellar points based on starship level. Break star level requires 1 million interstellar points, falling star level 10 million interstellar points, and eternal sky level 100 million interstellar points. How splendid. Clearly, I could seize it, yet I am compelled to enhance it instead. Su Bai clenched his teeth in frustration. The interstellar points required for starship enhancement are astonishingly 100 times that for mechas. Truly a ravenous beast. Well, let's set aside the matter of the starship for now. Su Bai helplessly spread his hands. Although starships are predominantly controlled by fleets, and fleets are known for their abundant resources, the cost of enhancing an eternal sky starship translates to trillions in star coins, a fortune that would surely burden even the wealthiest fleet. Mind you, this is merely the cost. Surely, I must earn something from this venture, right? It is estimated that only the Imperial Capital's main fleet within the entire Huaxiao Alliance can bear this expense. However, it seems that they are the sole possessors of the Hung Tian-class starship. Su Bai took a moment to calm himself, directing his gaze towards his final branch. The repository of 4-star mechanic inheritances. Each 4-star mechanic inheritance was meticulously priced, and fortunately, they were not exorbitantly expensive, each valued at approximately 1,000 interstellar points, equivalent to about 10 million star coins. This price, once announced, would surely be snatched up in a frenzy. For those prominent families, a single 4-star mechanic inheritance could significantly enhance their entire clan's mechs, and with a stroke of luck, they might even cultivate a 4-star mechanic. Not to mention, they would be willing to pay even tenfold for it. Su Bai merely skimmed through the offerings, not rushing to make a purchase. He had just begun to fully grasp the 10 3-star techniques at his disposal, thus, he could afford to wait a day for the 4-star ones. Moreover, he still possessed a technique with maximum proficiency, the Wenhai weapon forging method. Upon seeing this inheritance technique, Su Bai pondered whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the system, knowing that he could not enhance starships and thus guiding him towards weaponry. As a 4-star mechanic inheritance, it was undoubtedly of high caliber, with 4-star mechanics typically corresponding to legendary star mech artisans. Although he was unaware of the identity of this one-time mechanic, the very fact that it was included in the system attested to the individual's proficiency as a 4-star mechanic. Entering the virtual maintenance chamber, Su Bai retrieved the vibranium materials he had previously purchased from the interstellar network. These materials nearly filled half of the maintenance chamber. He spread them evenly across the floor. Arriving at the forefront of vibranium, this forging technique primarily caters to melee weaponry, while proving ineffective against energy swords and firearms. Su Bai unsheathed the thermal knife, adjusting its power to the maximum, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon the vibranium before him. With his right hand, he employed the technique of the unity of all things, continuously perceiving the feedback emanating from the vibranium and making timely adjustments. Both hands moved in unison, dancing through the air like a dragon in flight, meticulously dismantling, reshaping, and refining the vibranium ahead. Once he confirmed the integrity of one side, he began to progress to the next area for polishing. Sparks illuminated the beads of sweat on Su-bai's forehead. His gaze was unwavering, not daring to slacken, as if he were sculpting a masterpiece. Time passed gradually. Su-bai forcefully struck his right hand upon the nascent weapon form, leaving a series of fist imprints at the junction of its grip. He then proceeded to replicate this process repeatedly, ultimately forming an irregular matrix. Once all was complete, Su-bai began to arrange sensory components on each fist imprint, creating a circuit board, and subsequently covered it with a layer of vibranium. Gazing at the cold, 15-meter-long blade lying on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a broadsword, entirely composed of indestructible vibranium. Unlike traditional blades, which taper from narrow to wide, this sword maintained a nearly uniform width, rendering such a weapon particularly susceptible to damage. However, the anti-weapon forging method excels in its application here. It employs a method of density compression to embed a substantial amount of vibrating metal within the blade, allowing for an automatic adjustment of sharpness according to the last added electronic components. This technique can even transform a sharp weapon into a blunt one, adapting to various combat scenarios. Indeed, it is quite impressive. As Su-bai gazed at the weapon he crafted by hand, satisfaction swelled within him. This marked his first achievement in forging a weapon of stellar caliber through his own efforts. Yet, this was not the end. His eyes turned towards the long blade, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Let us test the enhancement effects. Chapter 75, named Southern Torch. Plans for expansion. Su-bai placed his right hand upon the broad blade's grip. 4th tier weapon enhancement. Elevate the weapon by 1 tier and provide a random attribute bonus. Upon reading this, Su-bai's brows lifted in surprise. He had initially believed that weapon enhancement merely involved upgrading the materials, but to his astonishment, there was also an attribute bonus involved. Weapons with attribute bonuses are exceedingly coveted by mecha masters possessing the corresponding attributes. Although their rarity does not rival that of innate skills or specialized traits, they are still scarce in existence. Boom. Unlike the enhancement of mechas, a resounding explosion erupted the moment Su-bai opted for weapon enhancement. A crimson glow flickered, enveloping the broadsword before him. From the tip to the hilt, visible changes began to unfold. The original vibrating metal was replaced with a material that shimmered with a hint of purple, transparent like glass. This was purple crystal, a type of 7-colored crystalline material, known for its unparalleled sharpness and exceptional malleability. The 7-colored crystal serves as the foundation for the materials used in both the body and weaponry of the vibranium, predominantly utilized by the Starfall mechs. In no time, the broad blade lost its original visage. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as the blade shimmered with fiery radiance. A faint black flame swiftly enveloping the sword's surface, as if it were cloaked in a fiery garment. Indeed, gazing ahead at the expansive blade, Su-bai rested his chin on his right hand, contemplating for a moment before bestowing it with a name. I shall call you Nan Zhu, the first weapon. The deity of Zhongshan is named Zhuyin, and it is said that the flames of the Zhu dragon are akin to black flames. Given that Nanju originates from the Southern River and possesses black flames, naming it Nanju is entirely fitting. Su-bai silently commended himself, reveling in his talent for nomenclature. After admiring Nanju for a considerable time, he wrinkled his nose in slight disdain. TSK. It's high time this repair shop underwent an upgrade. The current space is scarcely sufficient to accommodate even a single weapon. Indeed, when Sun Yu visited previously, he noticed that the size of his workshop seemed rather inadequate. Although it could barely house the Shattered Star mech, it felt exceedingly cramped. Now, with a broad blade sprawled across the floor occupying half of the available space, what would happen if more were to be added? With a plan in mind, Su-bai promptly set his intentions into motion. First and foremost, he dialed Sun Yu's number. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, and at that moment, Sun Yu, who was ensnared in the throes of pondering the matters of the CF family in his office, furrowed his brow. Who could be calling at this hour? However, upon realizing that the caller was Su-bai, his expression instantly relaxed in surprise. Su-bai? Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly connected the call. Hello, Su-bai. What do you need from me? Having experienced the formidable prowess of Su-bai's enhancements, Sun Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Not only had he managed to escape peril and turn the tables on his adversary, but more importantly, he had glimpsed the hope of breakthrough. Naturally, he would not defer Su Bai's call, as it was a promise he had made earlier. The interstellar repair shop was situated in the outskirts of Yuhai City, encompassing an area of approximately 60 to 70 million square meters, comparable to that of an ordinary university. Should he acquire the entire space, it would suffice for the expansion of the interstellar repair shop. Initially taken aback, Sun Yu responded, "What do you need that land for?" Upon hearing the news, Sun Yu sprang to his feet in excitement. "Are you looking to expand? That's splendid. Is 700,000 square meters sufficient? If not, we can always add more." The prospect of Su Bai expanding the interstellar repair shop was something that deserved unwavering support. It signified that Su Bai was prepared to take on additional orders, and perhaps even diversify into other ventures. This not only facilitated Sun Yu's own future enhancements, but also promised benefits for everyone involved. Truly a win-win situation. "Let me see. I suppose we can estimate it at 1,000 star coins per square meter," Sun Yu declared, without a second thought, quoting the minimum standard to Su Bai. While he would have preferred to offer it to Su Bai for free, the land belonged to Huaxia, and he merely had the authority to sell it at a set price, with the star coins ultimately needing to be remitted. Upon hearing Sun Yu's quoted price, Su Bai recognized that his counterpart was extending a favor and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Captain Sunday. I will transfer the amount to you right away." With that, he ended the call. Ding, ding, ding. The Starry Sky Treasure received 700 million star coins. Soon, Sun Yu received the transfer from Su Bai. Xiao Wang entered briefly, designating the 700,000 square meters surrounding Songhai Road to the interstellar repair shop, almost simultaneously with the arrival of the funds. Sun Yu instructed Xiao Wang to take care of the arrangements. The troubles brought by the Xie family were somewhat alleviated by the news of Su Bai's expansion. Now, amidst the swirling currents, Su Bai's growth would undoubtedly enhance the power of our fleet, providing us with greater confidence in the forthcoming conflict. Sun Yu sighed with slight relief. Although he had previously triumphed over Shui Lin and his companions, he understood that their victory was primarily due to Su Bai's fortification efforts. Had it been the former version of himself, he might have perished in that encounter. He wondered if Zhang Lei had gone as well. Surely he must have, given his constant proclamations about wanting to strengthen himself and his relentless efforts. The thought of Zhang Lei brought a smile to Sun Yu's face. His dedication to enhancement was indeed commendable. However, Captain Sun seemed to have forgotten. He was the last one permitted to undergo strengthening without a lottery. Did Zhang Lei wish to enhance himself? Naturally, he did. It was a dream he cherished. He had once endured excruciating sacrifices for the sake of enhancement. Even now, his knees bore the marks of his struggles. Yet, the interstellar repair shop will adopt a lottery system for service, with 3 slots available each day. Zhang Lei, who had long since marked the interstellar repair shop S-Star network as a special focus, immediately spotted this announcement. He hurried to participate in the lottery, only to find despair upon discovering that the draw had already concluded. Just moments ago, he once again opened the lottery page. Upon seeing the number of participants, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. All he could do was pound his chest and lament. What a calamity! Chapter 76. A new venture for the interstellar repair shop? Within the interstellar repair shop, a notification echoed in Su Bai's ear. Detected an expandable area of 700,000 square meters, requiring 70,000 interstellar points. Would you like to proceed with the expansion? Another 700 million. Just after transferring out 700 million, his balance had dwindled to a mere 2.3 billion star coins. Now, another 700 million. It seems to be a relentless cycle. Truly, spending money proves far easier than earning it. Resigned to this painful reality, Su Bai ultimately chose to expand. Expansion initiated. Estimated duration, 20 hours. As the system confirmation concluded, a colossal metallic shell rapidly spread out from the interstellar repair shop, resembling a gigantic egg. Occasionally, the sounds of trees toppling and foundations being excavated could be heard. Fortunately, Sun Yu, aware of Su Bai's intention to expand, had already announced the upcoming construction in the vicinity of the interstellar repair shop, thus averting excessive scrutiny. Only a passerby or two paused to observe. Is this the latest technology from Yuhai? When did we become so advanced? They're using metal barriers for construction now? I have no idea. Perhaps it relates to previous weapons research? It might be that our developments have gained recognition from Huaxia, leading to this discrete construction? Oh, that makes some sense. Should we film a video? I observe that your demeanor has become increasingly severe. It has been stated that confidentiality is paramount in this construction. Setting aside the question of whether your video can be released, can you even fathom how long you might be provided with food and lodging? Haha. I merely jest. It is all a misunderstanding. In light of the recent earthquakes, the public has swiftly connected these events to the emergence of the metallic giant egg. There seems to be a tacit agreement to maintain silence. So, Subai, what lies behind this? Xiao Mingyan is now utterly perplexed. They merely accompanied Chu Ran to purchase a residence, subtly hinting that Subai might prefer solitude. She ought to be cautious. To this, Chu Ran readily acquiesced. She dares not entertain any disrespectful thoughts. After all, the other party is a master mechanic. Certainly not one to relish disturbances. Securing a position at an interstellar repair shop is already a stroke of good fortune. She will undoubtedly cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Zhao Mingyue gazes at the metallic giant egg with equal intrigue. Is this under construction? Odd. I have not heard of any major projects in this vicinity. Moreover, has it commenced so soon? Chu Ran remains silently by, hesitant to speak. She fears that Subai is still irate. Maintaining silence to improve rapport is the wisest course. This? I am merely expanding, Subai remarked with a casual glance at the three women, his expression unfazed. Expanding? Is Boss Su preparing to embark on a new venture? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyan was immensely excited. It is inconceivable that Subai would expand without reason. If expansion is indeed underway, it must signal the development of new business prospects, especially as the second customer at the interstellar repair shop. How could she possibly miss such an opportunity? Zhao Mingyue and Chu Ran were also all ears, gazing intently at Subai with eyes full of anticipation. Well, perhaps I plan to sell some weapons soon, and there is a possibility of auctioning off some mechas that I have crafted myself. Subai candidly revealed his recent plans, admitting that the primary motivation behind his expansion was indeed to embark on new ventures. His daily task of enhancing mechas remained fixed at 3 orders, a fact that would not change. As for maintenance, that responsibility would fall to Chu Ran. In the remaining time, he intended to forge additional weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, this little fortune truly does not last long. Initially, he had reveled in the notion of being a minor tycoon, but today, his assets had halved. It was imperative to generate revenue. Weapons? Mechas? Are you selling them outright? Upon hearing Subai's words, Chu Ran could no longer contain her excitement. She looked at Subai with gleaming enthusiasm, never expecting that upon her arrival at the interstellar repair shop, she would witness the very weapons and mechas crafted by his hands. How could a mecha enthusiast like her not feel exhilarated? So, does Boss Su have any ready-made creations for us to see? Xiao Mingyan gazed at Subai with eager anticipation. They were all aware of Subai's extraordinary skills since he had only enhanced his own mechas before. Now, the prospect of seeing his handcrafted works made her restless with excitement. After all, during the chaotic construction, only the airfield had witnessed it. This had always been Xiao Mingyan's lingering regret. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, remained relatively composed. She had seen Subai's craftsmanship firsthand. He could even forge combat-class mecha armaments. What could he possibly be incapable of? Nevertheless, she too found herself filled with a sense of anticipation at the thought of seeing more. At present, there are no mechs available, but there is indeed a weapon. Subai did not refuse their requests, as the Nanju was originally designed for standard star-breaking mechs and was not suitable for his own use. Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue are both well-off young ladies. Perhaps they could assist in promoting his work. With that thought, he led the 3 women to the first maintenance chamber. At this moment, the mechanical arm, which was originally intended to secure the mech, was repurposed to elevate the Nanju, showcasing it entirely before the trio. Upon revealing the form of the Nanju, the 3 women gasped in astonishment. Is this amethyst? Chu Ran, as the mechanic, was the first to discern the material used for the Nanju, solidifying her conviction of Subai's identity as a master mechanic. Only a master mechanic could forge such a weapon from the purple crystal of the 7 colored crystals. Xiao Mingyan expressed surprise, for her golden flame reacted upon seeing the Nanju, as if facing a formidable adversary. She promptly asked, Boss Su, is this weapon an attribute weapon? She articulated the question that Zhao Mingyue also wished to ask. Unlike Xiao Mingyan, Zhao Mingyue felt an oppressive aura emanating from the Nanju, causing her some discomfort in her chest. Well, it can be considered fire attribute. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. Fire attribute. Xiao Mingyan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance upon hearing this. But unfortunately, the light quickly dimmed. What a pity. This is a broad blade, and it requires at least a meteor mech to wield it. She is undoubtedly a mech engineer of the fire attribute, however. The broadsword does not complement her platinum Valkyrie, and she is currently unable to wield weapons crafted from the seven-colored crystal, which typically belongs to the realm of Starfall. This is the weapon of the Broken Star mecha. Upon hearing this, Subai shook his head. The material of Nanju is indeed purple gold, but the circuit components he initially embedded were specifically designed to match the Broken Star mecha. In other words, Nanju is undoubtedly a weapon of the Broken Star mecha. Chu Ren expressed her confusion. Xiao Mingyan echoed her bewilderment. Zhao Mingwei joined in the chorus of astonishment. Who in their right mind would craft a weapon for the Broken Star mecha using purple crystal? Chapter 77. Subai, isn't it merely a weapon? However, this should not be the case. How could the electronic components required for the Broken Star mecha be embedded within purple crystal? It simply cannot withstand the intensity of the purple crystal. Chu Ran was the first to voice her doubts. Even though Subai is a master mechanic, the situation before her exceeded her comprehension. Outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. After all, she is the youngest star-level mechanic in Huaxia, though that is no longer the case. Nevertheless, she still holds the title of a one-star mechanic. She possesses a far clearer understanding of material strength than Zhao Mingyue and the others. Upon hearing Chu Ran's inquiry, both Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan turned their gazes towards Subai. Subai's mechanical prowess is widely acknowledged, yet they are equally eager to grasp the underlying principles. Indeed, this is a weapon of the Broken Star mecha. As for how it can withstand the strength of purple gold, that knowledge lies beyond your current reach. Subai cast a fleeting glance at Chu Ran, silently clasping his hands behind his back. How could one possibly endure this? It was undoubtedly because it had not originally been a purple crystal, but how was he to articulate that? Observing Subai's enigmatic demeanor, with his hands concealed, Chu Ran was utterly captivated, her eyes brimming with admiration. She felt a wave of shame for her previous ignorance. Simultaneously, a myriad of anxieties flooded her mind. Did the store manager find her skills inadequate? Would he regret employing her? No, she resolved to perform admirably henceforth, determined not to disappoint him. After all, Chu Ran was a one-star mechanic. If even she struggled to comprehend this, it indicated that the technical difficulty was extraordinarily high. Truly, Subai was remarkable. By the way, Boss Su, may I inquire the price you intend to set for this formidable blade? Although Zhao Mingyue's talents were unrelated to fire, her father, being the commander of Nanjiang, might find it useful within the fleet. The pricing for Nanju is likely around 800 million star coins. Subai pondered for a moment before ultimately proposing a reasonably fair price. He had invested 1,000 star points, equivalent to 10 million star coins, in enhancing Nanju, and the cost of the vibranium alone was not trivial, amounting to approximately 30 million star coins based on its usage. He could have easily set the price at 400 million star coins. But considering that Nanju had been upgraded to purple crystal and utilized the Wentai weapon forging method, he settled on a final price of 800 million star coins. Surely, a mere 20-fold increase was not excessive? This price, is it not exceedingly reasonable? How could it be so inexpensive? With a look of astonishment, Chu Ran gazed at Subai. This was a violet crystal weapon only usable by the Break Star mech, although there were no comparable references on the market. Typical weapons for the Break Star mech generally cost around 40 million star coins. The craftsmanship involved in the Nanju was simply unimaginable. And the fact that the shopkeeper was selling it for a mere 800 million? That was truly generous. It made sense though. Given that the shopkeeper was so young yet possessed the skills of a master mechanic, he likely no longer pursued wealth excessively. I must remember this. I aspire to become a conscientious mechanic like the shopkeeper. Subai's image in Chu Ran's mind elevated significantly in that instant. Weapons of such caliber. Does Subai have more in stock? Are there any with ice attributes? Upon hearing Subai's price, Zhao Mingyue promptly inquired about the availability of ice attribute weapons. This price was simply irresistible. If she were to inform her father, he would undoubtedly rush over to make a purchase without hesitation. Wait a moment. Subai, I want this Nanju. I'm calling right now. Xiao Mingyan was even more direct. Upon hearing Subai's quoted price, she immediately decided to buy the Nanju, momentarily disregarding whether it was suitable for her or not. Once this opportunity slipped by, there would be no second chance. Hey, you little squirt. I was the one who asked for the price first. What are you doing? Zhao Mingwei glared at Xiao Mingyan, visibly irate. You have no use for it. How can you buy it? I might not need it right now, but you have absolutely no use for it. If I don't buy it, will you? Xiao Mingyan was equally determined, as she possessed a fire attribute talent, making her capable of utilizing the Southern Torch to some extent. In contrast, Zhao Mingyue, with her ice attribute talent, would never have the opportunity to wield the Southern Torch in her lifetime. Just as the two were locked in a fierce rivalry, Su Bai cleared his throat lightly, emitting a few soft coughs. While he was content with the prospect of selling the Southern Torch, he had contemplated a more suitable buyer. Among those he knew, Sun Yu, a practitioner of the Broken Star mecha and endowed with fire attribute talent, was the most fitting candidate for the Southern Torch. His ability to control flames, although not of a unique fire attribute, allowed him to harmonize with various types of flames. With both Song Yin and Hei Yin at his disposal, his prowess would undoubtedly be augmented, given that Sun Yu had recently assisted him in resolving the expansion issues of his repair shop. It was only reasonable for Su Bai to reciprocate his kindness. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the two ceased their rivalry and turned their attention to him. Speaking in unison, is that true? Are there also weapons for the sky mecha? However, Zhao Mingyue, with a slight grit of her teeth, felt a sense of conflict. Her Blade of Winter had, in a strict sense, surpassed the rank of the sky mecha. As a melee weapon, it was no longer essential for her. I do not only sell melee weapons. I have long-range energy weapons and large-scale ranged weapons as well, Su Bai replied with a smile. The primary reason he chose to forge the Southern Torch as his first weapon was to experience the Wentai weapon forging method. Yet, this did not imply that he would refrain from creating firearms and energy cannons, particularly regarding the type of sky mech employed. It is a task well within the capabilities of his current proficiency as a mechanic. With the additional enhancement from the system, it would be effortlessly achieved. The interstellar points required to upgrade the sky mech are utterly negligible. Rather, when juxtaposed with high-end weaponry, the trade of ground and sky mech weapons is the main attraction. After all, the number of strong individuals is limited. However, there is no shortage of ground and sky mech artisans. Should all be sold, the profits would indeed be substantial. Evidently, after Su Bai's remarks, Zhao Mingyue's previous indecision dissipated, and beside her, Xiao Mingyan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is that truly the case? Zhao Mingyue's words reminded her that she did not particularly require melee weapons. Rather, she lacked in the realm of ranged attacks. Although relying solely on her innate abilities could yield a semblance of long-range offense, it was excessively taxing on her star power. Why not embrace a more effortless and enjoyable means of resolving conflicts? Of course, as Su Bai observed the two women brimming with excitement, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. It's merely a weapon. Is such fervor truly warranted? Chapter 78. Astonishment. The 70-year-old man actually. After agreeing to inform them once he had completed the weapon, Xiao Mingyan and Zhao Mingyue took their leave. Once the two departed, only Su Bai and Chu Ren remained in the interstellar repair shop. With some idle time at hand, it was the perfect opportunity to assess Chu Ren's mechanical skills. Su Bai cast a casual glance her way. Chu Ren, come with me. With that, he proceeded toward the repair room. Upon hearing this, Chu Ren's body tensed, fully aware that the true test was about to commence. This trial is of paramount importance to her. Failure is utterly unacceptable. The two arrived at the first maintenance room. And after a moment of contemplation, Su Bai directly extracted a collection of low-tier materials. These are the very components utilized in the Earth mecha weapons. Now, please create a battle blade, a firearm, and a heavy artillery piece for me to examine, Su Bai stated, a hint of anticipation lingering in her tone. Should Chu Ren manage to craft weapons that meet her expectations, she could then delegate all Earth mecha weaponry to her, allowing herself to concentrate solely on the fabrication of sky mecha armaments. How perfect that would be. One need not ponder the fact that the quantity of Earth mechas likely surpasses the total of all sky mechas combined. Naturally, Su Bai was reluctant to undertake such a labor-intensive task herself. Upon hearing Su Bai's directive, Chu Ren did not hesitate in the slightest and readily agreed. No problem. Time was of the essence. She immediately approached the workbench in the maintenance room, surveying the materials scattered across the floor, primarily copper and iron alloys, along with the energy matrix for the electronic gun. She first seized the nearby pulse forging hammer, striking with a rhythmic thud as she flattened the copper and iron alloys. This was Su Bai's first encounter with someone wielding a pulse forging hammer, after all, as she had no need for such tools. Subsequently, Chu Ren retrieved a thermal knife, skillfully trimming the edges of the materials into small components. She then began assembling them around the energy matrix. It must be said, Chu Ren indeed possessed a certain skill. It was no wonder she had become the youngest star-level mechanic in former Huaxia. Her techniques were deft and her focus unwavering, a stark contrast to her typically impulsive nature. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Ran wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and gazed at Su Bai with eager anticipation. However, that moment of expectation swiftly dissipated. Chu Ran thought to herself, is he even playing? Why isn't he joining in? Observing Su Bai, she was uncertain whether to intrude upon his concentration. She recalled the words of Zhao Mengyue and another girl. Boss Su is incredibly focused on whatever he does. You must not disturb him, or you'll face the consequences. Just then, Su Bai unexpectedly lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Chu Ran, casually concealing his phone behind him. He maintained an indifferent demeanor and said, Ahem, have you finished? Set that aside. We will now move on to melee weaponry. After you complete it, I will inspect your work. Chu Ran felt a mix of confusion and surprise. Was that motion of putting away your phone serious? It seemed rather practiced. With no choice but to accept, she recognized that now. As she began assembling, Su Bai had discerned her mechanical proficiency. The subsequent tasks were merely repetitive and intricate, presenting little challenge for her, thus diminishing his interest in observing further. What astonished her was how swiftly she completed the assembly of the electronic gun. She had only just started, and yet it was already done. Without further ado, Chu Ran placed the electronic gun aside and resumed her work on the melee weapon. This time, she opted for a battle blade, fortunate that the one used for the earth mech did not require excessive length. About 3 to 4 meters would suffice. Her movements this time were even more rapid than before, spurred by the unease instilled by Su Bai's earlier actions. A sense of apprehension lingered within her, stemming from a fear that her lack of skill might dissuade her companion from continuing to engage. With determination, she swung the pulse hammer, striking the metal with fervor, yet, just as the work seemed nearly completed, she raised the thermal knife to intricately carve, seamlessly alternating between tools as if she were delving into the very essence of creation. Indeed, after being caught off guard moments ago, Su Bai chose not to retrieve her phone, instead observing with keen interest. This time, Chu Ran had truly committed. Employing the legacy technique of a first-tier mechanic known as dual skill connection, by deftly switching tools with both hands at a high frequency, she could significantly reduce the time required to forge weaponry or mechs. Regrettably, this method was primarily applicable to terrestrial and aerial mechs, as higher-level creations demanded a precision that eluded her grasp. Remarkably, in just 20 minutes, a 4-meter-long battle blade lay quietly upon the workshop floor. Su Bai waved her hand dismissively. All right, I have a general sense of your proficiency now. It's decent, though still lacking in finesse. Henceforth, I expect you to forge 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns for me each day. Su Bai assigned Chu Ran her tasks with clear authority, adding, Oh, and I intend to entrust you with some maintenance for the terrestrial mechs as well. Is that agreeable? Chu Ran nodded eagerly, rest assured. I shall complete the tasks without fail. Su Bai smiled, noting her compliance. This would indeed lighten her own burdens considerably. Well then, there is nothing more to attend to today. We shall reconvene tomorrow. With that, she proceeded towards the hall, retracting the storage bed. Not wishing to linger, Chu Ran took her leave first. Chu Ran, keep striving. You will surely earn Master Su's recognition. Charon silently encouraged himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if the future held infinite possibilities. Gazing at this familiar place, a faint smile crept upon his lips. It still felt comfortable here. Although the repair shop was undoubtedly safe, there lingered an inexplicable sense of something missing, a sentiment that Su Bai could not articulate. Perhaps it was this familiarity that provided him with a sense of grounding, or perhaps it was mere habit. After all, he had spent over a decade in this locale. Today, Su Bai refrained from indulgence. After completing his star power cultivation, his strength had reached the 3rd level of the star treading stage. At this pace, in merely 6 days, he would be able to break through the star-breaking realm. At that point, he could truly traverse the boundless seas of stars. Exhaling a deep breath, Su Bai rose to stretch before retiring for the night. He felt quite fatigued today, primarily due to the considerable effort expended in forging the southern candle. As he lay down, the tension that had been coiling within him gradually eased. Meanwhile, as he succumbed to slumber, a flurry of news exploded across the star network. Shocking. A septuagenarian publicly apologizes to a youth in his prime. What a distortion of humanity. Rumors of a master mechanic emerging in the cloud sea. Even 5-star mechanics bow in deference. The passionate clash between young men and women attracts millions of spectators. Chapter 79. Heaven did not give birth to me. Ouyang Xian. Mechanics endure as a long night. This time, Xiao Mingyin's live broadcast was public. His fans promptly uploaded the video onto the Star Network. Churen was not without renown on the Star Network, bearing the title of the youngest star-class mechanic, making him quite a figure among his youthful peers. As Lin Yu, the president of the Southern River Machinist Research Society, is a figure easily discovered with a modest search. The news quickly stirred up a great uproar. Is this for real? Did Churen actually lose? Is it even a matter of whether Churen won or lost? That relatively unknown boss Su turned out to be a master machinist. Even President Qian feels inferior. I'm utterly astonished. He looks at most 20. How could he possibly be a master machinist? By the way, do we still have master machinists these days? Well, there are some, but they are mostly seasoned veterans. The younger ones have likely gone to develop in the Central Star region. Alas, we are indeed somewhat lagging behind. It's only natural that we can't meet their demands. Come on, if this young boss Su is a master machinist, why haven't we seen him in other star systems? They must have forgotten their roots. All right, the pressing issue now is the authenticity of this matter. Stop speculating. The Southern River Machinist Research Society hasn't issued any denial, so it must be true. No way. I must investigate who this boss Su truly is. The news sent ripples through the Star Network, and the various regions of Huaxia were far from tranquil. In the imperial capital's Machinist Research Society, an elder donned spectacles. Perusing the news before him, his pupils widened, and the astonishment on his face was unmistakable. What trickery is this old rascal Lin Yu up to? A master machinist? At such a young age? What nonsense is this? It is inconceivable that he would risk his own reputation to bolster the demise of a young individual. Could it truly be so? As the esteemed president of the Capital City Mechanics Research Society, Cui Xianlin epitomizes the pinnacle of six-star mechanics. He could scarcely fathom that a realm he had devoted his entire life to achieving could now be surpassed by a mere youth. Is it truly the case that the pupil has outshone the master? Although the Blue Star has indeed produced numerous mechanical prodigies, some even attaining the status of master mechanics by the age of 35 and venturing into the Central Star domain, that was at 35. How old could this Su Bai possibly be? Could he be a disciple of those legendary engineers? Cui Xianlin's thoughts drifted toward this notion. As he adjusted his reading glasses and ultimately dialed a number, "Please come to my office." After a brief moment, a well-proportioned young man with long hair styled into braids entered the office, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Teacher, did you summon me at this late hour?" Ouyang Xian, the youngest record holder of star-level mechanics in Huaxia prior to Chu Ran, remains the foremost figure among the younger generation, even if his record has since been surpassed. The reason is simple. Ouyang Xian embodies the principle of gradual accumulation leading to explosive growth. Although the threshold for becoming a one-star mechanic is set at 25, he has already achieved the status of a three-star mechanic at the age of 28. Such rapid advancement rivals that of the mechanical prodigies who have ventured into the Central Star domain. Yuhai? What purpose would we have to go there? If I recall correctly, Chu Ran should be in Yundu, right? Ouyang Xian instinctively dismissed his teacher's earlier remarks and pondered with curiosity. Could there be another genius emerging? Teacher, let us speak plainly. Can you not maintain your composure? I am none other than Ouyang Xian. If the heavens had not given birth to me, Ouyang Xian, the art of machinery would remain shrouded in eternal night. With a vigorous toss of my braid, I held my head high, radiating confidence and exuberance. Cui Xianlin sighed, realizing that while this lad possessed many admirable qualities, his unorthodox nature was indeed a source of exasperation. Do you know why he is bald? It is the result of worrying too much over this boy. Enough chatter. Once you complete the construction of your mech, you shall proceed to Yuhai. Cui Xianlin, unwilling to engage in further idle talk with Ouyang Xian, issued his command directly. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xian's lips curled in a slight frown, revealing his discontent. Yet he could only acquiesce. Very well, very well. After all, you are my teacher. It seems this mech will take at least another day to finish. Cui Xianlin nodded, choosing not to glance back at him as he resumed scrolling through his phone. I remarked, "Teacher, at your age, do you still spend your days surfing the Star Network? Are you not concerned about straining your eyes?" Ouyang Xian found it difficult to comprehend Cui Xianlin's penchant for such activities. Other guild leaders were blissfully unaware of the Star Network. Yet his own teacher seemed more adept at navigating it than he was himself. Do you know nothing? This is called gathering intelligence. In response to the critique of his hobby, Cui Xianlin retorted sharply, "What of it? Is there a rule that states one must cease to explore the Star Network upon reaching a certain age?" Ouyang Xin shrugged in reply. I merely wish to look out for your well-being. Although modern phones utilize light screens that emit no radiation, prolonged exposure is still detrimental. This is precisely why your head is bald. Truly, this old fellow is a source of constant worry. By sheer coincidence, the perspectives of these two individuals aligned remarkably well. One might say that only those who are not of the same family would refrain from entering the same door. In the Cloud Sea, within the confines of a desolate factory in the northern suburbs, the dilapidated structure intermittently echoed with the mechanical roars, reminiscent of machines operating within. A gaunt man cautiously approached the factory, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before he lifted a slab of flooring and descended below. After traversing a tunnel, a figure clad in black, Zhou Wenzheng, stood with his hands clasped behind him. You're here. Speak. What is the recent status of that interstellar repair shop? The emaciated man, Qin Can, hurriedly divulged all he knew. What? A master mechanic? You mean to say that lad is a master mechanic? Upon hearing of Su Bai's deeds, Zhou Wenjing's prior calmness dissipated. His hands, which had been resting behind him, now fell to his sides, fist clenched tightly, clearly agitated. Could it be that the sudden enhancement of Sun Yu's mech was indeed the result of this young man's handiwork? The emergence of a master mechanic in the Cloud Sea could potentially disrupt our plans. Tomorrow, you shall visit that interstellar repair shop and ascertain the truth regarding Su Bai. Zhou Wenzheng declared after a moment of contemplation, issuing a direct order to Qin Can's Qin Can. Go and seek out that lad for some repairs. Qin Can, visibly embarrassed, replied, Boss, appointments for repairs at the interstellar shop require a lottery. Zhou Wenzheng furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure, then enter the lottery. Do I need to instruct you on how to proceed? We can always wait a few days if necessary. If he truly is a master mechanic, there must be thousands vying for a chance through a lottery, right? Qin Can. Well, it was previously 100,000. And it seems we are now approaching 200,000. Zhouwen. Chapter 80 Zhouwen. My lord, please return swiftly. I cannot manage the situation in the Cloud Sea. Clearly, he has misjudged the influence of the master mechanic. Even the mere suspicion of his identity has drawn such a multitude to queue for appointments. Zhouwen believes that only a select few strong individuals would find the services of a master mechanic worthwhile. Most others simply cannot afford such prices. Yet, to his astonishment, what is going on? Is it that seeking repairs and enhancements from Su Bai comes without cost? In truth, Zhouwen's thoughts were not far from reality. Following the potential exposure of Su Bai as a master mechanic, the majority have ceased to harbor hopes of obtaining enhancements from him. Instead, they are more eager to catch a glimpse of this master mechanic, with many also intent on exploiting the opportunity to sell their qualifications to others. Thus, the number of participants in the lottery has surged, some uncontrollably so. Perhaps we should at least give it a try. Who knows? We might be fortunate enough to secure a spot. Ultimately, Zhouwen abandoned his plan to head directly to the interstellar repair shop. For his lord had repeatedly emphasized the need for discretion and to prioritize the greater good. Should he defy his lord's wishes, the consequences would be dire. And he shudders to think of the severity of the reprimands. By the way, have there been any updates from Yumeng recently? As Zhouwen set aside thoughts of Su Bai, he felt somewhat relieved upon learning of the considerable queue at the mechanic's shop. At the very least, the power of the Cloud Sea fleet cannot experience a meteoric rise in the short term. Thus, the threat posed by Su Bai is significantly diminished. After all, he is merely a mechanic, which is not a matter of great concern. Qin Can shook his head at these words. Ever since the master sent Yumeng to Cloud Sea No. 1 to make contact with Sun Han, there seems to have been no further developments. Is that so? You must keep a close watch over there. If she shows any signs of movement, eliminate her immediately. Zhouwen's voice was chillingly cold. Compared to Su Bai, he was more apprehensive about Yumeng, whose identity was exceedingly special. Having been dispatched from the headquarters of the church, no one knows her background, nor the purpose of her arrival here. Understood. Qin Can accepted the order and departed from the basement, leaving Zhouwen alone. Very well, let us proceed in this manner for now, while the enemy remains still. We too shall remain unmoved, responding to change with constancy. From the outset, Zhouwen's intention to besiege Sun Yu reveals that he is not particularly astute. Rather, he appears somewhat dull. Of course, this is precisely why the figure in the black robe entrusted him with the overall strategy. He desires to maintain the status quo. At the very least, Zhouwen understands the importance of obedience. If anyone is least surprised by this turn of events, it is Sun Yu. He merely smirked, saying, "How audacious to provoke Su Bai. Not even Qian Lao would dare to do so. After Su Bai enhanced that Songlong, he was certain that the opponent must be a master mechanic. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elevate that Songlong to such heights. He had encountered Lin Yu years ago and was fortunate enough to witness him enhancing machines. The mechs produced were indeed formidable, but when compared to Su Bai, they were utterly insignificant. However, with the recent revelations, Sun Yu found himself caught in a web of uncertainty. The interstellar repair shop had become immensely popular, and seeking Su Bai for enhancements would likely prove to be a challenge henceforth. It seemed that today's expansion was indeed linked to this development. Reflecting on Su Bai's decision to acquire land for expansion, Sun Yu surmised that this was primarily the reason behind it. He decided to check on Sun Hani's recent progress. With the major examination looming in just over a month, there could be no room for error. With that thought, he headed towards Sun Hani's room. Sun Hani possessed greater talent than he did, and with the Wanju and Hongyu enhanced by Su Bai, gaining admission to Shanghai University should not pose a difficulty. Nevertheless, who wouldn't wish for their progeny to achieve even greater success? It had been several days since she last saw Sun Yu, and although she had heard about the interstellar repair shop, the details remained unclear to her. Finally, she would have the chance to uncover the truth. I heard you've been busy these past few days due to the interstellar repair shop. Did something happen with Boss Su? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened. Was this the feeling of a girl growing up? The warmth of the little cotton-padded jacket had grown thin. Well, he was fine. However, given the significance of Su Bai, he could not afford to confront him directly. So he opted to divert the conversation. How has your training been lately? Do you feel prepared for the major examination? Understanding her father was attempting to change the subject, Sun Hani merely shrugged. It's going okay. Right now, I'm at Earth 5 stars, and I should be able to reach Earth 9 stars by the time of the examination. As if a thought had crossed her mind, Sun Hani felt a slight pang of frustration. The issue is that during every sparring session, I can only engage in hand-to-hand combat and cannot utilize my innate abilities, which places me at a disadvantage. Recently, I have been contemplating purchasing a weapon. Indeed, the existence of innate abilities within the Earth mech was astonishingly remarkable, and Sun Hani had refrained from revealing them unless absolutely necessary. She intended to reserve this as her trump card for the upcoming examination, which made her somewhat hesitant during her sparring sessions. How I wish I had a weapon, she mused. What kind of weapon do you need? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hani replied, perhaps a combat dagger? The Wanju and Red Moon is a speed-oriented mech, and a dagger would allow me to maximize my advantages. As for a ranged weapon, how about an electronic sniper rifle? An electronic sniper rifle? Sun Yuhan was not surprised by her choice of a combat dagger, but he was taken aback upon hearing her choice for a ranged weapon. The power of a sniper rifle is formidable, yet for a speed-oriented mech, it would be rather cumbersome. Sun Hani quickly articulated her reasoning. Precisely because I am speed-oriented. I thought of using a sniper. Consider it. Most mechs armed with sniper rifles are heavily armored. In such cases, the enemy will instinctively opt for close combat. At that moment, I can strike unexpectedly. After agreeing on this, they chatted a bit longer before Sun Yuhan departed to report the work summary to Ms. Zhong Yi. In a certain apartment in Yunhai, Zhang Lei gazed at the steadily increasing number on the lottery draw page, his face ashen. There had once been an opportunity for enhancement presented before him, yet he failed to cherish it, and now he was filled with regret. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would immediately ask his wife to transfer funds. Chapter 81. The Expanding Mechanic Shop. The following morning, Su Bai rose from his bed and, after completing his morning rituals, hurried to the Interstellar Mechanic Shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, he could hardly believe his eyes. After a night of expansion, the once imposing metallic dome had vanished, replaced by a colossal structure reminiscent of his own mechanic shop. The Interstellar Mechanic Shop had extended, enveloping a vast area of 700,000 square meters, all adorned with gleaming metal edifices crafted from vibranium. Though only a single story, the shop towered impressively, reaching heights of 60 to 70 meters, rivaling the towering skyscrapers of the city center. This transformation rendered it even more magnificent. Su Bai marveled at the sight, noting how the expansive area altered his perception entirely. Upon entering the shop, the original repair bay began to stretch outward, forming a central corridor flanked by an array of well-organized repair stations. At the far end, a gigantic warehouse awaited. Observing the rejuvenated mechanic shop, Su Bai rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. Let us leave the rear section untouched for now, to be designated as the Starship Repair Area. He swiftly resolved to partition the back section for starship maintenance, estimating that, given the size of starships, it would occupy at least 4/5 of the current total area of the mechanic shop. The number of repair bays was to be increased to 20, with an additional 100 designated for the display of weapons and mechas. As Su Bai's words echoed through the space, the control center immediately commenced the reconfiguration of the interstellar mechanic shop. Soon, the 700,000 square meter repair shop was meticulously partitioned, with 4/5 of it cordoned off by metallic barriers and double doors. The front 20 rooms were transformed into maintenance areas, while the remaining 100 rooms took on the appearance of an exhibition hall. After completing this endeavor, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his 2-hour early arrival had not been in vain. The current interstellar repair shop was precisely as he had envisioned. A few minutes later, Chu Ran was utterly astounded. The previous interstellar repair shop had exuded a sense of advanced sophistication, yet it still felt somewhat modest. However, after merely a brief slumber, the establishment had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Not only had the number of maintenance rooms multiplied, but the exhibition hall at the rear ignited her excitement, prompting her to gaze at Su Bai. "Manager, is that section at the back intended for the auction of mechas?" Su Bai nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, but it is not solely for mechas. I also plan to showcase weapons of Starbreaker caliber and above there." "That's fantastic." Chu Ran could not suppress her joy, but quickly stifled her exclamation, cautiously observing Su Bai's expression. Seeing no reaction from him, she breathed a sigh of relief. "So, when do we commence today's work?" Chu Ran was now brimming with enthusiasm, eager to join Su Bai in constructing mechas. "Oh, you may begin right away. Do you remember the task I assigned you? The 11th maintenance room over there is yours." As he spoke, Su Bai gestured towards the 11th maintenance room opposite the first, indicating that Chu Ran could commence her work. Upon hearing this, Chara nodded and promptly entered the repair room. However, she quickly poked her head out again, saying, "Manager, it seems there are no materials here." Su Bai nodded in response, instructing the central control, "Prepare the materials needed for 8 battle blades and 8 electronic guns in Workshop 11. "Understood." Is this the configuration of a master mechanic? How astonishingly intelligent. She had only heard of such central control systems, rumored to be possessed by the advanced star systems in the central star domain. To venture to the central star domain, one must attain the rank of a master mechanic, specifically a 6-star mechanic, which is her ultimate aspiration. While many contend that those who go to the central star domain forget their roots, a greater number seek more advanced mechanical skills. The technological deficiencies of Blue Star remain insurmountable. Without making the journey, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Some are captivated by the allure, while others tragically falter along the way. "Su Manager, I have always wanted to ask, did you come from the central star domain?" Churin could not suppress her curiosity. Su Bai's youth made it hard for her to imagine that anywhere other than the central star domain could cultivate such a young mechanic. Su Bai chuckled lightly at her inquiry. "I suppose you could say that." He rarely elaborated, finding it advantageous to let the central star domain bear the brunt of responsibility, thus saving himself considerable trouble. Indeed, upon hearing this, Churin's eyes sparkled, and she began to diligently tackle the tasks assigned by Su Bai. Observing her industrious demeanor, Su Bai could not help but reflect, this employee is quite commendable. She possesses a remarkable drive. I too shall prepare to get to work. Yesterday was a day of respite, and today marks the first day for the 3 fortunate individuals selected for the coveted slots. Their specific expectations remain a mystery. Soon, outside the interstellar repair shop, the 3 young men converged. At the forefront stood Zhou Yunzheng, a loyal patron of the establishment. The 2 companions behind him appeared to be acquaintances as well. The trio stared blankly at the interstellar repair shop, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. "What is this place? I distinctly recall it looking different just yesterday. Has it transformed into a fortress? Were it not for the shop's entrance still visible, they might have doubted their destination." However, they quickly suppressed their astonishment and expressed their gratitude to Zhou Yunzheng, exclaiming, "Old Zhou, we owe you our thanks. Who would have thought we would be chosen on our very first attempt? I was truly astounded yesterday. I never imagined that our Yunhai would boast a master mechanic." The first to speak was the chubby fellow, Du Feng, who had lamented amidst the crowd the day prior. Following him was a tall, slender youth sporting a trendy side fringe, Wang Bo. Their simultaneous selection could be seen as either mere coincidence or fate. The explanation is straightforward. The rules for the first day of the lottery prioritized order, with Zhou Yunzheng being the first to draw. Enough of this chit-chat. Have you made your decision? Will you opt for maintenance or enhancement? Zhou Yunzheng, slightly amused by the praises of his friends, adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly. Is there even a question? Of course, enhancement. What a jest. Who could remain unmoved after witnessing the Platinum Valkyrie and the Winter Swordmaster? After finally obtaining a chance, it would be a pity to let it slip away due to maintenance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunzheng nodded in agreement. He had come this time with the intention of enhancement. In truth, he had longed for this opportunity before, but fate had conspired against him each time. At last, today he could fulfill his wish. Chapter 82. Subai, the genius mechanic behind the creation of the Abdomen King Snake. The three of them gathered their thoughts and stepped directly into the interstellar repair shop. With a crisp sound, the door swung open. As Zhou Yunzheng beheld the shop, now so drastically transformed, he couldn't help but adjust his glasses. When he first visited, the interstellar repair shop was certainly less than 1/10 of its current size. This observation did not even account for the space behind the metallic door. The materials had not undergone significant changes, and the overall style remained consistent, characterized by understated extravagance. This transformation was not of Subai's own design. It was the work of the system, a burden he would not bear. Everyone knew that he, Su, was frugal and prudent. In contrast to Zhou Yunzheng, Du Feng and Wang Bo were somewhat less affected, as they had only glimpsed the DCOR during live broadcasts, and thus felt less impact. Oh, it's you, Subai exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see Zhou Yunzheng. He had not anticipated that the first customer to arrive after implementing the lottery system would be him. It seemed that he had also been the one to directly opt for maintenance previously. Zhou Yunzheng was taken aback that Subai remembered him, feeling quite flattered, and quickly offered a greeting. Du Feng and Wang Bo promptly followed suit, calling out, Boss Su. In contrast to Zhou Yunzheng, they appeared somewhat constrained. Before them stood a master mechanic whose skills surpassed even those of Lin Yu. Thus their demeanor was imbued with utmost respect. Subai perceived the notable shift in the guests' attitudes towards him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It was hard to believe that when Sun Hani and Xiao Mingyan first visited the shop, they regarded him as a fraud. Time had indeed flown by, though it seemed like only a short while ago. Casting aside these thoughts, Subai smiled and inquired, Is there something you require today? He had already resolved that if they sought maintenance, he would delegate the task to Chu Ran. The maintenance of Earth mechas by a star mechanic was hardly a daunting challenge. I am here for enhancement, Zhou Yunzheng stated directly. Having inquired about the costs of enhancements at the interstellar mechanic shop prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that persuading his parents for the funds would be a laborious endeavor. However, upon learning of his intent to seek enhancement at the interstellar mechanic shop, they promptly presented him with their savings from the past 2 years without hesitation. Their family, while not extraordinarily wealthy, did not compare to the likes of Xiao Mingyan or Sun Hani, nor did they possess a steady income like Xing Yunlong and his peers, who were star mecha engineers. Nevertheless, 1.5 million was indeed a substantial sum. We feel the same, the two companions echoed in unison, their tone resolute. Du Feng and Wang Bo found themselves in a similar predicament. Their families had made significant sacrifices to gather the necessary funds. Yet, they all deemed it worthwhile. With Subai's enhancement, they believed they could shine during the upcoming major examination, and should they secure a position within the top 10 of Nanjiang, the prize money would undoubtedly cover the cost of this enhancement. He too discerned the resolute determination in the eyes of the three, reminiscing about his own initial stubbornness in aspiring to awaken his mecha talent. Then, you may proceed first, Subai remarked, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yunzheng. After all, as a longtime client, a modicum of priority seemed reasonable. The price for the Earth Mecha enhancement is 1.5 million star coins. You are well aware of this, correct? Subai merely inquired symbolically, for the enhancement price list had already been posted on the Star Network. Earth Mecha, 1.5 million star coins. Sky Mecha, 20 million star coins. Starwalker Mecha, 180 million star coins. Breakthrough Mecha, 2.5 billion star coins. As for the pricing of mechas above the Starfall grade, he refrained from disclosing it, as the current Blue Star possessed no such multitude of Starfall grade experts requiring his enhancement services. Initially, the price list had appeared exorbitant and ludicrous, yet now, even without indicating the potential for gifted abilities, none expressed discontent over the expense. The rationale was straightforward. It was evidently crafted by a master mecha technician. It was worth every coin. Zhou Yunzheng nodded in understanding. Subai then extended the contract in his hand, and without a glance, Zhou Yunzheng signed it. Subsequently, he proceeded with the transfer. Starry Treasure received 1.5 million star coins. Upon successful receipt, Subai promptly guided Zhou Yunjin to the first maintenance chamber. Having undergone the process once before, Zhou Yunjin wasted no time retrieving the abdominal king snake, subsequently exiting the maintenance room. Even upon a second viewing of the abdominal king snake's unique upper limb structure and framework, Subai remained entranced. The mecha craftsman behind its creation was indeed a genius. This time, he refrained from hastily proceeding with the enhancement. Instead, he meticulously analyzed the structure of the abdominal king snake before taking action. Previously, I had dissected it once, yet at that time, his perceptiveness was not what it is now. Many aspects eluded my understanding. Indeed, it employs a composite alloy skeleton, which allows the structure to maintain such curvature without fracturing. The connections are quite ingenious. The upper torso skeleton utilizes 3 junctions to link with the lower body, ensuring it can pivot and strike unexpectedly. However, the craftsmanship is somewhat rudimentary. The light armor's finishing leaves much to be desired, suggesting that the creator of this mech is merely a novice technician. Nevertheless, the concept is intriguing. I would very much like to meet the creator if the opportunity arises. As Subai examined the abdominal king snake, he drew his conclusions. The technician behind the abdominal king snake is undoubtedly a genius. His imaginative ideas surpass those of many seasoned technicians. Yet, due to his limited skills, the abdominal king snake, while commendable, still possesses numerous flaws. Subai noted these observations quietly, for he intended to auction the mech later. Learning about the diverse structures of ground mechs would undoubtedly be beneficial for his future endeavors. In the imperial capital, at the Technicians' Research Society, Ouyang Xian wielded a thermal knife in one hand and a pulse hammer in the other, tirelessly shaping a piece of metallic skeleton. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed, nearly causing the thermal knife to slice through the metal skeleton. Startled, he quickly halted and turned to gaze at the nearly 30-meter prototype mech, his heart swelling with pride. It seems that wherever I, Ouyang Xian, go, I am met with admiration. It is likely that yet another buyer is marveling at my masterpiece. Exceptional individuals often find themselves in such turmoil. Indeed, the abdominal king snake is a creation of his own, though it was not specifically crafted for Zhou Yunjin. Upon its completion, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. On the very day it was hung on the Star Network, it was promptly acquired by Zhou Yunjin, marking it as the first mecha he had constructed. Chapter 83. Purple Flood Dragon. A collision of flesh and egg, is it? He meticulously documented the strengths and weaknesses of the abdominal king snake. Time has passed significantly. Only then did Subai take a step forward, reaching out to touch the body of the abdominal king snake. Level 1 reinforcement initiated. The familiar luminescence flickered once more. Enveloped in white light, the abdominal king snake began to gradually expand, its previously curved form becoming increasingly exaggerated to the naked eye, while its paint and armor underwent a transformation. Most notably, the venomous mist injector, resembling a snake's head, had vanished, replaced instead by a crimson serpent's tongue. Outside, Wang Bo and Du Feng, who had been waiting for quite some time, grew somewhat anxious, occasionally glancing towards the first maintenance chamber. Du Feng patted his stomach and, casting a sideways glance at the composed Zhou Yunjin, could not help but express his confusion. Old Zhou, you're reinforcing your mecha. Aren't you at all anxious? Indeed. If you're not anxious, I certainly am. I long to reach my turn. Wang Bo marveled at Zhou Yunjin's composure. Is there truly someone who can remain this calm during mecha reinforcement? After all, this is the enhancement from a master mechanic. Zhou Yunjin, peering over his thin spectacles, cast a glance at the two. What is the use of being anxious? Now, first, maintain your composure, for greater surprises await you shortly. Your restlessness will only lead you to leap when your turn comes. Zhou Yunjin's tone was gentle and steady, were it not for the tightly clenched hands behind his back, which had begun to turn slightly purple. One might truly believe he was unfazed by the situation. Not anxious? How could that be? While he indeed possessed a stable and calm disposition, this was his own mech, and the contract had clearly stated that after this enhancement, the Viper would awaken its innate abilities. He was already brimming with excitement, merely forcing himself to remain composed. Truly admirable, old Zhou. Du Feng patted his belly with one hand while giving Zhou Yunjin a thumbs up with the other. Wang Bo, astonished, remarked, "You like this? I can't help but wonder if your future wife will." He did not finish his thought, for at that moment, the door to the first maintenance room swung open with a snap. Before Du Feng and Wang Bo could respond, a shadow darted past them like the wind. Wang Bo. W. Du Feng. Well, you've caught me off guard. I thought you truly didn't care. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, eager to behold the true form of the Viper. Upon entering the maintenance room, they were struck by the sight before them. The originally purple and green armor had now transformed entirely into a deep purple hue, bestowing the Viper with an added air of majesty and enigma. The scales adorning the lower body mirrored this transformation, with the previously coarse tail scales now rejuvenated, exuding a profound sheen that glimmered with a metallic luster, almost reflecting light. The entire body arched more dramatically, presenting a fiercer appearance. The Pisceidar assistance was the once incongruous venomous mist sprayer within its maw. Now, transformed into a serpent's tongue, it harmonized with the serpentine head, evoking the essence of a true serpent. No, it was more than just a serpent. It had evolved into a dragon, for atop its head now adorned a dark purple horn. Could this still be referred to as the abdominal king snake? Dufeng halted, his hands ceasing their rhythmic patting on his abdomen, gesticulating animatedly in the air. Wang Bo shook his head in response. I believe it can no longer be called the abdominal king snake. At that moment, despite his extreme restraint, Zhou Yunzheng could not suppress his exhilaration, exclaiming, from now on, let it be named Purple Dragon. With that declaration, he leaped forward, vaulting directly into the purple dragon. The neural connection was established successfully. A fleeting flash of purple light flickered in its eyes, and then the skylight of the maintenance bay burst open. The particle accelerator at its tail erupted, propelling it skyward, soaring above the heavens and surveying all beneath. Whoosh! In a breathtaking dive, akin to a dragon sweeping across the realm, it plunged directly toward the training ground. At that moment, Wang Bo and Du Feng had already arrived at the training field, their hearts racing in anticipation as they beheld the might of the purple dragon. Was this power not at least doubled? Was this the enhancement of a mechanical master? Yet, what astonished them further was the next scene. The purple dragon subtly flicked its serpent tongue. A surge of violet mist erupted suddenly. Initially believed to be merely an experiment by Zhou Yunzheng with the effects of the heart poison. To their astonishment, this cloud of purple fog quickly spread, enveloping the training ground like a vast sea of violet. The mist coalesced and lingered, refusing to dissipate for an extended period. This evidently surpassed Zhou Yunzheng's capabilities. An astonishing thought sprang to their minds, ultimately escaping their lips, a gifted technique. Indeed, the voice of Zhou Yunzheng resonated from within the purple flood. This was his acquired talent, the enveloping mist. It not only significantly amplified the quantity of his heart poison, but also, crucially, extended its duration. Consequently, he would possess greater tactical options during combat, able to catch a wide array of surrounding enemies off guard. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo and Du Feng exchanged glances, instinctively rushing towards the interstellar repair shop. After witnessing the gifted technique, they could not bear to wait even a second longer. Due to his larger physique, Wang Bo evidently moved faster. However, Du Feng, disregarding all decorum, suddenly collided with him. He knocked Wang Bo to the ground and then dashed ahead, entering the interstellar repair shop first. Lying on the ground, Wang Bo glared at the rotund figure disappearing into the shop, seething with rage. You fat fool. Is this how you play fair? A body slam, is it? Well, it was then that he showcased his linguistic prowess. Ultimately, after departing from the purple flood, Zhou Yunzheng approached him, prompting Wang Bo to cease his tirade and look up with a face full of grievance. Old Zhou, you must arbitrate this for me. Zhou Yunzheng chuckled softly, acknowledging that the matter was beyond his judgment. Oh well, it's just a matter of waiting a bit longer. Today, only the three of us have successfully made an appointment. You will be next. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's emotions stabilized slightly. He rose, brushing off his trousers, and shot a fierce glare towards the interstellar repair shop. You fat fool, just wait. I will definitely reveal your bedwetting incident from when you were 8 to Asian. Zhou Yunzheng could only sigh inwardly, realizing that a good brother should never be offended. He knew far too much. Inside the interstellar repair shop, Du Feng remained blissfully unaware of what awaited him. At that moment, he was filled with joy as he signed a contract with Su Bai and proceeded with his job transfer. Starry Sky Treasure. 1. 5 million star coins credited. After the transaction, Su Bai led him to repair Bay Number 1. Du Feng immediately summoned his mecha. Chapter 84. Indeed. The end of brotherhood is. What caught Su Bai's eye was an intriguing mecha, its body swollen like a gourd, with elongated upper limbs and slightly shorter lower limbs, completely encased in yellow heavy armor. The head of the mecha was similarly round and bulky, exuding a sense of weightiness. It was the BY-256, a strength-type Earth mecha, known as the Yellow Gourd, standing at 12 meters tall, weighing 25 tons, with an engine power of 340,000 kW and a thrust of 40 million kilograms. Indeed, it was a mecha perfectly suited for Du Feng. After retrieving the Yellow Gourd, Du Feng waved as he exited the repair bay, saying, "Boss Su, I'm counting on you." As soon as he stepped outside, he met Wang Bo's gaze, which seemed as if it could devour him whole. Du Feng tilted his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with him, and chuckled while patting his belly. "Haha. What splendid weather we have today." Wang Bo stepped forward, seizing the collar of his shirt. "Look me in the eye." Aware of his own shortcomings, Du Feng chose not to engage in a war of words. Instead, he puffed out his belly and used its elasticity to push Wang Bo away. Thud. Stumbling back a couple of steps, Wang Bo glanced at his somewhat slender physique, gritting his teeth. "Just wait. From today onwards, I shall begin my fitness journey. And one day, I will lift you effortlessly with one hand, dangling you like a basketball." "Ha ha, you little darky," Du Feng scoffed at his words. It was then that Zhou Yunzheng interrupted the two. "So, has your enhancement begun?" "Of course. I never anticipated that the contract would actually include a clause for awakening innate abilities. Boss Su truly deserves the title of Master Mechanic." Du Feng expressed his profound gratitude to Zhou Yunzheng, acknowledging that without his foresight to consider both himself and Wang Bo, they might never have secured this opportunity. Presently, the number of applicants for the Interstellar Mechanic Shop's lottery had surpassed 200,000 and continued to ascend. "What? Are you saying that the contract includes a clause for awakening innate abilities?" At that moment, Wang Bo set aside his grievances with Du Feng, keenly seizing upon the key phrase from his earlier statement. "Wanna know? Call me Daddy." Du Feng, with his belly protruding and head held high, cast a teasing glance at Wang Bo. Indeed, the bonds of brotherhood often culminate in a paternal relationship. Get lost. If you wish to keep your 8-year-old secret of bedwetting from Asian, I advise you to confess honestly. Wang Bo resorted to his trump card. Indeed, upon hearing this, Du Feng's defiance vanished, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. "Are you truly going to resort to such drastic measures?" No. I'll tell you everything. I have pursued Asian for 8 long years. How could I possibly live without her?" Du Feng swiftly altered his demeanor, becoming quite humble. Observing his forlorn state, Wang Bo felt a twinge of compassion and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Brother, heed my advice. Women will only impede your sword-drawing speed. Forcing love will not lead to happiness. You must reveal your truest self to her." Du Feng shook his head vigorously in response. "You don't understand. This is what love is." Zhou Yunzheng interjected. Well. It seems we've transitioned from banter to a discussion on life itself. Why believe in anything at all? Why should one believe in that damned love?" While the three engaged in playful banter, Su Bai began his own observations. He circled around the Huang Lu, examining the configuration of its armor. Though it appeared cumbersome, most of the armor featured excellent cushioning and seemed to possess elastic mechanisms. The choice of such a construction for the limbs while maintaining balance indicates an exceptionally high density and remarkable sturdiness in the lower body. If one were to be deceived by its exterior and underestimate its foundation, they would be falling right into a trap. The craftsman who designed the Huang Lu is undoubtedly a person of great imagination. Ultimately, Su Bai concluded that this creation must have originated from the hands of a seasoned mechanic, likely constructed after the individual attained the rank of a high-star mechanic. Unfortunately, the Huang Lu lacked sufficient agility. Its seemingly robust upper limbs adversely affected its coordination. The talent of Du Feng was indeed intriguing. Su Bai recollected Du Feng's talent, a B-grade ability. Reinforced hardness. This talent provided formidable assistance for mechas, bestowing them with enhanced defensive capabilities, making them well-suited as shields in combat. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai envisioned the most fitting talent skill for it. His right hand gently touched Huang Lu. Level 1 reinforcement activated. A radiant glow flickered, revealing Huang Lu's gourd-like form becoming more three-dimensional, with a more pronounced distinction between its upper and lower sizes. The short, diminutive lower limbs were enveloped in a layer of material resembling soft mud, rendering them appear more fragile. In contrast, the upper limbs gradually became coated with a layer of yellow-brown heavy armor, exuding immense strength. Upon its signature round face, a golden line suddenly appeared, connecting its eyes, enhancing its endearing charm. As time ticked away, one could not help but wonder if the reinforcement was nearing completion. "Old Zhou, what do you think Huang Lu will transform into?" As he paced, Du Feng's mouth was equally restless, chattering incessantly. Zhou Yunjing responded, while Wang Bo observed the hefty figure swaying before him, unable to contain himself. Don't rush. It should be ready soon. No sooner had he spoken than the door of the repair base swung open with a resounding creak. Du Feng and Zhou Yunjin simultaneously turned their gaze towards Wang Bo, exclaiming, "Prophet, it's time to strike." Wang Bo replied, "I merely mentioned it casually. Who would have thought it would actually align so perfectly?" However, this was merely the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as the door swung wide open, the three rushed forth. Upon seeing the Huang Lu before him, Du Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had found the earlier Huang Lu unsatisfactory, resembling a gourd yet oddly shaped, more akin to the number 8. Now, it finally resembled a genuine gourd. Furthermore, the armor adorning its upper body exuded an air of exceptional quality, imparting a sense of formidable strength. Employing hardness enhancement, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! How astonishingly hard. Du Feng rubbed his slightly reddened fist. That punch had utilized all his strength. Although the former Huang Lu would not have sustained damage, it would not have provided such significant feedback. The seemingly soft lower body concealed an unimaginable hardness. This realization invigorated him further. Just as he was about to step into the Huang Lu for an experience, Wang Bo halted him, saying, "Fatty, hold on, let me finish my enhancements first. And then shall we engage in a battle?" Oh. Upon hearing Wang Bo's declaration of war, Du Feng felt a surge of enthusiasm, his gaze darting between the Huang Lu and Wang Bo. Finally, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right then." Chapter 85. Why are you so proud? He was equally curious to discover how powerful his Huang Lu had become. However, with Wang Bo saying that, he could only suppress his eager heart and await the completion of Wang Bo's enhancements to validate their strengths together. Du Feng, from the moment you uttered those words, I found it impossible to trust even a single punctuation mark you used. I could only silently lament my earlier decision to divulge this matter to him. Alas, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Du Feng, vexed, patted his abdomen. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, with a cheerful demeanor, followed Su Bai into the maintenance room. The familiar process ensued, a seamless blend of contract signing and funds transfer, followed by a gentle touch on his star ring. Before them stood a mech entirely clad in vibrant orange armor, its design reminiscent of an evening gown, topped with a high hat, and seemingly adorned with a halo of sun rays at the rear. Its elongated body was akin to a figure donning metallic high boots, with 2 red square boxes fastened at its waist. This was the JK-354 speed-type Earth mech, Orange Duke, standing 12 meters tall, weighing 24 tons, boasting an engine power of 350,000 kW and a thrust of 65 million kilograms. Upon summoning the Orange Duke, Wang Bo also departed the maintenance room. Su Bai regarded the Orange Duke with a discerning gaze. Is this truly a speed-type mech? It struck him that Orange Duke, rather than embodying speed, seemed to reflect a balanced design. The proportions of its body and skeletal structure bore a remarkable resemblance to a balanced type, yet it was entirely covered in lightweight armor. This left Su Bai perplexed. It was as if the creator of Orange Duke intended to forge a stark contrast, embodying a sense of rebellion within its design. The craftsman displayed remarkable technical prowess, which was regrettably overshadowed. After scrutinizing Orange Duke from all angles, Su Bai rendered his judgment. This mech craftsman was indeed exceptional. The Orange Duke proved to be the most rewarding mech for Su Bai. Whether in the overall design or in the innovative approach of constructing a speed mech with a balanced skeleton, it is indeed striking. However, regrettably, while the concept is commendable, the final outcome leaves much to be desired. The balanced skeleton fails to harness the full potential of a speed-type mech, resulting in inadequate velocity. Furthermore, the other merits of the Orange Duke are not particularly remarkable, thus preventing it from reaching the pinnacle among Earth mechs. Nevertheless, this idea has provided Su Bai with significant inspiration, which is equally pertinent to Wang Bo. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai arrived at a decision, a B-grade talent. For short-term transformation, this shall be the innate skill. Wang Bo's talent is among the most unique within the B-grade category, classified as a transformation ability that allows him to alter the weapon at hand. Regrettably, it suffers from a severe time limitation. Otherwise, the rating for short-term transformation would undoubtedly exceed B-grade. He can only transform his weapon into a different one for a fleeting minute. This brief duration is exceedingly short, often concluding before it even commences. This is a primary reason for the mixed reviews regarding short-term transformation. Some laud its quality, dismissing the importance of duration, while a greater number express dissenting opinions. What use is such a brief time span? One moment, a formidable spear, the next, a feeble staff? Regardless of whether Wang Bo's talent is deemed strong or weak, Su Bai took a decisive step forward and reached out to touch the Orange Duke. First-level enhancement activated. A familiar radiance illuminated the scene. The body of Orange Duke began to undergo a transformation. What was once a physique inclined towards balance now gradually shifted towards a more agile form. The square box at his waist started to compress, while his long boots morphed into a vibrant orange-red. The high hat atop his head gradually lowered, and sharp angles began to extend from his collar. In the hall, Wang Bo's movements bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Du Feng from earlier, the sole distinction being that he refrained from nagging Du Feng and Zhou Yunjin. Instead, he muttered incessantly to himself, "It must succeed. It should be almost done, right? It will be ready soon, there is no doubt." Du Feng, Zhou Yunjin, where did that comforting energy of yours go just now? Truly, it seems you are indifferent when it does not concern you, but become anxious like an ant when it does. As the three awaited, a sudden click echoed. The door to the maintenance room swung open. Wang Bo, who had intended to charge in, was disheartened upon realizing it was the door to maintenance room 11 that had opened. His expression darkened as he turned to face Chu Ran, who emerged from within. Chu Ran regarded the trio, and they, in turn, gazed back at her. A profound silence enveloped the air. Clearing her throat, she finally spoke. "You are the guest who made an appointment for today, right?" It was she who broke the ice. Now an employee at the interstellar repair shop, she was no longer the prodigious girl of yore, but rather a courteous representative attending to patrons. Indeed, Zhou Yunjin nodded. Du Feng, casting her a sidelong glance, remarked, "Oh, aren't you that proud sister from yesterday? What brings you here to work?" Wang Bo rolled his eyes at this. "Have you forgotten her wager with Boss Su?" Upon hearing this, Du Feng patted his belly and suddenly realized, yes, you lost. So you must work for Boss Su for 10 years. Listening to their conversation, Chu Ran would undoubtedly have exploded with anger just a day prior. However, she quickly adapted to the situation. "Indeed, I am now a member of the interstellar repair shop, and it is an honor to work for the manager." As she spoke, a smile graced her face, as if she took great pride in her new role. Zhou Yunjin, Du Feng, Wang Bo, what are you so proud of? Chu Ran, oblivious to their expressions, actively engaged. "Is the manager helping you enhance your mechas?" Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. She had worked diligently today, aiming to witness Su Bai's enhancement firsthand. It seemed she had timed her efforts perfectly. "Yes, it's my turn now." Wang Bo, noticing Chu Ran's amiable demeanor, chose to overlook the bet she had with Boss Su, as she was, in a sense, one of them now. "But I wonder how long we will have to wait. Really, can I join you to watch when the time comes?" The sparkle in Chu Ran's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Wang Bo, hoping for his approval. After all, she was not the one enhancing Wang Bo's mecha. And according to the conventions of the repair community, one must not intrude upon another mecha technician's enhancement or construction without the mecha master's consent. Well, all right. Wang Bo ultimately did not deny Chu Ran's request, reasoning that it was merely a matter of observing, which posed no significant issue. With a decisive click, the door to the maintenance room finally swung open, and the four individuals rushed inside in unison. Chapter 86, The Guardian of the Rock Wall. The cosmos shifts. As Wang Bo gazed at the Orange Duke before him, he blinked in surprise. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that his Orange Duke had become somewhat leaner. Yet, its overall appearance radiated an undeniable aura of grandeur compared to before. The crimson box, which he had previously criticized, now resembled two playing cards, quietly nestled at his waist. The tall hat had transformed into a more modest one, shedding its previous ostentation. The light armor of the orange-red machine now bore a texture resembling that of the setting sun, devoid of the earlier appearance of pain accumulation. The entire entity exuded an air of nobility. While the former Orange Duke had resembled a bright and cheerful young man, the current iteration possessed a distinctly aristocratic demeanor. Truly, the craftsmanship of the shopkeeper was remarkable. Chu Ran, observing from the side, expressed her astonishment, despite having previously witnessed Su Bai's enhancements of the Winter Swordmaster and the Platinum Valkyrie. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her high regard for the Orange Duke. Indeed, the materials had ascended a tier, and the core power source had also been upgraded. Her gaze traversed the Orange Duke from top to bottom, a gesture that successfully captured Su Bai's attention. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired of Chu Ran, "Have you completed your task?" Upon hearing Su Bai's question, Chu Ran instinctively recoiled, akin to a quail caught in wrongdoing. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Wait a moment, why should I feel guilty? I fulfilled my task." Straightening her posture and raising her chin, she declared with conviction, "I have completed it." A faint smile played upon Su Bai's lips, as if whispering a devilish secret. "Indeed, it seems I have underestimated you. In that case, tomorrow you should be able to challenge the 10 tasks, right?" Su Bai's tone was light, yet to Chu Ran, it bore the weight of a mountain. Chu Ran, oh, but still." She could only grit her teeth and respond, "I assure you I will complete the task." Su Bai, "Oh, this employee is truly commendable." As the two conversed, Wang Bo did not hold back, diving straight into the Orange Duke. The neural link established successfully, the orange light flickered in the Orange Duke's eyes. Wang Bo's voice resonated, "Come on, fatty. It's time for a showdown between men. Du Feng. Who is afraid? Let us go." With that, he headed towards the training ground outside the repair shop. At that moment, the skylight of the repair room was wide open, and the Orange Duke leaped forth, also making its way to the training ground. Hearing that the two were about to engage in a mecha battle, a spark of excitement ignited in Chu Ran's eyes. "Chu Ran, shopkeeper. May I go and watch?" It had been a long time since she last witnessed a mecha battle. She had spent the past few months honing her repair skills and had finally become a star-level mecha technician. Yet, she found herself working for Su Bai again. Now, the opportunity to observe a mecha battle up close, especially one involving mechas enhanced by Su Bai's expertise, was something she couldn't bear to miss. Certainly, Su Bai nodded. Recognizing the hard work of his employee, he felt he should not be too stringent. After all, the benefits that should be given must be provided, right? He too was curious to see whether the Orange Duke exhibited greater offensive power or if the Yellow Bamboo showcased superior defensive capabilities. Similarly, Zhou Yunjin was eager, choosing not to engage with Du Feng or Wang Bo, for his Purple Flood Dragon could inflict considerable damage on mechas. The talent of the A level is no trifling matter. The venom of obsession is no jest. He cannot bring himself to harm his own good brother. Su Bai and his companions arrived outside the training ground, where Du Feng had already entered the arena, facing off against Wang Lu and Qingju from a distance. Observing yet another mech enhanced by Su Bai, Chu Ren felt a surge of excitement. Is this truly Wang Lu? It appears to have transformed into an entirely different machine. If only the teacher knew how remarkably perfect his creation of Wang Lu had become, he would undoubtedly be elated. Chu Ren mused to herself. Meanwhile, Su Bai picked up on a few details. Was Huang Lu crafted by President Qian? He had suspected that Huang Lu originated from a high-ranking mech technician, though he hadn't anticipated such a fortunate coincidence. Indeed, Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Before Su Bai, her greatest admiration was for Qian Yu. Speaking of Huang Lu was tinged with reverence. It was merely a casual creation by the teacher from a few years ago, yet even as an earth mech, its design was remarkably ingenious. Su Bai smiled, finding this assessment aligned with his own judgment. Are you ready to be hammered? The cheeky voice of Du Feng emerged from within Huang Lu, exuding an air of provocation. This was his usual tactic, inciting his opponent to reckless aggression. The engine of Qingju roared to life, unleashing its full power as the particle accelerator behind its legs erupted, propelling it swiftly backward. In an instant, it distanced itself from Huang Lu, leaving a radiant arc of light in its wake. With both hands gripping the cards at his side, he crossed them before him and threw with great force. 2 red cards danced and intertwined in the air, twirling like vibrant streaks of neon. With a powerful thrust aimed at the most vulnerable point of Huang Lu, Du Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile upon witnessing the unfolding event. He stamped his short legs, causing a colossal rock wall to rise abruptly from the ground, reaching a height of 20 meters and reflecting the setting sun's rays like polished metal. The sound of cards striking against the rock wall resonated, only to be repelled instantly. How do you like that, Xiaobozi? This talent. The wall of stone. How do you plan to breach it? Du Feng remarked with a villainous grin, knowing that defense had always been his forte, albeit with a limited coverage area. However, Wang Bo, ensconced within Qingju, did not display the slightest hint of discouragement following this setback. Instead, he uttered a significant remark. Oh, really? A trick. Upon hearing Wang Bo's voice from behind, Du Feng's heart sank in apprehension. He swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by 2 ominous black cannon barrels. Meanwhile, the positions of the 2 poker cards shifted to reveal the figure of Qingju. This was the talent, skill, heaven and earth reversal, allowing for instantaneous exchange between Qingju and the two poker cards. Wang Bo's skill involved short-term illusion, often met with mixed reviews due to its time constraints. Yet, when combined with heaven and earth reversal, the dynamics shifted entirely. One must ask, who could defend against weapons that had just been deflected the moment before, now appearing directly behind them? All transpired in the blink of an eye, rendering concerns about insufficient time utterly irrelevant. This moment marked a profound transformation for Wang Bo. Faced with the threat of two electronic cannons, Huang Lu hastily raised its heavily armored arms as a shield, intending to activate the wall of stone to create a barrier. Boom! Two electronic cannons roared to life, unleashing crimson beams that struck mercilessly upon Huang Lu. Chapter 87. This worker is willing to fight for a lifetime. Following the conclusion of the contest, the victor, Qingju, piloted the mech under the command of Wang Bo, even with the innate ability to enhance hardness. Sustaining a direct hit from two electronic cannons at close range would result in severe damage. The arena, now transformed into a standard training ground, swiftly removed Wang Lu and Du Feng from the field. As Wang Bo and Poker exchanged positions, instantly morphing into two electronic cannons, Zhou Yunjing's pupils, concealed behind his lenses, involuntarily constricted. To him, this maneuver appeared remarkably ingenious and had the potential to alter the tide of battle, truly befitting the name reversal of heaven and earth. Had he not anticipated the brilliance of this strike, he would likely have faced dire consequences. Observing the dejected expression on Du Feng's face, Zhou Yunjing approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "There is no need for despair. Your Huang Lu is no less formidable than Qingju. You merely fell victim to an unfamiliar opponent's innate abilities. Let me assure you, anyone who is unaware of the capability of this reversal of heaven and earth would have been caught off guard. No, I'm not disheartened. I merely should have engaged more closely from the outset." Du Feng replied. It was not the recent defeat that had left him disheartened, but rather the realization that if faced with a familiar adversary, the opponent would not recklessly charge forward. Sometimes, an offensive approach serves as the best defense. If he had combined verbal distractions with an offensive strategy, the outcome might have been more favorable, while unwavering defense might suffice in a team battle. It is undoubtedly inadequate in a duel. Fear not. You are inherently a tank, and the upcoming examination allows for the choice between individual or team battles. Zhou Yunjin was not particularly concerned about this. Du Feng was, after all, the tank he had identified. The three of them were preparing to participate in the group battle of the crucial examination. If he had previously harbored a flicker of uncertainty about breaking into the top 10, even with Su Bai being a master mechanic, he was aware that a perfect enhancement to his own mecha was not guaranteed. However, after today, that notion was completely dispelled. Not only did the three of them acquire innate skills, but they were also the most suitable talents for their respective selves. With this, it was not merely the top 10 that was within reach. Even the title of champion from Nanjiang was not beyond contention. Naturally, Wang Bo, who had just stepped down from the Orange Duke, shared similar thoughts. He offered no consolation to Du Feng, nor did he mock him. To be candid, the wall of rock had also taken him by surprise. Initially, he had intended to execute the Qianquan reversal just as the poker was about to reach Huang Lu. But the sudden rise of the rock wall caught him off guard. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have borne the brunt of it. One could say it was both fortuitous and unfortunate. Well then, in a few days, the three of us must hasten our coordination and strive to devise multiple strategies that belong to us before the examination. Zhou Yunjin subtly exhibited the demeanor of a leader, directly arranging the forthcoming plans. At that moment, beside Su Bai, Chu Ran stood with her mouth slightly agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. The events that had transpired felt utterly surreal to her. Is this an innate skill? Store manager, you enhance two Earth mechas possessing innate skills simultaneously? How on earth is this accomplished? She could not comprehend. She truly could not understand. If it were merely one machine, it would be acceptable. After all, Su Bai is a master mechanic, possessing a certain probability of awakening the innate skills of the mech. Even if it is the Earth mech, she could accept that. However, to simultaneously enhance two machines, both endowed with innate skills? What are the odds of that? Even for a master mechanic, this is utterly fantastical, is it not? No, my purple flood dragon has also awakened its innate skill. At that moment, Zhou Yunjin came over to deliver another blow, leaving Chu Ran utterly petrified. Chu Ran exclaimed, Three machines? Her voice had already cracked. As a one-star mechanic, she found herself bewildered by the essence of mechanics at this moment. Enhancing 3 Earth mechs in a single day was certainly within her capabilities. But elevating them to such an extraordinary level while also endowing them with innate skills? Could it be that the shopkeeper is truly a deity? Her gaze towards Subai shifted from surprise to reverence to fear, akin to that of a divine being. No, I am resolutely clinging to this pillar of support. I must perform admirably, so as not to disappoint the shopkeeper. It's merely 10 blades and 10 electronic guns, is it not? I am unafraid. Chu Ran's fighting spirit ignited completely. As long as she could learn from Subai, even if it were just a smattering of knowledge, she believed it would surpass any experience in the Central Star region. In fact, she feared that the progress she would achieve by being beside Subai would exceed that of her time in the Central Star region. Ignoring Chu Ran's astonishment, the 3 of them bowed before Subai, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Boss Su, for your miraculous assistance. They had sought Subai's enhancement services, nearly exhausting their family savings. In hindsight, it was not merely worthwhile. It was an absolute windfall. They would undoubtedly remember this kindness in their hearts. Subai smiled and waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely business. They provided payment, and he assisted them in strengthening their skills, which was entirely reasonable. He felt no particular sentiment regarding this arrangement, as his motivation for helping them was purely financial. After expressing their gratitude once more, Zhou Yinjin and the others chose not to linger any longer. However, they unanimously decided to keep the matter of their innate abilities a secret, not out of fear of their parents revealing it, but rather because they wished to preserve a delightful surprise. As they watched the trio depart, Chu Ran couldn't help but exclaim, being a mecha engineer truly seems blissful. What's this? Aren't you fond of mecha repairs? Subai inquired, perplexed. Given her initial competitive spirit and her recent enthusiasm, it was clear she had a profound love for the craft. Of course I am, but if given the chance, I would love to pilot a mecha myself. Chu Ran replied, shaking her head with a serene smile. While she indeed cherished her work in repairs, her passion for mechas was equally fervent. As she had mentioned earlier, no mecha engineer could resist the allure of piloting a mecha they had crafted themselves. Well, if you perform well, you might just receive a delightful surprise. Subai said with a slight upward curve of his lips, painting an optimistic vision for Chu Ran. If the modification sect could achieve such feats, perhaps one day he could construct a mecha that could be piloted without innate talent and would pose no danger. Yet, that possibility was certainly out of reach for now. As she gazed at Subai's retreating figure, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chu Ran's eyes. If there ever came a day when Subai could indeed enable her to pilot a mecha, she would be willing to dedicate her entire life to that craft. Chapter 88. Subai, we are not inherently malevolent. Gazing at her creation on the ground, she couldn't help but lift her head slightly, wearing an expression that beseeched praise. This comprised a total of 16 formidable earth mech weapons. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone else to accomplish such a feat in such a brief period. Of course, Subai was an exception. Alas, she was destined to be disappointed. Subai barely acknowledged her. Instead, she approached to scrutinize the weapons crafted by her hand. Subai extended her hands, grasping the hilt of one battle blade, and with a powerful motion, lifted it with ease. The blade, measuring nearly 4 meters in length, was hefted effortlessly, rather commendable. However, it appeared somewhat unrefined. Subai furrowed her brow, offering her candid assessment. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's heart sank, and she hastily waved her hands in denial. No. I was a bit careless while crafting this one. I apologize, I was in the wrong. Initially, she had intended to defend herself, but the depth of Subai's gaze swiftly extinguished her resolve. This was the final blade she had forged, and it indeed bore the marks of a rushed job. She had not anticipated that Subai would discern this flaw. Truly, nothing could be concealed from the store manager. Well, I shall be more attentive next time. Subai did not overly chastise her, while it was somewhat crude. It was still serviceable. She proceeded to the next blade's position, again lifting it with both hands. This one is commendable. Thus, after evaluating all the blades, aside from the initial one, which was rather rough, the rest were deemed acceptable. Subai approached the electronic gun, noting its craftsmanship surpassed that of the battle blade. He raised an eyebrow. It seems firearms are your area of expertise? Indeed. Chu Ran vigorously nodded. Her proficiency as a first-tier mechanical repair technician was primarily based on firearms manufacturing and equipping mechas. Compared to melee weapons, firearms were indisputably her forte. Quite so. Subai responded with a smile, acknowledging that Chu Ran's skills in firearms were commendable among first-tier mechanical repair technicians. The praise restored some of the confidence that had previously been shaken, and a smile returned to her face. Manager, does this mean I have completed my task? Although it had been over 10 hours since the start of her shift, she thought it wasn't a significant issue. All right. Chu Ran felt a twinge of disappointment at his response, having expected some guidance from Subai. However, reflecting on the fact that it was only her first day, she realized there was no need to rush. She resolved to work harder tomorrow and avoid any mistakes. After Chu Ran departed, Subai closed the door to repair room number 11. He intended to enhance these weapons directly. Approaching the battle blade, he extended his right hand and initiated the enhancement process. First-tier weapon enhancement activated. Star points -1. The sensation of deducting only 1 star point for such an enhancement was rather addictive for Subai. As a flicker of white light illuminated the scene, the battle blade, crafted from low-tier alloy, transformed into a titanium battle blade. While the overall appearance remained largely unchanged, it became an exceptional weapon for the Earth mecha. Generally, titanium weapons are predominantly utilized at the Sky and Star Ascension levels. The Earth mecha, being the most basic tier of mechs, faces significant challenges in matching its functionality with advanced circuit boards. A common flaw of lower-end circuit boards is their inability to conduct electricity with metals other than copper and iron alloys. However, with the recent breakthroughs in technology facilitated by the system, this issue has been comprehensively resolved. Once this advancement becomes widespread, the Earth mecha equipment across Huaxiao and even the Blue Star Alliance will witness a significant enhancement. As Subai gazed at the titanium battle blade ahead, he noted that while its exterior bore a striking resemblance to ordinary titanium weapons, its interior was a different realm altogether. Swiftly, Subai completed the enhancement of all the battle blades. He then approached the electronic gun, which was approximately the same length as the battle blade. Given Subai's current prowess, lifting it posed no challenge. Typically, electronic guns experience muzzle tremors and projectile deviation. However, this aspect was expertly addressed by Chu Ran. The key lay in the grip, which autonomously corrected and adjusted the trajectory based on the direction the muzzle was aimed at. After familiarizing himself with the weapon, Subai opted against firing it for verification and proceeded directly with the enhancement. Soon, all 8 electronic guns were fortified. The modifications involved alterations in material and a slight upgrade to the energy matrix, resulting in a remarkable increase in power. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon rose, adorned by a tapestry of stars, it was time to move to the exhibition hall for sale. Subai stroked his chin thoughtfully and issued a command to the central control. Transfer the equipment from maintenance room 11 to exhibition stand 2. Command received. Commencing transfer now. As the voice from the central control echoed, the mechanical arm commenced its operation, lifting a total of 18 weapons from the ground. With a click, the window opened, and the mechanical arm in the adjacent maintenance room received the weapons, subsequently transferring them to the next maintenance area. After several transfers, these 16 weapons were neatly displayed on exhibition stand number 2. Observing the arrangement of the left side battle blades and the right side electronic guns, Subai took out his phone and captured a photograph, which he then posted on his social media account. Silent Mechanic, new business at the Interstellar Repair Shop. Commencing today, weapons sales. Currently available are Earthmech weapons, Battle Blade, 60,000 star coins, electronic gun, 80,000 star coins, with 8 pieces of each category available. Image, JPG. With Subai's post, it wasn't long before he received an influx of likes. Queen of Thunder. First. This is fantastic. Boss Su is actually selling weapons? I was just about to purchase some. Do you have any battle daggers or sniper rifles? She seems like a goddess. Has Boss Su's business officially started? The legendary swordsman. Wishing you prosperous business and a successful weapons sale. Xing Yunlong. Does Boss Su only sell Earthmech weapons? Are there no others? Cloud Dragon Squad's butler. Boss Su. Please inform me if there are weapons for the Star Treader mech. I will definitely buy. My lifelong dream is to replace the captain. Indeed, Boss Su. When will you have some weapons for the Star Treader mech? We would like to partake. Beacon of Mechanics. Manager, are these weapons I crafted today? Have you already enhanced them so swiftly? Com Xiaozhou. Is it possible that Boss Su has such a business? Dufone will forever love Asian. What a pity. I hardly utilize these. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly support Boss Su. Wang Bo is determined to get fit. Alas, primarily. Purchasing weapons seems futile. Chapter 89 Sun Yu. This concerns the future of Huaxia. Are these individuals so idle? Subai gazed at the multitude of comments that appeared within a mere second, somewhat astonished. However, Sun Hani and Zhou Yunjin must be candidates, right? Shouldn't they be racing against time to prepare for the impending examination? Moreover, do the members of the Yunlong squad not have missions to execute? As for Zhao Mengwei and Xiao Mengyin, they have indeed entered Shanghai University and are relatively unoccupied. It is said that university students prior to the advent of the interstellar era lived in such a manner. For instance, the combat dagger and sniper rifle that Sun Hani inquired about are certainly not an issue. Arrangements can be made for Chu Ran by tomorrow. Silently diligent mechanic. There are some. At this moment, Sun Hani, at home, upon reading this message, wasted no time and rushed to Sun Yu's study. Bursting through the door with an exuberant expression, "Dad, there's no need to purchase weapons." Sun Yu, currently contemplating the map of the Cloud Sea in his hands, had directed personnel to conduct a comprehensive sweep of all suspicious locations within the Cloud Sea over the past few days, yet yielded no results. It seemed as though the modified church had truly vanished from the Cloud Sea. This discrepancy left Sun Yu feeling rather unsettled. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's exuberant exclamation, causing him to frown slightly. This ever-changing mindset is untenable. Despite the indulgence towards Sun Hani, such a capricious habit of changing thoughts daily cannot be condoned. Sun Yu's tone was exceedingly grave. No, what I mean is that you need not go out to buy it for me. Sun Hani hurriedly clarified upon sensing Sun Yu's displeasure. Look, Boss Su has begun selling weapons too. As she spoke, she produced her phone and handed it to Sun Yu. Upon hearing the name Subai, the sternness on Sun Yu's face dissipated. His brows arched in curiosity as he glanced at the phone that Sun Hani had presented. He indeed had Subai's contact information, yet he had not previously checked his phone, thus remaining unaware of this matter. As he scrutinized the image of the weapon, a hint of perplexity crossed his features. This is a titanium weapon. You have no use for it. Indeed, the weapon depicted in the picture was exquisitely crafted, a product of Subai's ingenuity. Yet it was a titanium weapon that Sun Hani, merely an Earth mecha master, could hardly utilize. Hey, Dad, you're not looking carefully enough. Pay attention to what Boss Su has written, Sun Hani teased, her lips curving into a subtle smile, evidently recognizing that Sun Yu had overlooked Subai's words. Hearing this, Sun Yu shifted his gaze to the text accompanying the image, and as he did so, his pupils constricted in astonishment. This is a weapon for Earth mechas? The Earth mecha can now utilize titanium weaponry? As the captain of the Yunhai fleet, he comprehended the implications of this revelation all too well. If Subai could indeed produce titanium weaponry suitable for the Earth mecha, combined with the sheer number of Earth mecha masters, it would wield the power to alter the tide of battle. Do not underestimate the Earth mecha masters. They are the most numerous among the mecha masters. The Yunhai fleet may possess a total of only 5,000 personnel above the Sky Mecha Division. However, the Earth Mecha Division boasts a formidable strength of 25,000. This figure is 5 times that of the other mecha divisions. If these mechas were equipped with more advanced weaponry, even if their capabilities were lacking, they could still contend with powerful mechas through sheer numbers. Without further ado, Sun Yu disregarded Sun Hani beside him and directly dialed Subai's number. After a brief series of beeps, Subai's voice resonated from the other end. "Captain Sun? What do you need?" Taking a moment to steady his emotions, Sun Yu replied, "Subai, I wanted to inquire about the production capacity for such Earth mecha weaponry. What is the maximum you could produce?" After posing the question, Sun Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Even with Subai's expertise, he was uncertain whether the latter could truly achieve mass production. This matter was pivotal not only for the Yunhai fleet but for the future of all of Huaxia. And he sincerely hoped to hear the answer he longed for. "In terms of production, I can manage about 40 to 50 pieces a day, at most." Subai responded after some contemplation, taking into account his own efforts in the virtual maintenance bay to produce the weapons. "I see." Hearing Subai's reply, though it was within reason, Sun Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, even someone as formidable as Subai could not be expected to produce thousands of such weapons in a single day. He had been overly optimistic. Just then, Subai's voice came through once more. "However, if you have the foundational Earth mecha weapons, I can enhance and modify them, which should expedite the process significantly." In this moment, Subai comprehended Sun Yu's intentions. His inquiry regarding the quantity was undoubtedly preparation for equipping the fleet. This represented a substantial order, one he had no intention of overlooking. Moreover, enhancing the equipment of the Yunhai fleet would not only benefit Yunhai, but also augment his own security. Truly, a win-win situation. Is it? Really? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, hope reignited in Sun Yu's eyes, causing him to tremble with excitement. Then, if I were to request 25,000 battle blades and electronic guns, how long would it take to complete, assuming you have the basic weapons ready? The question momentarily stumped Su Bai. Theoretically, the time required for him to enhance these weapons would be at most 1 or 2 days, given that it was the system at work. However, stating it so plainly would inevitably involve the research institute. After a brief contemplation, he provided what he deemed a conservative estimate, calculating based on the production timeline of the repair factory. Approximately 1 month. Silence ensued. Following Su Bai's mention of a month, Sun Yu on the other end of the line fell into a deep silence. Sun Han could clearly observe the rising and falling of her father's chest, his eyes seemingly glimmering with a faint green light, a rather unsettling sight. All right, no problem. Let's proceed at your quoted price. I shall place the order immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu prepared to finalize the order. He had previously noted the pricing of Su Bai's weapons and reasoned that, assuming he had the basic weapons ready, the cost should be somewhat lower. Yet, given the magnitude of the order and the stipulated completion time of 1 month, requesting a bit more was entirely justifiable. All right, then you shall come tomorrow to sign the contract? Su Bai spoke without further ado, promptly arranging the time for Sun Yu to come over. No problem. I will ensure everything is prepared by tomorrow. Su Bai added, make sure to rest early. At this moment, Sun Yu was in high spirits. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Bai, he ended the call. Moments later, he immediately dialed Xiao Wang's number. Xiao Wang, have the equipment depot account for and pack all the weapons of the Earth mechas right away. Xiao Wang responded, Captain Sun, what is going on? Why are you scheduling this task so late at night? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Well, Captain, it's getting rather late now. How about we do it tomorrow? Xiao Wang tentatively inquired. Do you not understand? Now, immediately. This concerns the future of Yuhai, and if something goes amiss, I will hold you accountable. Sun Yu's roar echoed through the phone before he hung up. Xiao Wang sighed, but I thought we had a light workload. Chapter 90, The Troubled Zhao Tianming. Has Su Bai become a target again? As the call ended, Sun Yu maintained his previous demeanor, his brow furrowed, emanating the authority befitting the captain of the Yunhai fleet. How could matters concerning the entire fleet be postponed until tomorrow? Sun Han blinked her long eyelashes repeatedly, observing her father in this unfamiliar work mode, which contrasted sharply with his demeanor at home. Indeed, everyone possesses another facet to their character. Dad, have you perhaps forgotten something? Sun Han ventured to speak once Sun Yu settled down and regained his composure. Forgotten what? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Sun Han felt a twinge of confusion. Surely, she had articulated everything she needed to say? Had he forgotten about her weapon? Sun Han puffed her cheeks and pointed at herself. Sun Yu, slightly embarrassed, patted the back of his head and exclaimed, look at me. In my moment of haste, I completely forgot to ask. Not to worry. When I come by tomorrow to sign the contract, I will also purchase the weapons you need. By the way, what exactly do you require? Sun Han replied. All right, considering it's for the fleet, I want to hold it against you. I need a combat dagger and a sniper rifle. Please don't forget. She reiterated her request for the weapons, anxious that her father might inadvertently overlook it. Sun Yu chuckled and nodded. Rest assured, I've noted it down. Only then did Sun Han leave the study, filled with anticipation for the new weapons to come. After her departure, Sun Yu turned his gaze back to the map before him. He had conducted a thorough search of all possible hiding spots. The remaining areas of concern were the towering buildings and schools in the city center. Where could they be hiding? He cradled his chin in his hands, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. The commotion caused by the transformation of the church could not simply conclude without further developments. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming was equally fraught with worry. At that moment, he found himself in a conference room, crowded with numerous individuals, all bearing grave expressions. Their eyes were intently fixed on the rear screen, which displayed a tumultuous array of red dots. According to our estimations, the impending tide of monstrous beasts is anticipated to arrive within a month. Contacts have been made with the headquarters of the Huaxia fleet, yet they seem unable to provide support due to various circumstances. The first to speak was an elderly man with graying hair, seated opposite Zhao Tianming. His tone tinged with pessimism. What about our star orbit cannon? Can we not obliterate those creatures before they approach Starry Sky One? At the other end of the table, a man with a scarred face and a square jaw spoke coolly, advocating for a preemptive strike with the star orbit cannon to eliminate the beasts. That is unfeasible, countered a middle-aged woman sitting across from him, shaking her head. The beasts possess an acute crisis instinct, The distance is far too great for us to concentrate our fire. If we wait until they are within a range where we can guarantee a hit, it is highly likely that innocent lives will be lost in the process. With a bang, the scarred man slammed his hand on the table. Then what do you propose we do? Should we really wait until they are upon Starry Sky 1 and sacrifice our mecha pilots in a desperate bid to fend them off? We are talking about thousands of these beasts. How many lives would be lost in combat with them? The middle-aged woman found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her expression dimming. It seemed that once the beast tide arrived, there would be no way to avert damage. Very well. For the time being, we shall observe. Let us disregard the situation at the Huaxia headquarters for now and instead deploy unmanned vessels to lure the beasts off course. The best outcome would be for them to become lost amidst the sea of stars, allowing us to guide them away. As for the worst-case scenario, they may indeed be heading directly for Starry Sky 1. The impending conflict is unavoidable. In recent weeks, the entire mecha division of the Nanjiang fleet has been mobilized to a state of heightened readiness. After several individuals expressed their views, Zhao Tianming issued a direct command, one to which no one dared to dissent. Although the scarred man harbored reluctance, he refrained from voicing his objections. He did not truly believe that they could lure the voracious behemoths away. These creatures, while lacking in intelligence, are notoriously difficult to deal with. Historically, they have been successfully defeated through encirclement tactics, but the current swarm of these beasts is alarmingly vast. What once consisted of mere dozens has now expanded to over 1,000. This hardly seems to be a random occurrence. Nonetheless, with Zhao Tianming's orders given, the meeting came to a close. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease the tension. Observing the situation, he sensed that the headquarters might be restrained by the Star Alliance or perhaps another entity. His eyes narrowed with cold resolve. The matter at hand was far from straightforward. Yet, he struggled to fathom what force could incite such a formidable horde of voracious beasts. Perhaps my concerns are unfounded. With a sigh of resignation, he lowered his hands. If only there were a way to instantly augment the strength of the Nanjiang fleet. Ultimately, our overall power remains too feeble, otherwise. A mere horde of voracious beasts would be insignificant. Similarly, he found himself perplexed. How was it that everything had been smooth sailing until he assumed the position of the chief, and now trouble seemed to come one after another? He had heard that the CF family had been obliterated by Lin Yu, and the leads regarding the reformation of the church had also been severed. Zhao Tianming contemplated this series of events, feeling an ache in his head. Upon receiving an order from Lin Yu, Su Bai's spirits remained relatively high. After returning home, it was once again time for his daily cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground after days of practice, he had now mastered the ability to control the ebb and flow of stellar energy without causing much disturbance. Two miniature nebulae condensed in the palm of his hand. As the stellar energy surged forth, his realm ascended once more. After solidifying his position at the third star, he began his assault towards the fourth star. However, the faint twinkling of starlight within his room was still captured by Qin Kan, who was waiting downstairs. He even questioned whether he had misperceived the situation. Was there truly a fluctuation of stellar energy in the home of a mechanic? Oh, it's gone again? Could it really be my imagination? Qin Kan gazed once more at the window of Su Bai's house, only to find the previous starlight had dissipated, leaving him increasingly bewildered. Perhaps he had been too on edge lately. Indeed, at such a young age, the prospect of being a suspected master mechanic was already terrifying. If he could also cultivate stellar energy, he would no longer be considered human, but rather a prodigy. Hence, Qin Kan continued to lurk in the shadows, silently observing the movements of Su Bai's household. Unbeknownst to him, his figure had already appeared within the luminous screen before Su Bai. Chapter 91. Zhonglei, who patiently awaited the clouds to part and the moon to shine. What is this sneaky individual doing lurking at my doorstep? Upon completing his training, Su Bai discovered Qin Kan through the concealed surveillance at the doorway. Initially, he assumed the individual was merely a loiterer in the vicinity. However, the person remained stationed beneath his building, frequently shifting positions while occasionally glancing upward. Who wouldn't feel suspicious under such circumstances? It seemed prudent to contact the enforcement team. After some contemplation, Su Bai resolved to reach out to the team for assistance. While he could confront the individual directly, he deemed it unnecessary. Thus, he promptly dialed Zhang Lei's number. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Zhang Lei was engrossed in the lottery page of an interstellar repair shop, fervently whispering to himself, "I must win." Just as the countdown approached its climax, his phone rang. inciting a surge of frustration that nearly compelled him to hurl the device. However, upon catching a glimpse of the caller's identity, Zhang Lei swiftly restrained himself from throwing the phone. He answered the call with a warm tone. "Hello, is this Boss Su? Why the sudden formality? Is it just for a lottery win that you felt the need to call me?" The timing was uncanny. The lottery had just concluded. And moments later, Su Bai was calling. Zhang Lei instinctively assumed it was a notification of his victory. Su Bai, bewildered by Zhang Lei's exuberance, promptly clarified, "No. I am here to report a suspicious individual loitering beneath my building. They have been standing there for quite some time, and I require the enforcement team to address the matter." What? Upon hearing that he had not won the lottery, Zhang Lei felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the moment he understood that Su Bai had detected a suspicious individual lurking beneath his building, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "I understand. I will be there at once." To think they had set their sights on Su Bai. Could it be remnants of the Reformed Church? Truly, Su Bai was remarkable. After 2 days of searching without a trace, he had managed to uncover the intruder's presence from the comfort of his home. Upon learning of the incident, Zhang Lei promptly linked it to the Reformed Church. If he were to discover that Su Bai identified the individual through covert surveillance, he would surely have mixed feelings. Half an hour later, Shinkin remained silently stationed beneath Su Bai's residence, utterly unaware that all his movements had already been compromised. It was not his fault. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously checked the surveillance situation in the vicinity, deliberately avoiding any cameras that could reveal his whereabouts. Moreover, once he reached the ground floor, he refrained from remaining in one position, continuously shifting his location to ensure he evaded detection. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras at Su Bai's home had been personally installed by Su Nantian. Not even a skilled Met pilot could escape their scrutiny. Suddenly, a pair of hands seized his arms, and a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Startled, Shinkin attempted to break free and flee. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape Zhang Lei's grasp. Zhang Lei's arms locked him in place like a vice. A testament to his B-class talent, iron wall confinement. As long as one is within his reach, unless one's power can utterly overpower him, escape from his grasp is simply impossible. "Captain Zhang, what have I done wrong?" Qin Kan, realizing that escape was futile, instinctively cast an innocent glance at Zhang Lei. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the sudden appearance of the latter behind him, he felt he had done nothing wrong. Surely he could not be apprehended without cause. "Done nothing? You are suspected of harboring ill intentions towards the protected subjects of Yunhai," Zhang Lei retorted without a moment's hesitation. It was absurd. At this hour, in such a secluded location, one could not act clandestinely and claim innocence. Did he take him for a fool? Buzzing sounds filled the air as the enforcement team's hover vehicle arrived on the scene 3 minutes after Zhang Lei had apprehended Qin Kansas. 2 members of the enforcement team immediately shackled Qin Kan's arms with Star Force handcuffs before taking over the task of restraining him from Zhang Lei's grip. Observing the situation, Qin Kan realized his dire predicament, yet he could not fathom how he had been exposed. "Zhang Lei, I concede this time. However, I am quite curious. How did you discover me?" At this moment, he shed his facade, regarding Zhang Lei with an icy demeanor, convinced that he had been flawless in his concealment. Upon hearing this, Qin Kan could only grit his teeth, his expression one of unwillingness as he was pressed into the hover vehicle by the enforcement team members. At that moment, Su Bai also descended from the upper floors. "Captain Zhang, thank you for your hard work." It was already quite late, yet the prompt arrival of the team underscored their dedication. "Haha, this is our duty, rather. I should express my gratitude to Boss Su for helping us catch the fox's tail." Zhang Lei shook his head, refusing to take credit. As the captain of the law enforcement team, his duty was to safeguard the tranquility of Yunhai. Rather, it was Su Bai who had aided him. "By the way, what did you mean by drawing lots earlier?" Observing this, Su Bai chose not to elaborate further and instead inquired about the matter he had mentioned during their phone conversation. Zhang Lei replied, Isn't your interstellar repair shop conducting a lottery? The draw just took place when you called, and I thought perhaps I had won." He chuckled. What a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding." Zhang Lei continuously rubbed the back of his head to mask his embarrassment. "Drawing lots? You don't need to do that," Su Bai expressed. Somewhat surprised, Zhang Lei hurriedly waved his hands. No, Boss Su, you need not make an exception for me. If you were to bend the rules for me, it would surely lead to chaos in the future." Although he truly resembled an enhanced mech, Su Bai's principles could not be compromised for his sake, as allowing others to cut in line would undoubtedly incite discontent. Isn't it true that you had already made an appointment? Subai asked, perplexed. Of course. He would not make an exception for Zhang Lei, but he had indeed scheduled an appointment before the lottery began. Logically, he should have been undergoing enhancement on the same day as Sun Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei stood frozen in place. After a prolonged moment of daze, his voice trembled slightly. Are you saying, I am not within the lottery range? Upon seeing Subai nod, the heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. Subsequently, an overwhelming joy surged within him, this unexpected delight catching him entirely off guard. Even words fail to encapsulate the tumult of his emotions. The phrases after hardship comes happiness, from despair comes hope, dreams come true, and fortune's turn all seem inadequate. The notion of enduring until the clouds part to reveal the moonlight hardly does justice to his sentiments. Who could fathom how he has endured these past days? Yet, all is indeed worthwhile. His gratitude is boundless. Zhang Lei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he grasped Subai's hand, shaking it fervently. Subai interjected, All right, Captain Zhang. It's getting late. You surely have matters to attend to, do you not? If this continued, he feared it would impede his own operations. If he didn't intervene, it seemed Zhang Lei could shake his hand for an entire day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei reluctantly released Subai's hand. Then I shall come find you tomorrow? He gazed at Subai with eager anticipation, yearning to schedule the enhancement session without delay. Very well, Subai responded nonchalantly. Although he recalled that other guests might arrive the next day. How about this? Come with Captain Sun tomorrow morning. After all, Sun Yu was expected to deliver weapons, and Zhang Lei could undergo enhancements first. The individuals in queue could be accommodated in the afternoon, which should pose no problem. Subai swiftly devised a plan for the following day. Absolutely, Zhang Lei replied, albeit not fully comprehending Subai's words. He only caught the mention of tomorrow and agreed without hesitation, fearful that any delay in his response might lead Subai to reconsider. After bidding farewell to Boss Su, Zhang Lei found himself in high spirits, walking with an invigorating stride as he approached the cockpit of the enforcement team's hovercraft. Without hesitation, he replaced the original driver. Stepping into the driver's seat, with a resounding roar, he pressed the accelerator and surged forth, observing the swiftly departing hovercraft. Subai couldn't help but blink in astonishment. Isn't this considered speeding, Captain Zhang? He had never witnessed anyone maneuvering a hovercraft with such reckless abandon. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhang Lei's hovercraft arrived at the enforcement team mess headquarters. He emerged from the cockpit with a satisfied expression. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Help, help. I'm feeling dizzy. This is intolerable. I absolutely must note down the incident regarding the captain speeding. Ugh. I'll impose a fine and deduct 12 points from him. One by one, the enforcement team members stumbled out of the hovercraft, their legs trembling as if they had just brushed against the brink of death. Upon witnessing their disarray, Zhang Lei's lips curled into a slight smirk. Heh. I drove strictly according to the standards. The maximum speed limit for hovercraft in open areas is 360 miles per hour. Surely, you all know that? Furthermore, why do you all seem so weak? After all, you are formidable ground mecha engineers. It appears you need to intensify your training. Faced with Zhang Lei's unexpected retort, the less resilient team members collapsed with a thud, while those with slightly better physical conditioning gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet, they found themselves powerless, resigning to silently jot down this incident in their minds. Soon, the team members recovered and arrived at the compartment where Ken was detained. Upon opening the door, they were confronted with a scene that was utterly horrifying. The collective reaction was one of nausea, as the sight compelled them to retch once more after having only just regained their composure. After a considerable time, they gradually began to recover, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. It seemed that the captain had indeed shown some restraint, as they were merely feeling unwell. Observing Ken, it was evident that he had been utterly overwhelmed by the captain's driving skills. Zhang Lei, noticing their reaction, approached the compartment and surveyed the dismal scene before him. His brow furrowed in concern. As expected, it remains unyielding, he thought. The lunatics of the Reformed Church, upon sensing their impending capture, would resort to self-detonation, rendering any inquiries futile. This persistent dilemma had always been a source of great frustration for them, as all leads had to be painstakingly uncovered without any possibility of verification. Well, I suppose it is best to inform the captain, Zhang Lei concluded, glancing at the chaos surrounding him. He then instructed the members in the rear. Please clean up the compartment, and do not overlook any potential clues hidden within his belongings. The team members exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. You want us to clean up this mess? They silently urged one another to take the initiative. Look at yourselves. Is this appropriate? Zhang Lei, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, You balk at merely cleaning this up. How will you cope when faced with far more gruesome scenes on the battlefield? Will you flee? What will you do when it comes to clearing the remains of a comrade? It was somewhat understandable during the incident with the Xie family, as it was the first time witnessing such a sight. After experiencing it once, they remained unchanged, which left Zhang Lei profoundly disappointed. As members of the Yu Hai fleet, it was their duty to protect the populace. How could they possibly shoulder such a heavy responsibility with such an attitude? Upon hearing Zhang Lei's reprimand, the members of the enforcement team lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of shame. His words struck at the very core of their being. Soon, one of the enforcement team members gritted his teeth and entered the compartment, rummaging through the debris of clothing. Following suit, a second team member hastily joined in. The influence of a role model is indeed powerful. With their example, the remaining members of the enforcement team also sprang into action, even though some still wore frowns. Taking that first step would ultimately lead to progress. Observing this, Zhang Lei's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Delegating the task to these team members, he moved aside, needing to inform Zhao Tianming about the day's events. After all, he had recently faced a penalty of 2 years' salary deduction. If he failed to report this incident, it could escalate to 2.5 years. It is well known that 2.5 years is a significant hurdle, one not to be easily surpassed. The phone call was quickly connected. And on the other end, Sun Yu's voice came through, tinged with impatience. What is it? Do you wish to postpone the weapons inventory until tomorrow? Zhang Lei, taken aback, replied, But I haven't said anything yet. Weapons inventory. What does that have to do with me? After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly clarified, No. It's about the transformation of the Holy See. Have you made any discoveries? Upon hearing the transformation of the Vatican, Sun Yu's voice on the other end of the line grew somber and serious. I just received a report from Boss Su, stating that there are suspicious individuals loitering outside his residence. Zhang Lei recounted the previous events, and just as he mentioned the suspicious figures near Su Bai's home, Sun Yu interjected, What? They are targeting Su Bai again. Is he all right? His tone was laced with anxiety. Su Bai's significance could not be overstated. Not only was his enhanced mechanical prowess formidable, but the potential elevation of the Yunhai fleet's weaponry was also a matter of utmost gravity. It's fine. We have already subdued the individuals, Zhang Lei reassured him, sensing Sun Yu's urgency, and promptly conveyed all the pertinent information. A brief silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the gentle rustle of the summer breeze through the surrounding trees. After a long pause, Sun Yu's sigh resonated through the line. Alas, these pests are truly troublesome. You handle this matter. Inform me of any developments. Understood. Zhang Lei replied hastily at Sun Yu's command, but soon his gaze flickered with hesitation. Captain, I would like to request a day off tomorrow. Chapter 93. The Despair of Zhou 1. Zhang Lei quickly clarified. I have an appointment with Boss Su to enhance the mecha at the Interstellar Repair Shop. Oh, I see. Sun Yu's tone returned to its usual cadence upon learning of the mecha enhancement. Haven't you gone for enhancements yet? You've delayed for quite some time. Zhang Lei retorted. Who should I blame for not going for enhancements? Who is truly at fault? He barely managed to maintain his composure. The first time I prepared to go, I was dismissed by Sun Yu, and later there was that lottery. Now, Sun Yu actually inquires why I did not pursue enhancement? Well, I simply lacked the time, Of course, Zhang Lei refrained from voicing his frustration directly. He could only ponder it silently, lest he jeopardize his 2.5 years' worth of salary. All right, then you shall accompany me tomorrow. This time, Sun Yu did not refuse Zhang Lei's request for enhancement. After all, as he often states, any increment in strength is worthwhile. Moreover, having tasted the benefits of Su Bai's enhancements, Sun Yu understood it was not merely a slight improvement. Captain, are you going to? Upon hearing that Sun Yu intended to join him, Zhang Lei felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. He swore he harbored no prejudice against Sun Yu. It was simply a reflex. What? Am I not allowed to go? Sun Yu playfully teased him. Never mind. I shan't tease you further. Tomorrow, I must transport all the terrestrial weapons of the fleet over for Su Bai to enhance. It would be convenient for you to help with the transport. Oh, certainly. No problem. Realizing that Sun Yu was not intentionally following him, Zhang Lei felt considerably relieved. However, he quickly processed the implication. All the terrestrial weapons needed enhancement? Unfortunately, before he could voice his inquiry, Sun Yu hung up the phone. All the terrestrial weapons? How long would that take for enhancement? Wait, when did Boss Su take on the responsibility of weapon enhancement? In Zhang Lei's mind, it felt as though he had a veritable encyclopedia of questions. As these days he had either been scouring for traces of the reformation of the Holy See or anxiously waiting before the lottery page. I was unaware that the interstellar repair shop had ventured into new business. Nevertheless, given that it is Boss Su, it is not surprising that he can enhance weaponry. Ultimately, Zhang Lei cast aside these doubts. Having witnessed Su Bai's mechanical prowess, it was hardly astonishing that he could undertake any endeavor. In the northern expanse of Yanhai, within an abandoned factory, the sound of shattering objects echoed persistently. The burly showman stood in the basement, his chest heaving, his vertical pupils constricting. As he gasped for breath, useless, to allow oneself to be exposed while monitoring a mechanic. To be captured by the enemy? Zhouwen was truly infuriated. He had repeatedly stressed the need to observe from a distance. Knowing Qin Can's character, he assumed the latter would comply. Yet, despite this, Qin Can had still self-detonated. Within the modified ecclesiastical order, there existed a detonation supervision device. Should the corresponding target's self-detonation mechanism become compromised, it could be remotely triggered if the target did not activate it. This precaution was established to deter those who might wish to withdraw midway or conceal themselves. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the device of Qin Can fail. This indicated that Qin Can was no more. The reason behind the triggering of the self-detonation without his own activation was simple. He might have inadvertently divulged information regarding the modified ecclesiastical order during interrogation or been captured, rendering him incapacitated. In either scenario, it was a grave blunder. After venting his frustration, Zhouwen felt somewhat helpless. There truly seemed to be no one left to rely upon. What sort of enchantment does the interstellar repair shop possess? Must we lose a person every time we visit? He was feeling overwhelmed. Qin Can could be considered his confidant. Yet the reformation of the Holy See's arrangements in the Cloud Sea involved more than just their small circle. However, the number of individuals he could rely on and trust was indeed scant. Alas, my lord, could you not have made arrangements before your departure? Is this interstellar repair shop under surveillance or not? Must I venture there myself? Zhouwen was in a state of distress, uncertain of what to do. Why are you troubled, you simpleton? At that moment, a melodious voice emerged, and Yu Ming slowly approached from the shadows. Upon seeing her, Zhouwen shifted from his previous despondency, placing his hands behind his back and adopting an air of authority. Yu Ming, it would be wise for you to show some respect. Do not forget, I am currently in charge of the Cloud Sea. These past few days, my lord has tasked you with infiltrating Cloud Sea number 1. How has the progress been? Upon hearing Zhouwen's words, Yu Ming scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain. She was well aware of Zhouwen's character, somewhat dull and occasionally reckless, with few merits beyond his obedience. That the figure in the black robe had chosen him to oversee matters was unexpected for her. Everything is proceeding smoothly, unlike you. I am capable of keeping an eye on someone. Yu Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement, filled with mockery. As for the interstellar repair shop, let it be for now. Your continuous failures have surely drawn the Cloud Sea fleet's focus there. It is best to refrain from any actions at this moment. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Do not forget, the Cloud Sea. Zhouwen's words were abruptly interrupted by Yu Ming. I understand that you have been appointed to oversee the grand scheme, but you must comprehend the implications of your actions. If the truth were to be unveiled, would you be able to bear the consequences? The smile that adorned Yu Ming's face vanished, replaced by an icy gaze that bore down on Zhouwen with unwavering intensity. Zhouwen, confronted by her frigid stare reminiscent of a 1,000-foot-deep, chilling abyss, felt a shiver run through him. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. I understand. Do not neglect your duties over at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Naturally, I am not like the rest of you. With that, Yu Ming turned and departed, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. As Zhouwen gazed at her retreating figure, he clenched his teeth in frustration. You had better not give me any leverage against you. Once more, he surveyed the basement, feeling as though it had transformed into a cage that ensnared him. While he was capable in his tasks, being tasked with orchestrating the broader plan was indeed a burden for him. What on earth were you thinking by assigning this clumsy giant to lead? After exiting the basement, Yu Ming looked up at the star-filled sky, her brows furrowing slightly, her eyes reflecting doubt. Never mind. I shall not concern myself with such matters. The interstellar repair shop, a master mechanic, is quite an intriguing figure. When mentioning Su Bai, Yu Ming's brow lifted with curiosity. She was eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had managed to repeatedly thwart the cloaked figures. Chapter 94. The Fleet's Long Dragon. The intent of Sun Yu. The following morning, Subai arrived promptly at the interstellar repair shop, awaiting the arrival of Sun Yu and Zhang Lei. He had already informed the fortunate guests who had drawn the winning tickets to return in the afternoon, leaving him with ample leisure. Before long, Chu Ran arrived at the repair shop, and, upon seeing Subai already present, expressed her surprise. Why is the shopkeeper here so early? According to Zhao Mingwei and her companions, Subai typically begins his operations after 10 o'clock. However, he has set a personal starting time of 10:30. Today, she made a special effort to arrive early, reaching the venue by 9, only to find that Subai had not yet arrived. I had some matters to attend to, so I came in early, she mentioned. You two are quite early. Impressive, very diligent. Subai was somewhat taken aback to see Chu Ren arrive before the official start time. Truly, she was a hard-working employee. Oh, by the way, manager, were those weapons you posted yesterday crafted by me? Chu Ran inquired directly, her curiosity piqued. After scrutinizing Subai's post in the social media circle for quite some time, she still couldn't identify the combat blade. However, each firearm bore a small logo that she had placed herself, making it impossible for her to mistake them. Indeed, I merely reinforced them, Subai affirmed with a nod, feeling no need to deny it. Perhaps this revelation would further motivate Chu Ran. What kind of expression is that? Subai remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Chu Ran's fervent gaze. Eventually, he conceded with a resigned nod. I will. Wonderful. I shall commence my work. With Subai's confirmation, Chu Ran was indeed invigorated, promptly heading to the repair station number 11. Such vitality, Subai mused. Meanwhile, on the streets of Yuhai, countless individuals gazed upwards at the shadowy silhouettes in the sky. There, a fleet of transport vessels was observed gliding slowly through the air. Each vessel extended at least 300 meters in length and spanned 70 to 80 meters in width. Remarkably, there were 10 such transport ships, arranged in an orderly manner, navigating the skies like a magnificent dragon soaring across the heavens. It was nearly impossible to overlook. Particularly striking was the prominent insignia of the Cloud Sea Fleet. This prompted a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Is this a transport vessel for the fleet? So many. Where could they possibly be headed? It seems they must be transporting something of great significance. I have never witnessed such a multitude of transport vessels departing simultaneously. Their trajectory appears to lead towards the previous construction site. Ah, yes, that location seems to be behind the interstellar repair shop, where I noticed the addition of an interstellar fortress. When did this happen? How was I unaware? It must have been just yesterday. I refrained from taking photographs out of fear that it was a confidential operation. Is it possible that they are developing new weaponry there? You know, some of us are studying seismic surveying. It is said that the previous seismic sources were all traced back to that interstellar repair shop. I was just thinking, how could our Cloud Sea suddenly have a new repair master? It turns out the Cloud Sea Fleet specifically invited him to develop new weapons. Oh, you cannot deny it. There seems to be some merit to this theory. Considering the previous weapon development, coupled with the expansion of the interstellar repair shop, and now this substantial transport of weaponry by the Cloud Sea Fleet towards that direction, the majority of the populace believes they have unraveled the truth. The master repairman of Cloud Sea, Subai, was indeed specially invited by the Cloud Sea Fleet to develop weaponry. Who would have thought that our Cloud Sea holds such prestige? To have attracted a master repairman who could still claim that our Cloud Sea lacks talent in the future. At this very moment, I feel an immense sense of pride. Speaking of which, when will this new weapon be unveiled? I am quite eager to witness it. However, it is likely that the level of secrecy surrounding it is exceptionally high. The onlookers are awestruck by the scene before them, engaging in fervent discussions. On the transport vessel, Zhang Lei stands behind Sun Yu, with the staff of the Yuhai fleet positioned behind them. Some are diligently inspecting the equipment, while others meticulously recount the inventory, anxious to avoid any errors. Captain, do you think we might be a bit too ostentatious? Zhang Lei feels that the display of their departure is rather excessive. Typically, one would expect weapon upgrades to be conducted discreetly. So why has it become common knowledge? Sun Yu, upon hearing this, cast him a sidelong glance and replied, I intend to be conspicuous. Do you not understand the principle of striking fear into the hearts of our adversaries? The Reformed Church has repeatedly targeted Subai. If we do not demonstrate our stance, do you think they will relent? Let us not forget, after today, even if they continue to plot against Subai, they will need to reconsider what we have transported here. Upon hearing Sun Yu's explanation, Zhang Lei's eyes brightened. He had only perceived the immediate flamboyance and had not considered Sun Yu's underlying intention. He quickly remarked, indeed, The captain is astute. With this approach, they should think twice before becoming too audacious. The scale of this transport vessel is such that anyone paying attention to the fleet will recognize it as a harbinger of substantial weaponry or mecha. Regardless of the nature of the cargo, it signifies that the Yunhai fleet has established formidable firepower outside the interstellar repair shop. Should they harbor any further intentions, they must also be prepared to counteract. Evidently, Sun Yu's plan has borne fruit. Numerous figures have already made their way to the basement to report the current situation to Zhou. Soon, the basement of the dilapidated factory became overcrowded, with dozens of hooded individuals of various physiques gathered in one place. Their tone was fraught with urgency. Zhou. It appears that the Yunhai fleet is suspected of deploying large-scale destructive weapons near the interstellar repair shop. My suggestion is to evacuate all personnel in that vicinity. Indeed, I have observed it too. There are 10 large transport vessels. Who knows what they contain? I suspect that someone among us has divulged our operational targets. These weapons might very well be aimed at us. We must retreat. It is imperative we do not expose ourselves. Listening to the anxious murmurs around him, Zhou stood frozen, his mind in a daze. Just yesterday, Qinkan had fallen, and now the Yunhai fleet has orchestrated this situation? Could it be that Qinkan has betrayed us? Impossible, setting aside the fact that he had self-detonated. If he truly had revealed anything, I would have likely met my demise long ago. His head was spinning, acutely aware of the burdens of leadership. I am aware of the situation. Immediately arrange for our personnel to evacuate from the vicinity of the interstellar repair shop. The farther away, the better. Chapter 95, the Starship Repair Shop? Can it truly enhance starships? Zhou promptly issued the directive, viewing the interstellar repair shop as a nightmare that threatened their plans. Any association with it would undoubtedly incur losses. Hence, it was prudent to avoid its sharp edges for the time being. While it felt somewhat stifling now, when the day of execution arrives, he would ensure that Su Bai pays the price. At that time, the clouds over Yunhai, and indeed the entire South River, would undoubtedly descend into chaos. He could hardly believe that anyone would still pay attention to a mere mechanic. Yes, this is the best course of action. Fine. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Most of those present held a deep-seated disdain for Zhou, viewing him as a man of mere bravado without strategy. However, Zhou's decisive actions this time were indisputable, especially after losing the immense support of the CF family. Their current manpower was indeed stretched thin. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and Zhou, feeling helpless, slumped into his seat, his gaze distant. He no longer wished to contemplate anything, only wanting to wait idly for the return of the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the transport vessels of the Yunhai fleet had arrived above the interstellar repair shop. From the heavens, the full grandeur of the interstellar repair shop was even more astonishing. Although Sun Yu had prior knowledge of Su Bai's expansion plans, he never anticipated that Su Bai would extend to such an extent. He had thought the vast area was merely a precautionary measure. But could this truly be an interstellar fortress? Is this the interstellar repair shop? Sun Yu was somewhat prepared, yet Zhang Lei was completely unaware. Upon seeing the interstellar repair shop before him, he was rendered speechless. But could it be that the era has changed? As a customer of the old age, is there no establishment in the new era that can accommodate him? No. This transformation is simply too immense. Observing Zhang Lei's startled demeanor, Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Do not be so taken aback. You are the captain of the Yunhai enforcement team. All right, okay. Zhang Lei, upon hearing this, could only suppress his astonishment and regain his composure. The expansion proved beneficial. Initially, he harbored some doubts about where Sun Yu intended to dock these transport vessels. However, now those concerns had dissipated. The transport vessel descended gradually, and suddenly the platform lowered. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei made their way down the lift to the entrance of the interstellar repair shop. Su Bai was already waiting at the door, as the commotion created by the transport vessels was rather substantial. From a distance, he had spotted the impressive convoy. Su Bai, what brings you here? You needn't be so courteous, Sun Yu remarked upon landing, surprised to see Su Bai come out to greet them. Indeed, Boss Su, you should focus on your duties inside. We shall unload these weapons and then join you, Zhang Lei added, directing the transport vessel, indicating that Su Bai need not wait for them. Su Bai smiled at the two and glanced upwards at the airship overhead. That is quite an impressive quantity of weapons. Indeed. There are 20,000 blades and 26,000 firearms, Zhang Lei responded without hesitation, providing the exact figures they had counted. The reason for the discrepancy in numbers was that many of the mech pilots were of the armed and defensive types, who had no use for blades, but instead utilized firearms extensively. Upon hearing these figures, Subai raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated the firearms would be so numerous. In that case, his profits would increase significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Subai instructed the unloading crew, "There is no need to place them here. Proceed to the rear." Boom. With that, a tremendous noise erupted. Behind the interstellar repair shop, the vast isolation zone's ceiling suddenly opened. The starship maintenance area, resembling a small town, was unveiled before everyone's eyes. Sun Yu and Zhang Lei exchanged glances as they gazed at the space in the back, and Zhang Lei directly inquired, "Boss Su, is this space behind you?" A bold thought crossed his mind. Such a large area dedicated to mecha repairs would undoubtedly be a waste, and the equipment within did not resemble that of a storage facility. Most notably, a long strip in the center was flanked by metal barriers, clearly indicating a maintenance area. Moreover, it was highly likely to be a starship repair facility. Indeed, it was a starship maintenance area. Subai did not conceal this. After all, only fleets possess starships, making them potential clients. Why not promote it? Is that truly the case? Sun Yu's gaze fixed on Subai. Subai's prowess was evident. Yet the notion that he could repair starships raised some skepticism. The complexity and size of a starship are dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than that of a mecha. Even the most skilled individual would find it immensely challenging to undertake the maintenance of a starship alone. Within a fleet, a team of hundreds is typically required to manage such operations, ensuring that the starships can function and navigate properly. Generally, such work is conducted at interstellar spaceports. Now, Subai had seemingly incorporated starship services into the interstellar repair shop's offerings. Of course, what else would I need such a vast space for? Subai was not surprised by their reactions. Indeed, the disparity between mechas and starships was substantial, and harboring doubts was entirely reasonable. Ha ha ha, if the opportunity arises, I must put Subai's prowess aboard the starship to the test. Sun Yu chuckled heartily at the thought. Although the starship required no maintenance recently, he was still keen to allow Subai a chance, especially given the remarkable enhancement abilities he possessed, even if the starship and the mech were not entirely alike. Having just a fraction of that power would yield immense returns. Zhang Lei nodded enthusiastically, his admiration for Subai growing by the moment. As the door to the starship repair bay swung open, the transport vessel, under Zhang Lei's guidance, systematically commenced the unloading of materials. Subsequently, he and Sun Yu followed Subai into the interstellar repair shop. Upon entering the rejuvenated establishment, the two men felt as though they had crossed into another realm. It seemed that Subai had become increasingly enigmatic. "Very well, the price shall remain as previously agreed. I will transfer the funds directly," Sun Yu announced as he prepared to make the payment for the weapon. "Not so fast," Subai interjected with a smile. "I have one more weapon for you to consider." Captain Sunday's Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback and hesitated. "Well, Subai, I typically do not." His words trailed off abruptly as Subai led into the exhibition hall showcasing the Nanju. Upon sensing the formidable black flames emanating from the Nanju, a spark of brilliance ignited in Sun Yu's eyes. "Subai, is this what you meant? Isn't it crafted from purple crystal? Can I truly wield it?" Sun Yu's tone was somewhat hurried. The primary reason he refrained from wielding weapons was that the few capable of accommodating the properties of the Tsang Yen were scarce. Even typical vibranium materials could not bear much of the Tsang Yan's power. In Chapter 96, the dark flames surged, and the Tsang Yen scorched the heart, aiding Zhang Lei in his enhancement. Sun Yu gazed at the Nanju ahead, unable to suppress his skepticism. Undoubtedly, this was the weapon of the Breaking Star mecha. Subai chuckled. Sun Yu's reaction was precisely what he had anticipated. It was not in vain that he had deliberately reserved the Nanju for him. The Tsang Lang had been personally enhanced by him, and he understood better than anyone that the Tsang Yen of the Tsang Lang was far beyond what an ordinary Breaking Star mecha weapon could withstand. Thus, he decided to leave the Nanju for Sun Yu to observe, as the latter was his most significant client, and it was only reasonable to offer the finest goods first. "I want to buy it. How much for the Nanju?" Sun Yu, without a hint of hesitation, prepared to place an order, although he was slightly apprehensive and inquired about the price. After all, he had only recently enhanced the Tsang Lang once, and if the Nanju were priced excessively, he would need to reconsider. While he was indeed the head of the Sun family and the captain of the Yunhai fleet, he understood the importance of fiscal prudence. 800 million. Is that so? No, wait. Did you just say how much? Upon hearing the price, Sun Yu initially felt disheartened, but he quickly regained his composure, incredulously staring at Subai. A property weapon crafted from purple crystal, one that can be utilized by a Breaking Star mecha? 800 million, much like Zhao Mingyue and Xiao Mingyan before him. Upon hearing the price, his first reaction was that it was far too inexpensive. Although the price was more than 10 times the usual cost of a broken star mech weapon, this was a purple crystal weapon. How could it be sold at such a modest price? Instantly, a warmth spread through Sun Yu's heart. He understood that Subai had set such a low price to take care of him. This kindness, he graciously accepted. Thank you. I will transfer the money immediately. A sum of 3.08 billion star coins has been credited to your account. Another substantial amount had been deposited, finally compensating for the losses incurred from the expansion of the interstellar repair shop. Soon, Subai led Sun Yu to the showroom of Nanju, as Sun Yu observed up close. The black flames ignited at the junction of the handle and blade of Nanju, resembling a black dragon soaring into the sky, scrutinizing Sun Yu before it. Not one to hesitate. Sun Yu summoned Song Lang, enveloping himself in star power and entering within. Song Lang and Nanju gazed at each other across the space, as the azure flames surged forth to meet the black flames. Erupting into an infinite blaze, the entire showroom transformed into a sea of fire, with azure and black flames each claiming half, standing in fierce opposition. As the two flames clashed, sparks flew, dark flames surged, and azure flames seared. Boom, boom. The sounds of collision echoed, as the two distinctly different flames vied to subdue one another. The azure flame wolf and the pitch-black flame dragon relentlessly tore at each other within. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Sun Yu's forehead inside Song Lang. The continuous use of azure flames was evidently taking its toll. Yet, to obtain Nanju, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a fitting weapon. If he failed to bind it due to his own inability to withstand the strain, Sun Yu would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. The two sides began a desperate contest, as if caught in a tug-of-war. The temperature within the exhibition hall steadily escalated, causing the golden patterns to emerge and suppress it. Subai had anticipated this, standing outside the hall alongside Zhonglei. Unlike the maintenance room, this exhibition space was devoid of machinery and was fortified with protective barriers, ensuring no damage would occur. Observing the interior, which was half cerulean and half obsidian, Zhonglei couldn't help but swallow hard. Were it not for the intervening barrier, the heat radiating from within could have inflicted severe harm. He had witnessed Sun Yu's azure flame, a fire capable of effortlessly melting Jinjin. And now this black flame was strikingly comparable. The scene before him exceeded Zhang Lei's comprehension. Boss Su, is this truly merely a weapon? He questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice, as he had yet to encounter a weapon with such formidable attributes. Subai nodded affirmatively, of course. What else could it be? Zhang Lei conceded. Well, discussing this with him was a display of my ignorance. After all, this is a weapon crafted by him. What a pity. If only the Starwalker mech possessed such powerful weaponry. Zhang Lei felt a pang of regret. Yet he understood that Subai could indeed create weapons for the Starwalker mech, although they would undoubtedly fall short of the strength of Nanju. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed. The azure flame within the exhibition hall began to gain the upper hand, forcing the black flame into a corner, gradually encroaching upon its territory. As the victor, the azure wolf advanced step by step toward Nanju, firmly grasping its hilt. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry piercing the heavens, a resonant sword chant emanated from Nanju. Subsequently, a flicker of violet light illuminated the circuitry matrix atop Nanju, aligning it with Songlong. From this moment forth, Sun Yu had completely mastered Nanju. Songlong raised the Nanju high, resembling a monarch gracing the earth, and then placed it before him to scrutinize with immense affection. Finally, the connection had been successfully established. Captain Sun, please emerge, Subai gently prompted, observing Sun Yu's demeanor, knowing that if he did not intervene, Sun Yu might continue to immerse himself in this euphoria for an indeterminate time. It had been far too long since he had wielded a weapon, and thus he felt a surge of excitement. As Sun Yu's voice resonated within Songlong, he exited and stepped outside the exhibition hall, his face beaming with delight, clearly still in a state of exhilaration. Witnessing Sun Yu's triumph, Zhang Lei could no longer contain his restless spirit. Boss Su, about my enhancement? He eagerly pointed to himself with his right index finger, impatient to commence his mecha enhancement, a purpose for which he had come today. The previous night had been fraught with restless thoughts of the enhancement, and he had risen early to ensure the fleet was prepared, meticulously reviewing their weapon inventory. This day marked the dawn of Zhang Lei's ascendance. Subai maintained his smile and nodded. Let us proceed to your enhancement. These words sounded like heavenly music to Zhang Lei, who promptly followed in Su Bai's wake, buoyed by an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Sun Yu observed this display with amusement, pondering how long it would take for Zhang Lei to mature from such impetuousness. Zhang Lei is still regarded highly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It is anticipated that the position of Captain Yu Hai will eventually be entrusted to him. However, the current Zhang Lei lacks maturity. His work capabilities are commendable, cautious, and diligent, yet his character requires further refinement. Before his retirement, he hopes to cultivate a greater sense of composure. Observing the silhouettes of the two, he shook his head and followed closely behind. Soon, the trio arrived at the first maintenance chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lei placed his right hand upon the star ring. Chapter 97. Truly, it is not without merit. The power-type Star Trek mech, Qingkong, stands at a height of 32 meters, with a weight of 600 tons and an engine output of 32 million kilowatts, generating a thrust of 700 million kilograms. This is Zhang Lei's mech, designed to complement his innate talent for the iron wall constriction, featuring arms that can freely expand to ensnare. In the heat of battle, when coordinated with other mechs, it can achieve pinpoint execution. Typically employed in king-capturing tactics, after retrieving Qingkong, Zhang Lei reluctantly departed from the maintenance chamber. After all, it had accompanied him for many years, and there were sentiments attached. Everyone was well aware of Su Bai's enhancements. The transformation was monumental, and it was likely that upon their next encounter, he would be unrecognizable. This illustrates that Zhang Lei's passion for mech surpasses that of others, as evidenced by his continual yearning for enhancement. Ultimately, it was Sun Yu who could no longer bear to watch and gave him a firm shove. All right, go wait outside. After the enhancement, won't you be much stronger than now? Once the two departed, the door to the first maintenance chamber closed with a swift finality. Gazing at the Qingkong before him, Su Bai discerned its distinction from the previous terrestrial mechs. The Starstep mech required at least a 3-star mechanic to forge, and indeed, its craftsmanship surpassed that of the terrestrial mechs by a considerable margin. Su Bai circled around Qingkong, reaching out to touch the ribbons adorning its back, his brow furrowing slightly. Were they merely for decoration? Upon closer inspection, he found that the ribbons, which had piqued his interest, were indeed ornamental, which inevitably dampened his enthusiasm. In his view, they could have been fashioned from sturdier materials to serve as binding tools, thereby enhancing the control range. It was likely the work of a 4-star, or even a 5-star mechanic. Such craftsmanship was worthy of Su Bai's study. Although he could barely be considered a 4-star mechanic himself, his foundation was not solid. He now needed to focus on improving his skills. He reached out to lightly touch its knee. Level 3 enhancement initiated. A radiant white light instantly filled the repair bay. Beneath it, Qingkong's form began to undergo a gradual transformation. Its base color appeared as if polished, taking on a more ceramic feel, becoming increasingly translucent, while the black armor approached transparency. The metallic semicircles on its arms also thinned gradually, resembling silver threads. The ribbons behind it, initially merely decorative, had entirely transformed into a black gold material. Time passed second by second. To prevent Zhang Lei from becoming restless, Sun Yu took him directly to the starship repair bay to supervise the unloading of the transport vessel. Even so, Zhang Lei's thoughts remained within the repair bay. Captain, how much longer do you think it will take? We're watching the cargo being unloaded. What kind of second talent can I awaken? He pondered. By the way, there seems to be a specialization too, right? His gaze remained fixed on the weapon ahead, yet his lips did not cease their movement. Sun Yu mused. Can he truly bear the weight of Yunhai's future? Should I reconsider? Ultimately, he opted for a physical reprimand, delivering a swift strike to Zhang Lei. Bang! The forceful blow of affection landed squarely on Zhang Lei's head, reminiscent of the last time such an encounter transpired, which seemed to be 2 or 3 years prior. The familiar sensation evoked a sense of nostalgia within Sun Yu as he observed Zhang Lei clutching his head, emitting a series of hisses. All right, in due time, you will naturally strengthen. Your talent will not be lacking. Are you unaware of Su Bai's prowess? I assure you, it will astonish you. Moreover, you claim to be quite composed, yet when it comes to matters of mechas, you become rather impulsive. This behavior is unacceptable. Should this occur again, I shall deduct half a year's salary. Swish. The mere thought of a potential salary deduction jolted Zhang Lei back to attention. He shook his head, dismissing the concerns of the maintenance room, and focused intently on the fleet members unloading cargo ahead. Hey, this is not right. Firearms should never be placed atop the war blade, as they are prone to damage. And you, who taught you to hold the trigger while unloading the gun? What if it misfires? Yes. Observe him. His movements are exemplary, gentle and cautious, avoiding any hazardous actions. Watching Zhang Lei navigate through the crowd, continuously directing others. A subtle smile graced Sun Yu's lips. Without meticulous refinement, Jade cannot become a valuable object. This young man now indeed exhibits a semblance of command. Soon, the final firearm was completely disassembled, aligning perfectly with their prior assessments. Accompanied by Sun Yu, they made their way to the first maintenance room. Just as they arrived, the door to the maintenance room swung open with a snap. Sun Yu felt a sudden gust of wind beside him, and a shadow darted past. Entering the room with haste, Sun Yu, momentarily taken aback, could only manage a wry smile as he followed suit. It was truly an unmerited flattery. He still had a long way to go. Upon entering the maintenance room, he beheld the sky capture before him, his brows slightly raising. Even though this was not his first encounter with Su Bai's enhancements, and his own Song Wolf had also undergone a similar upgrade, he could not help but marvel at Su Bai's extraordinary craftsmanship. The current sky capture bore little resemblance to its former self. The cumbersome metallic half-arc on its arm had transformed into two barely noticeable fine lines, and the overall coloration of the machine leaned towards a more classical aesthetic. Particularly, upon noticing the two black ribbons trailing behind, Sun Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted. With a swift motion, he turned to Su Bai and inquired, "Su Bai, are these ribbons black gold?" This statement was somewhat true, yet somewhat false. It was indeed due to his guidance that the system's enhancements had proceeded in that direction. Chapter 98. The Web of All Things. Transformation? Su Bai is truly a prodigy. Sun Yu held a deep admiration for Su Bai's insights. Having previously perceived sky capture as somewhat ostentatious and lacking in substance. While the craftsmanship is undeniably commendable, there are certain issues present. Whether concerning the semicircular arcs on the arms or the ribbon trailing behind. The ribbon, while indeed perplexing, proves to be more of a hindrance, potentially interfering with delicate maneuvers. At their level of expertise, advanced mech techniques such as the Z-step or lateral evasion, as well as jet jumps, are mere routine. In such instances, even a moment's distraction could expose vulnerabilities to their adversaries. Sun Yu has repeatedly urged Zhang Lei to remove the ribbon, yet he remains obstinately attached to it. Claiming it embodies the essence of Qin Kong, Sun Yu finds himself at a loss. Fortunately, what was once a mere decorative encumbrance has now transformed into a genuine weapon, thus serving its purpose. Sun Yu marvels at Su Bai's mechanical prowess. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei has no time for such musings. He has circled Qin Kong several times. Finally, satisfied, he nods as if recalling something significant, quickly channeling his star energy to leap into Qin Kong. As Zhang Lei enters, the neural link establishes a successful connection. A golden gleam flashes in the eyes of Qin Kong, and the concave device upon its gaze instantly flips, resembling a pair of sunglasses that envelopes its eyes. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai finally comprehends the purpose of the concave ornamentation. Su Bai remarks, "It seems that the creator of Qin Kong possesses some peculiar preferences, often indulging in whimsical gadgets." Soon, the celestial gate of maintenance bay number 1 swings open. Qin Kong ascends rapidly, swiftly passing through the recently launched transport fleet, leaving the crew members merely catching a fleeting shadow. Boom. As the hurricane swept through, many found themselves nearly toppled. An enemy attack. Alarm. Immediate alert. Quickly, inform Captain Sun and Captain Zhang. They instinctively perceived this as an assault and swiftly entered a state of readiness. With a gentle touch of his right hand upon the star ring, he prepared to summon his mech. Wait, is that Qin Kong? Fortunately, someone in the crowd recognized Qin Kong. However, upon closer inspection, they were somewhat perplexed. Qin Kong? I don't recall Qin Kong looking like this. Do you? It certainly appeared quite different. Yet, look at the ribbons trailing behind. Indeed, in those frames, it is undoubtedly Qin Kong. It seems Captain Zhang's Qin Kong has undergone some enhancements. Once they confirmed it was indeed Qin Kong, they relaxed a bit. Qin Kong swiftly plummeted, hurtling towards the training ground. Even with preparations, many were still caught off guard by the gust it created as it rushed by, struggling to keep their eyes open, shielding their faces with their arms. As Qin Kong entered the training ground, Su Bai and Sun Yu emerged from the interstellar repair shop. Gazing at Qin Kong as it danced joyfully in the air, Sun Yu felt his blood pressure rising. Have you had your fill of fun? A chilling voice emerged from his throat. At that moment, Qin Kong finally came to a halt. Inside, Zhang Lei nearly sprang up in reflex. Seeing it finally stop, Sun Yu's expression eased slightly, Let us test the talent skill. All right. Upon receiving the command, Sun Yu nodded, then spread his arms and forcefully pressed forward. Boom. With a resounding blast, silver threads rapidly spread from his arms, swiftly weaving into an enormous net. Gazing at this colossal creation, Sun Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. He surmised it was yet another confinement-type skill, one that could scarcely control a handful of individuals. It seemed somewhat lackluster. After all, one could not expect Subai's every enhancement to yield overwhelmingly extraordinary talents, could they? However, his pupils quickly constricted, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The silver net enveloped the training ground's barrier, effortlessly penetrating it as if it were non-existent. How could this be? Sun Yu exclaimed in shock. This was a standard training arena, capable of withstanding the full force of a Starfall mech strike. Yet, it had been breached by Zhang Lei? No, it had not been breached. As a seasoned Starbreaker mech master, Sun Yu soon discerned the truth. Rather than being pierced by the net, the barrier was traversed. The net appeared immune to the constraints of the barrier. Hiki, this is my second talent, the web of all creation. Capable of ensnaring and penetrating energy substances until it reaches its target. It strangles them. Zhang Lei's slightly smug voice echoed from within Sky Capture. This technique was exceedingly practical, with a high degree of deception. Anyone witnessing the net for the first time would undoubtedly assume it was a control-type skill. Yet, it was indeed a tracking-type offensive skill. A formidable ability that could bypass the initial obstacle and directly constrict the target. Only, its power was somewhat diminished. At that moment, Zhang Lei's voice, tinged with regret, broke through. It might be just 5 times stronger than my full-force strike, primarily due to the element of surprise. However, he did not pay much attention. After all, it was merely a talent skill of the Starwalker mecha, and the ability to track targets was already quite peculiar. If its power were to increase, he might as well change his name from Zhang Lei to Zhang Hao. Indeed, this talent skill was formidable. Sun Yu offered his assessment, acknowledging that although its power was somewhat lacking, the attack of the forest web was effective precisely when the opponent was least prepared. Who could have anticipated that an attack, seemingly blocked by other objects, could still descend upon them? As for the specialization, upon witnessing the talent skill Sky Capture, Sun Yu became intrigued by its acquired specialization. Zhang Lei nodded in response and immediately maneuvered Sky Capture into the air. The ribbon at his waist began to rise gradually, swirling around him as if animated. With a series of clicks, the ribbon began to embed itself, enveloping the body of Sky Capture. Soon, the sound of the mecha's skeletal structure twisting echoed through the air. Moments later, a black and white warplane materialized in the heavens above. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the aircraft, Sun Yu couldn't help but rub his eyes. This is transformation? Indeed. The voice of Zhang Lei emanated from within the Sky Capture warplane, expressing his astonishment at this specialization. He had not anticipated such a transformation. After becoming an aircraft, Sky Capture could reach speeds of up to 10 Mach. Whether through its sudden change in form, catching enemies off guard, or its extraordinary maneuverability, it was more than sufficient to make it an exceptional disruptor. Coupled with Zhang Lei's own ability to restrain, he was now poised to become a game-changing force on the battlefield. Chapter 99. Sun Yu, have I forgotten something? Sun Yu found himself increasingly perplexed by Zhang Lei. With the introduction of new talent skills and specialized attributes, Zhang Lei's role could no longer be rigidly defined. Although his individual capabilities may not be the strongest, he possesses the potential to sway the tide of battle, becoming a pivotal figure. Compared to team combat, he is perhaps better suited to the role of a scout. Buzzing. After demonstrating his specialized attributes, Qin Kong reverted to its original form. Zhang Lei departed from Qin Kong and approached Su Bai directly, grasping his hands and shaking them vigorously. Su Bai. This scene feels oddly familiar. Boss Su, I am immensely grateful to you. Although this journey of enhancement has been fraught with challenges, the outcome is ultimately favorable. Zhang Lei was thoroughly satisfied with Su Bai's enhancement. Observing Zhang Lei's reluctance to let go, Sun Yu intervened, firmly grasping the collar of his shirt and pulling him away. At the same time, he waved goodbye to Su Bai. I appreciate your help, Su Bai. I shall return in a month to collect these weapons. No problem at all. Su Bai smiled and waved in return. This morning, he had joyfully received 26 billion star coins, surpassing any previous earnings. Upon inspecting the workshop on the 11th floor, he noticed Chu Ran diligently crafting weapons, prompting a satisfied nod from Su Bai. Excellent. No signs of idleness here. His demeanor resembled that of a boss who unexpectedly appears from behind to assess whether employees are slacking off. Confirming that all was in order, Subai then entered the starship maintenance area. Gazing at the plethora of weapons scattered around, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It may sound like a modest amount, but in reality, it is truly spectacular. The striking sight of 46,000 weapons simultaneously captured the attention. Should these armaments be equipped onto the mechs, the entire fleet's mobilization would surely present an even more breathtaking spectacle. Initially, I presumed that the Cloud Sea fleet would not boast a significant number of mech operators. To my astonishment, there are over 20,000 operators of Earth mechs alone, adding the rest of the mech operators. The estimated scale of the Cloud Sea fleet would be around 30,000, wouldn't it? Just envisioning this multitude of mechs soaring into the sky, arrayed in formation, sweeping across the battlefield, is undoubtedly a grand and magnificent sight. However, it seems unlikely that such an opportunity will arise. Subai chuckled softly, realizing he might have been overly imaginative. As of now, there have been no indications of an imminent star war. Thus, witnessing such a scene is quite difficult. Perhaps it is best to take a moment to rest and await the arrival of afternoon customers. Gazing at the weapons before him, Subai was not in a rush to commence enhancements. A month's time seemed ample. Did I forget something? Zhang Lei, taken aback by the question, began to ponder seriously. No, we have not overlooked any weapons. My enhancements are complete. Captain, you have also acquired Nanju. This journey should be deemed quite successful. Sun Yu reflected for a moment and confirmed that there indeed appeared to be no oversights. Perhaps I was merely overthinking it. At Cloud Sea High School, on the playground, Sun Hani had just concluded today's morning exercises when a crowd gathered around him to offer their praise. I believe the top scholar of this South River session is none other than you. Sun Hani, your Wanjuan Red Moon is simply too formidable. Its speed is astonishing, and we are no match for you. Alas, I had initially believed that our capabilities were not vastly different, yet I was taken aback by such a significant disparity. It seems that you have turned misfortune into fortune. When Crimson Moon was pierced by the sea nuclear ray, I thought you would succumb to despair. However, the current Sun Han has firmly secured the top position at Yuhaino. One high school. While there may have been dissenting voices in the past, since the emergence of Wanju and Crimson Moon, such opposition has dwindled considerably. In fact, many individuals have been contemplating strengthening their capabilities at the interstellar repair shop. Unfortunately, even if one can afford the enhancement fees, the probability of being selected is daunting. With over 200,000 participants in the lottery, who knows how high that number will soar? With merely a month remaining until the grand examination, the odds of drawing a favorable outcome appear exceedingly slim. Just as these thoughts lingered, a melodious female voice resonated through the air. Upon recognizing the voice, everyone swiftly turned. Good morning, Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu, are you here for morning exercises as well? Teacher Yu, would you care to see how my recent training has progressed? I feel I have improved significantly. Upon Yu Ming's arrival, numerous young men gathered around, eager to pose various questions. At their impassioned age, the allure of a young, beautiful, and amiable teacher is self-evident. Moreover, Teacher Yu's popularity extends beyond her male students. Even the female students hold great admiration for this newly arrived instructor. As soon as Sun Han arrived, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons and a smile graced her lips. Teacher Yu, I was just practicing with them this morning. Why didn't I see you? Yu Ming shook her head gently in response. I have only just arrived, but your recent progress is quite remarkable. Have you resolved the issue regarding your weapon? Sun Han's sudden desire for a weapon stemmed from Yu Ming's guidance. She had pointed out that Sun Han's attack patterns were rather monotonous, seemingly an attempt to emulate Sun Yu. However, the two were distinct. Song Long lacked suitable weaponry and was inherently a strength-based mech, while Wanjun Hongwei was fundamentally a speed-oriented mech, rendering its attack somewhat feeble without weaponry. Yes, I've asked my father to assist me in purchasing one from Boss Su. Over time, Sun Han had developed considerable trust in Yu Ming, thus openly sharing her endeavors to procure a weapon through Sun Yu. Upon hearing the name Subai, Yu Ming raised an eyebrow in interest. Has the interstellar repair shop begun selling weapons? This is indeed new information. Is it true? I haven't seen any announcements on Starnet. Yes, if they truly have begun selling. I must acquire one, Sun Han exclaimed. Absolutely. While it may not be possible to enhance the mech, acquiring a weapon should be feasible, shouldn't it? Upon hearing Sun Han mention that the interstellar repair shop was selling weapons, everyone was instantly energized. Boss Su from the interstellar repair shop was rumored to be a master mechanic. The quality of any weapons he produced was undoubtedly exceptional. They all felt a surge of excitement and curiosity, Quickly, do share more details. As soon as Sun Hani realized she had let something slip, she quickly reconsidered. Since Subai had made the information public, it was evident that preparations for this venture were underway. Thus, she was not entirely indiscreet in her remarks. Faced with the persistent inquiries of those around her, she helplessly shrugged, suggesting, perhaps the current production capacity is insufficient, which is why Boss Su has not announced it yet. Chapter 100. He had never witnessed such a scene. When was this? Is it recent news? Alas, what a pity, had I known earlier. I would have insisted on trying it out to obtain first-hand intelligence. Is the weapon sale genuine? If so, I must prepare some funds. By the way, are the weapons sold at the Interstellar Repair Shop expensive? Indeed. Could you possibly divulge more insider information? Surrounded by eager questioners, Sun Hani felt increasingly exasperated. No. I must adhere to what Boss Su has announced. I certainly cannot overshadow him. She was resolute on this point. Although she had no qualms about acknowledging Su Bai's intent to sell weapons, she dared not speculate on the prices. What if the figures Su Bai shared earlier in the social circles were merely internal rates? While the likelihood of that was slim, it was prudent to defer to Su Bai's declarations. Observing Sun Hani's demeanor, the crowd understood that further inquiries would yield no results and reluctantly ceased their questioning. Although Sun Hani was perplexed, she accompanied Yu Ming to her office. Upon entering the office, Yu Ming promptly settled into her seat, a cheerful smile illuminating her face as she regarded Sun Hani. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire. What are your impressions of that esteemed Boss Su? Sun Hani had initially anticipated that Yu Ming would follow the path of others, probing her regarding the operations of the Interstellar Repair Shop. To her surprise, the inquiry was directed towards Su Bai instead. What sort of individual was Su Bai? A formidable repair master? A person of principle? Beyond that, she was not entirely certain. Su Bai had granted her a second chance, having repaired the Wanjuan Hongwei, thus sparing her from the need to change mechas before the examination, and had even bestowed upon her a remarkable innate skill. Now, she firmly held the position of the top student at Yuhai No. 1. Although Yu Ming treated her well, it was evident that Su Bai occupied a loftier place in Sun Hani's heart, prompting her to regard Yu Ming with a hint of wariness. Teacher Yu, what is your interest in Boss Su? Observing Sun Hani's demeanor, Yu Ming offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I am simply curious about that enigmatic Boss Su. He is suspected to be a master mechanic, at the very least a 5-star technician, and naturally, I am intrigued to learn what kind of person he truly is. Of course, if you prefer not to share, that is perfectly acceptable. As Yu Ming spoke, Sun Hani continued to scrutinize her. And upon noticing the absence of any ill intent in Yu Ming's expression, she felt herself relax slightly. Having grown up under Sun Yu's influence, Sun Hani held considerable confidence in her investigative abilities and was assured of Yu Ming's goodwill towards Su Bai. With a resigned shake of her head, she admitted, to be honest, I cannot say much about him either. Boss Su, how should one articulate it? At times, he appears quite laid back, while at other moments, he exhibits an earnestness that is hard to overlook. Ultimately, Sun Hani provided a rather conclusive answer. However, Su Bai is rather different, unless prompted. He is likely to remain reticent. His occasional posts in the moments are about the extent of his outreach. As for his earnestness, it seems that once he commits to a task, he strives to achieve the utmost excellence. Thus far, no one has expressed dissatisfaction with Su Bai's enhancements. His mechanical prowess is one facet, yet his ability to tailor the mechs to best suit each individual is another. Is he both laid back and earnest? Indeed. He is a fascinating individual. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Sun Hani's appraisal had piqued her curiosity about Su Bai even further. At such a young age, achieving such accomplishments, many in his position tend to look down upon others, viewing themselves as extraordinary. In this regard, Su Bai is indeed rather exceptional. May I ask you for a favor? Yu Ming transitioned her tone, imbued with a sense of request. The next time you visit the Interstellar Mechanical Repair Shop, could you take me along? Whether or not enhancements are made is of little consequence. I primarily wish to broaden my horizons. Upon hearing Yu Ming's words, Sun Hani found herself in a quandary. Yet, upon meeting the earnest gaze of her companion, she ultimately softened. It is indeed possible, but Boss Su may not necessarily entertain the visit. Moreover, I am uncertain when I will next go. Deal. Before Sun Hani could finish her sentence, Yu Ming interjected eagerly. She merely sought an opportunity. As for when Sun Hani would make her next visit, she had a premonition that it would not be long. The morning swiftly passed, and Su Bai was soon to welcome a new batch of customers. Outside the Interstellar Repair Shop, two children stood at the entrance, playfully frolicking and capturing moments with each other's cameras, occasionally striking different poses. Yet, their age appeared rather incongruous with the standards of a mecha technician. Behind them, a young couple exhibited signs of anxiety. "Do you think we might be ejected for occupying a slot since we are not mecha technicians?" One queried nervously. "What is there to fear? The lottery doesn't stipulate that only mecha technicians can participate," the other replied dismissively. "We originally intended to draw a ticket to sell. But who would have thought the lottery qualification would be tied to the individual? We are not mecha technicians, so there's no need to worry about those repairmen. It's just about fixing mechas, nothing too mystical. We've come this far, and with so many people queuing at this popular shop, let us just go in. Take some photos, and perhaps we'll gain some traction." Upon hearing his wife's words, the young man appeared somewhat apprehensive. They were not mecha technicians. Their primary occupation was running a materials store. They had merely learned that the lottery slots at the interstellar repair shop were highly coveted, with some offering substantial sums for a chance to win. This sparked their interest in participating in the lottery to potentially reap significant profits. However, it seemed that Subai had anticipated this, as he harbored a deep disdain for scalpers. He vaguely recalled an instance when he had fervently pursued tickets to see his favorite singer, only to have the last ticket snatched away by a scalper. Ultimately, through his persistent pleas and emotional turmoil, Sunantian and Zhou Mayan relented and took him to the concert. However, this incident has left an indelible shadow on Subai's tender heart. Now, in his own shop, the presence of scalpers is absolutely intolerable. Ding dong. A young couple, accompanied by their 2 children, rang the doorbell. Subai had long been awaiting them in the lobby. As the family of 4 stepped into the repair shop, Subai greeted them with a smile. Boss, are you in need of any materials?" The moment the young woman laid eyes on Subai, she spoke directly. Silence, an endless silence. At this moment, the interstellar repair shop was enveloped in a profound stillness, akin to the quietude of a nightfall over Cambridge, with no one daring to break the hush. Subai, this was indeed a scene he had never encountered before. Chapter 101. I will sue you. This was the first time someone had come to his repair shop to peddle goods. While it felt somewhat novel, it also left Subai perplexed. He could tell that this family did not seem to be mech engineers. So why were they drawing lots? The answer was self-evident. No need. If you are not here to conduct business related to mechs, please leave. Subai's tone turned somewhat frosty. His disdain for scalpers at this moment propelled his demeanor to an icy low. This response provoked the young woman, Huang Hui, who shot an angry glare at Subai. "How can you be so unreasonable? We are here to do business. What kind of attitude is this?" Behind her, Chen Han tugged at Huang Hui's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Don't be impulsive. This is quite a significant figure." He is now drenched in sweat, having stood outside. The oppressive atmosphere of the interstellar repair shop was already overwhelming, and stepping inside only intensified that sensation. The vast expanse of the premises, akin to an interstellar fortress, coupled with its lavish decor, made it evident to him, being a primary material supplier, that the cost of establishing such a shop was not trivial. The individual before him, Subai, was undoubtedly formidable. What kind of significant person could he be? We have committed no wrongdoing. Can he truly wield his influence to intimidate us? As Huang Hui spoke, her gaze occasionally drifted towards her son's phone, confirming that they were indeed live-streaming, before returning her attention to Subai. What? Does he intend to drive away customers from such a large establishment? She was resolute that Subai would not dare to offend his clientele so easily. She felt assured of the situation. As for ushering them out, Subai, having noticed her subtle maneuvers, chose to refrain from further discussion and promptly commanded the central control. Suddenly, mechanical arms extended from the repair area, seizing the collars of the 4 individuals and lifting them off the ground. Huang Hui felt herself abruptly suspended, a jolt of fright coursing through her. The 2 youths, however, were far less anxious. The sensation of suddenly flying intrigued them. "Wow, I'm flying. Brother, do you think I've awakened? Hey, I'm flying too." Thud, thud. As for the 2 children, Subai did not unceremoniously toss them out. Instead, he instructed the mechanical arms to gently place them outside the door, thus fulfilling their whimsical dream of flight. However, the abrupt drop left Huang Hui feeling as though her bones were about to shatter. Rising with a hand on her waist, she erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Just wait and see. I recorded the whole incident. I'll expose you when the time comes. I intend to sue you for your atrocious treatment of customers. Is that so? I witnessed everything that transpired just now." It seems someone attempted to pull a fast one only to end up with a face full of embarrassment. At that moment, a sardonic voice emanated from behind Huang Hui. Presently, 5 ominous black electronic gun barrels were aimed directly at her. 5 burly men, gripping electronic firearms with their fingers poised on the triggers, stood ready. Faint arcs of electricity flickered ominously within the barrels, a mere twitch of the trigger away from piercing her forehead. Initially hesitant, Chen Han stepped forward to shield Huang Hui. Hastily apologizing, "I'm sorry. We didn't mean to." 2 frightened children clung tightly to Huang Hui's trembling legs, seeking refuge behind her. "Leave now. I have no interest in wasting my time with you. If today's events were to become public knowledge, you understand the consequences." A man clad in a white suit emerged from behind the 5 men in black, regarding Chen Han with palpable disdain. "I wouldn't dare." Upon seeing this individual, Chen Han hastily offered his apologies, his voice quaking as he hurriedly led Huang Hui and the children away from the scene. Enough is enough. Chen Han could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Do you have any idea who that was?" "We were almost left for dead." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Huang Hui recoiled, for he rarely raised his voice at her, even when she was at fault. This time, it seemed they had truly crossed an unacceptable line. After a brief farce, the man in white waved his hand, commanding the black-clad figures behind him, "You will stand guard at the entrance." "Yes, young master." The group responded in unison, standing at attention. The black-clad bodyguards, taken aback by his words, found themselves at a loss for words. Witnessing this, Su Chun shook his head in resignation, thinking, "Forget it, it's futile to argue with you." Without further ado, he strode directly into the interstellar repair shop. "Boss Su?" Upon seeing Subai in the hall, Su Chen's previously assertive demeanor transformed into a warm smile. Subai observed everything that had transpired. This individual does not appear to be of good character. The bodyguards had clearly been prepared to act with aggression, indicating that this person was not to be trifled with. Perhaps he was simply a spoiled rich kid. Nevertheless, he had inadvertently spared Su by some trouble, and thus, Su Bai's attitude remained neutral. Su Chun was indifferent to this. He was not exactly a paragon of virtue, yet he was not entirely malevolent either. His father, Su Long, was the proprietor of the largest entertainment venue in Yuhai, the Platinum Palace, which was rooted in the so-called gray industry. Naturally, he had picked up a few bad habits along the way. However, in the presence of this individual, he dared not exhibit the same arrogance he displayed towards Huang Hui and Chen Han. It could be said that, apart from those lacking discernment, no one in Yunhai dared to show disrespect to Subai, not to mention the implications of his presumed identity as a master mechanic. The ruckus caused by the Yuhai fleet earlier that morning had already made that abundantly clear. Subai's attitude was neither warm nor cold, and Su Chen didn't mind. Instead, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Boss Su, I am here to reinforce." Upon hearing Su Chen's intention, Subai nodded. "You are aware of the pricing, correct?" "Of course." With that, Su Chen promptly transferred funds to Subai. Starry Sky Treasure received 20 million star coins. Although his talent was mediocre, through the accumulation of resources at home, he had become a sky mech engineer by the age of 25. While this talent may not be remarkable in the elite mech universities, it stood strong among the average populace. His talent was classified as C-grade, characterized by strength augmentation, which is quite practical among physical talents. It enabled him to enhance his own strength through charging, reaching up to 5 times its original capacity. This was also the reason he could attain the status of a sky mech engineer. Upon receiving Su Chen's transfer, Subai nodded, "Keep up." He then led Su Chen toward the number 1 maintenance room. Chapter 102, The Platinum Hall. Su Chen, the Heavy Hammer. Following Subai into the number 1 maintenance room, Su Chen displayed little reaction. After all, the Platinum Hall was renowned for its resplendence. Although the materials could not compare to vibranium, the decorative style was evidently more ostentatious. He possessed his own aesthetic sensibilities regarding architecture. Let's take a look. Observing Su Chen's calm expression, Subai found his evaluation of him elevated. It seemed he was well acquainted with the world. Typically, first-time visitors to his maintenance room would be captivated by the high-end machinery. Yet Su Chen's composed demeanor indicated he handled himself exceptionally well. Evidently, Subai has overthought the situation. Su Chen was not captivated by these sophisticated instruments, primarily because he found them uninteresting. A life of opulence and indulgence was his prevailing theme. What significance did these metallic contraptions and thermal blades hold for him, excluding mechas? Of course, the sentiment regarding mechas was remarkably uniform among all mecha engineers. They were not merely machines, but companions, comrades entrusted with one's life. The emotional connection was inherently distinct from that of ordinary equipment. It is akin to having no interest in a television or other gadgets. Yet, try living without your mobile phone. The importance of mechas surpasses that. With a swift motion, Suchin responded to Subai's command, lightly tapping the star ring on his right arm. A flash of white light erupted. Soon, a mecha emerged, its surface marred by rust, its upper body swollen and oval-shaped. Its left arm bore claw-like trident blades, while the right arm wielded a sharp circular saw. Its lower limbs were entwined with countless iron pipes, and its head was square-shaped, with elongated, connected eyes. The heavy armor was riddled with fine cracks, and the imposing, heavy metal-styled mecha stood tall. The Pu-587, a power-type sky mecha, known as Heavy Hammer, stood at a height of 24 meters, weighed 150 tons, boasted an engine output of 10 million kilowatts, and a thrust of 200 million kilograms. The moment Heavy Hammer materialized, Subai's gaze involuntarily shifted between it and Suchun. He found it hard to fathom that Suchun, dressed in an ostentatious white suit, would choose such a battle-damaged mecha as Heavy Hammer. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Sensing Subai's confusion, Suchun slightly raised his head and remarked, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm a true man." As he spoke, he flexed his arms with vigor, the bulging biceps straining against the confines of his white suit, threatening to burst forth. Indeed, Suchin's innate talent for strength accumulation was evident. At the very least, his muscles were honed through genuine effort. Yet, one could not help but wonder if this would prove uncomfortable for him. Disregarding his personal preferences, Subai extended his right hand, signaling Suchun to vacate the maintenance room. Before departing, Suchun cast a grave look at Subai and implored, "Boss Su, I beg of you." Reassured by Suchin's earnest plea, Subai offered a faint smile. It was clear that the young man's passion for mechas was sincere. Once Suchin had exited, Subai began to scrutinize the Heavy Hammer with newfound seriousness. It was his first encounter with such a distinctive style of paintwork. Observing the battered exterior of the Heavy Hammer intrigued him. In comparison to the sleek, modern bionic mechas, this one exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient machines from a bygone era. The mechanical elements were impressively comprehensive. From the particle accelerator conduits at the back to the exhaust-like pipes on the feet, everything resembled the exhaust systems ignited from primitive materials. The design of the head echoed this sentiment, with its angular form and elongated eyes, embodying a striking cyberpunk aesthetic. The craftsmanship was commendable. Each pipe was meticulously carved and proportionately arranged, just as the left arm's claws and the right arm's circular saw exhibited signs of a skilled mechanic's careful refinement. With a keen eye for the novel, Subai approached the Heavy Hammer with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, from the preserved design elements, he could extrapolate certain concepts regarding the mecha designs of ancient times. The cockpit space is considerably larger than that of an ordinary mech, which raises some perplexity for Subai. One would assume that once the neural link is established, the mech and its pilot would nearly become one, leaving little room for such expansiveness. Nonetheless, these structures are worthy of note. Subai committed all these designs to memory, not with the intention of producing a mech akin to Heavy Hammer, but rather to discern whether its design could inspire him in creating a mech that operates without the need for star power and without adverse effects. At the very least, he has gleaned some inspiration. After recording his observations, Subai approached Heavy Hammer and placed his hand upon one of its metallic tubes on the leg. Second-tier enhancement activated. A flash of white light illuminated the space. Under the brilliance, the somewhat oval form of the war hammer began to transform, its upper section becoming more exaggerated while the lower part slightly narrowed, creating a more pronounced inverted triangular shape. The weaponry on its arms simultaneously underwent a metamorphosis, transitioning from titanium to black gold. The battle-worn paint remained unchanged, yet the originally boxy visage of its head began to adopt sharper angles. Within the hall, Suchun was engrossed in manipulating two metallic spheres in his hands, while the luminous screen of his phone continuously displayed a stream of information. Upon closer inspection, these were intelligence reports concerning various individuals. The Platinum Palace has maintained its formidable presence above the clouds for many years, and this endurance is certainly not solely attributed to its exceptional entertainment facilities. The allure of music and dance is minor, the acquisition of intelligence is paramount. Beneath the resplendent architecture of the Platinum Pavilion lies an extensive underground intelligence network that blankets the entire sea of clouds. The Su family has ascended to their current position through the careful utilization of this information. Suchun, as the heir of the Su lineage, must naturally become well-versed in these matters. As he flipped to the final page, his phone lingered on a photograph of Su Bai. Yet, beyond the image, there was an unsettling void. Apart from Su Bai's residence and the school he attended, they had no means of acquiring further information about him. Curiously, the section detailing his parents' information appeared utterly ordinary, resembling the backgrounds of countless commoners. However, how could such an unremarkable history afford the lavish abode Su Bai currently occupies? The fabricated elements within this narrative were glaringly apparent. This is one of the reasons Su Chun regarded Su Bai with such gravity. It seemed this individual was not merely a suspected master of machinery. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease further inquiries into the affairs of this enigmatic owner. With that thought, Su Chun deleted the information from his device. The prolonged existence of the Platinum Pavilion could be attributed to another principle, an unwavering policy of avoiding the provocation of those beyond their means to confront. Su Bai clearly belonged to this category. A cursory investigation may suffice, but delving deeper could ignite perilous consequences. Almost at the instant Su Chun erased Su Bai's information, the door to the first maintenance chamber swung open with a soft click. Rising, Su Chun adjusted his white suit and strolled toward the first maintenance chamber.